Chapter The Night of Wedding, and my wife I sexually Ghost King. Red candles, character Sophia, and Mandarin duck quilt. A graceful maiden cutting out dangerous is quiet lie at the head of Tibet. Lin Nan returns to the eating chamber after entertaining guests, greeted by such a heartwarming scene. He post he door latch behind him and gingerly approaches Tibet. As she lifts the veil, he slows down, revealing a beautiful and charming face before his eyes. The maiden is adorned with vivid makeup, her sparkling eye ashy and timid. As their gazes meet, they can feel echo for affection. Lin Nan's new bride is named Lu Qingning, a healer. 3 years ago, she ventured into the mountains to gather herbs and ways attack a fierce beast. Fortunately, Lin Nan happened to pass by and saved her, leading to a fearful encounter. Lin Nan never expected that as a timid traveler, he would fall in love with a woman from another world. But what can he do? Women from this other world, oh, how enchanting they are! Not only are they beautiful, but they are real so gentle in character, compliant, and attentive to every little detail in life. Replace this with a modern-day feminist, and they'd probably say, did me parents rise just to cook for you? Haha, was her tofu meal without you? Lin Nan with a commitment for being his previous life, a small-time clerk at the county bureau. He was particularly talented, his income was modest but reliable, and he lived comfortably, enjoying his meals. He spent his days doodling get work and coming after, leading gave her a leisurely life. Perhaps his life was too easy for the heavens to bear, and beneath a tearful day, he was transported to ether world, starting from infancy. At 3 years old, Lin Nan realized he was an ancient world similar to the Ming Dynasty. He wanted to showcase his wisdom and pave the way for his future as a prodigy. However, his father stopped him. It turned out that the emperor was addicted to cultivating immortality and loved to spiritual children for potion making. What is a spiritual child? One who is clever from young age. Without the option of becoming a prodigy or taking the imperial examinations closed to him due to his low status background as his father was a constable, Lin Nan couldn't follow in his father's footsteps unless she enlisted in the military to gain fame and fortune. Facing the shelpless reality, Lin Nan adapted. Being a constable was baited did it interfere with his secret money-making schemes. Over the years, he wrote stories about down and fearlock cholers and noble ladies, female ghosts, and enchanting fox spirits, secretly earning quite a bit. With money, status, and now agent-linked virtuous wife, Lin Nan couldn't imagine how happy he would be in the future. Ding, the demon-taming gun devil suppressing system has successfully binded, unlocked true sight and combat Saint's body. What is this? Has my golden finger finally arrived, but why now, all 4 times, has busy with food eating rituals. 尽管如此, Lin Nan couldn't resist this curiosity and checked out these 20 unlocks. True sight demons and spirits cannot escape detection. Combat Saint's body gain ability enhancements after battling demons and spirits. Lin Nan this golden finger sounds impressive, but where can he find demons and spirits? There are definitely not monks and spirits in this world. Lin Nan has lived for 89 years, heard countless stories, and knows her real fate. Without demons and spirits, this is to Mrs. Less. Thinking about how underwhelming his golden finger was, Lin Nan couldn't help but sigh. But the quickly recovered his composure. It doesn't matter. After 89 years, has lived well without a golden finger, so who worry now, Lin Nan decided to focus on food eating night. Being human for 2 lives, this was Lin Nan's first marriage, and he was married into a woman he loved. It was inevitable they do sex-sighted. Qingning, Lin Nan was just about to assess him as witness things, but suddenly saw tallness of text appear above Lu Qingning shed. Red-robed ghost King Lu Qingning. Tip the enemy before it with difficulty defect. Please try again later. What? Lin Nan is waiting in shock. He just said there were no demons and spirits in this world, but turns out, a family host was right beside him. Lin Nan never dreamed that after secretly writing stories about human host romance don't make money, he would one day become the protagonist himself. For a moment, he felt tackle run down his spine. Coincidentally, a breeze blew, causing thick candles in the room to flicker, adding a sinus turn to Lu Qingning's beautiful face. This is Chinese-style horror, isn't it, husband? It's to me to drink. Since lifting her veil, Lu Qingning had bashfully lowered her head. Seeing that Lin Nan hadn't made the move, she remained at home. This brought Lin Nan back to reality. He couldn't expose what I had seen. He forced himself to calm down and drank from the cup with Lu Qingning. Now, the rituals were complete. I trust him for them to consummate their marriage. Looking at Lu Qingning's beautiful face, Lin Nan gritted his teeth. If I were brave enough, if the Ghost King will take maternity leave, Lin Nan pinned Lu Qingning to the bed, his mind flashing back to their memory is over the past few years. They hadn't experienced anything grand together, but Lin Nan would take Lu Qingning to appreciate the flowers, the moon, and stars, telling her the story she wrote. Lu Qingning would embroider pouches, clothes, shoes, make cakes for him, and take care of him when he was sick. She had already fully integrated into Lin Nan's life. His fear was gradually replaced by tenderness, and he couldn't resist kissing Lu Qingning. Her lips were warm, and Lin Nang gradually became immersed. Alright, if she wanted to harm me, she would have done it already. There is no need to be afraid. This was Lin Nan's ability to adjust his mindset, emphasizing adaptability. Normally, anyone would be scared to know their mid-sized ghost, but thinking about Chinese egg hosts, they might not be so scared. She's beautiful, and their body eyes warm. What else I start to fear? Those who want me energy, take height, take it all. Lin Nan originally intended to just go through emotions, but no ways truest. However, he didn't last long in their first encounter, making him feel embarrassed. After a 30-minute tea break, happened Lu Qingning down again. Ho, even the mightiest king must bow before him. Lin Nang claimed victory through the power of positive thinking. Seeing Lu Qingning and go against him obediently, he closed his eyes and noticed that trouble accent the system interface. He clicked on theme and almost lost his composure. Battle log E. You launched an attack on Lu Qingning, causing minor damage. You delivered heavy strike, causing minor damage. You set pure engineer guide to attack, causing minor damage. You already defeated, gaining combat experience. Battle log R. You launched an attack on Lu Qingning. You already defeated, gaining combat experience. During your battle with the demon, you mastered the combat skill varied attack. During your battle with the demon, you mastered the combat skill burst moment. Varied attack each of fire attacks gains 10 attack speed, stacking up to 9 times. At full stacks, you can see heavy strike, which will consume meal stacks and grant you 90 additional critically threat and critical damage. Burst moment increase attack speed, critical hit rate, and critical damage be 300 for 30 seconds. After the duration, you will receive a fatigue buff. Lin Nan forget about the fact that these descriptions sound like game skills. They just done things to resettle. Lin Nan wanted to test these new abilities, so he rolled a variant picked up Lu Qingning. Battle log 3. You already defeated, gaining experience. With skills, it's different. This time, he lasted longer, but unfortunately, he was still defeating Ding. Exhausted, have less sleep. Chapter U, Wolf Attack. When Lin Nan woke up, it was already broad daylight. Lu Qingning was not in the room, he didn't know where she had gone. Lin Nan tried Tajitube but felt tasting so from tennis in his body. Have I been weakened by beauty to such a degree? Hate out. It seems that the Ghost King is indeed not smashing he can't right now. Thinking of this, Lin Nan opened this character pane again. Lin Nan. Level E. Talents Combat Sense Body, True Sight. Combat Skills Varied Attack, Burst Moment, Basic Swordsmanship, Basic Boxing. Experience Points 30. Lin Nan tried using some of these experience points, and instantly, 20 points were gone, and this level rose to 2. A warm current.
You have suffered defeat, earning a mere 10 experience points. Once again, you faced defeat, gaining another 10 experience points. After 2 additional losses, you now possess a total of 20 experience points. However, when Lin Nan sought to level up, he discovered that the experience required to ascend from level 2 to 3 had doubled, leaving him just 10 points short. Never mind, let us indulge in some chicken soup. Why is this infernal chicken soup still lukewarm? Lin Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment, hastily gulping down the soup and consuming all the medicinal herbs. As he sensed his vitality returning, he resolved to seize the moment and attempt once more to elevate his level to 3. After that, he could recover his state seamlessly. He must earn her respect, otherwise, his authority as a husband would falter. Furthermore, his intentions were not solely driven by lust, this was all for the purpose of monster slaying and leveling up. Indeed, monster slaying and leveling up, yet, Lu Qingning was unwilling this time. Her face flushed with shyness. She advised, "Husband, please exercise moderation, this is detrimental to your health. Rest assured, your husband is in robust health." "The hardest part of me is my mouth." Amidst their playful banter, Lin Nan suddenly heard a commotion at the gate, followed by a voice calling out, "Lin Xiaoge, are you home?" Recognizing the voice, Lin Nan reluctantly donned his clothing and stepped out of the bedroom. At the gate stood a slightly plump man, who remained outside and did not enter. Wang Wu suggested, "A human with a combat power of nearly 5. You could easily dispatch him." "Wait, wasn't it supposed to be about slaying demons and monsters? Can one really kill a mere human?" A mischievous thought crossed Lin Nan's mind. With no demons or monsters to be found, humans were plentiful. Fortunately, Lin Nan still possessed a fundamental moral compass, and this impulse was swiftly suppressed. "What brings you here?" Lin Nan had taken over his father's position 5 years ago, after his parents met with misfortune at the hands of bandits while paying respects to their ancestors in the countryside. Lin Nan had diligently practiced martial arts over the years, fueled by the desire to avenge his parents. However, despite his years of training, he could easily handle 3 or 5 individuals but lacked the prowess to take on a group of bandits single-handedly. Fortunately, with newfound abilities, he believed that day would eventually arrive. Returning to the matter at hand, upon seeing Wang Wu, Lin sensed trouble indeed. Wang Wu, eager and agitated, exclaimed, "Lin Xiaoge, come quickly, something grave has occurred." Although Lin was younger than Wang Wu, his dedication to martial arts earned him the respect of his colleagues, who referred to him as brother. "What calamity has befallen us?" "Xiaotong village has been attacked by a pack of wolves, several lives have been lost, and our numbers are insufficient. The head of the constabulary has sent me to summon you for assistance." "What? This is quite the peculiar tale." Wolves are intelligent creatures. Typically, those that enter a village are lone wolves, driven down from the mountains only in winter when food is scarce. After all, wolves are not particularly formidable against humans. However, one must not underestimate the villagers' fighting spirit. A group of adults armed with hoes, pitchforks, and bows could fell even a tiger. "Are you certain it was a pack of wolves that attacked the village?" "Indeed, the wolves have been driven back, but we do not know if they will return. The magistrate has instructed us to prepare to enter the mountains and eliminate the wolves." "Very well, when do we depart?" "Immediately, we were merely waiting for you to lead the way." Lin realized he had been summoned to serve as a pillar of support, and it was no wonder that, despite being newlywed, the magistrate still sought his assistance. Nevertheless, as they had come to him, he could not refuse. "Allow me to inform my wife." "Please wait a moment." Lin hurried back to the bedroom to discuss the impending journey with Lu Qingning. "I am sorry, Qingning, I must leave you for a while. It's alright, I will wait for your return at home. Lu Qingning's expression remained gentle. She retrieved Lin's sword and handed it to him, saying, "Husband, please take care and do not get injured." Rest assured, given the urgency of the task, Lin refrained from saying much more. In these uncertain times, he did not require the meager wages of a constable, but the identity suited him well. Though his status was not lofty, it at least granted him entry into the public sphere, and for that, he naturally had to make certain sacrifices. After embracing Lu Qingning, he followed Wang Wu directly to the county office. The county office had already prepared an ox cart. According to Wang Wu, the head constable, Chen Dekong, and several capable individuals had already set off on horseback. They were tasked with gathering hunters from the nearby villages to assist, while the main force would consist of the hunters and villagers. The role of the constables was primarily to provide support. In truth, this support was more akin to idling for rewards. In small towns, those within the public sector were often cunning and slippery. Regardless of how weak the wolves might be in combat, danger still loomed. A single bite could lead to infection and death, thus, it was best to remain safely in the rear. As for the hunters and villagers, would they not understand the principle of let the friend perish rather than the monk? And so, Lin, Wang Wu, and 8 other colleagues set off in the ox cart toward the countryside. Due to the county's financial constraints, they could only travel by ox cart. The group chatted leisurely as they made their way to Xiaotong village. Lin found it ironic. They had summoned him in a frenzy, and he had barely managed a couple of flatbreads for breakfast. Yet now, they were moving at such a leisurely pace. However, this was typical of official business. The urgency was merely a show of intent, while the leisurely pace was the standard operating procedure. After all, rushing to complete the task would yield little benefit. By the time they arrived at Xiaotong village, it was already evening. The atmosphere in the village was grim, with several households hanging white cloths at their doors. It appeared that the wolf attack had inflicted significant losses on Xiaotong village. Lin and his companions sought out the village head, passing by a household where anguished cries echoed from within. Chapter 3 Revenge. "Oh, my child, it is all my fault." A single wail echoed, unnoticed by others, yet Lin detected an anomaly. In a typical wolf pack attack, even in the event of fatalities, the term fault would seldom apply. This individual might possess some knowledge. Lin decisively exited the carriage, stating, "You all go seek the village chief, I shall inquire about the situation." Wang Wu followed suit, saying, "I'll accompany you." The two temporarily parted from their companions and arrived at the doorstep of a certain household. It was evident that this family was relatively affluent. The window paper had recently been replaced, and the courtyard was impeccably tidy. However, a distinct scent of blood permeated the air. Upon entering, Lin beheld a middle-aged couple seated on the threshold, the woman silent, while the man wept profusely. Clearly, this was not an opportune moment for inquiries, yet Lin sensed clues within. He turned to the man, saying, "Pardon me, I am Lin, a constable from Baisha County. Were you not the one crying just now?" The man's expression shifted markedly. He stammered, failing to respond, revealing his guilt. Wang Wu, perceptive and possessing a fierce countenance, immediately assumed a threatening posture, declaring, "We all heard you. You had better answer truthfully. Any concealment could lead to legal consequences." This was purely intimidation, but the couple was already on the brink of emotional collapse, and under such duress, they divulged everything. "I was the one crying just now." "Then why did you claim you harmed your son?" The man's complexion fluctuated, but ultimately, he confessed the truth. "Those wolves came for revenge against me." At this revelation, Lin En's curiosity deepened. What could have provoked such a vendetta? Despite his skepticism, he found himself inexplicably inclined to believe the man's words. With the situation laid bare, the man ceased his resistance and recounted, "I am a butcher. 3 days ago, I went to the county to sell meat. In my carelessness, I missed the time and only began my return journey at dusk, only to encounter 2 wolves on the road. They followed me for a considerable distance, instilling great fear within me." The description struck a familiar chord. "As my basket was empty save for a few bones, I tossed one bone aside, and one wolf stopped to seize it, yet the other continued its pursuit. I tossed another bone, and the first wolf resumed its chase. At that moment, I realized those beasts had set their sights on me." It was then that Lin En grasped the source of his familiarity. This resembled a tale from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, where a butcher, returning late, found his basket empty, save for a few bones, and was pursued by 2 wolves. Could it be that he had been living in a world akin to those tales all these years? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. After the butcher realized he was being hunted, he resolved to fight back, and after a series of perilous maneuvers, he successfully killed the 2 wolves. This illustrated the formidable prowess of the butcher. Alone against 2, he emerged unscathed, triumphantly slaying both wolves. However, the story did not end there. "When I struck down those wolves, I sensed they appeared unusually intelligent, which left me feeling uneasy. I have not ventured outside these past few days, yet the pack still sought me out." The man, in tears, recounted the entirety of his tale. His initial reluctance to admit the truth stemmed from fear of being blamed by the villagers. After all, the wolf attack had not only claimed lives in his household but had also inflicted casualties elsewhere. Should the villagers discover that the wolves were drawn by the butcher, his life would become exceedingly difficult. Lin En understood his plight and reassured him, "Rest assured, we shall keep this matter confidential." Objectively speaking, the butcher was also a victim. Would he willingly invite the wolves to consume him? The true culprits were the wolves themselves. They intruded upon human territory and met their just demise. To dare retaliate was to court their own destruction. Yet, it was peculiar. Wolves were not typically known for such cunning, nor would they seek vengeance for 2 of their own. Lin En, who previously dismissed the existence of demons and spirits, found himself inclined to entertain such notions following his recent experiences. If indeed there were supernatural entities, he was uncertain of his ability to confront them. Although he possessed 2 combat skills and a 3rd-level sword technique, he felt considerably stronger than before, yet lacked a true benchmark for comparison. Likewise, he had no clear understanding of the strength of these supernatural beings. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, it seemed prudent to assess the situation further. Given their numbers, it was unlikely they would encounter significant trouble. Lin En and Wang Wu departed from the butcher's residence, traversing a short distance to rejoin their companions. By dusk, the head constable, Chen Dekong, along with several others, arrived at Xiaotang village, where the village chief had arranged a banquet. Chen Dekong did not permit anyone to drink but partook of the meat. The meal consisted of wolf meat and some game from the mountains, poorly prepared by the cook. However, the men at the table were undeterred, consuming heartily to fuel their strength for the tasks ahead. Chen Dekong also provided some updates during the meal. They had notified 7 neighboring villages, each contributing 2 hunters, alongside some able-bodied young men, totaling around 90 individuals, including the constables from Xiaotang village. Each constable would lead a village, and Lin En, known for his exceptional swordsmanship, would be among the 3 elite constables protecting the captain, Chen Dekong, who would oversee the operation. Thus, Lin En would not be on the front lines during the forthcoming endeavor. The other 3 individuals were named Chen Mo, Zhang Yong, and Lu Hao. They were all young and relatively capable within the Baisha County Constabulary. However, their skills were merely average. Mastery of martial arts requires great effort, and lacking ambition, they had risen to elite status merely due to their superior physical fitness compared to others. Prior to unlocking his system, Lin En could have easily defeated them all alone. As for Chen Dekong, his combat ability was nearly non-existent, yet he possessed one commendable trait, a healthy fear of death. After the meal, he approached Lin En, saying, "Young Lin, being the youngest, stick close to your uncle tomorrow, I shall take good care of you." He was well aware of whom he felt safest within the group. Lin En, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement. With a wife at home and a system at his disposal, he too valued his life. After supper, Lin En settled down for the night at a villager's home, lying on the hard bed while thoughts of Lu Qingning filled his mind. Late at night, he wondered if she felt scared being home alone. Chapter 4 of the first slaying of the demon. Lin En seemed to forget that Lu Qingning was the Ghost King, and that it was others who should fear her. Within the boundaries of Baisha County, the landscape was dominated by low hills, particularly around the vicinity of Xiaotang village. The hills, though not lofty, undulated endlessly. The forest was a domain for wild beasts and a forbidden ground for humans. Howl, the eerie cries of wolves echoed, abruptly awakening Lin En from his slumber. He had been sleeping lightly, and the chilling sounds seemed alarmingly close to the village. Fortunately, he had gone to bed fully dressed. As he sat up, he roused Wang Wu beside him, grasped his knife, and ventured outside. The full moon hung high, casting a brilliant light beneath its glow. Lin Nen discerned that the wolf pack had indeed invaded the village. They had audaciously launched a nighttime assault, while the villagers appeared alarmingly oblivious. Hearing the villagers' anguished screams, Lin Nen hurried towards the nearest household, only to witness a wolf shattering the window frame of that very home, attempting to crawl inside. Without hesitation, Lin Nen drew his blade and charged forward. In that moment, he acutely felt the surge of his enhanced strength. The same technique he had employed before now bore greater power, his gaze sharper, and his strikes more precise. With one decisive blow, he severed the wolf's head. Cleanly experience gained 1.0, even slaying ordinary young wolves grants experience. Lin Nen was instantly exhilarated. If defeating such mundane foes could yield upgrades, he could easily become a sword god of Shirley Slope. However, saving lives remained his foremost priority. Wang Wu, lacking in combat prowess, was instructed by Lin Nen to clang a metal pot, creating a ruckus to awaken the still sleeping villagers. The wolves had infiltrated their homes. There was no time for further slumber. Lin Nen then swiftly proceeded to rescue others. It was both a rescue mission and a quest for experience. He headed towards the butcher's house, recalling previous words suggesting that this place might require more urgent assistance. Along the way, Lin Nen dispatched 4 more young wolves, realizing just how formidable he had become. Killing wolves was as easy as slaying dogs. Moreover, he discovered a flaw in the system. Swinging his blade into empty space, even without hitting a target, triggered his enhanced attack. After 9 empty swings, the 10th strike would invariably be a critical blow. Furthermore, these empty swings could stack his attack speed. As long as he possessed sufficient stamina, his 10th strike would be both swift and powerful. This passive combat skill was remarkably potent. Continuing to stack his passive ability, Lin Nen arrived at the butcher's doorstep. Indeed, here was the greatest concentration of wolves. Over a dozen wolves had encircled the butcher's home, yet they refrained from attacking him, instead sitting vigilantly in the courtyard. Within the yard, a singularly imposing wolf was confronting the butcher. This wolf was over 2 meters long and stood more than a meter at the shoulder, resembling a bull. Its fur glistened under the moonlight, and its eerie green eyes were strikingly menacing. Demon wolf, prompt. A demon wolf with burgeoning intelligence, perhaps it could be challenged. Humans are indeed large animals, yet when faced with carnivorous beasts of equal or greater size, an involuntary tremor of fear grips their hearts. The butcher was no exception. His legs trembled, and his grip on the cleaver quivered. Despite this, he managed to position himself protectively in front of his wife. Noticing Lin Nen's approach, the demon wolf cast a glance his way, its eyes conveying both a warning and disdain. It then slowly advanced toward the butcher. In truth, it possessed the capability to slay the butcher with a single bite. Lin Nen could discern that it was deliberately toying with him, perhaps wishing to instill a sense of dread before delivering the fatal blow. Though Lin Nen felt trepidation in the presence of such a formidable beast, he bore an amulet and had already formulated a strategy. He required only 5 more experience points to level up, and slaying 5 more young wolves would suffice. Creatures of level 2 could be challenged, certainly, those of level 3 would be even easier to defeat. Vile creature, behold my blade, Lin Nen bellowed, drawing his knife and charging toward the young wolves lounging nearby. The Wolf King was incensed, enraged by the human's cunning diversion. With a ferocious growl, the Wolf King commanded the young wolves to swarm Lin Nen, but his strikes were too swift. He effortlessly sliced through one wolf's neck, as if it were but a fleeting shadow. The fundamental strategy in hunting: eliminate the smaller threats before confronting the larger ones. Lin Nen disregarded the Wolf King's threats, evading its assault and cleaving another young wolf in 2.3 more to go. The wolf pack, in a frenzy, relentlessly attacked Lin Nen. Despite his efforts to evade, he sustained 2 bites, yet, rather than debilitating him, these injuries ignited a feral rage within him. He was now like a wounded, fearsome primate, and with a series of fierce strikes, he dispatched 5 more wolves. At this juncture, he had accumulated sufficient experience for an upgrade, exceeding the requirement by 2 points. However, it was precisely at this moment that the Wolf King seized upon an opening, leaping to tackle him, followed by the menacing maw of the beast. In a moment of desperation, Lin Nen threw a punch at the Wolf King's jaw. Fortune favored him. This strike coincided with his 10th attack, and the force of the blow left the Wolf King momentarily dazed. Lin Nen promptly utilized his experience upgrade, his wounds healed instantaneously, and a surge of tremendous power coursed through him. Summoning all his strength, he astonishingly hurled the Wolf King aside. To think that such a massive wolf could be flung by his hand. As both he and the Wolf King regained their footing, the Wolf King finally recognized Lin Nen as a formidable threat. It turned, baring its teeth and growling menacingly, a gesture that conveyed both menace and a hint of trepidation. Lin Nen, however, remained unperturbed. If he could contend with a large wolf and a pack of smaller ones at level 2, surely he could secure victory now that he had reached level 3. He began to swing his blade, striking the air, which caused the Wolf King to tense in anticipation. The Wolf King prepared to counterattack, yet Lin Nen remained motionless. 1 strike, 2 strikes. The Wolf King grew increasingly irate. This insolent youth was toying with it. However, after the ninth swing, Lin Nan finally made his move. This strike was swifter than the preceding 9. When he finally acted, it was with the ferocity of thunder. The blade flashed, and before the Wolf King could react, it was met with a devastating blow. The blade cleaved through half of the Wolf King's skull, embedding itself within its head. The Wolf King emitted a heart-wrenching howl, its body convulsing, and soon it collapsed to the ground. A demon wolf slain, experience gained 10. The remaining wolves, witnessing their leader's demise, hastily tucked their tails and fled, howling as they retreated. Lin Nan did not pursue them. To pursue a defeated foe is folly. One must not be cowardly when the moment calls for bravery, yet one must also not become arrogant in victory. The night belonged to these wild beasts. Although Lin Nan's senses had heightened significantly, he could not disregard the darkness. This reckoning could wait until daylight. Before long, the villagers had gathered, mourning the loss of several lives in this nighttime assault. Remarkably, none of the constables had perished. Chen Dakong arrived, flanked by elite guards, and soon learned of Lin Nan's slaying of the Wolf King. Excellent, excellent, young Lin truly is a prodigy. Chen Dakong, though lacking in strength, possessed keen insight. He recognized that each wolf slain by Lin Nan had fallen to a single, fatal strike. Even the massive Wolf King had been cleaved in half by Lin Nan's blade, showcasing the terror of his prowess. Such a young man deserved all praise. Lin Nan, however, was unconcerned with accolades. He simply remarked, though the wolf pack has temporarily retreated, we cannot be certain they will not return. Let us exercise caution. Indeed, old Lu concurred. You should assign a few individuals to keep watch through the night, ensuring these beasts do not find another opportunity. Chen Dakong hastily organized a new plan, though inwardly he felt a twinge of anxiety. Who could have anticipated that the wolf pack would dare to return for a nighttime raid after having been driven off once? His failure to arrange for night watch was undeniably a lapse in duty. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice this oversight. The villagers directed their ire toward the wolf pack, while the constables remained allies. A stroke of luck, indeed. This pack of wolves is too peculiar. I must ensure a more thorough arrangement for tomorrow. Chen Dakong was determined to avert any further mishaps. Meanwhile, the fleeing wolves had returned to the depths of the forest. Despite the death of their leader, the pack still had a deputy leader, who now instinctively assumed command. This deputy was also a strikingly handsome wolf. After a brief howl to rally the pack, it broke away, venturing deeper into the woods. The wolf pack returned to their lair to regroup, while the deputy leader followed the mountain path, eventually arriving at the entrance of a stone cave. It howled at the cave for a moment, and soon, a man clad in gray emerged from within. Did you say Jor is dead? How did it happen? Chapter 5. I decided to exhaust the wolves. The man in the gray robe bore a fierce and menacing expression. The deputy leader of the wolf pack lay prostrate in fear, whimpering and interspersing his cries with howls. There exists a language for both man and beast. Upon hearing the wolf's cries, the man in gray was instantly filled with rage. How could Jor possibly be slain by a mere mortal? Wailing, he exclaimed. Are you suggesting that this individual is formidable, unlike an ordinary human? Very well, it appears that someone from the supervisory office is hiding among the common folk. Let us see if he dares ascend the mountain. If he does, I shall ensure he returns not. Meanwhile, Lin Nan spent an uneasy night, plagued by dreams of countless wolves waiting for him to slay them, all lined up in a queue that seemed endless. Eventually, he awoke to find the village bustling with an influx of people. The tragedy of Shatong village stirred deep indignation among the neighboring villagers, who spontaneously organized a larger group to venture into the mountains. The number of individuals gathered in Shatong village, excluding the constables, had already exceeded 100. The newcomers simply melded into the previously formed ranks. After a hearty breakfast and provisions sufficient for several days, the entire assembly set forth into the forest. Their objective this time was to eradicate the wolf pack. Yet all carnivorous beasts would face dire consequences. As the throng ascended the mountain, even the wild dogs they encountered were met with a couple of slaps. The villagers' hunting dogs, of course, served as the finest guides, showcasing their inherent tendencies to leverage human strength. Upon catching a scent, they would rush forward, and with 100 strong backing them, any beast in the mountains would inevitably meet its demise. Herbivores fared better. They were not here to hunt, and once a shot missed, they typically ceased pursuit. However, for carnivorous creatures, the situation was grim. Should any signs of life be detected, the hunting dogs would lead their hunters on a relentless chase until their prey was slain. The terrifying upright apes traversing the mountains resembled a swarm of locusts. Wherever they passed, the wildlife could only flee. Upon entering the mountains, they were to split into 4 groups as per their original plan. Yet, recalling the unusual occurrences of the previous day, Chen Dakong changed his mind. He scrapped the division, opting instead for a unified advance of over 100 individuals. Strangely enough, while 100 might seem a modest number, it felt as though they were surrounded by people once they delved into the mountains. Regrettably for Linen, he was not positioned at the forefront, where he could engage the lesser foes. Moreover, their clamor was so great that any animal not feeble or elderly would surely flee. Engaging in guerrilla warfare with wildlife in the mountains was a straightforward waste of time. One of the elite constables, Zhang Yong, proposed to Chen Dekong, "Chief, should we not consider splitting up? The wolf pack will undoubtedly avoid us given our numbers. What is there to fear? As long as we pinpoint the location of the pack, we shall pursue them relentlessly until they tire and perish. I have heard that in ancient times, hunters would chase their prey until it was utterly exhausted. If our ancestors could achieve that, why can't we?" A silence fell over the group. "Brother, where does your confidence stem from? The ethos of this era does not blindly venerate the ancients, surely reason must prevail?" They doubted whether these men could ever succeed in exhausting the wolves. It was laughable. It would be the hunters who would tire first, not the wolves. Zhang Yong, being straightforward, articulated, "If we proceed in this manner, we shall not eradicate the wolves in 7 days, let alone a month or 2.2 months is an understatement. This vast expanse of mountains would render our pursuit endless. Wolves are not foolish, they know how to evade danger." Upon hearing this, Chen Dekong expressed his discontent with a huff. "Zhang Yong, have you suddenly become so opinionated? Should I appoint you as the captain instead? Here, I hold the authority, we shall proceed as I dictate, and the fate of the wolf pack will be determined in 7 days. Zhang Yong felt a wave of frustration wash over him, yet he was powerless. He had heard that Chen Dekong was related to the county magistrate, and challenging him would yield dire consequences upon his return. He was merely too impatient. Unlike the other wise individuals who remained silent, it was only Zhang Yong who dared to approach Chen Dekong with his concerns. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yong, Chen Dekong harbored his own apprehensions. While dividing their forces would indeed be more efficient, he feared unforeseen complications. Whether they could eliminate the wolf pack felt secondary. The priority was to return safely, regardless of the wolves' fate. Such was Chen Dekong's cunning. He prioritized survival above all. Of the group continued their exploration deeper into the mountain forest. Though the elevations were modest, barely exceeding 100 meters, the trek was still quite exhausting. Linen, however, felt invigorated, his steps steady and assured. Following the hunting dogs, they arrived at a valley where a sudden wolf howl pierced the air. Instantly, the spirits of the 100-strong group surged. After their long search without encountering the pack, the howl indicated the proximity of wolves. As the saying goes, one surge of energy leads to another, but too much can deplete it. Their anger was nearly spent, but now, having found their quarry, excitement rekindled within them. Yet, Chen Dekong sensed an unsettling aura and quietly approached Linen among the group. Only Linen provided him with a semblance of security. Having witnessed the wolf carcass the previous day, he was astounded by Linen's skill with a blade. To ensure safety, he had even lent Linen his prized sword for this very moment. "Little Lin, something feels amiss. You will take charge of the formation, do not act rashly." Linen nodded in agreement. In the presence of over 100 armed men, what wolf would dare reveal itself? Perhaps it was yet another monster. Linen felt a surge of anticipation. Having slain the demon wolf the day before had greatly emboldened him. In the heat of battle, if he were to sustain injuries, it would merely be a testament to his inexperience in life and death struggles. The difference between fighting humans and battling wild beasts was substantial. Linen lacked experience, which led to his previous encounter with the wolf. However, he could regain his health upon leveling up, rendering wounds inconsequential. Thus, he looked forward to the impending conflict. His journey from hunting in the wild to becoming the sword god of Shirley Slope was a deliberate aspiration. The howls of wolves crescendoed, resonating from all directions, leaving the seasoned hunters somewhat bewildered as to whether it was merely an echo of the mountains or if a multitude of wolves truly surrounded them. The hunting dogs trembled, sensing a formidable presence. Finally, the wolf pack revealed itself, pouring forth from the surrounding woods, so densely packed that it was impossible to count their numbers. Chen Dekong felt a chill run down his spine. Surely, this was the entire wolf population of the mountain. It is well known that wolf packs are led by a wolf king. Smaller packs have their own leaders, while larger packs have more formidable rulers. The greater the size of the pack, the mightier the wolf king is likely to be. Chen Dekong could hardly fathom the strength of the king leading such a multitude. After encircling the 100+ individuals, the wolves refrained from launching an immediate attack. After a series of howls, they parted to reveal a figure clad in gray robes stepping forward. "Is there a human among the wolves?" Linen's gaze fixated on the man in gray, and before him, 2 lines of text materialized. "Howl of the Moon description. Currently an insurmountable opponent, return to challenge later." Utterly defeated, he thought, we cannot prevail. Chapter 6. A fair duel. Sensing the unusual atmosphere at the scene, the hunter, villagers, and constables all felt a quiet unease. The wolf demon, Xiaoye, stepped forward. "Hand over the murderer who killed my son last night, and I shall spare the others, otherwise, they shall all perish." Linen thought to himself, this is bad. He's coming for me. Xiaodia showed no intention of concealing his identity, bluntly stating his demands that he had come for revenge. The gaze of the crowd inevitably turned towards Lin, and upon seeing the demon and the immense pack of wolves, fear gripped their hearts. Yet, being moral beings, they could not bring themselves to openly call for Lin An's surrender. However, none wished to be dragged down with him to face death. If only a few hundred wolves were present, they might have felt less intimidated. But they were confronted by a demon. Moreover, the number of wolves far exceeded that of the humans. Without the demon, they might still be overmatched. Damn those wolves, they've even learned to divide. Upon witnessing the emergence of the wolf demons, Lin An realized what he needed to do. He could only evade Xiaodia for now and quietly level up. Perhaps with an increase in level, Xiaodia would become a conquerable foe. Yet, without assistance, if he were besieged by so many wolves, his survival would be fleeting. At this moment, Lin An could only resort to provocation. Is it true, with so many of us, can we truly be threatened by a pack of beasts? His words ignited a sense of shame among the gathered crowd. Zhang Yang was the first to respond, drawing his sword and shouting, "Let us fight these brutes, to arms!" With a leader emerging, others had no choice but to join in. Xiaodia sneered. He was astute enough to quickly deduce that Lin An was the one who had slain his kin. However, he could not ascertain Lin An's true capabilities. The cunning nature of the wolves was evident. He immediately commanded the wolf pack to launch a ferocious assault. Lin An felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Xiaodia had not attacked immediately, otherwise, he would have had no chance whatsoever. It was unclear if these bosses operated under some mechanism, as he could have resolved the situation swiftly by acting himself, yet he preferred to send his minions to take the fall. With Xiaodia refraining from direct engagement, Lin An was even more pleased. He unsheathed his blade and met the first wave of the wolves' charge head-on. With each swing of his sword, the approaching wolves fell before him. Unlike the Lin An of yesterday, who had been wounded while under siege, today he stood at the forefront of the onslaught, slicing through the beasts as if playing a game of fruit slicing. With each kill, he earned experience points, and to progress from level 3 to 4 would require 60 points, indicating that each level increase demanded an additional 20 points. Thankfully, he could endure this. As Lin An dispatched the smaller wolves, Xiaodia observed his capabilities. His initial hesitation to strike was a ploy to gauge Lin An's strength, hoping to exhaust his stamina using the wolf pups. As he noted that Lin An only wielded his blade, Xiaodia prepared to spring into action, ready to strike. Just as he found an opening to launch a swift attack, Xiaodia suddenly discovered himself immobilized, as if his spirit had separated from his body, leaving him unable to control his own movements. At that moment, he sensed a terrifying aura weighing down upon him. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a woman in red standing atop a nearby treetop, her presence exuding an ominous energy that clearly marked her as no ordinary being. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Our demon clan and the ghost clan have kept to our own territories. Do you seek battle?" Xiaodia remained defiant, yet the shadowy figure merely scoffed. "This territory belongs to my lord, and your petty demon antics here have sealed your fate. You may well test whether the demon clan will turn against my lord for the likes of you." Xiaodia was struck with horror. White Sand County was the domain of a ghost king. How had he been oblivious to such a formidable presence in this small county? Shocked, he quickly pleaded. The small demon was unaware. "I beseech you, spare my life. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. I only require you to engage in a fair duel with him," the woman in red stated calmly. She did not directly end Xiaodia's existence but restrained him, rendering him powerless. The rest was left to Lin, and she was unafraid of Lin An discovering her presence. Her means of concealment were imperceptible to those of lower cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, Lin An felt a surge of panic. Good heavens, as if facing one wolf demon wasn't enough, now there's a ghost. Wu Xin described. The red-clad ghost before him was formidable. Perhaps he should postpone any challenges for another time. This ghost was an old acquaintance. Liu Qingning had opened a pharmacy in White Sand County, aptly named Anning Hall, derived from their names. The establishment was modest, catering specifically to women and children, and aside from Liu Qingning, there were several female doctors and apprentices. Wu Xin was an apprentice under Liu Qingning, whom Lin An had previously met and considered a sweet, sensible younger sister. Now, witnessing her true form sent chills down his spine. However, the ghost beside Liu Qingning was likely not allied with Xiaoye. Never mind, he decided to focus on leveling up. Lin An's sense of urgency intensified, compelling him to ignore the developments with Xiao Tian and immerse himself fully in the battle for experience. The scene was brutal, and Lin An fought with unrestrained fury. After slaying 50 wolves, he leveled up instantly, no longer hindered by healing effects. With his level increased, Lin An felt a significant boost in both strength and speed. Consequently, he dispatched the wolves even more swiftly, his strikes becoming increasingly precise, each blow effortlessly slicing through a wolf's neck. In that moment, he resembled a battle god. What were hundreds of wolves to him? Merely a bounty of experience, in a remarkable display of efficiency, Linen slaughtered another 80 wolves, reaching level 5. Upon attaining level 6, not a single wolf remained alive. Hundreds of wolves had been vanquished, with over 200 claimed by Linen himself, while the others had also contributed to the tally. Nonetheless, the hunters and villagers had suffered casualties, and with Xiaoye still present, they had yet to tally the total losses. The entire valley was drenched in blood, both human and wolf alike. As Linen glanced back at Xiaoye, he noted a significant shift in the latter's demeanor. Xiaoye, a perilous wolf demon, the challenge carries risks. Having leveled up thrice, the wolf demon before him was no longer an invincible foe. Meanwhile, Linen, drenched in blood, appeared as a war deity. Xiaoye, witnessing this transformation, was filled with dread. How had this individual grown so powerful? His strength, speed, and combat skills were visibly escalating. Now, with no other wolves left to slay, Xiaoye found himself Linan's target. If he were not being suppressed, he would have felt no fear. Yet, being forced to duel Linen under these circumstances, was that truly fair? As he cursed inwardly, he abruptly sensed the suppression lifting. He could regain control of his body once more. Chapter 7 of the Seal. After vanquishing a pack of young wolves, Linan's aura surged to its zenith. Xiaoyu watched helplessly as his kin were gradually exterminated, his own body frozen in place, a tempest of rage brewing within him. Now regaining control over his physical form, he charged towards Linen like a wild stallion set free. As he sprinted, the fierce wind billowed his grey robe, revealing his visage beneath. He was, astonishingly, a werewolf, maintaining a semblance of humanity, yet his hands and face were covered in fur, his mouth slightly elongated. However, his eyes and forehead retained a human-like appearance. This grotesque amalgamation rendered him even more bizarre and terrifying. Many villagers and hunters, who had dared to confront the young wolves, were struck with fright at the sight of Xiaoyu, collapsing to the ground in terror. Linen, however, advanced with purpose, meeting Xiaoyu head on. The latter, moving with remarkable speed, forced Linen to merely adjust his position before he swung his blade. Clang! The blade met claws with a resounding clash. Xiaoyu revealed a cruel grin, grasping Linan's weapon and sinking his teeth into the blade, gnawing a notch into it. To think that mere mundane weaponry could attempt to slay a demon? How laughable! Linen was taken aback. Without his weapon, he would be unable to contend with this wolf demon. In a moment of desperation, he activated his ultimate move, 30 seconds of the true man. A powerful surge of energy erupted within him, and he yanked the blade back from Xiaoyu's grasp. But this was a critical moment. If he failed to eliminate his foe, it would spell his doom. Linen, discarding all hesitations, commenced a flurry of wild strikes. His speed and attack rate increased dramatically, and despite Xiaoyu's attempts to parry, he could no longer hold on to Linan's blade, his claws beginning to show signs of fracture. Clang, 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 Linan's strikes grew ever more rapid, and on the 10th blow, an unexpected surge of power erupted forth. Xiaoyu, believing he could block as before, was utterly unprepared for the force that severed his wrist along with the claws. Could a mundane weapon achieve such a feat? Terrified, Xiaoyu dared not face Linan's next strike. He transformed into his wolf form and fled. Linen, momentarily stunned, realized he could not match the speed of the wolf demon. In a frantic bid, he hurled his blade with all his strength, its tip piercing into Xiaoyu's tail. Can this truly hit? The surrounding officers were astonished, yet from Linan's perspective, he clearly saw Wu Xan suddenly appear, subduing Xiaoyu and draining a substantial portion of his life force. Victory in battle, 60 experience points. After this encounter, he was not far from leveling up. However, as 30 seconds elapsed, Linen felt his body weaken and collapsed to the ground. His consciousness remained alert, yet he felt an overwhelming emptiness, akin to a day without sustenance, compounded by an arduous mental strain. It felt as though he were on the brink of death, yet still clinging to life. Chen Dakang and others hurriedly gathered around him, some checking whether the wolf demon was indeed dead, as a swift execution would be prudent if it still breathed. Their fear in the presence of the demon wolf was a natural reaction, yet, with the wolf slain, they possessed the courage to ensure its complete annihilation. They could not afford to wait for the demon to recover and retaliate. "Are you all right?" Chen Dakang inquired with concern, his own apprehension palpable, having encountered a true monster. Fortunately, he had Linen, a fierce warrior, under his command, validating his years of mentorship. "I'm fine, just need to rest a moment," Linen replied. "Good, two of you, attend to Linen. The rest, gather the supplies and prepare to descend the mountain. This place is no longer safe." Xiaoyu's fur appeared quite valuable. Chen Dakang ordered the hunters to skin it on sight, planning to have it tanned later. This would certainly belong to him. The remains of the other wolves were to be handled by the hunters and villagers. As a reward for their perilous venture, they could not leave without compensating those who had suffered losses, including the deceased and injured, as they would need to provide financial reparations later. In Baisha County, distant from the emperor's reach, the magistrate was somewhat greedy but dared not skimp on such matters. The rightful compensation would be delivered, albeit limited in scope, insufficient to replace a family's laborer. The group hastily made their descent, With Linen being carried throughout, the atmosphere was lively and swift as they navigated down the mountain, contrasting with their quiet ascent for the hunt. Now, having completed their task and encountered the strange phenomena of the demon, the hunters, villagers, and officers chattered excitedly, eager to share their extraordinary tale. Chen Dakong remained by Lin An's side, expressing concern, having learned through trials who truly bore strength. His confidence lay in his keen judgment. From the very beginning, he had not erred. Lin An was no ordinary individual. He must hold tightly to this invaluable asset. However, while others reveled in their excitement, Lin An longed only for rest. Yet, fearing the crisis was not yet resolved, he forced himself to remain vigilant. Though weak, he knew that should he muster his spirit, he would surpass the capabilities of an ordinary person. As they neared the edge of the forest, a sudden mist enveloped the path ahead, obscuring their descent. From within the fog, a middle-aged man clad in an apricot-yellow robe slowly emerged, blocking their way. The ominous aura he exuded was unmistakable, and his mysterious entrance instilled a primal fear in their hearts. "Who are you, and why do you obstruct our path?" Chen Dakong hid behind, while Zhang Yang brandished his weapon defiantly. Lin An couldn't help but admire Zhang Yang's bravery. "I am of the Supervisory Office, a title you need not concern yourselves with. I have come to seal your lips." Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed among the group. To seal their lips, did this mean silencing them permanently? It was no wonder that tales of demons were scarce in the outside world. Those who knew had all perished, yet this seemed utterly absurd. The method of concealing the existence of demons was to eliminate all witnesses. Unease rippled through the crowd as the man continued, "Upon your return, none shall utter a single word to another regarding this matter. Otherwise, those aware of the information shall meet their demise. Do you understand?" "Wait, is this truly how you intend to seal our lips?" Lin An thought he would unleash a massacre or perform some arcane ritual to erase memories, yet it turned out to be nothing more than a verbal threat. "Understood, my lord, we promise not to speak a word." Chen Dakong was the first to react, quickly assenting, and the others hastily echoed his agreement. The man was clearly formidable. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. Descend now, this opportunity is singular, so cherish it. With that, the figure stepped back into the mist, which soon dissipated, as if he had never been there. The gathered individuals exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. "Take heed of the sage's words, do not act as though you have not heard them. Upon your return, guard your tongues. Do not gamble with your lives and those of your families for a few careless words." At Chen Dakong's admonition, they all nodded in agreement, their feelings a tumultuous blend of anxiety and uncertainty. Not everyone could restrain their tongues. The man's casual words had instilled a sense of recklessness in many, yet, hearing Chen Dakong's serious tone made them reconsider. In that moment, the idea of tempting fate became alluring. Lin An hastily warned, "Boss, that man is incredibly powerful, he is not jesting." From Lin An's perspective, he had caught sight of the man's name, Li Hui, the first human he had encountered whom he felt could not be defeated. Chapter 8. This is a den of spirits. Upon hearing Lin An's words, Chen Dakong reiterated the message to the villagers once more. The constables under his command were sensible enough to keep their mouths shut, but the villagers were an entirely different matter. With so many people gathered, one could never be certain if among the 100 or so individuals there might lurk a fool. Chen Dakong could only emphasize repeatedly, striving to instill a sense of reverence in the villagers. As the head constable of Baisha County, he possessed a broader understanding of the situation than most. The authorities, determined to maintain an appearance of peace, had resolutely decided on a course of action. It is said that when a nation is on the brink of collapse, monsters emerge. Conversely, if there are indeed monsters causing havoc, does that not imply the impending downfall of the nation? Does it not suggest that the sovereign is inept? Such matters are certainly unacceptable to those in power, and thus, the subordinates are compelled to cover up the truth. Chen Dakong had connections and was privy to some information, but he dared not speak recklessly. Moreover, he was acutely aware that discussing the inner workings of this situation was far beyond his station. It was only once, during a conversation with the county magistrate's wife, that he had inadvertently overheard the magistrate mention this affair. Oh, how terrifying it was! This was one of the reasons he had grown increasingly fearful for his life. He could not provoke the demons, nor could he defy the court. Fortunately, Baisha County was relatively peaceful and had not witnessed any major disturbances. Chen Dakong, tirelessly ensuring that all villagers vowed to keep their lips sealed, finally felt a sense of relief. He did not dare linger in the village any longer. Upon descending the mountain, he departed with nothing but the wolf pelt of Xiaoya, leaving everything else behind. This pelt, he intended to present to the county magistrate, for the matter of the demons was certainly within the magistrate's right to know, while the higher-ups merely wished to placate the ignorant populace. Chen Dakong hoped to curry favor with the magistrate, aspiring to become a trusted confidant, and if fortune smiled upon him, to forge connections with extraordinary individuals, thereby securing his own safety. After descending the mountain, Lin An's condition had similarly improved. It appeared that the fatigue buff would not linger for long, perhaps lasting about an hour. After this hour had passed, he felt rejuvenated, as though he had been resurrected. The abruptness of this transformation led him to momentarily ponder whether he had inadvertently crossed into a game world. Now loading the player template, best not to indulge in such fanciful thoughts. As he returned to the county town with the group, dusk was beginning to settle. What was initially planned to be resolved in 7 days had concluded on the very first day, emphasizing a swift resolution. Noticing that his path coincided with Anning Hall, Linen decided to part ways with the group. His courage had indeed grown. Upon discovering that Lu Qingning's apprentice was also a spirit, he could not resist the urge to learn about the nature of the other individuals at Anning Hall. Upon arriving at Anning Hall, he found Lu Qingning still occupied with her work. In these times, it was uncommon for the impoverished to seek treatment from a pharmacy, yet Anning Hall offered free consultations and affordable medicine, thus attracting many visitors. Before learning of Lu Qingning's true identity as the Spirit King, Linen had always regarded her as a benevolent and beautiful physician. Now, however, with the revelation of her true nature, he couldn't shake the feeling that her operation of this pharmacy might harbor ulterior motives. "Is your brother-in-law here? Is he looking for Sister Ning?" Upon entering the pharmacy, a young lady approached him. She was Wu Xian, vibrant and youthful. However, having witnessed her draining blood from Xiaoya's neck, Linen found it difficult to meet her sweet smile without trepidation, fearing that in the next moment, she might transform into a ghastly specter. Yet, recalling her assistance in resolving Xiaoya's predicament, his fear diminished somewhat. He nodded and replied, "I've finished my official business and thought to escort her home." "Your brother-in-law is truly kind to Sister Ning." Wu Xian flashed a sweet smile, her canine teeth adding to her charm. "I'll go fetch my sister. There are female clients inside, and it would be inconvenient for you to enter." With that, Wu Xian disappeared into the inner chambers, leaving Linen to await her in the pharmacy's main hall. The attendant was a demure young woman, though marred by freckles that lessened her beauty. After a short while, a plainly dressed woman emerged, seemingly the patient from earlier. Yang Yanzi, a common specter, challengeable with a low level of danger. Linen mused to himself, what sort of den of spirits is this? Even the patients are specters, surely the entire establishment is filled with them? Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, he maintained a smile on his face. Following Yang Yanzi's departure, Lu Qingning stepped out as well. Upon seeing Linen, she greeted him with a gentle smile and hurried over. "Darling, you've come." "Yes, let us return home. Wait, I need to grab a few herbs." Lu Qingning paused to rummage through the medicine cabinet, hastily gathering a variety of herbs. Although Linen did not recognize most of them, he was familiar with the bright red goji berries. "Oh no, my yang energy will be significantly depleted tonight." However, it was only after stepping outside that Linen truly comprehended the worth of the Spirit King. Slaying a demon wolf granted him a mere 10 experience points, while being defeated by Lu Qingning would yield the same amount. This suggested that he could simply lay at home and level up, though he feared his body might not withstand it. After Lu Qingning had packaged the herbs, she accompanied Linen back home. Her gaze remained fixed on him, softly inquiring if his outing had posed any dangers, her large eyes brimming with tenderness. Gazing into her eyes, Linen found himself questioning whether her affections were genuine or merely a facade. Indeed, beautiful women possess the ability to deceive. Despite living 2 lives and having his yang energy siphoned multiple times, he remained uncertain whether Lu Qingning was truly sincere. All he could do was sigh softly. Perhaps it was best to focus on leveling up and taking care of his wife. After all, it would take time before he could be drained completely. Linen had never imagined he would become such a romantic. He refrained from mentioning his encounter with the demon wolf, casually stating that he had encountered a pack of wolves, which he swiftly dealt with, sustaining no injuries or peril. Lu Qingning merely smiled, seemingly oblivious to the ragged state of his sleeve and the bloodstains upon it. As they strolled leisurely, an opulent carriage passed by, the gentle breeze lifting the curtain just in time for the occupant to catch sight of Lu Qingning. Zhang Han was taken aback with delight. He had not anticipated encountering such a pure and beautiful woman in such a remote locale. His heart raced with fervor. "Wang Kai, go and inquire about the origins of that woman from earlier. I want her in my bed tonight, not tomorrow." Zhang Han was exhilarated. He had a penchant for innocent, virtuous women, and if they possessed a noble lineage, all the better. He relished the thought of corrupting their purity. "Young master," before leaving, the master had given instructions. "Wang Kai, I've heard that your sister-in-law is quite pleasing to the eye," Zhang Han coldly remarked, causing Wang Kai to fall silent in fear. This young master had previously stirred trouble in the capital, incurring the wrath of many, which led to his being sent to Baisha County to lay low. Little did he know that upon his arrival, he would become infatuated with another man's young wife. Chapter 9 is indeed accurate. Where do you reside? Wang Kai felt a deep sense of anguish within, yet he dared not voice it. He could only take solace in the fact that his wife was not particularly attractive. Once a martial artist of some renown, he had sought refuge in the governor's household merely to make a living and support his younger brother. Though he had been given a name laden with insult, he endured it, for the governor's pay was substantial. However, Zhang Han's proclivities were exceedingly depraved. Wealthy and powerful, he took particular pleasure in oppressing respectable families. It was said that he even targeted the wives of certain county magistrates. Additionally, some officials, eager to curry favor with the governor, sent their own women to his bed. Wang Kai refrained from passing judgment on these officials, as they were merely engaging in a transaction of interests. The plight of those women was indeed pitiable. One could only say they had chosen the wrong men. Yet, this young Master Zhang had no interest in such gifts. He found them lacking in excitement and preferred to pursue women of respectable lineage, particularly those whose looks were not exceptional. Following Zhang Han, Wang Kai was compelled to partake in many nefarious deeds, which filled him with dread. Despite his considerable martial skills, he feared that a lifetime of wrongdoing would culminate in a grim fate. But Zhang Han held his life in his grasp. With no alternative, he could only inflict suffering upon others. Alighting from the carriage, Wang Kai watched as the driver continued towards the county office. Upon arriving in the county, despite being in hiding, the governor's son was still to be treated with utmost hospitality by the magistrate. Wang Kai did not act rashly. He waited until Lin Nin and Lu Qingning had departed before inquiring nearby about their whereabouts. Should they be mere commoners, it would be their misfortune. If they held any status, he would have to handle the matter with care. This county was quite small, and many were familiar with Lin Nin and Lu Qingning. In no time, Wang Kai had acquired the information he sought, and he felt it was quite troublesome. Lu Qingning had an excellent reputation as a renowned female physician in the county, beautiful, kind-hearted, and skilled in her craft. Lin Nin, a constable, held little status, but he was still not to be trifled with. Wang Kai was unafraid of county magistrates or wealthy merchants wielding modest power and riches, but he feared the likes of Lin Nin, who belonged to the lower echelons of society. Those with power and wealth, when wronged, would often weigh their interests and likely choose to endure, pretending as if nothing had occurred. However, those of lower status had but one life. If angered, they would fight back fiercely. Lin Nin, being a constable, a profession often passed down through generations, was essentially a local strongman, who could say whether he had any brothers sworn to protect him? The thought was maddening, yet, despite his turmoil, Wang Kai had no choice but to take the risk. Zhang Han had yet to lay claim to any woman he desired. To defy him would surely result in a harrowing end. Difficult as it was, it had to be done. Lin Nin likely possessed some martial prowess, but his wife appeared delicate. If he found an opportunity to abduct her discreetly and manage the aftermath well, they should be safe from repercussions. Time was of the essence, and this was the only plan he could conceive. He stealthily trailed the pair, observing as Lin Nin and Lu Qingning returned home. "What is it, my husband?" Lu Qingning sensed something amiss in Lin Nin's demeanor. After closing the door, Lin Nin remarked, "It seems we are being followed." Though Lin Nin appeared to be an ordinary person post his elevation in rank, he had experienced a steady enhancement in all aspects. His strength had increased, his speed quickened, his vision extended, his sense of smell sharpened, and his hearing became adept at discerning subtle sounds. While Wang Kai was no slouch in martial arts, he paled in comparison to Lin Nin, who had transcended the realm of mere mortals. Perhaps it is merely a passerby. After all, we have nothing of value that others would covet, Lu Qingning replied, skepticism evident on her face. Lin Nin, adopting a serious tone, countered, "How can that be? You are the most precious thing in this world, an invaluable treasure." Instantly, Lu Qingning's cheeks flushed, and she playfully struck Lin Nin, chiding, "You silver-tongued flatterer, always knowing how to say the right words to please me. Shall you not taste the sweetness of my words?" he teased back. "Alas, I must prepare supper first. Let us dine before we continue this banter." Flushed with shyness, Lu Qingning hurried into the kitchen. However, once inside, her demeanor shifted from coy to icy determination. Reaching into her bosom, she retrieved a small vial, uncapping it to release a vengeful specter. "Seek out Wu Xin. The time for your revenge has come." The ghost nodded and drifted away, now free to roam during the twilight hour, a time when the realms of the living and the dead intertwine. Lin Nin mused, at times, feigning ignorance can be quite helpless. As Lu Qingning donned her guise, he could only play along. Nevertheless, the stalker had to be dealt with. Lin Nin was uncertain why Lu Qingning felt the need to act, but regardless of her status as a ghostly sovereign, she remained his beloved wife, and he could not turn a blind eye. Changing into a different outfit and covering his face, Lin Nin armed himself with a club and ventured outside. He concealed himself in the shadows of a tree in his yard, the dim light rendering him nearly undetectable. Before long, he spotted Wang Kai creeping furtively towards the entrance. Wang Kai cautiously peered through the gate, failing to see Lin Nin but hearing movement within the kitchen, only one person stirring. The likelihood was high that this was the woman the young master sought. Regardless of Lin N's whereabouts, Wang Kai intended to sneak in and abduct her. Opening the gate with utmost care and making no sound, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. The hairs on his neck stood on end, yet he had no time to react. A single blow rendered him dazed. Lin, having tempered his strength, did not strike fatally but carried Wang Kai to the riverbank. Familiar with the county and its hidden paths, Lin knew precisely where to conduct illicit activities. Once at the river, he swiftly broke Wang Kai's limbs before splashing him with water to revive him. Although the eye of truth indicated that the man named Wang Kai was weak, Lin dared not become complacent. What if he faced an unexpected turn of events? The very fact that Wang Kai was lurking suggested he was no good man. Breaking his limbs was undoubtedly justified. After all, Wang Kai had invaded private property, and his fate could easily be sealed. Awakening to the cold water, Wang Kai shivered, the early autumn chill biting into him. Upon seeing Lin, his heart sank. Wang Kai attempted to resist, only to find himself utterly powerless. This man was undeniably ruthless. Considering the accounts he had heard of Lin being mild-mannered and honest, Wang Kai could only curse his luck. Was this brutal demeanor that of an innocent lad? I ask, you answer, fail to respond, and you shall feed the fish. Spare me, noble sir, I will confess all. Wang Kai knelt quickly, lacking any reason to stand firm. What is your purpose in coming to my home? The governor's son has taken a liking to your wife and commanded me to abduct her. I had no choice. He threatened the lives of my brother and sister -law. My sister-in-law is newly with child, and I have a 3-year-old son. Wang Kai exaggerated his plight, hoping to elicit sympathy from Lin. Lin merely replied with an indifferent "oh," before inquiring further, where do you reside? What is your brother's name? How many are there in your family? Wang Kai was taken aback. Why do you ask such questions, noble sir? Feeling a twinge of panic, he responded, surely, it is to verify the truth of your words, to ascertain if you truly have a brother and children. Is that not correct? Wang Kai felt a flicker of guilt but ultimately divulged his address and family details. He had never heard the saying, to hear of a matter in the morning is to die by evening. Over the years, Lin had seldom made enemies, yet he understood that one ought either to avoid offending others or to eliminate them entirely. Wang Kai was doomed. Should he return, vengeance could follow. If he died, would his brother seek retribution? With this in mind, it became necessary to consider his brother as well. After Wang Kai's confession, Lin found no further inquiries necessary. Now, you shall confess your own misdeeds. How many lives have you taken at the behest of that young master? You seem quite skilled and bold. This cannot be your first offense. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Kai's brow as he hastily replied, this is my 3rd time, I swear. I do not wish to harm anyone, but I have no other choice. His earnestness and deceit was palpable, yet Lin remained unconvinced. Clearly, the count was far greater than 3. Well then, I harbor no such qualms. Unlike you, I have yet to take a life. Consider this a practice run. My apologies, but I shall endeavor to reunite you with your family. Chapter 10 Master Huihong's Experience 10 As Lin watched Wang Kai sink beneath the surface of the water, a complex sigh escaped his lips. Taking a life, it seemed, was not as daunting as he had imagined prior to this. His role as a constable had largely involved apprehending petty thieves. For over a decade in this remote county, significant events had been scarce. Even in the rare instance of a serious crime, the execution of justice had never fallen to him. This was Lin's inaugural experience of murder. Perhaps he had already slain wolves and demons before, for his heart bore little turbulence. Moreover, the elusive wolf demons yielded a mere 10 experience points, the same as Wang Kai. Had it not been for Lin's moral compass, he would have been uncertain whether this cursed system was meant for vanquishing evil or transforming him into a monster. After briefly tending to the scene, Lin returned home. Once he had changed into fresh attire, he found that Lu Qingning had prepared a meal, inviting him to join her. Their mealtime was devoid of formality, filled instead with light-hearted conversation and a natural ease of following their repast. The pair strolled hand in hand for a while before returning home to wash up and engage in their final evening rituals. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the county magistrate's residence, Zheng Han seethed with frustration, having awaited Wang Kai's return in vain. Yet, the thought of the magistrate's wife's voluptuous figure ignited a flicker of desire within him. His reputation had already been tarnished, and the magistrate had allowed his wife to entertain guests. Zheng Han understood the implications behind this. Though he held no affection for such transactions, he found the prospect of a mere appetizer quite appealing. Go and inform them that this young master wishes to rest. Let the magistrate be sensible, he instructed a servant before settling in to await the arrival of the beauty. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Enter. A pair of delicate hands pushed open the door, and a peculiar gust of wind swept through the room, causing the candle flames to flicker and gradually emit an eerie green glow. Zhang Han quickly sensed that something was amiss. As the son of the governor, he was well versed in the ways of the world and had committed numerous misdeeds, naturally instilling a fear of ghostly visitations within him. Thus, he had equipped himself with various protective talismans. Observing the strange transformations within the room, he was momentarily startled but remained composed. "What audacity for a little ghost to disturb me here," he scoffed, producing a string of prayer beads gifted by a revered monk. This treasure not only offered him protection, but when tainted by malevolent energy, the monk would sense it and descend to safeguard him. "Zhang Han, do you remember me?" The area surrounding Zhang Han was enveloped in a protective light, while within the room, a fearsome female ghost confronted him with fury. Yet she dared not approach the sacred light, fearful of being scorched. Zhang Han regarded her thoughtfully before finally exclaiming, "Ah, now I recall, you must be that stubborn Wang Xiaoni. I have always admired your tenacity. I must admit, I typically do not take lives carelessly." His sharp and frivolous remarks only fueled Wang Xiaoni's wrath, and in a reckless surge, she lunged toward the protective light, only to be repelled effortlessly, suffering burns that dimmed her spectral form. "Ah, you have been dead for so long, yet you remain so defiant. However, I am willing to grant you a chance. After all, I have yet to experience the pleasures of a female ghost. Why not indulge me, and in return, I shall arrange a ritual to help you move on." Bolstered by the protection of the sacred light, Zhang Han felt emboldened, even tempted to sample the ghostly delights. Wang Xiaoni was overcome with sorrow. In life, she had been powerless against Zhang Han, helplessly watching her husband perish at his hands, with no one to turn to for aid or justice. Even in death, she found herself without an avenue for vengeance. Just as she thought she had finally escaped his grasp, she was thwarted by his talisman. The flames of rage in her eyes intensified. As she prepared for another desperate assault, a crimson figure materialized in the room. It was Wu Xian, now manifesting in her ghostly form. A red-clad vengeful spirit. Zhang Han gasped, having some knowledge of spectral classifications. Spirits ranged from ordinary wraiths to vengeful spirits, fierce phantoms, and ultimately, the most formidable of all, red-clad vengeful spirits. When Wang Xiaoni appeared, the prayer beads had merely emitted light to repel her. Now, confronted with a red-clad spirit, Zhang Han dared not underestimate the situation and urgently called out, "Master Huihong, come to my aid." From the beads, a spectral image of a benevolent old monk emerged. His cultivation was evidently profound, as he possessed the ability to traverse the boundaries of the material world. "Amitabha, both of you are deeply rooted in malevolence. It would be wise to turn back now." "Turn back?" Wu Xian scoffed. "It is you, bald thieves, who are the most hypocritical. Are you not aware of the countless evils that scoundrel has committed? Why do you not counsel him to do good and accumulate virtue, yet instead implore us to relinquish our grievances?" "Amitabha." Master Huihong responded with a chant, then opened his eyes with a fierce glare. "It appears you are both stubbornly obstinate. I shall be compelled to forcibly guide you toward enlightenment." "Bold words, thief, let us see what you are capable of." Wu Xian unleashed a torrent of blood-red spectral energy, colliding with Master Huihong's golden light. In this clash, neither party gained the upper hand. However, the dissipating ghostly energy surged toward Zhang Han, causing his protective talismans to dim and lose their efficacy. Zhang Han felt an ominous sensation and cried out for the master to save him. Wu Xian let out a cold laugh, unleashing a tidal wave of ghostly energy that encircled the prayer beads now possessed by Master Huihong. "The rest is up to you," she declared. Wang Xiaoni's heart soared with joy as she turned her gaze to Zhang Han, her eyes ablaze with vengeful malice. It was then that Zhang Han began to tremble with fear, retreating hastily as he pleaded with Wang Xiaoni, "Do not approach. I will burn paper money for you, conduct rituals, and apologized. I know I was wrong. Please grant me another chance." Alas, begging was futile against a ghost. Wang Xiaoni smiled wickedly. "Fear not, I shall not kill you immediately. You will experience tenfold, 100-fold of the torment I endured." Zhang Han felt an icy dread envelop him, rendering him immobile as he helplessly watched the grotesque female ghost descend upon him. She began to gnaw at his toes, inching her way upward. The following morning, Lin and lazily stretched before finally rising from his bed. Upon awakening, he discovered Lu Qingning had already left, leaving behind a note and a pot of chicken soup. The note indicated that she had gone to Anning Hall for her medical practice, while the soup simmered on the stove. A familiar recipe, the medicinal herbs outweighed the chicken. Such an affront would surely be avenged 100-fold. One day, he would ensure that Lu Qingning would be the one unable to rise from her bed. Lin silently vowed. Just as he was about to savor the chicken soup, he heard Wang Wu's voice echoing from outside the courtyard. "Little Lin, a great calamity has befallen us." Chapter 11. Is it that they wish for me to be the scapegoat? Lin hastily swallowed the goji berries from the pot, determined not to let anyone see him, a young man who had only recently wed, indulging in such an extravagant quantity of them. Wiping his mouth, he stepped out of the kitchen, a sense of resignation washing over him as he inquired, "What has transpired now?" "Yesterday, the governor's son was murdered in the county. The governor will undoubtedly seek answers, and we are all bound to face misfortune." Wang Wu exclaimed, clearly in a state of panic. Lin Nen shook his head, retorting, "What does this have to do with us? If anyone is to face the consequences, it will be the county magistrate, along with the county lieutenant, the county clerk, and the local thugs. No matter how the blame is apportioned, it certainly does not fall upon us. Surely, it is unreasonable to expect that when a noble's son dies, everyone beneath him must also pay the price?" Lin Nen was utterly unconcerned. Even the emperor himself would not wield such power. Why should he be alarmed? Upon hearing this, Wang Wu appeared to grasp the logic momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "If the county magistrate is in trouble, does that not mean we are in an even worse predicament? Just now, he ordered us to solve the case within a day. How can we possibly achieve that?" It dawned on Wang Wu what his actual mission was, prompting him to say, "Let us not linger in idle conversation. We must rush to the scene. Whoever has yet to arrive is surely in for a stroke of bad luck." Wang Wu's reasoning made sense, and Lin Nen, not wishing to act out of character, decided to accompany him. He was still in a stage of development and could afford to bide his time. Once he became invincible, there would be ample opportunity to venture forth. Wang Wu led Lin Nen directly to the magistrate's residence, bypassing the constabulary altogether. The magistrate of Baisha County, named Feng Zhao, enjoyed a position akin to a local emperor, exhibiting a demeanor that was both imposing and spirited. Yet now, his face was as pale as parchment, and the entire residence was shrouded in an air of oppression. Feng Zhao understood that his political career was likely over. He had initially hoped that with Zhang Han's arrival, he might forge connections and elevate his status further. Even a lateral transfer would be preferable, landing him in a post with greater rewards. Moreover, he had heard whispers that the governor above him had connections, and within a couple of years, his rank could very well ascend. At that point, he would truly be a powerful regional official, commanding respect. However, who could have anticipated that such dreadful news would arrive so suddenly? The governor's son had been murdered in his own backyard, leaving him unable to articulate a defense. The stakes had escalated beyond mere career ambitions. If he failed to address this matter properly, his very life could be at risk. He now placed his hopes on Chen Dakong and others. If they could uncover the murderer, perhaps he could redeem himself and salvage his life. Immediately following the incident, he sealed off the county office, forbidding entry or exit, and swiftly appointed Chen Dakong to oversee the investigation. Gathering personnel upon arriving at the scene, Lin Nen too felt the palpable sense of dread in the air. Wang Wu instinctively lightened his footsteps, while Chen Dakong, spotting Lin Nen, quickly beckoned, "Little Lin, come with me." Lin Nen noted with some amusement that a man of 40 felt compelled to refer to him, an 18-year-old, as brother. Understanding the general situation, Lin Nen feigned a serious demeanor as he followed Chen Dakong to the crime scene. The door to Zhang Han's residence stood wide open, with a body sprawled just outside, a dismal sight suggesting that the unfortunate soul had stumbled upon the scene, only to be pursued and slain. Inside, the death scene of Zhang Han remained untouched, as no one dared to enter, fearing the destruction of evidence or the potential for leaving behind incriminating traces. As for Zhang Han's corpse, there was little left to examine. He lay face down, his eyes bulging as if in terror, and he wore no clothing. His flesh appeared to have been gnawed away, leaving only remnants and bite marks. Though his internal organs remained intact, blood pooled around him. Before witnessing this scene, Lin Nen had believed himself to possess a strong constitution, having experienced considerable turmoil. Yet, upon encountering this horror, he was momentarily stunned. He had never encountered anything like this before. Chen Dakong, ever quick to react, grabbed a wooden bucket to catch Lin Nen's inevitable reaction. Chen Dakong, possessing a fortitude of spirit, cast a glance at the goji berries in the bucket, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he simply patted Lin Nen on the shoulder, conveying a silent understanding. Now was not the time for discussion. The brutality of the murderer was evident. In the end, the most troubling aspect is that no one heard anything here yesterday, Chen Dakong murmured, alluding to the complexity of the situation. Lin Nen, already aware of the unfolding drama, recalled how his wife had conspired with a female ghost without any pretense of secrecy. How could he not be informed? However, he resolved to play the fool. Zhang Han was no virtuous individual. If his wife had disposed of him, it could only ease his burdens. Yet, the gruesome scene suggested that the ghost had been quite ruthless. "Boss, do you imply that there is some malevolent force at play?" He was drugged. Both men articulated their conclusions simultaneously, exchanging incredulous glances. Could drugging lead to such a fate? Lin Nen remarked incredulously, having feigned ignorance until this point, only for Chen Dakong to adopt the guise of the uninformed. Chen Dakong, lowering his voice, expressed his resignation. "This must be the work of a malevolent entity. but we cannot disclose this to others. The magistrate is seeking assistance from skilled individuals, yet we must present an explanation to the outside world. This implied they needed to find a scapegoat. Chen Dakong nodded, confiding, "This is a matter I share only with you. I need you to devise a plan." "Finding a scapegoat will not be an easy task, will it?" Linen inquired, crossing his arms with a bemused expression. Indeed, the perpetrator must possess exceptional skills to carry out such a murder and escape undetected. He would need to have a comprehensive understanding of the magistrate's residence layout and leave behind some relevant clue, preferably a weapon associated with him. Moreover, he must have a motive. Upon hearing Chen Dakong's reasoning, Linen felt a sense of disquiet. Glancing around, he realized that aside from the guards at the scene, Chen Dakong had brought only him close to the investigation. "May I ask, are you truly considering making me the scapegoat?" Linen replied, a hint of defiance in his tone. Chen Dakong hastily waved his hands. "There is no way I would allow that. The magistrate has heard of your formidable skills and wishes for you to apprehend a notorious thief, fabricating a tale of enmity between him and Zhang Han. Your quick wit is our only hope." However, after reassuring Linen, Chen Dakong unexpectedly recognized that Linen might indeed serve as a fitting scapegoat. Chapter 12 Averse to Women. Then I shall no longer pay my respects to this master. Linen possesses strength and, quite possibly, motivation. Zhang Han is the epitome of a devoted wife, and Linen happens to have a beautiful and gentle spouse. It seems a perfect match. However, as Chen Dakong recalled the blade that had been driven into the wolf's skull, he became considerably more composed. He feared that should he dare to suggest Linen take the fall, Linen might retaliate by turning him into the sacrificial lamb. This exemplifies the deterrent power of martial prowess. Therefore, your invitation to me, ostensibly to hunt down the murderer, is in reality a summons to apprehend a notorious thief. Linen quickly grasped the underlying implication and understood the absurdity of the county office's actions. Anyone who witnessed the scene would undoubtedly recognize that this was not the doing of a mere mortal, yet in a bid to obscure the truth, they felt compelled to find a scapegoat to maintain the facade of peace. Linen mused that the dynasty would inevitably meet its demise. However, this bore little significance for him. If the nation falls, so be it. He harbored no fondness for this regime. Had it not been so corrupt, with his abilities as a time traveler, he would have thrived long ago, rather than having to furtively cultivate his skills for over a decade. Yet, on the other hand, had he not been confined to this small town, he might never have encountered Lu Qingning and could have met an untimely end at any moment. In a world rife with demons and monsters, he had previously been merely an ordinary man, and the risks of venturing outside were too great. Remaining within the small county ensured his safe maturation until the arrival of his golden opportunity. The whims of fate are unpredictable, but it is inconceivable for him to express gratitude towards the dynasty. Thus, he resolved to fulfill his duties diligently and maintain his current identity for the time being. Capturing a notorious bandit clearly does not fall within his responsibilities. In a place like Baisha County, apprehending a couple of petty thieves would suffice. Linen politely declined, saying, "Chief, you are well aware that capturing a notorious thief is no simple feat. I have only just wed and would prefer not to be separated from my wife again. Rest assured, the office will not ask you to exert yourself in vain. Should you take action, the county magistrate has promised that upon success, you shall be appointed as the county lieutenant. In this locale, only the county magistrate is a court official. Both the county lieutenant and the county assistant are appointed by the magistrate, making him the unquestioned leader, with no one to contest his authority. However, given that Feng Zhao can barely secure his own safety, how could he possibly offer such promises? Yet, if he dares to make such a proposition, Linen is equally daring enough to accept it. Once the title is secured, it must be granted to him. Moreover, for Linen, bandits also serve as a source of experience. Very well, I shall agree. However, the county magistrate should be aware of where the bandits are active nearby. I will not venture too far. There may be demons and monsters lurking outside, and Linen is not inclined to travel great distances. He prefers to clear out nearby mountain bandits to level up, which is the safest approach. Upon hearing Linen's agreement, Chen Dakong was elated, exclaiming, "You are indeed correct, there has been some commotion in Funyao Mountain recently. It is said that the infamous bloodcloth thief has been visiting there, and their audacity has increased significantly of late." Linen was no stranger to the name Funyao Mountain. When his parents returned to their hometown, they passed through it. He could not be certain if it was them, but they certainly raised suspicions. I shall expedite my efforts. Linen glanced at the body sprawled outside the door. Evidently, the manner of death of this young man differed from that of Zhang Han. The murderer may not even be the same individual. Linen discerned this but chose not to voice it. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, especially since Zhang Han was no saint. The circumstances surrounding the deaths of those close to him were of little consequence. He did not wish to linger any longer, lest trouble befall him. After exchanging a few words with Chen Dakong, he intended to take his leave. Just then, another figure entered the backyard, and serendipitously, it was a familiar face, the Taoist priest Li Hui whom he had encountered in the mountains yesterday. It seemed he had been nearby and sensed something amiss, prompting him to come and investigate. Upon seeing Lin Yin and Chen Dekong, he merely nodded before proceeding into the room, casting a glance at Zhang Han before asserting, "There is the aura of vengeful spirits, it was the work of a ghostly entity." After surveying the deceased young man, he casually remarked, "This one was killed by a human." Lin Yin noted that as Li Hui reached this conclusion, Chen Dekong's breathing quickened noticeably. He had always been adept at concealing his emotions. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss. In times past, Lin Yin would not have detected the subtle shifts. However, his heightened senses now allowed him to perceive the underlying tension in his breathing and heartbeat, revealing that there was more to the story. "Chief, do not fret. The celestial master has arrived, and the malevolent spirits will soon be dealt with." Chen Dekong, still dazed, nodded in agreement, forcing himself to regain composure, fearful of revealing his true feelings. Yet Li Hui turned his attention to Lin Yin, stating, "You possess commendable vitality, your blood is vigorous, and your spirit is robust. How about taking me as your master?" Lin Yin had been yearning for an opportunity to engage with practitioners of this world, and unexpectedly, just as he contemplated resting, the opportunity presented itself. The suddenness of the offer caught him off guard, yet he quickly acquiesced, saying, "Master, I bow to you." Of course, Lin Yin merely performed a respectful nod. Kneeling was out of the question. He merely sought a guide to enter the realm of cultivation. He was akin to a novice seeking guidance. Once he understood the situation, he could establish his own path. He did not possess strong sectarian biases. Once he gained strength, he would not be overly concerned with others' opinions. Li Hui, taken aback by Lin Yin's prompt acceptance, hastily added, "Do not be in such a rush to address me. My disciples are bound by many rules. First and foremost, we are averse to women." "Stop there, Taoist priest, you need not elaborate further. The other rules may be negotiable, but an aversion to women is simply unacceptable. If that is the case, I shall seek another mentor. I refuse to believe that every practitioner shuns women." Li Hui responded, "Wait, have you changed your mind so quickly?" Li Hui was momentarily speechless. To forego the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation simply for the allure of women, he silently rejoiced that he had not formally accepted Lin Yin as a disciple. Otherwise, it would have surely driven him to despair. At such a young age, being unable to see through the facade of desire, despite possessing good potential, would likely limit his future achievements. Women would only impede the pace of his cultivation. Moreover, Lin Yin displayed a clear lack of respect for his master, calling him master one moment and Taoist priest the next. If he were to formally accept him, it would surely lead to frustration. "Very well, it seems I shall not take on this disciple after all. Although we may lack the fated bond of teacher and student, I still wish to impart a piece of advice. Embark on your cultivation journey sooner rather than later. Temper your exuberant vitality. It is too potent and may attract the covetous eyes of demons and monsters. To them, you appear far too alluring." Chapter 13. A terrifying presence. Li Hui appeared somewhat indifferent and slightly menacing, yet he could still be considered a good person, filled with enthusiasm. Lin Yin had already encountered supernatural beings, so there was no need to hide the truth from him. It was best to clearly communicate the potential dangers associated with his robust physique. Otherwise, he might fall prey to the lurking entities outside. One day earlier, Lin Yin had refused to become his disciple purely for the sake of beauty, revealing a youthful naivety. One could easily lure him away with a charming female spirit. "Sigh, never mind, I have warned him, let fate take its course." After finishing his statement, Li Hui ceased further conversation with Lin Yin. He retrieved a compass and began to traverse the scene with peculiar steps. Lin Yin had initially intended to leave, but his curiosity was piqued by the sight of a genuine practitioner performing rituals. Since Li Hui did not urge him to depart, he remained, observing with intrigue. The needle of the compass quivered incessantly, its trembling frequency growing increasingly alarming, as if formidable spirits still lingered in the vicinity. In broad daylight, it evoked an unsettling aura. Li Hui's expression grew increasingly grave. Initially, he had maintained a stern demeanor, but now his brows knitted together tightly. The intensity of the lingering ghostly energy suggested the possible presence of a vengeful spirit clad in red. How could such a fearsome entity be found in this small locale? Li Hui murmured to himself, his anxiety escalating, while Lin Yin listened intently to his murmurs. He was not surprised. He had already recognized Wu Xian's formidable prowess when she subdued Xiaoyu, and there were even greater powers beyond her. Though they were all insurmountable foes, there existed a hierarchy among them. Realizing the potential presence of a red-clad vengeful spirit, Li Hui's composure shattered. Who could have provoked such a malevolent entity? If a red-clad spirit roamed free, how could there have only been one casualty? Li Hui was astounded. It was crucial to understand that the strength of spirits correlates directly with the depth of their resentment, and typically, they only evolve to the level of vengeful souls. A red-clad spirit represented the apex of malevolent entities. Reaching such a state necessitated not only profound hatred but also extensive bloodshed. Each red-clad spirit is a terrifying existence, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Yet, it appeared that only 2 lives had been lost here, and one of them clearly was not a victim of ghostly violence. Could it be that a red-clad spirit retained its sanity? The mere thought sent a chill down Li Hui's spine. A sentient red-clad spirit was far more terrifying than a mindless one. Vengeful spirits are easier to deal with precisely because they lack intellect. However, if a spirit possessed normal reasoning, overcoming them would be exceedingly difficult. There was another possibility: the spirit might be under someone's control, aiming to keep matters discreet, hence only one person was killed. This scenario was even more alarming, for it would mean facing not just a red-clad spirit but also the master manipulator behind it. The more Li Hui contemplated, the more his fear escalated, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. This place was no longer safe. It was best to leave. As he turned to depart, he cast a glance at Linen and, after a moment's consideration, grasped his arm. "Come with me. Staying here will only make you fodder for the spirits. It will be even harder to deal with the vengeful entities later. Do not resist. If you accompany me, you will survive." Linen replied, "Is one red-clad spirit enough to frighten you so? What would you say if I told you that I have a ghost king at home?" Beside the ghost king were several red-clad spirits, all masquerading as ordinary medical practitioners or patients. Their strengths varied, but there was indeed more than one red-clad spirit. Previously, Linen had been unaware of the hierarchy of spirits, only knowing that he could not contend with them. Now, witnessing an expert's fear, he began to comprehend the true value of his wife. It seemed a daunting task to surpass her. "I cannot accompany you, I have my wife to care for. Even if danger lurks here, I must face it with her. You should leave on your own, I will take care." Linen believed that remaining by his wife's side was far safer than following Li Hui. Li Hui did not expect Linen to refuse his offer for such a reason. However, practitioners of the Tao often embraced fate, and he did not press the matter further. "Take care of yourself," he said hurriedly. He seemed intent on returning to fetch reinforcements. As he stepped out the door, he encountered a robust monk with a fierce countenance striding towards him. "Master Ji Kong?" "Ahmet Ba." Upon seeing Li Hui, Ji Kong performed a gesture of respect. Despite the mutual disdain between the Buddhist and Taoist sects, they were both on the righteous path and maintained a facade of cordiality. Both Ji Kong and Li Hui were formidable figures within their respective sects, and they were naturally acquainted. However, Ji Kong's cultivation surpassed Li Hui's, and as a disciple of Master Hui Hong, his combat prowess was nearly on par with that of his master. Of course, this only referred to combat ability. In terms of Buddhist teachings, Ji Kong still had much to learn, yet, due to his formidable fighting skills, he was often referred to as master. It was unavoidable. Other monks typically exuded benevolence, while this one radiated an unmistakable fierceness. There were rumors that he was a naturally born arhat, having descended to face trials. Thus, despite being of the same generation, Li Hui still addressed him as master. Ji Kong, in turn, did not display arrogance in front of Li Hui. Li Hui could not help but inquire, "What brings you here, master? This area does not seem to fall under your jurisdiction." In their pursuit of imperial favor, both the Taoists and Buddhists were required to assist the court in certain tasks. The main members of the supervision department were drawn from both sects, each with their designated territories. This region was Li Hui's responsibility. While other practitioners were not forbidden from entering, they typically refrained from involving themselves unless invited. Ji Kong did not conceal his purpose. "This matter is rather lengthy. My master was honored by the Zheng family, who presented him with a string of prayer beads. Last night, the beads exhibited unusual activity, prompting my master to invoke divine protection. However, he was overwhelmed by the malevolent forces he encountered, and unexpectedly, a red-clad spirit intervened, detaining him while another spirit brutally murdered the Zheng family heir. I have come for 2 reasons. To release the souls of the deceased and to vanquish the malevolent spirits." As he spoke, a golden light flickered in Ji Kong's eyes, clearly revealing his fervent determination. Li Hui was taken aback, realizing that there were indeed witnesses present, witnesses of the esteemed Master Hui Hong's caliber. While divine intervention might not allow the full exertion of power, a spirit bold enough to kill in front of Hui Hong's essence was more terrifying than he had anticipated. However, since Ji Kong had arrived, he must have some degree of confidence. With that in mind, Li Hui decided to temporarily refrain from intervening. "This situation is quite peculiar. I intend to summon additional reinforcements." "Master, please do not rush into action. Fear not, I have my methods." Ji Kong exuded confidence. After exchanging pleasantries, he prepared to enter and assess the situation, but then his gaze fell upon Linen, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 14 The terrifying apothecary. "Good sir," remarked the monk, "I perceive that your physique is robust and your essence vibrant. you are indeed a fine candidate for cultivation. Do you currently have a master? Jikong eagerly addressed Linen. If you lack a mentor, might I invite you to join my fold? Linen replied, were I to assume a different identity, I might consider it. However, I must decline. I have no intention of becoming a monk, as I cannot adhere to the strictures of monastic discipline. Upon hearing this, Jikong grew visibly anxious. Such potential squandered through neglect of self-cultivation would be a lamentable waste of your innate gifts. Fear not, there must surely exist a path of practice that does not require renunciation of desire. Jikong continued, is this truly your only concern at Amitabha? It appears this individual is deeply ensnared by worldly attachments. Nevertheless, he is not beyond redemption. If he comprehends that beauty is but a fleeting illusion, he may yet embrace the teachings of the Buddha. However, now is not the time to address Linen's predicament, as the matter of the malevolent spirits requires my attention. With a sigh, Jikong declared, you are fated to cross paths with the Buddha again, good sir. Linen thought to himself, this is troubling. I have caught the monk's eye. I hope he is not akin to a Fei Hai. Coincidentally, he mused, he too had formidable adversaries at home. Not wishing to linger and risk hearing the monk chant scriptures, Linen promptly made his way to the government office to collect the materials prepared by Chin Di Kangs. The bandits of Funyul Mountain had been exceedingly audacious in recent years, earning notoriety across the region. Despite several government-led campaigns to eradicate them, none had succeeded in completely vanquishing the outlaws. It seemed that either the bandits were particularly formidable, or the officials were taking advantage of the chaos. If it were the former, Linen resolved to exercise caution. Though he possessed extraordinary martial prowess, he had yet to cultivate an invincible physique. Should he find himself ensnared, he could easily fall victim to a multitude of blades. To venture into the mountains to confront the bandits, he needed to prepare meticulously. It would be a source of great shame to perish at the hands of mere mortals after narrowly escaping the clutches of demons. There was no need for haste, time would reveal the resolution. After all, it was not he who was pressed for urgency. He would take a few days to observe the situation before proceeding. Meanwhile, Jikong, having thoroughly inspected the scene of the incident, arrived at the same conclusion as Li Hui. Without a doubt, Zhang Han had fallen victim to a demonic assault, whilst the servant was innocent. He had little inclination to delve deeper into the complexities of the matter, and after absorbing the sinister atmosphere lingering in the air, he followed the trace of the ghostly essence. An apparition clad in red was within his capabilities to confront. However, the objective of his pursuit extended beyond the specter. He sought the malevolent force that lay behind it. Aware of the perils awaiting him, Jikong recalled the caution. In any case, he aimed to ascertain the identities of the two vengeful spirits and uncover the true nature of the situation, seeking to restore tranquility and grant peace to the departed. Jikong settled into a meditative posture, reciting the Amitabha Sutra. This scripture was among the few he could recite with proficiency. After all, as a monk, he ought to possess some means to guide lost souls. However, after a lengthy recitation, he felt no discernible change. Sighing softly, he reflected on the situation. His master had already outlined the circumstances upon his arrival, and he understood the background thoroughly. This was a case of spiritual retribution. One could only blame Zhang Han for neglecting virtuous deeds in life, resulting in such a fate. Indeed, a case of poetic justice. Nevertheless, Master Hui Hong had taken on the task of protecting Zhang Han, and with the unfortunate incident having transpired, the master could not simply dismiss it. A thorough investigation was imperative. Furthermore, as the vengeful spirits wreaked havoc, it was their duty as esteemed monks to intervene and suppress the malevolence. In today's world, the occurrence of demonic disturbances was on the rise, yet, overall, the Buddhist and Taoist sects managed to maintain order. Demons could only act in secrecy. In this instance, despite Master Hui Hong's divine intervention, the adversaries remained unrelenting, even cruelly slaying Zhang Han before the master's very eyes. Such blatant affront to his authority had incited Master Hui Hong's wrath, prompting him to dispatch his most capable disciple, Jikong, to resolve the matter. With the departed soul of Zhang Han now beyond this world, the only course of action was to swiftly subdue the vengeful spirits to quell this cycle of karmic retribution. Jikong uttered a prayer and began to trace the lingering ghostly essence. By day, this essence was faint, yet to Jikong, it was strikingly vivid. Shortly, he arrived at Ning Hall. As he approached, he felt a tremor in his spirit, sensing an ominous presence ahead. Yet upon closer inspection, he discerned only a thick veil of worldly distractions. To witness the suffering of humanity, one need only seek out the places of healing. Jikong observed that the visitors to this apothecary were predominantly women and children, clad in simple garments, scantily dressed for the autumn chill, their clothing patched and worn. A glance revealed a stark reminder of poverty. However, those who entered the apothecary were able to procure remedies for their ailments at an exceedingly low cost. It appeared to be a place of boundless benevolence, yet why did it harbor malevolent spirits? Curiosity piqued, Ji Kong decided to activate his celestial vision to investigate further. As he prepared to invoke his powers, his heart raced suddenly. In the Taoist tradition, such a sensation signified a warning from one's own spirit. In the Buddhist context, it indicated a protective deity signaling danger. The essence of both teachings converged, and at that moment, Ji Kong felt an ominous portent looming overhead. To activate his celestial vision would surely invite calamity. He hesitated, acutely aware of the grave nature of life and death, yet, despite his name suggesting wisdom and his demeanor resembling that of a brute, Ji Kong possessed a keen intellect and astute reasoning. Having followed the trail of the malevolent spirits, the palpable sense of danger indicated that he had not erred in his pursuit. This apothecary was likely the lair of the nefarious spirits. However, he perhaps underestimated the formidable presence that lay behind them. His own inadequacies rendered him uneasy, yet, Ji Kong's audacity was not to be underestimated. In broad daylight, beneath the vast sky, he reasoned that if he merely sought to lift the veil of secrecy with a cursory investigation, he would likely remain unharmed. With this thought in mind, Ji Kong approached the entrance, but before he could step inside, he was intercepted by a woman guarding the door. This was Wu Xian. "Esteemed monk," she stated, "this is a women's apothecary. Only children under 6 and women may enter." With that, she tossed 2 coins into Ji Kong's demon capturing bowl. The insult was slight, yet it stung deeply as Ji Kong quickly recognized the aura emanating from Wu Xian. She was indeed the malevolent spirit he had been pursuing. A chill ran down his spine. In broad daylight, this wicked entity conversed with him openly, seemingly unfazed by the sun's rays. The spirit's strength surpassed his expectations, and now drenched in sweat, Ji Kong noticed other women within the apothecary, all gazing at him with serene expressions. Yes, serene. It was precisely their calmness that rendered them all the more terrifying. Chapter 15. You have quite a few schemes. Ji Kong is a monk. To an ordinary person, he might evoke curiosity, respect, or even disdain. In any case, the act of observing him naturally stirs emotions. However, the people here exhibit none of these feelings. They give him the impression that they recognize his identity but are utterly indifferent to it. Ji Kong trusts his instincts. He is eager to open his celestial eye to validate his suspicions, yet the frantic beating of his heart restrains him from such a perilous endeavor. Ji Kong, possessing a fiery temper, instinctively desires to flee, while his personal will urges him to confront Wu Xian here. As he grapples with his instincts, Wu Xian takes the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Is the master unwell? Although we cannot allow you into the inner hall, we can still provide consultation and dispense medicine. If the master does not mind, I would be willing to treat you." "I am quite healthy," Ji Kong retorted. "No, you are not," Wu Xian replied with a smile. "You suffer from a deficiency of heart." Ji Kong's expression darkened immediately. He had often been told he lacked insight, but hearing such words from a ghost was particularly irksome. "What leads you to that conclusion?" "The symptoms of a deficient heart are evident. An inability to empathize, ignorance of worldly suffering, and a failure to discern right from wrong, that is the essence of a deficient heart." Ji Kong realized at once that this female ghost had no intention of feigning politeness. She was laying her cards on the table. If it were a battle of magic, being overt in the city would indeed be unwise, but he was unafraid of a war of words. "Amitba, such slander is unacceptable to this humble monk." "Slander? You have come here to seek vengeance for that wicked youth, have you not?" Ji Kong nodded and replied, "Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, the 6 realms have their order, and the living abide by their rules, while the spirits have their own destinations. Ghosts wandering in the mortal realm are committing a grave sin, and to fabricate further bloodshed is to compound that sin." "Ah, what a clever turn of phrase, bald monk. Do you understand why spirits linger in the mortal realm? It is merely due to unresolved obsessions. Human hearts are difficult to dispel, and even in death, they cannot find peace. This world offers no justice, may one not seek to reclaim it for oneself? You and your ilk pride yourselves on righteousness, yet you are merely aiding the wicked, devoid of compassion," Wu Xian said, her eyes reddening, clearly struggling to maintain her semblance of humanity. Ji Kong remained unperturbed, reciting a Buddhist incantation. "A justice in this world will eventually be reckoned, the heavens are clear, and retribution is inevitable. Those who commit evil will be punished in the underworld. To shatter their souls in vengeance is merely to perpetuate violence. What distinguishes you from a brute? Ah, you cunning bald donkey, you truly enjoy arguing." "I am done," Wu Xian insisted, her ghostly aura intensifying, threatening to betray her disguise. At that moment, a light, ethereal voice floated in from the apothecary, interrupting her. "Monk, our apothecary has diagnosed you with a deficiency of heart. Your heart has yet to awaken. We shall assist you." As the words fell, Ji Kong felt himself rendered immobile, a chilling presence wrapping around him, instilling profound fear. Soon after, he sensed a hand grasping his heart. Pop! It felt as though a finger had pierced a hole in his heart. Moments later, another jab followed as Jikong experienced excruciating pain in his heart, yet remained unable to move. After 7 punctures, the cold presence dissipated. Well then, your 7 apertures have been opened. I hope you can truly appreciate it. You may leave now. Is this how you open apertures? Jikong protested inwardly. He did not acknowledge any ailment, yet this wretched apothecary had forcibly treated him. He cursed silently but was overwhelmed by fear. His heart, riddled with wounds, could not heal. This place was indeed no sanctuary. The restraints on his power had vanished, prompting him to flee in haste. As he ran, blood spilled from his mouth. He attempted to heal himself, but the residual chill in his heart thwarted any healing. Jikong quickly understood that he might be on the brink of death. With 7 holes punctured in his heart, survival seemed a slim chance, yet, he was determined to relay the information from this place. With this fixation in mind, Jikong sprinted onward. Perhaps by coincidence, he collided with Linen, who had just exited the constabulary. Linen was preparing to return home to apply makeup before heading to a slaughterhouse for work. Hunting monsters for experience was his priority, especially those that yielded significant rewards. He had little opportunity to encounter monsters in the county. To his astonishment, he found Jikong in such a disheveled state. What happened to you? Linen thought, alarmed. Indeed, there was a notable disparity among the powerful. Had the monk found his wife, the prospect of a delivered head intrigued Linen, yet he hesitated. He was not particularly merciful, but neither was he cruel. There was no reason to harm someone with whom he had no grievance. Master, what has transpired? Jikong, too, was surprised to see Linen at such a moment. Perhaps this was fate. Upon meeting Linen, he felt an undeniable connection. In this life and death situation, encountering Linen again must surely be the Buddha's guidance. Listen to me, in the county town. Wait, Linen interrupted swiftly. I do not wish to know these matters. I fear danger. Jikong responded, what is with this lack of courage? This is vital information that may concern the safety of the entire county. And what does that have to do with me? I do not wish to become embroiled in troublesome affairs. You possess this talent, therefore, you bear this mission and must shoulder this responsibility. Bah, spare me the moral high ground. I was considering helping you, but now you're on your own. Linen, although unwilling to kill, resolved to abandon Jikong. And Ning Tang, Jikong managed to utter, but Linen swiftly covered his mouth. However, the name had escaped. Linen comprehended Jikong's intentions. This was an attempt to forcibly entangle him in this fate. Failing to manipulate him through moral coercion, Jikong sought to drag him into the fray. Linen felt a surge of anger. If not for his special connection to a Ning Tang, Jikong's actions would surely bring him trouble. You, monk, possess quite the cleverness. Jikong mused on how others had remarked on his lack of insight. Now, even the spirits of a Ning Tang echoed that sentiment and had subsequently pierced him 7 times, yet, Linen now claimed he was overly clever. Very well, you are all quite coordinated, Jikong thought, sensing his impending demise. Despite involving Linen, he managed a relieved smile. Please, deliver a message to Guangwei Temple for me. They shall impart to you the true teachings of the Buddha. Jikong believed he had successfully ensnared Linen, sensing the latter's desire for cultivation. However, Linen guided him to a secluded corner before ominously revealing, I must also share a secret, and Ning Tang is my establishment. Chapter 16, The Ghost King Sect Experience. 300. Linen gazed at the fallen Jikong, his hands raised in resignation. Had Jikong not dragged him into this predicament, he would not have laid a hand on him. Yet, there was no alternative. Jikong insisted on delivering a lesson upon taking action. Linen was astonished to discover the substantial reward he received. He deduced a pattern where the acquisition of experience is contingent upon the strength of the target. The more formidable the opponent, the greater the experience gained. A formidable adversary capable of bestowing 300 experience points was undoubtedly beyond Lin An's current capabilities, making this kill a mere gift. With this newfound experience, coupled with his prior accumulation, Linen found himself poised to ascend 2 levels. However, he resolved to postpone his promotion, choosing instead to amass his experience for a decisive moment, akin to a skill that restores one's health and mana fully, which would prove invaluable in combat. Having briefly tidied the scene, Linen resumed his journey home as though nothing extraordinary had transpired. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away at Guangwei Temple, a wave of panic ensued. The sudden tolling of bells reverberated through the temple, sounding without anyone to strike them, signifying the passing of a sage. Abbot Huihong instantly recognized the identity of the deceased, his foremost disciple, Jikong. The expression of Master Huihong grew notably somber. He was well aware of Jikong's prowess. Even in the face of the red-clad vengeful spirit, he possessed the means to contend, and even if he could not prevail, he would certainly evade capture. Clearly, the situation was far direr than anticipated. Perhaps this was beyond his individual capacity to resolve. The Guangwei Temple could not manage this alone, and it was imperative to reach out to the Taoist sect for assistance. The Buddhist and Taoist powers of Baishan Prefecture were represented by Guangwei Temple and Feiyan Temple, respectively. The two sects formed a balance between the Buddhist and Taoist traditions. In the absence of external threats, they would vie for supremacy. However, when confronted with a formidable adversary, they were compelled to unite. Master Huihong decisively summoned a young novice monk, instructing him, "Go to Feiyan Temple and deliver a letter to the esteemed Qingsong." "No need to send it. I have already arrived," came a robust voice from outside. Without altering his composure, Huihong rose to greet his guest. Two Taoists emerged at the entrance, one, an elderly man with white hair and a frail physique, exuding an ethereal aura. The other, a middle-aged man who, when compared to his elder companion, appeared youthful. These two were none other than Qingsong and Li Hui. Unlike the headstrong Jikong, Li Hui, sensing impending danger, had promptly returned to Feiyan Temple to inform his sect of the anomalies and threats he had perceived. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Li Hui's account, Qingsong immediately insisted on accompanying him to Guangwei Temple. We found this perplexing. Surely, his master's strength would suffice against the red-clad vengeful spirit? Even if there were others lurking in the shadows, his master was more than capable of handling the situation, and Feiyan Temple was not solely reliant on him. They could summon reinforcements if needed. Yet, Qingsong had made his decision, and Li Hui could only acquiesce. Together, they journeyed to Guangwei Temple, where Qingsong wasted no time in addressing the abbot directly. "Old monk, have you heard of the Ghost King sect?" Upon hearing this, Master Huihong nodded calmly. "Indeed, I have heard of it. This malevolent cult wreaked havoc in its day, even daring to slay nobility at the very foot of the capital in their arrogance. 3 years ago, various righteous cultivators banded together to severely wound the Ghost King, leading to the disintegration of the sect." "Are you suggesting that the events in Baisha County are a resurgence of the Ghost King sect?" "Rather than a resurgence, it may be more accurate to say that remnants remain," Qingsong replied gravely. 3 years ago, the Ghost King fled after sustaining grave injuries, yet her 4 formidable spirits have since gone missing. If they have been biding their time to gather strength, 3 years could well be sufficient. Master Huihong understood. Qingsong suspected a connection between the occurrences in Baisha County and the Ghost King sect. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he conceded that they bore the hallmarks of the sect's modus operandi. The Ghost King sect's doctrine was predicated on utilizing spirits to aid other spirits, enacting vengeance on behalf of wronged souls, employing violence to counter violence, and repaying blood with blood. A successfully avenged spirit would consequently gain considerable power, thus integrating into the Ghost King sect. This model had allowed the sect to expand rapidly, creating a significant impact. Crucially, these malevolent spirits primarily targeted mortals, thereby infringing upon the taboos of the cultivation community. Following the Ghost King's downfall, sects nationwide faced severe crackdowns, with many vengeful souls either forcibly exorcised or scattered into oblivion. "If it is indeed the Ghost King sect, our combined efforts may not suffice for victory," Huihong mused. "However, the Ghost King is no more, which diminishes the threat considerably. Even if we confront the 4 formidable spirits simultaneously, our strength should allow us to retreat unscathed. Besides, our fortunes cannot be so dire as to assume they would all gather at once." Qingsong exuded confidence. Although the Ghost King had not perished on the spot, her injuries were severe enough that her survival was improbable. The residual Buddhist and Taoist energies within her would ultimately lead to her demise. Thus, Qingsong believed the Ghost King was assuredly dead. The 4 formidable spirits, bound to obey the Ghost King, would unlikely collaborate without her dominance. Upon hearing Qingsong's analysis, Huihong found merit in his reasoning. Joining forces with Qingsong, Baisha County was not beyond their reach. With Jikong's demise in Baisha County, and Zhang Han's demise as well, there was no avoiding a visit, otherwise, morale would wane, complicating future endeavors. "Since you have extended a sincere invitation, this old monk shall accompany you on this journey." Qingsong inwardly scoffed. He was not blind to the reality of the situation. He knew Guangwei Temple would inevitably involve itself in the affairs of Baisha County. His only concern was the Ghost King sect's potential resurgence, which could lead to further bloodshed. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from the old monk. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to the partnership. He simply needed a stabilizing force in Baisha County. At Anning Hall, tranquility reigned. After bidding farewell to the last patient, Wu Xian eagerly reported the situation to Lu Qingning. "Sister, after that monk fled, he encountered brother-in-law." Lu Qingning's serene demeanor shifted slightly before she regained her composure. "And then?" "He sought to recruit brother-in-law into the Buddhist fold, urging him to deliver a message to Guangwei Temple, but brother-in-law refused. He then forcibly uttered the name Anning Hall, only to be slain by brother-in-law." Wu Xian's voice dwindled with each word, as she sensed the gravity of the situation. Had she known earlier, she would not have merely observed from a distance. Her prior intuition that Lin An could perceive her had deterred her from appearing before him in her ghostly form. She had not anticipated the monk's audacity. Even after Lin An's rejection, he had attempted to coerce him into compliance. Yet, what astonished her further was that Lin An had directly killed Zhikong. Liu Qingning remained silent for a moment before finally exhaling a long sigh. Perhaps he truly did know something all along. Chapter 17. The Demon King is infatuated. Liu Qingning's anxious heart finally found peace. Over the years, her greatest fear had been the exposure of her true identity, leaving her uncertain of how to face Lin An. As the Demon King, she had once lived without restraint, indulging in her desires. However, 3 years ago, she had been ambushed and gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. By a twist of fate, she encountered Liu Qingning, who was herself on the verge of death. Thus, the soul of a dying woman and that of a dying demon merged, and she assumed the identity of Liu Qingning, living in this world under her guise. While her life was spared, she became constrained by the limitations of a mortal body, trapped in the mountains and facing significant dangers. It was then that she met Lin An, who rescued her and tenderly cared for her for a time. Rarely treated with such kindness, the heart of the Demon King began to stir, leading her to frequently seek Lin An's company under the guise of gratitude. The closer she drew to him, the more her affection grew, and in her infatuation, she forgot her identity as the Demon King, surrendering to the sweetness of their romance. Yet love brought not only sweetness but also fear. She often worried about her identity being revealed and Lin An's subsequent disdain. She understood that distancing herself was the right course of action, yet she struggled to sever the bond she felt. It was only at this juncture that she recognized her entrapment. Eventually, her former subordinates found her, prompting her to establish the Yanning Hall, regain her strength, and develop discreetly while secretly protecting Lin An. Fortunately, the disturbances from malevolent spirits near Baisha County were indeed rare, rendering the area relatively peaceful. In just 3 short years, her fighting spirit as the Demon King had nearly dissipated. If given the choice, she would gladly continue to live such a serene existence. However, during her dreams at night, she often encountered 2 potential outcomes. One dream depicted Lin An discovering her true nature as a demon, leading him to coldly abandon her, a thought that pierced her heart with anguish. The other scenario involved Lin An uncovering her identity yet feigning ignorance, claiming he was unbothered by her demonic nature. It was no surprise she dreamed of these scenarios, given that she had found Lin An's secret sketches, filled with tales of human-demon and human-fox romances. Occasionally, he would share these stories with her, deceitfully asserting they were inspired by his sketches. Noticing his intent to conceal, Liu Qingning chose not to confront him. At times, she even pondered whether Lin An was subtly hinting at her identity, which became fodder for her dreams. However, she dared not lay bare her truths to him until today. Her anxious heart could finally settle. She had not anticipated encountering Lin An after the monk's departure. She had employed a veil of illusion upon the monk, ensuring that no one should have seen him on their journey. She had deliberately allowed Zhikong to leave, intending to distance him to prevent the exposure of Yanning Hall's location. Yet, unexpectedly, her illusion was entirely ineffective against Lin An, and even more astonishingly, he took direct action. This could only mean that Lin An was indeed aware of her identity. With this realization, Liu Qingning felt a tumult of anxiety and sweetness within her. It was natural to feel fear, for she had concealed her true self, leading to an inherent sense of guilt. Yet the sweetness lay in the fact that Lin An knew she was a demon and still wished to marry her, even willing to act oblivious in her presence. The other demons observed Liu Qingning's fluctuating expressions of sorrow and joy, concerned for her mental state. "Sister, what shall we do next? Perhaps we should hide elsewhere to avoid disrupting your peaceful life." Indeed, the arrival of one monk will inevitably attract more. The assembly of vengeful spirits voiced their suggestions. When it came to serious matters, Liu Qingning promptly suppressed her romantic inclinations and stated, "The recent incident with Zhang Han has indeed stirred quite a commotion. However, he deserves death. If we do not eliminate him, the existence of our Demon King sect would be rendered meaningless." The spirits nodded in agreement. Those gathered for the meeting were the core members of the Demon King sect, which had expanded from the original 4 formidable spirits to the current 8. Over the past 3 years, the sect had grown stronger, having learned from past experiences to operate more discreetly. Yet injustices in the world were ever present, with numerous vengeful spirits joining the ranks of the Demon King sect, whose mission remained steadfast. When the living cannot provide justice, the dead shall reclaim it. Though the current Demon King sect was not yet capable of challenging the world, it had become a formidable force. Zhang Han had long been a target of the sect, as he was one of the few notorious scoundrels capable of repulsing even the most hardened spirits. With the protection of Master Hui Hong and his status as a son of the government, he was not to be trifled with. However, now that he had left the state, failing to eliminate him would mean the dissolution of the Demon King sect. To shy away from confronting the powerful would render the sect a mere shadow of its former self. Zhang Han's protection by Master Hui Hong was anticipated, yet they had still taken action, and more ruthlessly than before. The Demon King sect could not remain hidden forever. A timely resurgence could serve as a deterrent, reminding the world that retribution exists, and alleviating some of its suffering. Who would have thought that such righteous words would come from the Demon King, deemed the head of the evil path, yet Lu Qingning spoke from the heart, moving the spirits profoundly. Each one felt a surge of fervor. If we are to re-emerge, why not do it grandly? Master Hui Hong is no virtuous being, let us eliminate him, proposed a strikingly beautiful woman. She was one of the original 4 formidable spirits, known as Yin Yan, who had once gone by the moniker Yin Yan. Her face had been marred by flames, but Lu Qingning, inspired by Lin An's illustrations, had restored her beauty and given her a new name. Of course, she was forbidden from appearing before Lin An, which meant some spirits here had never been seen by him. The breathtakingly lovely Yan Yan was one such spirit. Each spirit bore their own tale. For instance, Wu Xan, known as Wu Xan, had suffered a gruesome death when her heart was extracted. There was also Shui Sha, who had been falsely accused and drowned in a pig cage. Lu Qingning had renamed her Shui Xiener, and she now served as a popular physician at Anning Hall. The world would not recognize that the once fearsome 4 formidable spirits had transformed into gentle women, their identities reshaped from the moment they adopted new names. Naturally, while their appearances had changed, the obsessions deep within remained unaltered. The suggestion from Yan Yan ignited enthusiasm among the spirits, recalling Zhikong's forceful entanglement of Lin An. Lu Qingning felt a surge of irritation. If they were to act decisively, they would do so with grandeur. Guanhui Temple, a den of vice, with its corrupt leadership, must be uprooted entirely. Go, sister. At Guanhui Temple, Master Hui Hong was engrossed in organizing the details of his upcoming journey, completely oblivious to the calamity that loomed on the horizon. Chapter 18. The Prefect's personal visit. In the tranquil confines of Anning Hall, Lu Qingning effortlessly orchestrated a grand event of the 100 Ghosts Night Parade, summoning the 4 formidable spirits to seize the opportunity of Master Hui Hong's absence to plunder. Having immersed herself in the guise of a mortal for 3 years, Lu Qingning had also mastered the art of warfare. This stratagem was aptly named luring the snake from its hole, drawing the tiger away from its mountain, creating diversions. Yet today, there lingered an uncharacteristic unease within her. As she neared her abode, an inexplicable dread began to take root. She started to fear the impending confrontation with Lin, and a sense of trepidation washed over her at the thought of how to introduce herself upon her return. Would she present herself as the ruthless Ghost King or as a righteous heroine? If Lin An inquired about the whereabouts of the original Lu Qingning, how would she respond? With her heart fluttering anxiously, her pace towards home grew increasingly sluggish. Yet, the distance remained fixed. No matter how she dawdled, she ultimately arrived at her house. Lin An was busy practicing archery in the courtyard, having achieved a level 1 proficiency on the target board today. Thus far, he had not acquired any skill points, leaving his potential enhancements at the first tier. While he sought to elevate his overall attributes, the finesse of his skills could only be honed through diligent practice. Among various weapons, Lin An believed that the bow and arrow suited him best, given his strength and keen eyesight, which were ideal for archery. Ranged attacks also allowed for a greater chance of triggering the effects of his variation attacks, a skill inherently designed for archers. The only drawback was that he had to retrieve the arrows himself, which proved somewhat cumbersome. Otherwise, all was well. As Lu Qingning returned, she witnessed Lin An striking the bullseye with precision. It seemed he had grown even stronger. As his closest companion, she felt his transformation more acutely, bewildered by how much he had changed in just a few days, as if he had become a stranger. This transformation appeared to have commenced only after their marriage. You're back? Lin An put away his bow and arrow, moving to open the courtyard gate for her, naturally taking her hand in his. In that moment, all of Lu Qingning's anxieties vanished without a trace. Regardless of whether Lin An had discerned anything amiss, his willingness to hold her hand was sufficient to assuage her fears. A sudden impulse surged within her to reveal everything, to disclose her true identity and past, but before she could utter a word, Lin An cautioned her. The county town may be a bit chaotic these days. Do not return alone, wait for me to fetch you. Well, it's not a long distance, surely nothing will happen? After all, she was the Ghost King, what was there to fear? Better safe than sorry. A young master from the prefecture has encountered trouble at the county office, and it's quite a significant mess. I'm staying home today to avoid getting entangled in any disputes. Oh. In Lu Qingning's eyes, this was hardly a concern. Just the son of a prefect. After all, once she had killed a prince. That prince, favored by the emperor, appeared obedient on the surface but indulged in debauchery behind closed doors. His unique status, bolstered by the dragon's aura, had rendered vengeful spirits powerless to exact their revenge. Even the 4 formidable spirits taught by the Ghost King were helpless. Ultimately, she had to intervene personally, countering his dragon aura with her own ghostly essence to vanquish him, and she did so with ruthless efficiency. The only drawback was that his distinguished status prevented the vengeful spirits from acting directly and naturally. This grand undertaking had drawn the ire of powerful cultivators from across the Great Zhou, seeking to confront her. Moreover, her own strength had been diminished from clashing with the dragon Zora. Had it not been for her extraordinary luck, she would have long since perished. Such a formidable feat was not something one could boast about. The royal family dared not acknowledge that their offspring had fallen victim to a vengeful ghost, instead attributing the death to a sudden illness. It was widely accepted that those who committed no wrongdoing need not fear ghostly retribution. For a prince to be slain by a ghost, one could only imagine the magnitude of his sins. The Ghost King's teachings also refrained from spreading the tale, fearing further retaliation from the royal family. Engaging with the formidable was a perilous endeavor. Should they feel cornered, they could unleash a multitude of allies. In contrast, dealing with the mere son of a prefect posed no challenge for Lu Qingning. Of course, with Lin Yin expressing concern for her, she decided to obediently comply. "Then I shall wait for you to come and escort me home every day." "Indeed." Seeing her comply so sweetly, Lin Yin couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. "Such a good girl." Lu Qingning thought to herself, "Is he treating me like a little pet?" Yet, she found the sentiment rather pleasant. With a playful glare at Lin Yin, she declared, "I shall prepare dinner for you." "No need, I've already made arrangements. I had some free time at home today, so I prepared everything in advance to spare you the toil." "You're so considerate, my husband." The two enjoyed a delightful dinner together, and with the evening's rhythm set, a significant battle loomed ahead. Lin Yin found this arrangement quite agreeable. Although Lu Qingning was a ghost, she had not attempted to harm him, and he had no desire to expose the truth. After all, this was his first serious romantic endeavor across 2 lifetimes, and he accepted her for who she was, regardless of her nature. Gradually, Lu Qingning abandoned her intention to confess. After all, if Lin Yin had not called her out, she might as well continue her charade. They reached a silent understanding, exchanging glances over their meal. Lin Yin wore a gentle smile, while Lu Qingning felt her cheeks flush with warmth. She had already envisioned what would unfold next. Little Lin, little Lin. Lin Yin sighed. This Wang Wu was truly bothersome. What does he want this time? With a resigned exhale, Lin Yin thought that had it not been for the prospect of promotion ahead, he would not have entertained such trivial matters. Stepping outside, they found Wang Wu anxiously pacing in place. "Little Lin, hurry, the county magistrate is summoning you." "What could he possibly want with me now?" Lin Yin inquired. Perplexed, Wang Wu shook his head in uncertainty but provided a valuable piece of information. "This afternoon, it seems a prominent figure has arrived at the county office." I heard the magistrate wailing from quite a distance. "Oh." Lin Yin comprehended. It was likely someone from the prefecture had come, though he was unsure if the prefect himself was present. It was natural for the magistrate to express distress. Anyone in his position would feel similarly, having done nothing wrong. He suddenly found himself facing an unjust accusation, a calamity he could not evade. What else could he say but that he was out of luck? His political prospects had come to a halt, and his personal safety was compromised. What a dire situation indeed. However, Lin Yin felt no sympathy for him. He was no virtuous official. After informing Lu Qingning, Lin Yin followed Wang Wu to the county office. Upon arrival, he found the magistrate Feng Zhao kneeling and speaking, while a malevolent-looking middle-aged man occupied the main seat. "Zhang Yu, killing him is as simple as slaughtering a chicken." This must be Zhang Han's father. Flanking Zhang Yu were 2 individuals, a benevolent-looking old monk and a celestial-seeming Taoist priest. Chapter 19. What can I entice? As Lin Yin made his entrance, both Master Hui Hong and Master Qingsong were taken aback. This individual radiated vitality, his eyes gleaming with intelligence, presenting as a promising candidate for cultivation. Moreover, being in his youth, he was at an opportune stage for guidance. However, given that Zhang Yu was currently in a fit of rage, it would be wise to avoid provoking him. The matter of accepting disciples could be addressed at a later time. The two exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the other's intentions, having reached an unspoken agreement. "I have heard that you are the most formidable constable in Baisha County?" Zhang Yu inquired directly. Lin Yin quickly responded, "That is merely the praise of my colleagues. However, I must admit I am indeed quite capable." In truth, Lin Yin was being quite modest. With his current prowess, there was no doubt that he surpassed all constables not only in Baisha County but across the entirety of the Great Zhou. Zhang Yu had anticipated a display of false humility from Lin Yin, but was pleasantly surprised by his candid admission. "Excellent, truly, heroes emerge in their youth. I hereby assign you a task. Should you accomplish it, the position of county lieutenant in Baisha County shall be yours." "Your command is my duty," Lin Yin replied, bypassing the kneeling Feng Zhao, eager to heed Zhang Yu's orders. Although Feng Zhao had presented him with a similar opportunity, it was evident that the governor's offer was far more appealing. There are malevolent spirits troubling Baisha County, and we require a brave individual to serve as bait, drawing these fiends out for an attack. If you are willing to take on this role, regardless of the outcome, I assure you that your promised position will be granted. Ah, you fail to mention how I shall be compensated should I be killed by these spirits, do you? Lin Nan internally scoffed. With one's life extinguished, how could one still hold the title of county lieutenant? Nevertheless, he acquiesced. I shall carry out your orders. Under normal circumstances, it was highly unlikely that the spirits would target him, for his wife was none other than the Ghost King. Though uncertain of Lu Qingning's true sentiments towards him, he believed that, as her husband, the spirits in the city would not dare to harm him, thus, the role of bait posed no real risk. Naturally, to avoid raising suspicion, Lin Nan feigned a degree of apprehension. If he appeared too fearless, it could provoke doubts. Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction before addressing Masters Huihong and Qingsong. Gentlemen, I have prepared the warrior you require. The next steps are in your capable hands. I urge you to act swiftly. Honor is quite impatient and cannot wait indefinitely. With tears brimming in his eyes, Zhang Yu's tone turned grave, revealing his deep affection for his son. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Han would not be waiting in the underworld, for those slain by vengeful spirits either had their souls scattered or were reduced to ghostly servitude. With the demise of the Ghost Lord, his minions could not possibly survive. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Han could never experience a normal reincarnation. This was a matter both parties tacitly chose not to discuss. Zhang Yu was misled, and it suited them just fine to remain silent. It must be said that Zhang Yu truly cared for his son. Upon hearing of his son's peril at the hands of a vengeful spirit, he personally journeyed to Baisha County, contacting Masters Huihong and Qingsong, and offering substantial rewards. He desired not merely to eliminate the spirits but to capture them alive, believing that to slay them would be too lenient. He hoped the masters would subdue the spirits, ensuring they would serve Zhang Han in the afterlife. It was an admirable plan, albeit tragically misguided, for it was his son, Zhang Han, who would end up as the servant. Masters Huihong and Qingsong, seasoned veterans, agreed verbally while silently reaching an understanding. Once they identified the malevolent spirits, they would simply eliminate them. As long as they avoided discussing Zhang Han's predicament, they could evade the truth. Who would have thought that these two seemingly at odds would share such a clandestine accord? Once Zhang Yu had arranged everything, he departed, intent on accompanying his son. Zhang Han, alas, was now reduced to merely a head, the rest of his body devoured to the bone. Such a gruesome sight had driven Zhang Yu to madness, yet now he maintained a facade of calm. As soon as Zhang Yu left, Qingsong and Huihong became more animated. Young friend, you may not yet grasp the specifics of your task. Allow me to elucidate the background. Master Qingsong meticulously began to recount the events leading to Zhang Han's attack, the death of Ji Kong, and the speculations surrounding the Ghost King's secrets. Typically, they would refrain from divulging such matters to an ordinary person. However, it was clear that Lin Nan was no ordinary individual. Moreover, having learned of Lin Nan's past experiences with the supernatural, it was deemed acceptable to share this information. Through the efforts of Qingsong and Huihong, Lin Nan understood the rationale behind his reassignment. Zhang Yu sought to lure out the malevolent spirits, and both masters had noted that such entities were drawn to human vitality. The more vigorous the individual, the more enticing they became to these spectral beings. Hence, Zhang Yu sought the mightiest warrior in the county, for a warrior's strength and vitality were inherently linked. Little did he know, Lin Nan's extraordinary potential had sparked the interest of both masters in taking him on as a disciple. It would be a tremendous loss to use such a promising talent as bait. Should anything go awry, it would be a grave misfortune. Thus, both masters articulated the stakes clearly, hoping to ensure Lin Nan's survival. After clarifying the situation, they each imparted methods for utilizing protective talismans, ensuring that even if Lin Nan encountered an attack, he would not perish instantly. With these talismans to safeguard him, he would have a fighting chance until their timely rescue. After all, Lin Nan was the one personally selected by Zhang Yu. Should they replace him and fail to draw out the spirits, the blame would fall squarely upon them. If Lin Nan were to draw the spirits and fail, the onus could not be placed upon them. Lin Nan mused to himself, are these individuals truly so muddled in their reasoning? The current situation is that his son perished at the hands of vengeful spirits, not that a malevolent entity is hunting warriors to siphon their essence. So, what exactly am I to entice? What can I possibly entice? He sighed, acknowledging that although he deemed his superiors foolish, he would follow through with their instructions. At this stage, he was still gathering his strength. He needed to seamlessly integrate into the group. As night fell, Lin Nan led a team on a patrol. This was a new initiative, as such activities had not previously existed. Given the recent turmoil in the county, it was only logical for him to participate in the night watch. The other constables were understandably tense, for the brutal nature of Zhang Han's demise was widely known. Even those who had not witnessed the scene had heard whispers. They were but ordinary mortals, and facing such a murderous spirit was enough to instill fear. Just days prior, they had encountered a wolf demon, and now they faced the threat of a vengeful spirit. The bravest among them, Zhang Yong, could not help but voice his concern. Are we not experiencing a streak of ill fortune? It seems we are beset by calamities. Surely, we won't truly encounter a ghost tonight? Chapter 20 of the Night Parade of 100 Demons. A single utterance from Zhang Yong encapsulated the anxieties that resided in the hearts of all present. Yet, his words, once spoken, cast a pall over the atmosphere. Cursed be your crow's tongue, refrain from such ill-fated declarations. The others in the group chastised him, and Zhang Yong, fully aware of his misstep, fell silent. However, Lin Nan's countenance shifted dramatically. He beheld, approaching them, two female ghosts clad in crimson, flanked by a host of malevolent spirits with ghastly visages. While the others remained oblivious to the specters, they could not escape the chill that accompanied their arrival. A cold breeze swept through, raising goosebumps upon their skin. Little brother Lin, have you noticed how the temperature has dropped? Wang Wu stammered. The others soon recognized the change and turned their gazes toward Linen. He, who had previously vanquished the wolf demon in battle, now found himself the focal point of their trust. Yet, Linen felt a twinge of panic. He was not in sync with Lu Qingning's intentions and was unaware of her plans. Moreover, the approaching phantoms posed no threat. Each one was merely a question mark in their own right. He could ascertain their classification and gauge their relative strength, but the specifics of their power eluded him. It was evident that they could not be defeated. This is amiss. We ought to take cover. Linen feigned ignorance of the apparitions and hastily led the patrol team of constables in retreat. The warmth returned to the area. If there were indeed ghosts, they had not followed. Fortunately, the leading spectre cast a fleeting glance in his direction, disregarding him, and continued on its path elsewhere. Indeed, it was an old acquaintance, one named Zhao Wan, a waitress and part-time cleaner at Anning Hall, an unremarkable yet poised middle-aged woman who had now shed her disguise and taken the lead in their expedition. Another, called Zhou Yue, was the accountant of the apothecary. In that modest establishment, each individual was a genius in their own right. As Linen observed their departure, he did not immediately venture forth but lingered in place for half an hour before feigning nonchalance, stating, "It seems the temperature is returning to normal. If there were anything amiss, it should have departed. Shall we continue our night patrol?" someone timidly inquired. It was indeed autumn, yet the sudden gust felt as though they had plunged into an ice cellar. Given the recent occurrences, who could remain untroubled? The notion of patrolling under such circumstances seemed to invite calamity. All eyes turned to Linen, who pondered momentarily before responding. The night watch is mandated by the governor. We are all aware of the recent events. Should we disregard orders, the consequences would be dire. The light in their eyes dimmed immediately. Thus, you may return home. Do not speak of tonight's events. I shall patrol alone, Linen asserted. What if you encounter danger? Zhang Yong bit his lip and declared, "Forget it, I will stay with you, and the rest can disperse." Linen did not refuse, allowing the others to leave. They were genuinely frightened but still cautioned him, "Be careful tonight." Linen offered a gentle smile, exuding warmth. Once Zhang Yong and the others departed, he shook his head, saying, "Little Lin, you are far too accommodating. They are only looking out for themselves. You must consider your own safety as well. Although you possess some martial prowess, an additional companion would bolster your strength. Your actions will not earn their gratitude." Linen was surprised to discover a sense of loyalty among the group. He had merely intended to act alone and discern the motives of those phantoms. Zhang Yong's insistence on remaining thwarted his plans. However, adversity reveals true loyalty, and it became evident who could be relied upon and who could not. The very individuals who had cautioned him were merely exchanging pleasantries. Genuine concern would have prompted them to remain, for the night watch was inherently their duty. "It matters not, Brother Yong. We encountered that earlier spectre, and nothing befell us," he reassured. It was clear that even malevolent spirits would not harm the innocent. "If we are not engaging in wrongdoing, there is no need for fear." "Your reasoning is sound," Zhang Yong contemplated. The chill they had just experienced must indeed have been a brush with the supernatural, yet, since then, no further incidents had transpired, affirming Lin Nan's correctness. Nonetheless, safety aside, the fact remained that they had departed, and it would be prudent to avoid such a scenario in the future. Otherwise, should danger arise, he would face it alone. They would not assist him, and if he failed to resolve the issue, they would cast blame upon him. "Thank you, Brother Yong. I understand," Linen replied, somewhat taken aback. He had always perceived Zhang Yong as a rough-hewn man, often at odds with Chen Dekan, but he had underestimated the latter's insight. Subsequently, the two continued their night patrol, lanterns in hand. As Linen had anticipated, he encountered no further apparitions along his path. However, the situation was dire elsewhere. During the procession of vengeful spirits, Wu Xan and the other four formidable ghosts had arrived outside Guangwei Temple. This night, Baisha County was plagued by ghostly activity, and Guangwei Temple had transformed into a slaughterhouse for malevolent spirits. In Baisha County, Master Hui Hong and the Taoist Qing Song sensed a potent wave of yin energy accumulating within the city. They swiftly approached Zhang Yu, advising, "Governor, a substantial gathering of yin energy has manifested within the city. Those vengeful spirits appear to be mobilizing. This place will be perilous." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu displayed no fear. Instead, he became invigorated, exclaiming, "Since the spirits have emerged, I implore both masters to take action to protect the common folk from harm." Though he sought vengeance, he spoke with remarkable eloquence when it came to formality. The two men internally scoffed but acquiesced. A person of great importance must not linger in danger. Should the spirits pose a threat, it would be detrimental. "Nonsense, I am a government official. I fear not trifling apparitions." Qing Song smiled wryly, fully aware that this was precisely why he had come to advise Zhang Yu to retreat. As a government official of considerable rank, Zhang Yu was shielded by the dynasty's fortune, rendering ordinary demons inspectors unable to approach him, yet, the protection afforded by such fortune was not limitless. The destiny of a dynasty ebbs and flows. When officials engage in actions that benefit the nation and its citizens, the national fortune flourishes. Conversely, it wanes in response to detrimental actions. When it declines to a critical threshold, turmoil within the nation can erupt in an instant. This is why there exists a popular saying, when a nation is on the brink of chaos, monsters will inevitably emerge. In truth, malevolent beings had always existed, it was merely that the national fortune had diminished. A waning national fortune could no longer suppress demons, allowing them to wreak havoc upon the world. The current Dezhou dynasty was precisely in a period of decline. The emperor was preoccupied with cultivating immortality, the political landscape was chaotic, and the lower ranks were greedily amassing wealth. Such behavior could only lead to a weakening of the national fortune. It was only due to the substantial legacy left by previous emperors that their descendants could afford to act in such a manner. Qing Song, possessing a modicum of compassion, understood that national turmoil would benefit no one. He hoped to prevent a further decline in the national fortune, prompting him to counsel Zhang Yu to depart. While Zhang Yu alone would not significantly impact the fortune of the dynasty, every little bit helped. However, Zhang Yu remained completely unconcerned. Chapter 21. A calm after the storm. The esteemed Qing Song Zhenren found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, yet he quickly discerned that even if he were to speak, Zhang Yu would likely remain indifferent. As a government official, he was accustomed to the privileges bestowed upon him by the nation's fortunes, and naturally, he would not forego such rights. Thus, with a resigned sigh, Qing Song said, "I shall not disturb your rest, esteemed sir. However, the situation outside is quite tumultuous, and it would be prudent for you to refrain from venturing out." Having spoken, Qing Song Zhenren, accompanied by Master Hui Hong, hastened towards the source of the ominous energy fluctuations. Upon witnessing the scene of 100 ghosts parading, both were taken aback. The sheer number of vengeful spirits was overwhelming. How could such a small county harbor so many? Where had they been hiding all this time? Qing Song was left with a myriad of questions, while Master Hui Hong felt a surge of murderous intent. Jikong had been slain in this very county, and perhaps these malevolent spirits held the key to the truth of his demise. Amitba, Autumn Moon spoke coldly, "We do not linger for worldly attachments. Rather, we wish to contribute something to this realm." This intention shifted the atmosphere significantly. Amitba, your greatest contribution to the world should be your departure, restoring balance between the realms of yin and yang. Monk, our contributions are not dictated by your words. So, does your notion of contribution entail indiscriminate killing? Indeed, but we only target those who deserve it. Coincidentally, Monk, you are one of our objectives. Autumn Moon exchanged verbal sparring with Master Hui Hong for a time, but soon found it tiresome and resolved to take action directly. The ruckus they stirred was merely a means to draw out Master Hui Hong and Qing Song Zhenren. They had come for battle. There was no need for further banter. A horde of vengeful spirits spread out, encircling the two masters with two crimson-clad ghosts at the core. Their formations were unmistakably strategic, causing both experts to feel a chill of dread. These spirits not only possessed intelligence but had also mastered the art of coordinated attacks. What an epic enhancement this was! It was known that while the Ghost King's minions were numerous, only a handful of the red-clad specters posed a genuine threat to the practitioners of Taoism and Buddhism. The vast majority were merely fodder for the stronger. The methods humans employed to counter the undead were manifold. The spirits could not triumph through sheer numbers. However, if they had indeed grasped the art of combined assaults, the circumstances could drastically change. They were transforming their quantity into formidable power, becoming increasingly terrifying. At that moment, the masters understood why merely two red-clad ghosts dared to confront them directly. This was their source of confidence. Master Hui Hong exclaimed urgently, "We must cooperate fully from here on out, otherwise, we stand to suffer greatly." "Fear not, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. These spirits have grown formidable and must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, they will only become more fearsome." Qing Songjinren focused his energy, aware that an arduous battle loomed ahead. As the war ignited, the chilling essence of ghosts clashed violently with the radiant light of Buddhism. The two red-clad spirits, bolstered by their allies, engaged in a fierce struggle with the two masters. The dangers of this confrontation were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Linen, with his keen senses, detected the fluctuations of battle as he passed nearby. Yet, he feigned ignorance and led Zhang Yong back to the patrol station. Night patrols were not perpetual, a single round sufficed. After sending Zhang Yong home, Linen stealthily slipped out and approached the fringes of the battlefield to observe the conflict. What he beheld revealed intriguing insights. The two vengeful spirits appeared ferocious, yet their attacks were primarily constrained, lacking lethal techniques. Their strategy focused on defense and control. If this continued, the battle could drag on until dawn. Was this merely a tactic to buy time? Did they have other plans? Linen swiftly grasped the ghost strategy, while Master Hui Hong and Qing Songjinren, after enduring a prolonged skirmish, finally recognized the truth. These spirits harbored ulterior motives. They were genuinely bewildered. Were these truly the minions of the Ghost King? Not only had they learned to form formations, but they were now employing military strategies as well? Ghosts had always been relatively easy to deal with due to their numerous weaknesses and lower intelligence. Now, they had undergone a profound transformation. Coupled with their natural inclination for concealment, chaos was surely on the horizon. Both masters became acutely aware of the impending threat. They feared the spirits might intend to target Zhang Yu. After all, with Zhang Yu absent from the capital, the time was ripe for an attack. Reports had indicated that the Ghost King sect had four formidable spirits. With only two present, it was conceivable that the remaining two lay in wait within the county office. "Quickly, we must break through and return," Qing Song shouted, unleashing a powerful surge of energy from within. Master Hui Hong recognized the seriousness of the situation. If the governor were to perish, the consequences would be dire. Their failure to protect him would bring shame upon them and the cultivation community, and their affiliations with Buddhism and Taoism would be tarnished. Zhang Yu must not come to harm. With their combined efforts, the encirclement created by the two vengeful spirits was swiftly shattered. Qing Song remained behind to cover their retreat while Master Hui Hong hastened towards the county office to provide assistance. Autumn Moon had also sustained considerable injuries. She wished to pursue but was halted by Zhao Wan. Engaging in combat with spirits carries its own risks. One can easily become consumed by the heat of battle. It is time to let them go. Qing Songjinren was momentarily stunned. He had even prepared himself for sacrifice, only to find that these spirits had chosen to spare him. You aren't continuing the fight? You are not a bad person, and we are aware of the good deeds that Feiyan Temple has accomplished, Zhao Wan replied coolly. Thus, we shall not take your life. You may leave. In truth, they lacked the capacity to do so. As the head of Feiyan Temple, Qing Songjinren possessed considerable strength. Even if he were alone, eliminating him would require a hefty toll. Furthermore, as Zhao Wan had stated, Feiyan Temple had indeed performed numerous benevolent acts. Their incense may not rival the grandeur of Guangwei Temple, but they practiced medicine, aided orphans, and assisted the vulnerable. While they served the royal family, it was a duty that could not be avoided. Thus, unless it came to a life-or-death situation, there was no necessity for them to engage in a relentless struggle with these Taoists. As Qing Song observed the retreating tide of ghosts, his mind buzzed with confusion. As an exorcist, he had never anticipated encountering such a group of spirits. In a true battle to the death, he could slay many ghosts, but he would also meet his own end. The night belonged to the spirits, and he was the highest combatant in the vicinity. The notion that they had spared him left him in a state of disarray. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and recalled Master Hui Hong's escape. He hurried back to the county office, only to find the area eerily tranquil, devoid of even a shadow of a ghost. Chapter 22 Has my home disappeared? Upon returning to the county office, Master Hui Hong was bewildered to discover that Zhang Yu had not been attacked. His confusion deepened when he awaited the safe return of Qing Songjinren. However, in order to maintain the esteemed demeanor befitting a high monk, he concealed his bewilderment, merely uttering a Buddhist chant before inquiring of Qing Song, "My friend, what is your perspective on this matter?" Qing Song shook his head and replied, "They must have a plan in place. It appears to be a classic case of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair, yet, with the governor unharmed, this situation remains perplexing. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair." At that moment, the old monk felt a surge of panic. Despite his efforts to uphold his composure, he could no longer maintain his usual calm and collected demeanor. Ever since he had confirmed the safety of the county office, a sense of foreboding had settled heavily in his heart, as if an ill fate were looming. Now, the realization struck him of the purpose of the malevolent spirits extended beyond merely capturing Zhang Yu. They aimed for Guangwei Temple as well. Such a thought was audacious. Governor, I am concerned that Guangwei Temple may be in peril. I wish to return and investigate. Yet, Zhang Yu was unwilling to acquiesce. He had already sensed the presence of vengeful spirits, and neither of the two formidable allies he had relied upon had succeeded in confronting them. If he allowed Huihong to return, who would seek vengeance for his son? Perhaps the master is overthinking this. A Guangwei Temple is an ancient establishment of 1,000 years. What demons would dare to seek their demise? I believe the master should gather more personnel to eliminate the ghostly threat here. Huihong grew anxious at this suggestion. Could it be that Zhang Yu's reaction was also part of the malevolent spirit scheme? He was reluctant to consider the spirits as being so cunning, yet the reality was that if Guangwei Temple were indeed attacked, Zhang Yu would unwittingly become an accomplice to the malevolent entities. At that moment, Huihong sensed that the talisman he had left at Guangwei Temple had been activated, indicating that trouble was indeed brewing there. Governor, there has been a disturbance at Guangwei Temple. I must return at once. Master, please remain calm. Could this not be the true nature of the drawing the tiger away strategy? Do you believe the likelihood of the spirits attacking Guangwei Temple is greater, or that they would strike at this official instead? Strangely enough, Zhang Yu's reasoning held some merit. Yet, one was an unrelated official, and the other was his own foundation. Huihong, of course, chose the latter. Governor, I must beg your pardon. I cannot tarry here any longer. I must take my leave, and I trust you will manage the situation in my absence. Thus, he disregarded the potential offense to Zhang Yu and turned to depart. However, at this juncture, it was evident that it was already too late. In truth, as the night of the ghostly procession commenced in the county, the battle at Guangwei Temple had already begun. The spirits here were tasked with restraining Master Huihong, preventing him from diverting his attention to potential calls for aid. After such a lengthy engagement, the conflict at Guangwei Temple had concluded. When Huihong next sensed the anomaly at Guangwei Temple, the battle had already reached its end. Observing Huihong's blatant disregard for his presence, Zhang Yu cast a cold glance at the monk's retreating figure, choosing not to utter another word. Yet, what thoughts occupied his mind remained a mystery to all. Qing Song too felt no desire to linger, hastily declaring that he would remain nearby, ready to respond, before departing. At that moment, he reflected on the words spoken to him by the spirits earlier. They had claimed he was a good person, hence their decision not to kill him. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that the spirits were merely boasting, reluctant to sacrifice their own kind, for the cost of eliminating a living soul would be substantial. Yet, he found himself contemplating the possibility that the spirits might have spoken the truth. He was well aware of the modus operandi of the Ghost King cult. On a personal level, he felt considerable sympathy for those wretched souls who had no avenue for redress. However, as the doctrines dictate, the living traverse the path of the Yang, while the souls of the departed walk the path of the Yin. The balance of Yin and Yang must be maintained to uphold the righteous path. The Ghost King cult's rampant cultivation of spirits was an act that could upend this balance, leading to catastrophic upheaval. Thus, no practitioner could idly stand by as the Ghost King cult flourished unchecked. In truth, even after the Ghost King's disappearance, the Taoist sect had not ceased its opposition to the cult over the years, yet the Ghost King cult continued to thrive. It was not that the Taoists were ineffectual, rather, the number of unjustly deceased had only increased. Growing numbers of individuals harboring resentment, under the influence of the Ghost King cult spirits, had transformed many ordinary vengeful souls into malevolent ghosts, and subsequently, into vengeful spirits. The scale had become too vast for the Taoist sect to manage. Originally, Qing Song's sole intention was to uphold the cosmic order and redeem the malevolent spirits, yet, upon reflection, he found himself bewildered. Was the proliferation of vengeful spirits truly a mere problem of the ghosts? A sigh escaped him. He understood the reasoning, yet felt helpless in the face of it. As an outsider, he had no power to intervene in the affairs of the court. This realization left Qing Song in a state of discomfort, his mood increasingly troubled, prompting him to leave the county office in search of solace. In his wanderings, he fortuitously encountered Lin An emerging from the constabulary. The constabulary was situated close to the county office, as well as near the governor's residence, facilitating better protection and affording Qing Song the opportunity to meet Lin An. It dawned on Qing Song that Lin An and his companions were on patrol, tasked with the baiting mission. The appearance of the vengeful spirits had rendered the bait plan a clear failure. Moreover, judging by Lin An's vigorous demeanor, it seemed he had not encountered any vengeful spirits. How could they have managed to evade such a large-scale ghostly procession? Did you not see any ghosts earlier? Qing Song inquired, curiosity piqued. Lin An shook his head. I cannot say for certain. There was a stretch of road where a sudden chill enveloped us, prompting me to lead my brothers into hiding. We resumed our patrol only after the cold dissipated. They must have encountered something, yet no harm befell anyone. It appears these malevolent spirits are not indiscriminate killers. Why the sigh, Taoist? Linen asked. Ching Song replied, I have dedicated my life to the righteous path, yet at times, I find myself questioning whether my actions can be deemed just. Would you care to elaborate? I am, after all, quite skilled at offering comfort. A smile crept onto Ching Song's face at the unexpected offer. Though he was an elder, Linen was merely a youth of 17 or 18. Did he truly require consolation from such a young man? Nevertheless, having broached the subject, Ching Song felt no inclination to refuse. What he sought now was an outlet for his feelings rather than answers. As he recounted his years of vanquishing demons and redeeming malevolent spirits, he realized that his actions were not as just as he had once believed, causing his resolve to waver. Linen had not anticipated that such a simple inquiry could plunge this esteemed practitioner into a state of melancholy. He asked, Taoist, did you slay ghosts for personal gain? Certainly not. Then, is it not your duty to redeem malevolent spirits and prevent them from causing harm? That is indeed the case. In that light, what is there for you to feel guilty about? You harbor no selfish desires. Your redemption of malevolent spirits is a matter of duty. Subjectively, you bear no malice. Objectively, you are upholding order. As for the issues that exist in reality, they did not arise due to your actions, and thus, you need not bear the responsibility. Linen had distilled the complexity of the problem into two facets: subjective intention and objective reality. Yet, those spirits were indeed pitiable in their former lives. That is true, however, it bears no relation to you. Their suffering is not a result of your actions. If you feel distressed, it would be more prudent to address the root of the problem. Chapter 23 of the Pure Yang Body. I have stumbled upon a treasure. What is the root of the problem? Ching Song followed Lin An's line of thought and began to ponder. Lin An's argument was indeed compelling, leaving him with no grounds for rebuttal, yet, he was acutely aware that if he continued to pursue his own methods, he would remain restless at heart. Thus, he subconsciously began to contemplate along Lin An's reasoning. The suffering of the common people is attributed to corrupt officials and tyrannical bullies. However, that alone does not constitute the root cause. Lin An did not state it outright, but the fundamental source of all evil in a feudal society is undoubtedly the tyrannical emperor. Of course, the emperor is merely a facade. At its core lies the issue of the system. It was not appropriate to delve deeply into this topic, as the other party might not comprehend it, so Lin An refrained from elaborating. He merely offered a few comforting words to an elderly man lost in his thoughts during the late hours of the night, considering it a good deed for the day. If corrupt officials and tyrants are not the root cause, do you mean to suggest? Ching Song exclaimed, astonished. Young man, you truly dare to speak so boldly. Lin An replied, my silence is deafening. Do not attribute your unfounded musings to me. I have a wife and will soon have children. I cannot afford to endure turmoil. You have a wife, how can your yuan yang be so abundant? Could it be that you are too vigorous? Ching Song, the Taoist master, looked at him with a bemused expression. This lad either lacks the ability or is simply incapable. Lin An's face flushed crimson at once. A man can hardly tolerate such slander, especially since he had always been the loser in his battles against Lu Qingning, making it even more intolerable for others to speak of him in such a manner. Lies do not wound, it is the truth that cuts like a knife. You are the one lacking. I have heard that your lineage forbids marriage. Is it because you are not up to par that you resort to such strict rules to preserve your dignity? Ching Song remarked, this young man speaks without a single vulgar word yet manages to be quite scathing. However, he finds Lin An rather amusing. Moreover, if Lin An truly possesses such remarkable abilities, he may indeed have stumbled upon a treasure. If you are not a pure yang body but still exhibit such abundant yuan yang, it can only mean that you are indeed a pure yang body. Ching Song's eyes gleamed with excitement. Only a pure yang body could maintain yuan yang without depletion. This implies that even if he were to engage with 100 women by night, as long as he could recover, he would still retain his yuan yang. To an uninformed observer, it would appear as though he were still a virgin. This physique not only excels in dual cultivation practices but is equally formidable in other paths of cultivation. In the early stages of cultivation, one refines essence into qi, while others possess limited energy. A pure yang body has boundless vitality. The last individual to ascend to immortality in legends was indeed a pure yang body. What merit do I possess to have encountered such a treasure? If you are truly a pure yang body, then I shall take you as my disciple, no matter what. Abstaining from lust is not necessary. In fact, I can offer you the finest dual cultivation techniques that will surely satisfy you. Is there such a fortunate opportunity? Lin An felt a rush of excitement. Deep down, he knew he was certainly not a pure yang body. It was likely that every time he upgraded, his condition was perfectly restored, which might have led Ching Song to misjudge his state. Naturally, he would not disclose this. Moreover, he leveraged this misunderstanding to propose further requests. I have a wife and currently do not wish to ascend the mountain to cultivate with you. By the way, I tend to act rather freely and have no desire to adhere to many of the strict rules. No matter, Ching Song reassured him. As long as you regard me as your master and do not betray me, I can manage the rest. As for other strict rules, to me, they are inconsequential. However, filial piety towards one's master is imperative, otherwise, raising a disciple only to have them betray the school would be a tragic loss. Since you are so sincere, I can reluctantly agree to your requests. Very well, very well. Ching Song's face crinkled into a smile. At that moment, he had no thought for other matters. He felt that these spirits were indeed a blessing, as they had guided Hui Hong back, preventing him from competing with Ching Song for a disciple. Otherwise, a pure Yang body pursuing Buddhist practices would also be quite formidable. Good disciple, from now on, you shall be the sole lay disciple of this humble Taoist. I shall not change your name or title. You shall cultivate here discreetly, diligently striving to astonish all. Linen remarked, you are quite the trendy old Taoist. Now, master, hurry and impart your teachings to me, and share more about the cultivation world. I am quite curious. Linen was entirely unreserved, knowing he had been mistakenly believed to possess a superlative physique. As long as he did not cause trouble for Ching Song, he saw no reason not to be a bit arrogant. All right, let us find a more secluded spot. How about your home? Linen replied, anywhere is fine, but my home is not suitable. Let us go to the riverside, it is tranquil there. Linen suggested a location and led Ching Song to the pitch-black riverside. A waning moon cast a faint glow, allowing them to see each other clearly. Upon reaching the riverbank, they both found stones to sit upon. Ching Song spoke, I will first explain some fundamental principles to you before teaching you the techniques. How does that sound? I shall heed my master's arrangements. In matters of teaching, Linen would not presume to guide an expert. The path of cultivation is myriad, with countless avenues leading to the same destination, revolving around the essence of life. In the realm of cultivation, some focus on refining the self without concern for life, while others prioritize life over the self. Only the Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist schools espouse the dual cultivation of both. Each school has its own strengths and learns from one another. One must avoid becoming stagnant in their understanding. Ching Song's attitude surprised Linen. He had anticipated a cautionary reminder regarding sectarian biases, yet there was none. They were all eager to learn from one another. The concept of dual cultivation of body and spirit entails the physical self and the spiritual soul. Ching Song articulated this succinctly, without lengthy discourse, yet addressed all necessary details. He also explained why the myriad paths converged. Essentially, they all aim to enhance two aspects, the body and the spirit. A crude transformation of the essence of life is merely the body and spirit, and how to strengthen them varies among the schools. The methods for nurturing the body are largely similar, but the main distinction lies in the approach to strengthening the spirit. The differences among the three schools are quite pronounced. For instance, Confucians enhance the spirit through the study of sacred texts, understanding the principles of the world, and establishing resolute aspirations. Taoist practitioners advocate for tranquility and spontaneity, acting in accordance with their hearts, embracing non-action and freedom. Buddhist practitioners primarily focus on tempering the inner self, emphasizing the collision of spirits. Thus, Buddhist ascetics tend to endure considerable hardships, often seeking to enlighten demons and malevolent spirits. They refine their inner selves through such practices, achieving clarity of mind. Ultimately, the method employed matters less than the resolve of one's heart and the strengthening of one's spirit to withstand external evils. So, might I practice all three schools simultaneously? Ching Song replied, my disciple truly harbors lofty ambitions. Chapter 24. The path of cultivation. The notion of three families practicing together was certainly not an issue. However, the energy expended was excessive, yielding minimal benefits. Master Ching Song chuckled, saying, if you wish to learn, I shall not stand in your way. In such matters, he displayed a remarkably open-minded disposition. Young one, experiencing a bit of hardship will inevitably lead you back. Moreover, it is not a significant loss, so let it be. He suggested that future matters could be addressed in due course, and continued with his teachings. Master Ching Song proceeded to elucidate the foundational theories of cultivation to Linen. Humans possess three treasures: essence, qi, and spirit. When essence is robust, qi flourishes, and spirit thrives. Conversely, when essence weakens, qi diminishes, and spirit becomes feeble. Thus, the commencement of cultivation lies in nurturing one's essence. Upon hearing that cultivation techniques were being imparted, Linen attentively listened, yet found that Master Ching Song's discourse predominantly revolved around health preservation. Topics such as rising early, engaging in moderate exercise, practicing mindful eating, and ensuring a balanced diet of fruits, vegetables, meat, and eggs were discussed. Goodness, this approach to cultivation is remarkably down-to-earth, Linen mused. Once one's physique is robust, one can begin to cultivate qi. Your physical constitution is already quite strong, so you may commence directly with qi cultivation, Master Qingsong instructed. Close your eyes and follow my breathing guidance, feeling the flow of qi within your body. Obeying the command, Linen emptied his mind and synchronized his breathing with Master Qingsong's cadence. The initial stage of cultivation involved nurturing essence and gathering strength, while the entry point into cultivation was breathing techniques. Every individual possesses qi, yet it is merely the instinctual operation of the body. Cultivation, however, entails perceiving the rhythm of qi's movement within oneself and adjusting one's breathing tempo through willpower to achieve the goal of nurturing qi. Linen had initially expected that this practice would involve the existence of true qi within the dantian, but through Master Qingsong's teachings, he realized that while qi may settle in the dantian, there is no concept of storing true qi. Qi is perpetually flowing, it does not reside in one location as a personal strength. Nonetheless, cultivators do nurture qi, allowing a single breath of qi to linger within their bodies, enduring and ever-present. The essence of nurturing qi lies in cultivating one's breath and gently nourishing one's internal organs. As qi circulates within the body, it ultimately must be expelled. Through the process of inhalation and exhalation, pure qi enters the body to nourish it, while turbid qi exits, carrying away toxins. Qi is in constant circulation, a cycle of perpetual vitality. Moreover, although there is no storage of qi in the dantian, a cultivator's power will indeed increase. This breath continuously strengthens, and the longer one practices, the more formidable this breath becomes. Additionally, cultivators do not possess merely a single breath. Once one breath is exhaled, another can simply be inhaled. Linen, however, exhibited a somewhat cautious disposition. After mastering the breathing technique, he could not help but voice his concerns of this true qi is merely inhaled and exhaled. Although it is always present, it feels rather precarious. For instance, in a normal environment, I can breathe freely at any time, yet if surrounded by toxic barriers, would not my arduous cultivation be rendered futile? Such practitioners seem rather unsustainable and overly reliant on their surroundings. You think quite deeply, and indeed, there is merit to your reasoning. However, as cultivators, we possess our own countermeasures, namely the golden elixir path. By condensing the essence of yin and yang and utilizing external opportunities, a golden elixir consumed within. Following Master Qingsong's detailed explanation, Linen began to comprehend the distinctive characteristics of cultivation in this realm. Before condensing the golden elixir, practitioners are heavily constrained by external conditions. A cultivator is akin to an electrical device. As long as external spiritual energy is abundant, it can be utilized at any time. However, when external conditions deteriorate, it is akin to an appliance losing power. No matter how strong one's capabilities, they become futile. The golden elixir symbolizes an internal power bank. Thus, to cultivate the golden elixir is to align the practice of cultivation with the concept of an internal energy reservoir, akin to what Linen had previously encountered in novels. In a flash, Linen grasped his objective. I shall set a modest goal to reach the golden elixir, for otherwise, I shall lack confidence when engaging in confrontations. Fortunately, he kept this thought to himself, lest Master Qingsong find amusement in it. Human existence mirrors that of fish in water. Being constrained by one's environment is a natural principle. Nonetheless, the journey of a cultivator is one of continual self-improvement and transcendence, breaking free from environmental limitations, which is an essential path of cultivation. Yet, this goal remains distant. As it was Linen's first foray into the world of cultivation, he was still unfamiliar with many fundamental concepts. Thus, in this initial lesson, Master Qingsong merely touched upon the cultivation methods, predominantly focusing on theoretical exposition. Despite this, Linen was wholly engrossed. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood, he thought. Gaining theoretical knowledge is indeed the foundation of cultivation. The night passed swiftly, and it was not until dawn broke that Linen came to his senses. Master Qingsong remarked, "Let us conclude here for today. Focus on practicing the breathing technique I have imparted. Initially, it will require your full concentration, but once mastered, every action, be it walking or sitting, will become cultivation." Linen expressed his gratitude, and the two parted ways, returning to their respective homes. As Master Qingsong arrived at the government office, he was met by a report from Li Hui. "Master, a grave incident has occurred. The entirety of Guangwei Temple has been annihilated, with all monks perishing without exception." Gasping, he realized the severity of the situation at Guangwei Temple. After the initial shock, Master Qingsong could not help but sigh. Such turmoil wrought by the Ghost King sect cannot be resolved lightly. Let us return to the mountain. This matter exceeds our capacity to handle. Without pausing to greet Zhang Yu, Master Qingsong departed. He had intended to inform Linen, but upon reflection, he decided against it. He had already imparted the fundamental teachings. There was no need to rush the remaining lessons. It was best to keep the matter of accepting Linen as a disciple confidential. Linen, unaware that his newly acquired master had abruptly taken his leave, was currently engrossed in validating the efficacy of the dual cultivation method. Upon returning home early, he encountered Lu Qingning, who had just risen, preparing to attend to her patients. How can I refuse? Linen thought. I have just learned the cultivation technique. Lu Qingning, equally helpless, explained that following the Ghost King sect's actions the previous night, she needed to convene with everyone to discuss the upcoming course of action. However, she could not refuse Lin An's request and attempted to persuade him to finish early. Unexpectedly, Lin An exhibited remarkable vigor that day, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. You have defeated the Ghost King, gaining 100 experience points. You have defeated the Ghost King, gaining 100 experience points. You have defeated the Ghost King, gaining 100 experience points. In just one morning, Lin An amassed 400 experience points. Furthermore, he sensed that this dual cultivation method was indeed effective. It was not merely a means of supplementing yin with yang, but rather a harmonious balance of both. Lu Qingning was equally astonished, as she felt that Lin An was radiating more yang energy today, its quality notably refined. As she too was at a disadvantage, Lin An received her exceptionally pure yin energy, yet remained invigorated. Is this the dual cultivation method? In truth, Lu Qingning did not wish to exploit Lin An's yang energy. She also desired to reciprocate. However, the situation was beyond her control. Her heavy yin energy inevitably depleted Lin An's yang energy, while Lin An lacked the means to obtain her yin energy. Now that Lin An had acquired the method, enabling him to access her yin energy was indeed a fortuitous development. It seemed someone had guided him onto the path of cultivation. Chapter 25 of the arrogant codename. Lu Qingning's emotions were in turmoil. Lin An's embarkation on the path of cultivation was certainly a positive development. Cultivation is a rare opportunity that many are deprived of, destined to lead mundane lives. For Lin An personally, the ability to cultivate is inherently superior to the alternative. However, for Lu Qingning, Lin An's pursuit of cultivation brought her no benefits whatsoever. Setting aside the risk of her identity being exposed, there was a chance that Lin An possessed the ability to see spirits, which could mean her identity had already been compromised. Thus, it seemed inconsequential. What truly mattered was that upon stepping onto the path of cultivation, Lin An would inevitably pursue the journey of mental fortitude. Whether through Buddhism or Taoism, both require the severing of worldly ties. The thought of Lin An potentially forsaking her love for her in pursuit of cultivation pierced Lu Qingning's heart with anguish. Qingning, what troubles you? Are you fatigued? Lin An had originally intended to push forward, striving to ascend several levels and redeem himself, showcasing his prowess. Yet upon observing Lu Qingning's weary demeanor, he decided to hold back. As the formidable Ghost King, having exhausted him to such an extent, he deemed himself quite impressive. Presently, his experience had amassed to the 10th level, and he was curious to discover whether any transformations awaited him beyond that threshold. However, for the time being, it was paramount to soothe his wife. Why not take a day off from consultations, rest a while, and I shall keep you company at home. Although Chen Dakong had dispatched him a task to apprehend a notorious criminal, he had accepted it without specifying when he would undertake it. For now, he would take his time. Upon mentioning consultations, Lu Qingning was reminded of her obligation to discuss significant matters with her subordinates. She hastily rose, stating, "There is an important patient I must attend to today. I cannot afford to delay. I must leave at once." Noticing Lin An's reluctance to part, Lu Qingning hastily reassured him, "I will return to keep you company this evening." Very well. With that, Lu Qingning managed to extricate herself. Once outside, she could not help but rub her lower back. A mix of sweetness and shyness enveloped her, yet beneath it lay an overwhelming sense of trepidation. She sensed that the tranquil life she shared with Lin An would not endure for long. Such blissful days were bound to reach their conclusion eventually. How greedy she felt. Who? Lu Qingning's heart jolted as an unfamiliar voice echoed in her mind, yet she remained oblivious to the presence of its owner. This was unsettling. Even the Ghost King found herself startled. It seemed that a prolonged period of comfort had dulled her vigilance. The voice resounded once more, causing Lu Qingning to tense, and she heightened her senses to their utmost limit, finally discerning the source of the presence. He stood shrouded in the shadows of a narrow alley, clad in a black robe, rendering gender indiscernible. Who are you? Lu Qingning's intent to kill ignited, a chilling aura of malice enveloping the figure in black. Yet he remained unfazed, responding with calm composure, "I am He Wuchang from the Yama Hall." Yin Cha? Lu Qingning's heart raced. This was the legendary deity responsible for overseeing lost souls in the underworld. As a being of the ghostly realm, she felt a flicker of trepidation. He Wuchang chuckled softly, shaking his head dismissively, "It is merely a codename, do not take it to heart. To dare assume such a title, your audacity is commendable." Lu Qingning was at a loss. She was uncertain whether deities existed in this world, perhaps they did not. Regardless, she had never witnessed a true deity responding to a devotee, yet belief aside, she still felt a lingering reverence for the supernatural. The audacity of this figure in black was astonishing. Who would have imagined that a ghost king could be so timid? If there truly exists a realm of the underworld, your transgressions would be sufficient to condemn you to the 18 levels of hell. Why concern yourself with the desecration of divine beings? He Wuchang remarked playfully, leaving Lu Qingning without a rebuttal. However, since he was not a deity of the underworld, she thought, why not eliminate him? Just as Lu Qingning prepared to strike, He Wuchang interjected, I have come to invite you to join the Yamahal. The deeds you accomplished last night have garnered the recognition of my lord. Should you join us now, you could attain the position of a soul reaper. Delay further, and you may only be relegated to a mere foot soldier. I shall not join your organization, Lu Qingning resolutely declined. He Wuchang remained unfazed, still smiling as he replied, as expected of the newly appointed Ghost King. Young and courageous, however, I advise you not to rush your decision. Wait for another fortnight, and you shall begin to sense your destined tribulations. I wish you luck. With that, under Lu Qingning's suppression, He Wuchang vanished without a trace. Despite his inferior strength, he had come and gone without a sound, leaving Lu Qingning questioning her existence. She had never even heard of the Yamahal before. Her understanding of it was confined to myth and folklore. With a heavy heart, Lu Qingning arrived at Anning Hall, where a throng of spirits promptly closed the pharmacy door upon her entrance, excitedly recounting their experience from the previous night's raid on Guangwei Temple. They harbored a deep disdain for the monks, for every time they sought vengeance, their targets were invariably adorned with blessed treasures. The red-clothed evil spirits of the Ghost King sect were few in number, and often when confronted with the radiance of the Buddha, they could only retreat helplessly without the aid of their red-clothed brethren. Alternatively, they would exchange injuries, forcibly shattering the Buddha's light. This animosity towards the Buddhist sect, particularly Guangwei Temple, fueled the impetus for their nocturnal assault. Lu Qingning herself bore a grudge against the monks. 3 years prior, she had suffered at the hands of the Buddha's light and required extensive recuperation to recover. Yet, in that moment, as she listened to her subordinates' animated discussions, she found herself devoid of joy. Noticing her despondency, the spirits gradually became aware of her distress. Sister, have you encountered some trouble? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingning nodded and inquired, have you heard of the Yamahal? Surely, everyone has heard of it, Wu Xian replied incredulously. Who is unaware of the tales of the underworld? I refer to an organization that operates within the mortal realm. They are not deities of the underworld, but living beings who adopt the guise of spirits. Lu Qingning pondered for a moment before adding, they resemble ghosts yet bear semblance to humans, akin to my own state. As she spoke, Lu Qingning found herself surprised. She had always believed that there could be no one like her in this world. Considering her unique condition, the convergence of near-death experiences and closely aligned destinies had allowed for a seamless fusion. However, having sensed something unusual in He Wuchang today, she began to suspect that perhaps others had managed to create stable hybrids of human and ghost. The characteristics of being half human and half ghost rendered one significantly stronger than mere mortals, devoid of the obvious weaknesses of spirits, and those wandering the secular world would find it impossible to discern whether she was human or ghost. She was not an anomaly, others could achieve the same. Who could fathom the depths of their concealment? Chapter 26 The personal bodyguard of my brother-in-law. When Lu Qingning mentioned the name of the force known as the Underworld Hall, the other spirits shook their heads in unison. They had indeed heard of the Underworld Hall, but the version of it that Lu Qingning spoke of was completely unfamiliar to them. Despite the current might of the Ghost King sect, they had never encountered this particular faction. Furthermore, although Lu Qingning possessed formidable strength, she was utterly unable to handle even a single adversary sent by this force. In an instant, the spirits, who had just celebrated their victory over Guangwei Temple, found their excitement greatly diminished. Wu Xian, with a grave expression, remarked, since they have approached my sister, could it be that they harbor ill intentions towards her? Even if they do not intend harm, they certainly have ulterior motives. Yan Yan, the second most powerful under Lu Qingning, spoke earnestly, what if I disguise myself and stay by my sister's side for protection? Yan Yan, a skin-changing ghost, was adept at altering her appearance. We are not oblivious to your intentions. You simply wish to spend more time with my sister. The other spirits chimed in, exposing Yan Yan's true motives. These spirits were all esteemed members of the Ghost King sect and were among the first to receive Lu Qingning's assistance. In a time before the Ghost King sect existed, they referred to each other as sisters. Although the sect had grown in size, the bonds formed during those early days endured. After all, to become a fierce ghost, who among them had not endured a measure of hardship in life, however, while Lu Qingning was familiar with the stories of her companions, none knew the tale of her own life before her transformation. By the time they met, she had already ascended to the role of Ghost King. Now, let us return to the matter at hand, Lu Qingning interjected, cutting through the squabbles of her admirers. Given my current status, it is not appropriate for me to have a maid. Nonetheless, I do indeed require someone by my side. She did not dismiss Yan Yan's goodwill, for she herself did not require protection against foes she could not confront. The addition of a few more vengeful spirits would be of little consequence. Yet Linen was a different story. As he was still new to this path and possessed limited cultivation, and with the world rife with peril, there was no guarantee that the underworld hall would not target him. Thus, Ru Yan, you shall reside at my home, posing as my cousin, and ensure the safety of your brother-in-law. Why not seek my assistance? Yan Yan asked, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Lu Qingning explained, Ru Yan joined us later, and few are aware of her presence, plus Linen has never met her. Very well, given Ru Yan's beauty, are you not concerned about your brother-in-law falling for her? Yan Yan jested. In the past, Lu Qingning, lost in romantic thoughts, would have never allowed her sisters to engage with Linen, indicating the true danger they now faced. Lu Qingning shot her a glare, replying, your brother-in-law is not one to be swayed by mere appearances. Ru Yan, with a serious demeanor, added, as long as I am alive. Moreover, I will not tempt him. Ah, this child is still too earnest, Lu Qingning thought. While she desired Ru Yan to protect Linen with all her might, she also wished to shield her from harm. This child has always been unfortunate. In the event of dire circumstances, I will not blame you for your choices. However, should you find yourself unable to protect Linen despite your best efforts, do not act recklessly. Lu Qingning stated solemnly, Linen is my beloved, and you are my sisters. I do not wish for you to sacrifice your lives for his. After all, Linen was not directly related to them. Understood, Ru Yan replied, accepting her role. As night fell, Linen returned home. Initially, he had no intention of venturing out, but upon learning that someone from the county office sought him, he wandered over only to discover that Zhang Yu had successfully arranged for him to take up the position of county lieutenant. To his surprise, the governor was not as incompetent as he had anticipated. At least he honored the promises made to his subordinates according to their prior agreement. Regardless of whether Linen had successfully lured any vengeful spirits, he was appointed as county lieutenant. Although Feng Zhao remained the county magistrate, he was aware that his days in that position were numbered. With both Qing Songjianren and Hui Hong Master gone, Zhang Yu realized that his presence alone would yield little benefit, so he returned to the provincial capital, intent on seeking other capable individuals to avenge his son's death. Lin An's appointment as county lieutenant came as a surprise, yet he accepted it with joy. The previous county lieutenant had faced quite the predicament. His position had abruptly vanished while he was at home. Initially, Linen had contemplated how to distance himself from the magistrate, preparing to ingratiate himself with the governor, but now the magistrate remained in place while he was no longer the lieutenant. However, he dared not resist. Linen's position was personally requested by the governor, and who would dare provoke him? That evening, Feng Zhao personally hosted a banquet, and the former county lieutenant came to offer his congratulations, toasting Linen. Linen did not mind. After all, the man was merely a figure of little significance, once his superior, now just a passerby. After the socializing concluded, Linen declined the invitation to join them for entertainment and returned home. En route, he contemplated his next steps following his new official title. Firstly, the position of county lieutenant was not a formal one within the governmental framework, it was akin to being an external member. Normally, a county lieutenant was merely a subordinate to the magistrate, entirely at their beck and call. However, his situation was different. With Feng Zhao's impending downfall and his ties to the governor, Feng Zhao would not dare challenge him in the county. Thus, it was time to enhance his own strength. The county lieutenant oversaw the law and order of the entire county and had the authority to recruit a specific number of soldiers. For tasks such as bandit suppression, the county typically relied on the voluntary enlistment of local militia, which required the county to take full responsibility for their provisions and equipment. The permitted weaponry included standard bows and arrows, while crossbows and armor were strictly prohibited. Although these recruits were technically government-sponsored, they bore a striking resemblance to civilian militias. The only true advantage was that the county would finance this armed force, relieving them of personal expenses. Consequently, the bandit suppression efforts in the county had always been mediocre. Without armor or powerful crossbows, who would be willing to risk their lives, Linen was well aware of the county office's operations. The magistrate would initiate a bandit suppression campaign, others would respond, raising funds, while the county lieutenant managed the logistics and recruitment of soldiers. After a brief excursion to the outskirts, they would return, considering the mission complete. Though labeled as bandit suppression, in reality, the county office itself resembled a band of robbers. However, this presented Lennon with a valid reason to recruit men. The Great Joe Court had not explicitly defined the extent of armed forces a county lieutenant could command, and the circumstances vary by region. Thus, recruiting additional personnel in the name of bandit suppression seemed reasonable. Lennon had already devised a plan. Once he honed his archery skills, he would lead a team to suppress bandits, with his subordinates at the forefront while he unleashed devastating firepower as the sole ADCE. Amidst the bandit suppression, he could also exterminate demons. As a county lieutenant, he was, at least in name, a government official, and perhaps he could benefit from the blessings of the imperial dynasty? Lennon's mind brimmed with clever schemes. With a smile, he returned home, only to suddenly spot a young girl standing at his doorstep. Are you Yen, the red-clad vengeful spirit, declared, an insurmountable enemy? I advise you to challenge me another time. Lennon responded, are you now contemplating turning my home into a stronghold? Chapter 27. The death of Chen Dakong. Upon the sudden visit of the malevolent spirit, Lennon remained remarkably composed. Having encountered ghosts frequently, he had grown accustomed to their presence. In truth, he harbored no fear of them. After all, the boss was at home. Miss, whom are you searching for? Lennon inquired, maintaining his composure. I am looking for Lu Qingning. I have heard it said that she resides here. What a curious turn of events. Lennon continued to play along. Indeed, she does live here, and who might you be? I am her cousin, Lu Ruyan. Oh, he mused, nearly mistaking her surname for Lu. The Empress Ruyan indeed performed splendidly. Lennon scrutinized her features. She possessed a delicate countenance typical of fragility, yet her figure was graceful and statuesque, primarily due to her ample bosom. This young woman must have been a beauty in her lifetime. Since you are her cousin, please come inside and make yourself comfortable. Where is your cousin? I shall go fetch her. I'm back. At that moment, Lu Qingning appeared, lantern in hand, seemingly having concealed herself for quite some time. This is your cousin, Lu Ruyan. Do you not recognize her? Oh, is it Ruyan? It has been many years. You have grown so much. Let us enter and converse at leisure. By the way, why did you return so late today? Lennon grasped Lu Qingning's hand, a hint of reproach in his tone. Didn't I mention that the county has been rather unstable these past few days? There was an urgent patient that delayed me, she replied. Next time, you must return before dark. Do you understand? If not, send someone to notify me and I shall come to collect you. I cannot bear the thought of you traversing the night alone. I understand, Lu Qingning replied sweetly. In truth, the night was her domain. She was powerful and capable even during the day, yet she felt far more at ease under the cover of darkness. Nevertheless, Lennon's concern was something she cherished. Subsequently, she and Ruyan enacted their roles as scripted, while Lennon, perceptive yet discreet, swiftly accepted the notion of having an additional cousin residing with them. That evening, after the couple engaged in some light-hearted activities, Lu Qingning made a request. Darling, could you arrange for Ruyan to have a position? She could accompany you as an aide. Her family has practiced martial arts for generations, so she possesses some skills. Lennon responded, very well, it seems she has come for my sake. Lu Qingning's proposition was devoid of any flaws. Her family was in the medical field while her cousin was martial. Such a pairing was entirely reasonable. Now that he was the county lieutenant, it was a simple matter to recruit two individuals. However, Ruyan's striking appearance would not be incongruous accompanying him. In truth, Lennon had already acquiesced, but he felt compelled to feign reluctance to align with social norms. It matters not. With you watching over her, I am quite at ease. Then it is settled. Your cousin is akin to my sister, and I shall ensure no one dares to mistreat her. Indeed. Lu Qingning felt reassured. Who could possibly intimidate a vengeful spirit clad in red? The following day, Lennon took Ruyan to work at the patrol office. Was familiar territory, yet this was his first visit as the highest-ranking official, and indeed, the atmosphere was markedly different. Word of Lennon's appointment as county lieutenant had spread throughout the patrol office, and the personnel had gathered early to welcome him. However, jealousy lingered in the hearts of some, for they had all been constables, and suddenly, one of their own had ascended to such heights, naturally stirring discontent among them. Fearful of a brother's hardship, yet wary of a brother's success, noticing that everyone was assembled except for Chen Dakong, Lennon inquired, where is Captain Chen? Wang Wu replied timidly, little Lin, that night, Captain Chen, he passed away. What happened? Lennon was unaware of this turn of events. He found it strange that Chen Dakong had not sought him out while he was idling at home. Had he perhaps learned of Lennon's elevation to lieutenant? However, he soon learned that Chen Dakong had long since met his demise. Wang Wu recounted the events of that fateful night. Li Hui and Ji Kong had refrained from mentioning the cause of the death of Zhang Han's servant, but Zhang Yu had arrived with his men and, after a cursory investigation, unearthed the truth. It transpired that on that night, Feng Zhao had arranged for his wife to keep Zhang Han company, and coincidentally, Chen Dakong had intended to present the pelt of a demon wolf. Upon arriving at Feng Zhao's residence, he discovered this unexpected predicament. He had also been entangled with Feng Zhao's wife. She was not entirely innocent, and a little more roughhousing seemed inconsequential. However, the distinction between man and beast lies in the capacity for emotion. Despite being a seasoned rogue, Chen Dakong had developed genuine feelings for the county magistrate's wife. Upon realizing his beloved was in peril, he felt compelled to intervene, even knowing it may be futile. Faithfully, he witnessed the servant leading the unwilling mistress to Zhang Han's abode, where he also stumbled upon the gruesome scene of her demise. The servant was understandably terrified and nearly cried out. In that moment, Chen Dakong comprehended that if this matter were to come to light, his beloved would have no means of escape. The weight of public opinion was formidable, and the magistrate might seek retribution. In a fit of rage, he struck down Zhang Han's servant before reporting to Feng Zhao. Naturally, he did not disclose his own entanglement with Feng Zhao. Instead, he claimed that the servant had been slain by Feng Zhao's wife to avoid attracting trouble. Feng Zhao, fearful of the implications, colluded to cover up the matter, which ultimately led to Lin An being dispatched to eliminate the bandit. They even staged the corpse, manipulating the wounds to appear as though inflicted by ghostly claws. Yet, the truly skilled could discern the ruse with a mere glance. Practitioners of the arcane arts were particularly adept at such discernment. Wounds inflicted by supernatural beings would retain a lingering aura, yet it was evident that the corpse had met its end at the hands of a mortal. This was not something that could be disguised. Subsequently, matters unfolded simply. Zhang Yu arrived with a professional team, including forensic experts and scouts, and swiftly unraveled the truth. At that time, Chen Dakong had contemplated taking the blame to mask the existence of Feng Zhao's wife, but to his surprise, Feng Zhao's wife, a woman of conviction, revealed the truth. Thus, the two of them were cast into the waters of Baisha River to feed the fish. Some members of the patrol office were present during this tumultuous event, yet they felt a shared sense of foreboding. However, when Lin An arrived, the situation had escalated to such a degree that they could not afford to disclose this to him. The sensitivity of the matter rendered them hesitant to discuss it, resulting in Lin An remaining oblivious to Chen Dakong's demise until now. Lin An had long sensed that something was amiss with Chen Dakong. It was likely that he had met a violent end, yet he too refrained from exposing the truth at that time. Chen Dakong had failed to survive this calamity, which was unfortunate. Lin An had no intention of embroiling himself in Chen Dakong's troubles. Their camaraderie had not reached such depths. Nonetheless, Lin An felt a pang of regret. He had intended to recruit Chen Dakong as his deputy. This seasoned rogue was capable, meticulous, and had a few minor vices, yet none that were particularly problematic. Or alas, he had perished tragically in the name of another's wife, ultimately imbued with a hint of tragic romance. Perhaps, this is what love entails. Lin An sighed, sensing the somber atmosphere, and waved his hand dismissively. Let bygones be bygones. We still require a captain. Zhang Yong, from this day forth, you shall be the captain. As he stood alongside him during the night's patrols, he naturally wished to extend certain privileges to Zhang Yong. As for the others, they were mere tools in this endeavor. Chapter 28. Hui Jing. Lin An assigned a position to Zhang Yong and simultaneously promoted Wang Wu to handle procurement. The saying goes, when one person ascends, even chickens and dogs rise to prominence. Lin An's demeanor suggested that those close to him would reap benefits. Although the position of a constable may appear trivial, barely qualifying as an official title, in Baisha County, this seemingly insignificant role wielded considerable power. Not to mention the elevation in salary, this identity commanded respect from all walks of life in the county. The implicit income was of utmost importance. Moreover, procurement was a lucrative post. After promoting them, Lin An issued any superficial formalities and summoned them to a private chamber within the constabulary to discuss significant matters. Brother Yong, I have decided to launch an expedition against the bandits in Funyo Mountain in 7 days. Please consult with the affluent households in the county to raise funds to support our campaign against the bandits. Of course, your role is merely to inform them. For those who refuse to contribute, make a note of their names and addresses. Why keep their addresses? Naturally, to make them aware of the severity of the bandit threat, Lin An replied with an innocent expression. Zhang Yong, a seasoned individual, quickly grasped Lin An's intentions. At that moment, he realized that this seemingly honest little Lin Gu harbored quite a few cunning schemes. However, he could not refuse Lin An's request. Since Lin An had elevated him, to show disdain would have dire consequences. Understood, sir. Zhang Yong soon recognized his place. He was merely a worker. Nonetheless, with Lin An willing to extend him favor and lead him to prosperity, he was not one to seek more. Wang Wu, your responsibility is to procure bows and arrows. And remember to secure a kickback. I'll take 80%, and you will take 20%. Wang Wu, brother, is it really appropriate to speak so openly about kickbacks? Wang Wu internally grumbled but still obediently agreed. With that, Lin An dismissed the two, sending them off to fulfill their tasks, while he proceeded to the storeroom to retrieve the bows and arrows, practicing archery in the courtyard behind the constabulary. Once he had completed shooting all the arrows, the other constables, displaying keen perception, promptly retrieved the arrows for him. After enjoying a hearty lunch at the constabulary, he took home some fruits and vegetables gifted by his subordinates as he left work that afternoon. Thus, a day in the life of the county lieutenant past Ruyun followed closely throughout the day, and on the way home, she could not help but exclaim, "Is this the life of an official? It's far too leisurely, hardly any work is done all day, it's all about personal pursuits, and there are people to cater to one's needs." Ruyun was incredibly envious. Linen chuckled, "What significance does a mere county lieutenant hold? True officials live far more carefree lives than I do, indulging in idleness, enjoying lavish meals, and attending performances in the evening." Upon hearing this, Ruyun could not help but inquire, "Does brother-in-law wish to attend such performances?" Linen quickly shook his head. "I would never venture into such sordid places." He dared not speak recklessly, as this Ruyun was the sister of Lu Qingning. Moreover, he spoke the truth without a hint of guilt. In reality, he had frequented such places, but not for leisure. Rather, he had gone to apprehend thieves. The brothels and taverns were indeed havens for vice, where many criminals sought refuge. Additionally, collecting protection fees was another significant source of income for the constabulary. Though limited, it was a decent perk. Having visited such places, Linen knew there was little to enjoy. Moreover, Baisha County was a small locale, and its inhabitants were not particularly attractive. Those who frequented such establishments were often desperate, willing to settle for anything. Really? Indeed, just yesterday, someone hosted a banquet inviting me, but I declined. My loyalty to your sister is unwavering. I suspect the girls there must be quite unappealing, unworthy of brother-in-law's attention. Ruyun clearly intended to trap Linen. If everyone possessed your sister's beauty, would brother-in-law attend? What a cunning little rascal. Linen quickly recognized the snare. If he were to say yes, he would be met with reproaches from his wife upon returning home. If he said no, it would imply that Lu Qingning's beauty could not captivate him. Having seen through the ploy, he felt no fear of it. With a playful flick on Ruyun's forehead, he remarked, "Stop jesting about your sister and me. Refusing to answer is indeed the wisest response." After all, he was merely speaking hypothetically. To Linan's surprise, this flick triggered a reward. Defeated the red-clothed specter, experience 50. A simple flick yields experience? Linen realized he had missed out on a significant opportunity. Clearly, his action of flicking Ruyun's forehead was deemed an attack. Since Ruyun did not retaliate, it was as if he had won. How splendid. Linen wished he could flick her a few more times. However, considering that excessive flicking might provoke Ruyun's ire, he relinquished that notion. If he could gather Lu Qingning's subordinates together, feign a monster encounter, and then exit combat mode to continue farming experience, Linen could not help but daydream. Unfortunately, that was beyond his current capabilities, as he had yet to confront Lu Qingning directly. Even if he did, he would not reveal his unique abilities. The matter of cheating was one to keep under wraps. Never mind, it would be best to level up by battling monsters honestly and avoid any bugs. Besides, if he practiced diligently, he would certainly reap benefits. His abilities had already seen considerable improvement. Linen Level 8 Combat Skills Variational Attack, Basic Swordsmanship, Level 3 Basic Fist Technique, Level 2 Basic Archery, Level 3 Breathing Technique, Level 5 Experience, 890. The remaining experience should allow him to reach Level 10 with some left over. For now, he was in no rush to level up and preferred to accumulate experience first. His archery skills had been honed through diligent practice over the past few days. As long as he continued to train, he would keep improving. This single ability was sufficient to secure his standing in this era, not to mention the added feature of gaining experience to level up. Becoming invincible was merely a matter of time. He only needed a little time to develop, and there was no need to exploit bugs. Ruyun, having been flicked on the forehead by Linen, could not help but grimace internally. She had resolved to secretly report him to her sister for a reprimand. While their day unfolded in tranquility, outside Baisha County, tumultuous events were brewing. The Night of 100 Ghosts and the obliteration of Guangwei Temple had stirred a significant uproar. The entire cultivation community had taken notice, with the official narrative attributing the incident to a powerful individual coveting Guangwei Temple's treasures. However, those with a modicum of status were well aware of the true circumstances. The righteous cultivators were incensed, and across various regions, a crackdown on the Ghost King cult commenced anew. Meanwhile, within the ruins of Guangwei Temple, a young monk silently entered the dilapidated monastery. At this moment, Guangwei Temple was stained with fresh blood, and the lingering malevolence hung in the air. Master Huihong sat alone upon a meditation cushion, reciting scriptures, yet the veins on his forehead throbbed violently, revealing his inner turmoil. Master Huihong, your heart is troubled. Chapter 29. A ghost at the corner. Upon hearing a call, Master Huihong abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was fierce, and despite his continuous recitation of scriptures, he could not quell the fury surging within him. He turned his attention to the monk who had disturbed his meditation. This individual referred to him as senior brother, suggesting they belonged to the same generation. However, upon closer inspection, Hui Hong noticed that the monk's face was youthful, appearing no older than 16 or 17, and his features were strikingly handsome, with delicate skin that radiated a rosy hue. Clad in a pale moonwhite robe and adorned with prayer beads, he bore a topknot marked by a monk's scar, yet there was an unmistakable aura of seduction rather than the serene presence typical of a practitioner of Buddhism. "Who might you be?" Hui Hong inquired. "I am your junior brother, Hui Jing," the young monk replied. "It seems rather remarkable that one so young belongs to the Hui lineage." Hui Hong refrained from judging by appearances and continued, "Junior brother Hui Jing, may I inquire the purpose of your unexpected visit?" With hands clasped in reverence, Hui Jing responded, "I have heard that there are ghostly troubles in this vicinity, and my master has sent me to lend you a helping hand." As he joined his palms, a golden Dharma form materialized behind him, nearly matching Hui Jing's height but exuding an aura of solemnity and brilliance. Hui Jing's pupils widened in astonishment. "A golden body, at such a tender age, you possess such cultivation, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a bodhisattva?" Hui Jing smiled enigmatically, and Hui Hong's expression softened, now filled with respect. The golden body of Buddhism is akin to the golden elixir of Taoism, both representing the same echelon of spiritual achievement. Hui Hong felt a pang of embarrassment. Despite being from the Hui lineage and having practiced diligently for many years, he had yet to attain such a state. It was akin to the esteemed Qingsong Zhenren of Feiyan Temple, who also had not condensed his golden elixir. Now, a mere youth had achieved a golden body, evoking feelings of envy and even resentment within Hui Hong. Perceptive to Hui Hong's turmoil, Hui Jing advised, "Senior brother, you have been troubled by myriad concerns lately, it would be wise to set them aside for the time being." "Set aside? How can one simply set aside such burdens?" Hui Hong sighed deeply, aware that he had fallen into a mental quagmire from which he could not extricate himself. If he were to seek vengeance against the ghosts, it would render their prior admonition against the Ghost King's teachings unjustifiable. Why should they be allowed to exact revenge while the specters are denied the same? To forego vengeance while witnessing the tragic demise of his disciples was a torment he could scarcely endure. It was this very predicament that prevented Hui Hong from finding peace of mind. "You have misunderstood, senior brother," Hui Jing clarified. "What I meant was to release your worries and act according to your heart. Our Buddha is compassionate. Though the ghosts harbor deep-seated resentments, it is our duty to guide them towards liberation, allowing them to ascend to the Pure Land." The concept of liberation, however, essentially equated to vanquishing the ghosts. Was this not revenge? Even in the absence of personal grievances, they were still obliged to liberate the malevolent spirits. Sensing Hui Jing's understanding of his inner turmoil, Hui Hong felt somewhat comforted. Indeed, this was a persuasive rationale. Reflecting on it, he realized it held some truth, and thus the weight of his mental affliction began to lift considerably. Of course, he was also acutely aware that this reasoning bordered on self-deception, yet alleviation was all he sought. "Where does junior brother intend to commence our endeavor?" Hui Hong inquired. "Naturally, we shall begin at Baisha County. Everything initiates there. Let us proceed to Baisha County to bring this matter to a close." With his golden body and profound Buddhist teachings, Hui Jing felt confident in subduing a ghost king. However, Hui Hong expressed his unease, saying, "Might this venture pose a danger? The number of red-robed vengeful spirits has increased significantly since our last encounter." "Do not worry," Hui Jing reassured him. "To those beneath the golden body, all red-robed spirits are but mere ants. Whether the Ghost King is alive or deceased, they pose no threat." It was said that the Ghost King of that year was formidable, prompting many masters to intervene, ultimately leading to his suppression. Hui Hong harbored concerns that this young monk might be overly ambitious and reckless. The events of 3 years past were still fresh in memory, and Hui Jing, being well informed, understood the intricacies better than Hui Hong did. While both the Buddhist and Taoist sects had claimed to dispatch numerous experts, in reality, it was more a matter of saving face with the court. To subdue a ghost king did not necessitate such a large contingent. The intervention had comprised only a handful of golden elixir practitioners and golden body arhat, all of whom were of the same caliber as the ghost king. Their numbers alone sufficed to assert dominance, and many lesser-ranked individuals had merely accompanied them to bolster their ranks. Hui Jing had been present at the time and had found the ghost king rather unimpressive. This was a benefit of being affiliated with a prominent sect. He had accumulated ample practical experience. Yet, those individuals had underestimated the Ghost King's means of survival, allowing him to escape. Nevertheless, escaping merely indicated he had not perished on the spot. He was surely dead now. Thus, Hui Jing felt quite assured. "Ahmadba, if that is the case, let us set forth," he proclaimed. "The sooner we resolve this, the fewer victims there will be." Having reached an accord, the two monks embarked on their journey to Baisha County. With Hui Jing as cultivation, he deemed no number of red-robed spirits could pose a challenge if this was the source of his confidence. As they headed directly towards Baisha County, they arrived just as dusk was falling. The transition between night and day was a time when yin and yang intertwined, rendering ghostly beings more potent. Nevertheless, the self-assured Hui Jing paid little heed to such concerns. What he truly feared was that the vengeful spirits might have already vacated the area, for they would likely be aware that lingering would be unwise. Yet, since they had come this far, they might as well investigate. Hui Jing was quite loquacious, perhaps a reflection of his name, which bore the character for stillness. It seemed his master intended for him to cultivate tranquility. "Do you have any means of investigation, junior brother?" Hui Hong asked, somewhat perplexed, for they could not simply roam the streets aimlessly. The chances of encountering a ghost in such a manner were exceedingly slim. "Indeed, I have no specific methods," Hui Jing replied calmly. "But I believe in fate. Perhaps if we traverse the area without particular intent, we may just encounter a ghost." Hui Hong remarked, "In summary, we are leaving it to chance then?" He suddenly regretted joining this junior brother on such an unpredictable endeavor. However, having come so far, there was little choice but to proceed. At that moment, Linen was leaving work, accompanied by a diminutive ghostly bodyguard on his way home. As he turned a corner, he unexpectedly came face to face with the two monks, an elderly monk and a young one. Their gazes locked, and time seemed to freeze. Hui Hong stared in astonishment. Could it be that we are truly so fated? We just mentioned wandering about in hopes of a chance encounter, and here we are. What fortuitousness! Hui Jing smiled, his expression revealing satisfaction. Although Ru Yen had excellent disguise abilities, the proximity of the two monks made it impossible for them not to recognize her as a ghost. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Just as they were about to engage, Linen spoke up first. "What do you two monks want? Why are you staring at my cousin? Do you harbor ulterior motives?" Linen reacted swiftly, crafting a plausible justification for confronting the two monks. Otherwise, he would have had no reason to protect Ru Yen. "Amitba, Lin benefactor, it is a pleasure to see you again. Please trust me, she is a malevolent spirit, not a human." "Do not be deceived," Hui Hong implored. "Ha, I cannot believe you. My cousin walks freely in daylight. She is tangible and visible. How could she possibly be a ghost? I suspect you are merely coveting her beauty, fabricating tales of her being a ghost." Linen retorted defiantly. Chapter 30 Tangled Affairs. Linen, with deliberate intent, engaged in a convoluted charade, feigning ignorance to buy time, allowing Ru Yen to make her escape. Until now, Ru Yen remained an ally, and Linen was determined to protect her from unwarranted harm. The rear end dictates the mind. One must first ascertain the location of the hindquarters before determining the direction of thought. Presently, with two monks claiming the presence of a ghost, he steadfastly refused to concede, for what could they possibly do to him? Moreover, Linen was adept at casting aspersions. A mere suggestion of coveting his cousin's beauty was sufficient to sow seeds of misunderstanding. As twilight descended, the nearby residents had yet to retire for the night, indulging in leisurely post-dinner moments. The commotion drew their attention, prompting them to peer through their windows. Observing the scene, Hui Jing refrained from immediate action, instead uttering a solemn chant. "Amitba, benefactor, you have misunderstood." Gazing upon Linan's robust vitality, she seemed to grasp why he was surrounded by apparitions. To those spirits, he was an exquisite delicacy, pure yang energy, which they relished. It was lamentable that this man was so oblivious, unable to discern the true nature of the malevolent spirits that shrouded him. Left unaided, he would inevitably be drained of his essence by these fiends. Since fate had brought their paths to cross, Hui Jing would not simply turn a blind eye, despite Linan's unfriendly demeanor. As a practitioner of the Buddhist path, she embodied compassion and an expansive heart, typically refraining from anger and impatience. Linan's attitude, while not particularly amiable, did not warrant her indifference to his plight against the specters. Yet, it was not the right moment to act. The bustling market was teeming with onlookers. Thus, she proposed, "If you remain unconvinced, let us part ways here. We shall meet again if fate allows." Linen, taken aback, had not anticipated that a potential conflict would dissipate so effortlessly. Was it due to their concern of being observed by others, or perhaps they aimed to bide their time for a greater catch? He pondered deeply, realizing that this monk was no easy adversary. His apology had rendered him reluctant to escalate matters further. "Let us return home," he declared, feigning anger as he grasped Ru Yan's hand. Maneuvering past the two monks, after a few steps, he turned back to declare, "Do not even think of following us. Should any harm befall my cousin, I shall not let you escape unscathed." With that, he released Ru Yan's hand. The ease of their escape only indicated that the monks had no intention of letting the matter rest. Given his current strength, Linen surmised that he was likely no match for them. At that moment, he found himself adopting the perspective of Su Xian. Despite having some martial prowess, he was still a mere mortal compared to the enlightened monks. What should he do now? His mind raced as he concluded that he must not be branded as an accomplice to the spirits, lest he be unable to assist his beloved. Moreover, as the county lieutenant, he found himself in a position of relative authority, especially with the county magistrate's power waning and the governor absent. Thus, he could potentially wield considerable influence in Baisha County. The magistrate would not dare interfere, and the county assistant could not reach him. He could utilize his authority to slightly impede the monk's advance. The current dilemma lay in the absence of signaling devices. Otherwise, a single arrow would summon a horde of constables. Communication relied heavily on vocal summons, and he needed someone to relay a message. This messenger could not be Ru Yan, for if she were captured en route, it would be a futile endeavor. Silence enveloped them as Linen contemplated, while Ru Yan remained quiet, uncertain whether Linen was feigning ignorance or genuinely believed her to be human. At this juncture, she felt her concealment was becoming untenable. What should she do? Should the monks pursue them, it would disrupt the tranquility of her sister and brother-in-law's lives. Yet, if she departed now, would not Lu Qingning's existence be exposed as well? Ru Yan felt trapped between two choices. However, given the circumstances, maintaining the facade was no longer meaningful. Rather than burden them, she resolved to reveal the truth. Brother-in-law, Ru Yan suddenly halted. "What is it?" Linen inquired. "Please treat my sister with kindness," she urged. "Do not speak as if you are preparing to deliver a last testament. It is not yet that time. Let us return home. They are merely two monks, do not be afraid." Ru Yan responded, "Brother-in-law, you must know something, do you not? How can you summon the courage to confront these monks? They are genuine practitioners, capable of handling not only demons but ordinary mortals with ease." Linen possessed some martial ability, yet in comparison to these enlightened monks, his combat prowess was negligible. "Brother-in-law, the truth is, I am not human." Ru Yan recalled her plan and decided to unveil her true nature while concealing Lu Qingning's identity. "I have no family left in this world, save for my cousin, whom I wish to see. I did not anticipate such calamity, please do not oppose the monks." Her rationale was sound, and Linen had no choice but to acquiesce. "I see, yet, even if you are a spirit, you remain Qingning's sister, our kin. I shall not allow the monks to harm you. Come, let us return home, but if they dare approach, I shall shoot them down with arrows." "That will not do, brother-in-law. Humans traverse the path of the living, while spirits walk the path of the dead. I must take my leave." Without waiting for Linan's response, she shed her disguise, transforming into a crimson ghostly figure, ready to ascend into the heavens. At that moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the sky, and a grand Buddhist inscription appeared, instantly suppressing Ru Yan. All of this was visible only to those with awakened spiritual sight. "Amitabha, benefactor, do you believe now?" Hui Jing and Wei Hong emerged from the shadows, having followed Linen, hoping to discern whether Ru Yan was in league with him. They were now privy to the truth. This was precisely what Ru Yan had hoped to reveal, sacrificing her own life to safeguard Lu Qingning. She sensed the young monk's formidable strength, perhaps rivaling that of Lu Qingning. Furthermore, the Buddhist and Taoist sects were far too powerful, beyond the reach of the Ghost King sect. Even if Lu Qingning triumphed this time, they would undoubtedly send stronger forces next. "Even if she is a spirit, she is still my cousin. Release her." Linen brandished his bow, drawing an arrow, poised for action. "Amitabha, benefactor, your obstinacy may lead you to the prison of the inspectorate," Hui Jing retorted, his patience wearing thin as he stepped forward, channeling his Buddhist light to restrain Ru Yan while advancing towards Linen. Chapter 31. The choice. Linen is not the first to interfere with the exorcism of demons, taking advantage of his mortal identity. Time and again, they encounter those deeply enchanted by malevolent spirits, who, even at the cost of their own lives. Linan's actions, aimed at safeguarding his loved ones, are among the mildest of symptoms. At least his mind remains intact. However, while his mind may be sound, his heart is far from pure. He is acutely aware that matters of the extraordinary must remain concealed from the ordinary, yet he attempts to draw their attention to thwart his exorcistic endeavors. Such behavior is a clear violation of the law and warrants punishment. With a decisive step forward, Hui Jing unleashed a punch, one that would not prove fatal to Linen, for Hui Jing possessed a measure of restraint, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Consequently, Linen defended himself, and in a swift motion, seized Hui Jing's other hand, interrupting his grip on Ru Yan. As the Buddhist seal dissipated, Ru Yan seized the opportunity, her ghostly form flickering away in an instant. The vexation of dealing with ghosts lies in their uncanny swiftness. Without proper restraint or adequate preparation, capturing a spirit proves exceedingly challenging. Amitabha, Hui Jing was genuinely incensed. Just as he was about to extricate himself from Linan's grasp to retaliate fiercely, Linen voluntarily released him. I apologize, master. There are certain actions one must take, even when aware they are misguided. Should you wish for me to accept punishment, I assure you, I shall comply without resistance. Hui Jing, bewildered, pondered how he could possibly strike back when the adversary had already surrendered. But he found himself chanting to suppress his fury. Having finally apprehended a ghost, he watched helplessly as Lin Nan let it escape. Lin Nan's forthrightness in expressing his willingness to face punishment left Hui Jing at a loss. Surely, he could not resort to further violence against Lin Nan, despite his desire to do so, for he would never tarnish the image of the Buddhist order. Foolish mortal, do you comprehend the nature? Had she merely been an ordinary vengeful soul, I would not be compelled to slay her, yet, she is a crimson-clad malevolent spirit, her hands stained with blood. By freeing her, you have entangled yourself in karmic retribution. The lives she takes and the sins she commits henceforth will weigh heavily upon your conscience. With that, Hui Jing ceased his discourse and pursued the direction Ruyan had fled, and now that the ghostly aura lingered, the pursuit would not be arduous. As for Lin Nan, his reckoning would come in due time. Once he observed that both Hui Jing and Hui Hong had departed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. A gentleman may deceive with decorum. He had wagered wisely. The opponent was a monk, and regardless of his true nature, he was bound to uphold the image of the Buddhist community. Thus, Lin Nan had deliberately played the rogue, compelling Ruyan to seize her chance to flee. In this way, he felt he had honored her. In the mountains, he remembered how Wu Xian had helped him subdue the demon wolf, Xiaoya. Lin Nan had not forgotten that debt. He believed in repaying kindness, a principle he held dear. Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted by Ruyan, Lin Nan maintained his guise and swiftly returned home. Liu Qingning had prepared a meal, and upon seeing Lin Nan return alone, she expressed her surprise. Why are you here by yourself? What of Ruyan? Do not be alarmed when I tell you, Lin Nan replied, feigning concern. Liu Qingning grew anxious. Speak, I shall not be afraid. My cousin is a ghost. She came to see you, but encountered 2 monks on the way who nearly captured her. I could only delay them for a moment, but I am no match for those monks. Whether she escaped remains uncertain. Alas, how pitiful, she is so young. Lin Nan swiftly conveyed the information, having said all that was necessary. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingning immediately grasped the situation and felt a surge of urgency. Whoever could swiftly subdue Ruyan would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. If she refrained from intervening, Ruyan could be in peril, along with others. Yet, for the moment, she had not drawn the attention of the Buddhist and Taoist sections. Once exposed, tranquility would become a distant memory. Torn between her beloved sister and her cherished husband, Liu Qingning felt a deep anguish. However, after a brief moment of sorrow, she resolved to act. It is tragic that Ruyan has met with such misfortune and has become a ghost. I can only hope she manages to escape. Now, dear husband, let us eat. Despite the gravity of the situation, the necessity of sustenance prevailed. Come, husband, you have worked hard all day, drink some soup to replenish your strength. Liu Qingning filled a bowl with steaming soup and handed it to Lin Nan, but he noticed her fingers subtly forming a seal, tampering with the chicken broth. Lin Nan could clearly see the malevolent energy swirling atop the soup. Wait, what are you doing? Are you trying to drug me? Husband, drink your chicken soup. Why do we consume chicken soup daily? What manner of household is this, so extravagant and wasteful? Besides, you hardly ever finish it. This is what I must criticize you for. Before Lin Nan could finish, the exasperated Liu Qingning pressed her seal against his forehead, causing him to feel a sudden dizziness, and he promptly fainted. Liu Qingning cradled him and carried him back to their bedroom, gazing at his serene sleeping face, her heart heavy with reluctance. This parting might lead to an insurmountable distance between them and the future. They had never truly belonged together, destined to have no future. Yet, she had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. In truth, she had foreseen that after dealing with Guangwei Temple, she would have to urge the malevolent spirits to retreat. Yet, she had not anticipated encountering emissaries from the underworld. Had it not been for that, she would not have allowed Ruyan to take the risk of staying behind to protect Lin Nan. Having fused with her mortal form, no one could discern her identity as a ghostly sovereign. She had even contemplated dispersing the spirits of Anninghall to seek medicine and advice in the countryside, but unexpectedly, Ruyan had crossed paths with the monks of the Buddhist order. Perhaps, this was destiny. With a sigh, Liu Qingning opened the wardrobe and retrieved a box from the bottom, extracting a crimson umbrella. This was her ghostly artifact, long unused, but the day of its unsealing had finally arrived. She unfurled the umbrella and placed it upon the bed. She had not forgotten the lurking emissaries of the underworld. With her artifact safeguarding him, Lin Nan would remain unharmed. Parting after 1,000 days of companionship is inevitable. Strive to nourish yourself and do not dwell on me. Leaving a note behind, Liu Qingning hurriedly exited, not daring to glance back. Once outside the courtyard, her expression bore no trace of tenderness or attachment, only steely resolve. Her eyes reddened as they fixed on the distance, the direction Ruyan had fled. Ruyan did not seek refuge in Anning Hall or come to her. Instead, she ventured into the unfamiliar mountains. This vast forest, nameless yet expansive, lacked towering peaks, yet the small hills rose and fell, teeming with spirits. Chapter 32. What exactly is her essence? Ruyan endeavored to entangle the monk's footsteps with the wild creatures of the mountains, yet all her efforts ultimately proved futile. Hui Jing extracted the demon-subduing staff, exuding an overwhelming aura, which passing spirit would dare to provoke. All manner of sprites and entities lay in hiding, too fearful to show their faces. At this point, Ruyan found herself utterly helpless. Though she could run swiftly, she could not shake her pursuers. No distance would suffice. Hui Jing and Hui Hong clung to her like parasites, unshakable and unbeatable. Ruyan understood that today she might meet her end here, yet she took solace in the fact that her explosive power could serve as a warning, allowing her sisters a chance to escape. Indeed, the Ghost King sect had grown formidable, but its elite combatants were still vastly inferior to the Buddhist and Taoist sects. In truth, the Ghost King sect could employ ruthless tactics to avoid being targeted by the Buddhist and Taoist factions, such as taking the world's populace hostage. The advantage of ghosts lies in their exceptional stealth. With such a vast world, could the Buddhist and Taoist sects truly oversee every corner? Clearly, it was impossible. If every time the Buddhist and Taoist sects acted against them, they randomly selected a hapless soul to perish, the sects would undoubtedly hesitate to act so recklessly. However, the Ghost King sect had not adopted such a strategy, for they too had their limits. To slaughter innocents for their own survival would render them no different from the malevolent beings that once caused them harm. The tale of the Dragon Slayer becoming the dragon ultimately did not unfold. The ghosts of the Ghost King sect lacked the requisite ruthlessness, thus allowing the gentleman to deceive them with ease. Had Linen been the leader or a high-ranking member of the Ghost King sect, they would not find themselves in such an awkward predicament. Returning to the matter at hand, since Ruyan realized her escape was futile, she resolved to fight with all her might. She could not return to seek her comrades, as that would only lead the boss back home. She had already sensed Hui Jing's strength. Unless Lu Qingning intervened, no one in the Ghost King sect could match Hui Jing. This was indeed the weakness of the Ghost King sect. There were too few strong individuals, rendering them helpless in the face of elite combatants. Amitba, benefactor, please pause. It dawned on her that if the other party truly wished to harm her, they could have done so in the city. Perhaps he intended for her to lead him back to their lair or to a secluded spot before launching an attack. You foul monk, go ahead and strike. If you are not as skilled, there is nothing more to say, and do not expect me to betray my brethren. Amitba. Hui Jing pressed his palms together, stating, you are indeed a fiery spirit, benefactor. Thus, I invite you to proceed. As he spoke, he chanted scriptures softly, and golden Buddhist texts soared forth, binding Ruyan as if they were chains. Upon encountering the ghostly energy enveloping Ruyan, these chains reacted as she sought to endure, but the searing pain emanating from her very soul was unbearable. Under the influence of the scriptures, her ghostly energy began to dissipate and her cultivation gradually declined. Monk, kill me. Hui Jing remained unmoved. If he wished to slay Ruyan, a single strike would suffice. His current aim was to guide her towards enlightenment. Surrender your resistance, and you shall find relief from this suffering. Impossible. Ruyan was acutely aware that if she lowered her guard, she would fall under the control of this loathsome monk. What he spoke of as benevolence and conversion was merely a pathway to becoming a puppet devoid of self-awareness. Should she convert, she would undoubtedly betray the Ghost King sect and Lu Qingning. Hence she endured the torment of her soul being scorched, steadfastly clinging to her beliefs without the slightest relaxation. Stubborn as ever, Hui Jing quickened his recitation of the scriptures, causing the Buddhist texts on Ruyan to flicker ever more rapidly, amplifying her suffering and destabilizing her very essence. If this continues, you shall be reduced to ashes, with no chance of reincarnation. After reincarnation, I am death. In conversion, I am equally death. Since both lead to demise, why cling to life? At least you could suffer less. Then come, let us see whether your bald head's methods are more ruthless, or whether this lady's spirit is unyielding. Strictly speaking, ghosts possess no bones. Hui Jing shook his head, astonished. He had never encountered such a resolute ghost before. Typically, the agony of soul scorching would suffice to induce conversion, yet she persisted even as her soul approached rupture. What an unwavering obsession. Amitba. Hui Jing ceased his assault with the binding scriptures and instead began to chant the Soul Requiem Sutra, aiding in the restoration of her soul. However, he had no intention of sparing Ruyan. He simply wished to prevent her death. He was uncertain whether he could uncover more clues within the city, but possessing a spirit like Ruyan necessitated seizing the opportunity to exploit this opening. Following her healing, Hui Jing resumed reciting scriptures, yet Ruyan's consciousness had begun to waver. Even as she maintained her inner conviction. As the runes flickered, her cultivation plummeted from that of a vengeful spirit to that of an ordinary ghost. Even a common ghost could easily defeat her now. It seems this spirit is largely beyond taming. Hui Jing gradually lost his patience. If she could not be subdued, then he would slay her and seek out others. He could hardly believe that all the ghosts of the Ghost King sect were so unyielding. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a palm full of golden Buddhist light, powerful and grand. Yet just as it was about to descend upon Ru Yan, the palm imprint unexpectedly shattered, along with the Buddhist light enveloping her, vanishing into oblivion. Oh, has someone finally come to her rescue? Hui Jing's slow deliberation was merely a ruse to await the arrival of other ghosts to save Ru Yan, so he could follow the trail to further leads. Monk, you have gone too far. Upon witnessing Ru Yan's dire state, Lu Qingning comprehended her plight. Had Ru Yan merely perished, her anger would not have been so fierce. In this world, grievances and retaliations often lack coherent reasoning. The murderer is always hunted by another, who lives and who dies is determined solely by skill, yet Hui Jing's actions were tantamount to desecration. To beat someone to the brink of death, then revive them only to repeat the cycle of torment was utterly detestable. Seeing Lu Qingning appear, Ru Yan felt urgency. Sister, why must you go through this? I am not worth your efforts to save. Her life held little value, living in this world was hardly meaningful, yet Lu Qingning was cherished and loved. She could live as a person. Regrettably, for her sake, Lu Qingning had exposed herself. Her foolish child, you are indeed worth saving. Come, rest well, and see how I avenge you. Lu Qingning produced a vial and drew Ru Yan into it, placing it gently within her bosom. Her arrival rendered Hui Jing utterly bewildered. Utilizing her heavenly eye, Hui Jing could not discern Lu Qingning's true essence. A human with sinister inclinations, she bore the aura of a ghost, her visage seemingly that of one long dead, yet her heart still beat. Such an existence, neither human nor ghost, neither corpse nor spirit, was indeed a first for him. Chapter 33 My first love left me utterly defeated. Hui Jing was astounded by Lu Qingning's background, yet he gleaned a wealth of useful information from her words. You are their leader? Hui Jing replied with composure, if you wish to avenge her, you must first assess your own strength. Behind Hui Jing, his golden form manifested. He sensed that Lu Qingning was a formidable opponent and, therefore, would not underestimate her as he had with Ru Yan. He was serious about revealing his golden form. Great Diamond Palm. The golden figure surged to an impressive height of 30 feet, striking towards Lu Qingning with a colossal hand. Lu Qingning displayed no sign of fear. Instead, she charged directly at the enormous golden form, her fingers curling into claws as she confronted the palm's center. Clang! The sound echoed like metal meeting metal, producing a sharp, crisp ring. Yet, in the next instant, Hui Jing's golden form was riddled with cracks and shattered violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at Lu Qingning. One blow to break the golden form? She appears unscathed? Hui Jing realized he had encountered a formidable ghost. This individual before him was at least a ghost king. Hadn't the ghost kings of the Ghost King sect been eradicated, how could another one have emerged? Could it be a newly ascended ghost king? That seemed improbable. His cultivation level was sufficient to contend with an ordinary ghost king, yet Lu Qingning had obliterated his golden form with a single strike. Perhaps her cultivation exceeded that of a ghost king. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hui Jing's heart raced in terror. He could scarcely believe that Lu Qingning possessed such a level of cultivation, yet his wits remained intact. In that moment, his instinct for survival compelled him to take only one course of action: to flee. Divine Foot Technique. Among the 6 divine powers of Buddhism, Hui Jing had mastered 5. With a swift step, he vanished in the blink of an eye. It was through the Divine Foot Technique that he had managed to catch up to Ru Yan, yet in Lu Qingning's eyes, it seemed insufficient. With a single step, she too advanced, cloaked in ghostly shadows, swiftly appearing behind Hui Jing. No matter how rapidly he accelerated, he felt an icy presence trailing him. Retribution arrived too swiftly. Previously, he had exerted pressure on Ru Yan in this manner, and now it was Lu Qingning's turn to apply her own intensity. Before he could utter a word, Hui Jing felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a pitch-black, razor-sharp ghostly claw piercing his chest, clutching his heart. You dared to kill me? Hui Jing could hardly believe it. The distant approach of Master Huiming felt like the sky was collapsing. Hui Jing, so young yet of the same generation as him, had already reached the golden body realm. He must have been a prodigy descended from the heavens. Yet, such a genius met such a swift demise. He was at a loss for how to report this situation. You have caused a great calamity. After today, the Ghost King sect will surely be reduced to ashes. Lu Qingning understood that a Buddhist practitioner capable of reaching the golden body realm would be a focus of attention. Once they were provoked, the consequences would be severe. However, there has never been a rule stating that if you can kill me, I cannot kill you. You have arrived just in time. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Lu Qingning's eyes, and Master Huiming's spirit fell into a daze as he recalled his childhood. Abandoned at a young age, he had been fortunate enough to be taken in by the abbot of Guangwei Temple, who had trained him as a disciple. He had displayed remarkable talent and was entrusted with significant responsibilities, determined to expand Guangwei Temple's influence. Under his guidance, the temple did indeed flourish, its incense offerings more robust than ever. He was aware that some individuals had committed wrongdoings, fearing retribution from the spirits, which drove them to seek solace in prayer. He recognized this as an act of complicity, yet he believed that for the greater good, one need not be overly concerned with minor details. Once Guangwei Temple grew more influential, they could persuade more people towards virtue. Was that not a form of merit? Many who came to make wishes found blessings through him. Expanding Guangwei Temple's influence attracted even more incense offerings, thereby assisting many that he had always believed himself to be in the right. Yet a lingering memory surfaced of a vengeful spirit who, in despair of retribution, had thrown itself against the Buddhist artifact he had sent forth. Perhaps that was not an isolated incident. Amitabha, has the poor monk ultimately erred? Master Huimeng was fated never to receive an answer. As he teetered on the brink of life's fleeting moments, Lu Qingning's ghostly hand crushed his heart. Both high monks perished at an astonishing speed at Lu Qingning's hands. She did not indulge in torturous methods, for she understood that time was of the essence. Having slain the Buddhist masters, it was time to flee. The Ghost King sect must retreat into silence once more, lest they suffered devastating losses when the Buddhist sect retaliated. Moreover, her adversaries were not limited to the Buddhist and Taoist factions. Lu Qingning sensed an even greater threat loomed from the Yamahal. This mysterious organization harbored unknown motives. Were it not for them, Lu Qingning would not have been compelled to take such drastic measures. Casting a glance at the deceased Master Huimeng, who remained trapped in a dream, she cast a reluctant glance towards the direction of Baisha County. Sensing that the ghostly umbrella remained tranquil, Lu Qingning departed with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, in Baisha County, Linen finally awoke from his slumber. He recalled the events leading up to his fainting. Lu Qingning had resorted to direct confrontation upon failing to drug him. But where had she gone now? Linen sprang up suddenly, noticing a small note by the bedside, along with the opened paper umbrella. Glancing at the elegant script on the note, he felt a heaviness in his chest. He rushed out of the room, searching fruitlessly for Lu Qingning, ultimately returning to sit helplessly on the bed. In truth, he had anticipated this day. However, the outcome had diverged from his expectations. He had envisioned a proper farewell, a heart-to-heart conversation to clarify their feelings, rather than this abrupt conclusion. In a blink, his beloved was gone. Yet, upon reflection, such an ending seemed optimal. There were no tearful goodbyes, no lingering attachments at parting. It was for the best. They had separated with minimal harm to each other. Damn it, I only had one love in 2 lifetimes, and you went and stabbed me. Linen endured his anger until he could no longer contain it, striking his fist against the bed, leaving a crack in the wooden frame. His fist remained unscathed, yet his mood grew increasingly volatile. Even upon seeing the umbrella Lu Qingning had left behind, he felt an urge to break it in frustration. Yet, despite his anger, he ultimately restrained himself. Lu Qingning had intentionally left the umbrella for him, serving as a memento. Sleep now. Tomorrow, I shall enter the mountains and eradicate the bandits. Linen gathered the umbrella, lay back down, and prepared to rest. However, as he reclined, the previously cracked bed frame abruptly collapsed, sending him plummeting down with it. Damn! Chapter 34. Brother, are you serious? When Linen awoke from the collapsed bed, the sunlight had already pierced through the window's opening, casting its rays upon the wall. He glanced around, yet still found no trace of Lu Qingning's return. Everything from the previous night was not merely a dream. With a soft sigh, Linen came to terms with the harsh reality. He understood that lying in bed, waiting, would not alter the course of events. Venturing out would change little as well. The stark truth was that barely half a month into his marriage, his wife was gone. The blow to Linen was substantial, yet he refrained from succumbing to despair. The past was the past, and the present was the present. He possessed the means to grow stronger. It merely required a bit of time. One day, he would locate Lu Qingning and exact a thorough reckoning. With an indomitable spirit, Linen proceeded to the police station, summoning Zhang Yong and Wang Wu to inquire about the progress of their mission. It had not been long since he had issued the order to eliminate the bandits, yet neither Zhang Yong's financial arrangements nor Wang Wu's procurement of equipment was ready. Zhang Yong remarked, I have arranged a meeting with the county's gentry and wealthy households, but their attitudes have been quite dismissive. It seems they perceive the county's authority as waning and are reluctant to show us any respect. Linen comprehended instantly. The residents of such small locales often carried an air of superiority, as if their worth could only be established through displays of formality and decorum. They were engaged in private discussions, and Zhang Yong felt no need to conceal this. After a moment's contemplation, Linen replied, since they are unwilling to offer assistance, we shall take the initiative to procure what we need. After all, this is part of the plan. Have you marked the locations properly? Zhang Yong hesitated, but, brother, isn't this a bit too audacious? Can't we afford them a little more time to deliberate? Internally, he was filled with exasperation, yet he produced several maps, each detailing the circumstances of various estates. With no choice, having boarded the proverbial pirate ship, he dared not betray their confidence. Recognizing that Lin An's approach might induce some resistance in Zhang Yong, he took the documents and assured him, "Rest easy, Brother Yong. Once we have secured the funds for the bandit extermination, I shall allocate 20% to you as a token of gratitude for your efforts." Zhang Yong wished to decline, but the offer was too generous to refuse. "Wang Wu, you too shall receive 10%. How is your procurement of equipment coming along?" Although Wang Wu appeared to hold little standing within the team, he had a wealth of acquaintances and could converse with anyone, making him a valuable asset. Lin An had recruited him not solely for his connections but also for his capabilities, though he had yet to complete his tasks. Receiving a share of the spoils left Wang Wu feeling apprehensive. Nevertheless, Lin An's tone was firm and brooked no argument, compelling him to acquiesce. "I have placed an order for several hundred arrowheads at the blacksmith's shop, which should arrive by tomorrow. However, once assembled, it may take an additional 2 days. I have also ordered 30 sabers, and as for bows, if we recruit local militia, they likely will not have any. Those who do will probably bring their own. I have secured one 3-stone bow for you in the capital, but that too will take a few days to arrive." Lin An had not considered that some recruits might be unfamiliar with bows and arrows, yet Wang Wu had anticipated this. Regarding the 3-stone bow, it was not merely a matter of Lin An's limitations but rather that it was the most formidable bow he could procure. To acquire a more powerful bow would necessitate superior materials and craftsmanship, which were not available in a small place like theirs. "Let it be, then. It would be a waste to equip others. My intention is to arm myself," Lin An concluded. Additionally, there were some leather armors in the storeroom, previously prepared by the county's lieutenant, which were still usable and thus did not necessitate further orders. "Very well. The leather armor's protection may not rival that of iron armor, but it is suitable for civilian use, and better than nothing." Lin An decided, "Inform everyone, once the arrows are ready tomorrow, we shall head into the mountains to confront the bandits." He had no intention of waiting for the 3-stone bow, as the ordinary stock would suffice for the time being. With the preparatory work lacking completion, he could only suppress his impatience and endure another day. That night, Lin An, accompanied by his aides Wang Wu and Zhang Yong, raided several wealthy households from their list. These individuals were quite affluent. The following morning, without waiting for any reports to the authorities, Lin An set out with a group of constables to confront the bandits. The constables were taken aback. "Brother, are you really moving so swiftly? Just days ago, you announced this, and now we are on the road, our cannon fodder isn't even prepared." Although some voiced their dissent, Lin An had shattered a stone lion at the entrance before departing, which left everyone compliant. Yet no one believed that this expedition to eradicate the bandits would be successful. The banditry in Fulong Mountain had persisted for several years. Even with the officials' intervention, they had failed to eradicate the threat. When the bandits observed the approaching forces, they would abandon their homes and retreat into the dense mountains, with the authorities too intimidated to pursue them, ultimately conceding defeat. Once the officials departed, the bandits would return to reclaim their territory, having established a formidable presence. The surrounding villages were well aware of the bandits' prowess. They either avoided the route altogether or prepared to pay tolls. Although the bandits could not seize passing merchants, they would descend from the mountains to pillage, causing immense suffering to the locals. However, no one from the nearby county dared to genuinely confront the bandits. Previous collections of tribute had merely served as an excuse to extort the populace. Compared to those who officially dealt with the bandits, Lin An's team appeared rather haphazard. They numbered scarcely 30 individuals, equipped with tattered gear, their actions lacking the county magistrate's endorsement, and financing was entirely self-sourced. They even had only 3 horses for transport, while the rest rode in ox carts. Observing this motley crew, it was evident their combat capability fell short of even a larger merchant caravan's guards, who would dare assert they could successfully eliminate the bandits. The constables in the ox carts whispered among themselves, speculating that Lin An, as a new official, sought to make a name for himself. Yet they failed to comprehend that this endeavor to eradicate bandits was a dangerous affair. Even the county hesitated to approach the matter for fear of losing face. The little reputation he had would be tarnished. The first day passed as they traveled. Lin An muttered in frustration, "Must it take an entire day just to traverse this path?" Unfortunately, the ox cart's speed was akin to that of a pedestrian. Fortunately, by the evening of the second day, they finally arrived at the borders of Funyo Mountain. At this point, the constables began to panic. "Brother, you cannot be serious. With our team, we are to confront the bandits of Funyo Mountain?" Chen Mo, spurred on by others, reluctantly approached Lin An to dissuade him. His martial skills were commendable among the constables, but he knew well his limitations compared to Lin An. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. This was a matter of life and death. Brother Chen, I believe you could place a bit more trust in me. Just keep your shields raised as we advance, the rest I shall handle. The ox cart also carried shields. The wooden shields provided a measure of defense given Lin An's combat prowess. He merely required some frontline support. Indeed, had he not been so cautious, he could have managed without any frontline assistance at all. Chapter 35 of the Mountain Movers. My lord, do you have any idea how many bandits reside atop Mount Funyo? As Lin An remained resolute in his decision, Chen Mo's anxiety became increasingly palpable. Previously, it was said that there were dozens of formidable fighters, but as the reputation of Mount Funyo grew, so too did the number of bandits, now swelling to 100 or 200, each a master in their own right. Chen Mo was not exaggerating their might, this was simply the truth. As those living near Mount Funyo had a keen understanding of these mountain brigands, their influence was expanding, allowing them to operate across several surrounding counties and control multiple crucial routes. In the future, even residing within the city might not guarantee safety. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that their motley crew intended to ascend the mountain to confront the bandits. They were outnumbered and outmatched, with the mountain still being the bandits' stronghold, where they were intimately familiar with the terrain. What chance did they have? It was utterly futile. But then, Lin An's eyes lit up. If they had over 200 individuals, and calculating an average of 5 experience points per person, that would yield over 1,000 experience points. A veritable treasure trove of experience lay atop the mountain, and his blade was already thirsting for action. Alright, I understand your intentions. Tonight, we shall ascend the mountain. Nighttime combat was Lin An's greatest advantage. His keen senses enabled him to see clearly in the dark, while the bandits might struggle under such conditions. Chen Mo felt an even deeper sense of despair. Not only were they at a disadvantage, but now Lin An insisted on engaging in night combat on enemy territory. Yet he contemplated fleeing, but upon voicing Lin An's decision, the collective desire to escape surged among the others. Lin An, however, wielded the threat of force. Follow me up the mountain, and there may yet be a glimmer of hope. If you choose to flee now, there is but one path ahead: death. Since Lu Qingning's departure, Lin An's temperament had grown increasingly volatile. In times past, he would never have considered foregoing beef, but now his focus was solely on his own plans. Disobedience would simply transform them into experience points. His current threshold was to refrain from treating ordinary people as mere experience fodder. The group sensed Lin An's formidable presence and, albeit trembling, complied with his orders to take up their shields and ascend the mountain. Zhang Yong, beat the drum, we march. Wait, brother, are we not sneaking into the village? Why the fanfare? Moreover, your subordinates are merely a band of constables. Where is the army? Yet, Lin An's imposing demeanor left him little choice but to comply. Lin An had even commandeered the large drum from the county office, though its sound was somewhat muted. Fortunately, he had prepared a gong, courtesy of Wang Wu. Thus, Lin An's loyal aides, laden with a substantial supply of arrows, marched forth, beating their instruments as they made their way toward Mount Funyo. On the tranquil mountain, the sudden cacophony of drums and gongs startled the bandits on guard along the mountain path. What is that noise? For a fleeting moment, they questioned whether the officials had come to confront them. Go take a look, commanded the chief bandit, Bandit 1, as he decided to descend the mountain, with another ready to provide support if needed. From their elevated position, they quickly observed the approaching group. It was dark, making it difficult to discern the details, but it seemed there were only 20 or 30 individuals, all clad in ordinary leather armor. The bandits felt a twinge of uncertainty. Who were these fools? Were they truly here to eliminate them, or simply to deliver gifts? Yet, no gifts were in sight. Bandit 1 shouted down, "Who goes there? What brings you to this path?" Lin An replied resolutely, "I am Lin An, the county constable of Baisha County, here to eradicate bandits. Surrender now, or face dire consequences." Is he serious? Bandit 1 was taken aback, laughing heartily. With such a meager force? Are you here to serve us a meal? Lin An, unfazed, let out a cold laugh, knocking an arrow and shooting it through the underbrush, unperturbed by the darkness, striking Bandit 1 squarely in the forehead. Experience gained 5. Indeed, dispatching foes for experience was a rather straightforward endeavor. Seeing Lin An act so swiftly, Bandit 2 panicked, but being in a supportive position, he quickly dashed up the mountain to alert his comrades. Meanwhile, the other patrolling bandits began setting up obstacles and rolling stones to hinder Lin An and his group's ascent. However, Lin An could hear their movements in advance and skillfully avoided the traps, albeit at the cost of slowing their progress. Yet, he was not in a hurry. The notion of stealthily infiltrating was unrealistic. It was far better to be bold and straightforward. The enemy, perceiving their weakness, would likely underestimate them, thereby granting Lin An the opportunity to divide and conquer. Naturally, attacking uphill would be disadvantageous, so Lin An sought a relatively stable position to gain the upper hand. After advancing for a time, he discovered a flatter area with several large boulders that could serve as natural cover. We shall wait here for them to descend. Atop Mount Funyo, in the gathering hall, the weary bandits were enjoying their feast of meat and drink, reveling in their merriment. At the head of the table sat Fang Tianhu, the formidable leader of the mountain. A robust figure with a dark complexion and fierce, piercing eyes, he was clearly a man of ruthless disposition. He was not the first leader of Mount Funyo but had gradually risen to power after aligning himself with the bandit group. To his right sat his second, third, and fourth lieutenants, as seniority held significant weight among bandits. Fang Tianhu's ability to dominate his peers was a testament to his prowess. To his left were 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, who bore less of the bandit demeanor, indicating their status as guests. The current scale of Mount Funyo had expanded, but so too had the pressure to support this burgeoning band. For Fang Tianhu, these 4 were akin to deities of fortune. He understood that they were skilled in extracting wealth from the earth, colloquially known as soil gentlemen, and more elegantly referred to as mountain movers. They did not disclose their names, but the leader, refined in appearance, went by the moniker Jade-Faced Scholar. The other 2 men were a large one with an air of affluence, called Rolling Earth Pig, and a slender fellow with a shifty gaze and a diminutive stature, known as Drilling Windrat. The sole woman among them was strikingly beautiful and went by Red Fox. Brother Fang, our preparations for this venture into the mountain are nearly complete. In 3 days, we shall embark. Excellent. Fang Tianhu was pleased. The 4 mountain movers had come to collaborate, claiming to have discovered a significant burial site deep within Mount Funyo, where treasures from several dynasties were said to lie buried. They agreed that Fang Tianhu would send people to clear the path while they would handle the excavation. Upon completion, the spoils would be divided 70-30, with them retaining a single unique treasure. Though tomb raiding was considered disgraceful and condemned by many, these individuals had already embraced their bandit lifestyle. They had little concern for reputation. They had no intention of entering the tomb themselves, as they simply lacked the capability. With this collaboration on the horizon, Fang Tianhu had no reason to refuse. Then let us toast to Brother U's swift success. The gathering erupted in cheers and clinking cups, reveling in the lively atmosphere. At that moment, a scout rushed in, breathless. Report, Chief, there are officials approaching from below. Chapter 36. The deputy's request to engage. A sudden report sent a jolt of surprise through the ranks of bandits in the Hall of Unity. Fang Tianhu hurriedly inquired, how many men have arrived, and who leads them? He had previously clashed with the local constabulary. Over the years, the officers would occasionally venture forth. When their numbers were scant, Fang Tianhu would easily dispatch them and claim their armor. Conversely, when they arrived in greater force, Fang Tianhu and his men would strategically withdraw. This was a time-honored tactic passed down from the depths of Funyo Mountain, simple, yet remarkably effective. The winding jungles deep within Funyo Mountain were ill-suited for large armies. Small contingents that ventured in, unfamiliar with the terrain, would inevitably fall victim to ambush. Of course, if the court were truly determined, they could certainly subjugate the bandits. One should not underestimate elite troops. Even without familiarity with the landscape, they could forge paths through mountains and construct bridges over rivers. Eradicating the bandits would merely be a matter of time. However, the banditry here had yet to warrant excessive effort from the court, and local officials were reluctant to expend too many resources. Each year, they would engage in a token skirmish, feign expenditure of funds, and execute a couple of individuals to meet their obligations. The ones they executed were not necessarily bandits. According to Fang Tianhu's experience, it was not a time when the officers would seek confrontation. They typically refrained from assaulting at night. Moreover, he had discreetly struck a deal with someone. Thus, the sudden appearance of officers stirred a sense of unease within him. Fearing that the court had finally decided to eradicate them, the scout quickly responded, "The county lieutenant from Baisha has arrived, leading 20 to 30 men, clad in leather armor. However, the lieutenant is quite skilled with a bow." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Fang Tianhu was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say? How many men? Are you certain it is 20 to 30? It seemed like quite a few." "I did not count them precisely. It was too dark to see clearly, and I could only rely on my judgment." "What kind of fool would venture up the mountain with so few men? Are they here to present gifts?" Fang Tianhu considered this possibility, suspecting that the local magistrate had sent them a token offering to dissuade him from raiding. The scout shook his head, saying, "They have already killed Neo Air and demanded that we surrender." It appeared that their recent inactivity had led the officers to perceive them as easy prey. Fang Tianhu's eyes glinted with ferocity as he coldly ordered, "Air, I will provide you with 50 men, go and slay them all." The deputy immediately replied, "There is no need for 50 men. Give me just 10 brothers, and I guarantee we will leave none alive." This was not mere bravado. 10 bandits could easily dispatch 20 or 30 unarmored constables on familiar ground. Nevertheless, to be prudent, Fang Tianhu still allocated 50 men, and the group set off amidst boisterous chatter. all possessing some degree of martial prowess, albeit not exceptionally high, but certainly present. Yet, in the presence of Linen, their skills held no significance. He had been making noise with gongs and drums, ensuring that the mountain bandits would have no trouble locating him. As soon as the bandits entered his range, Linen began to strike. Point 1 arrow, experience 6. Another arrow, experience 9. The bandits varied in strength and experience, and Linen was unaware of any pattern. He simply focused on killing. The deputy was unprepared for Linen's ferocity. In the enveloping darkness, Linen precisely targeted the heads of his enemies, each arrow piercing 3 inches deep, with a shooting speed of 1 arrow per second. In mere moments, several bandits had fallen to it. Was then that the deputy grasped the true significance of the descriptor somewhat skilled. Is this what you call somewhat skilled? This is outrageously impressive, he thought. Disperse and surround them. The deaths of a few men did not immediately instill fear in these desperate marauders. Under the deputy's command, the bandits quickly spread out, moving towards the source of the gongs and drums. Linen remained calm and composed, taking down the foremost bandit with each shot. With every second came the sound of an arrow whistling through the air, followed by a cry of anguish. The bandits began to panic. Those charging forward hesitated, seeking refuge behind stones or large trees. Those who found shelter behind stones fared better, while those who hid behind trees suffered greatly. Linen's 10th critical hit pierced through the tree, showcasing an astonishing level of power. The deputy was left dumbfounded. Where had such a marksman come from? He dared say that even the best archers in the military could not match this level of skill. This formidable individual was merely a county lieutenant from a small locale. My good sir, let us converse amicably. We at Funil Mountain could greatly benefit from a talent such as yourself. Why not lay down your arms? We shall ensure you receive the respect you deserve. As the deputy spoke, he discreetly dispatched someone to summon reinforcements, mainly to report the situation and request more formidable allies equipped with armor. Indeed, the mountain did possess armor, captured during skirmishes with the constabulary. These were valuable treasures that typically remained unused. At this moment, they would prove useful. The few dozen men he commanded were neither equipped with shields nor wearing armor, which rendered them vulnerable to Linen's effortless onslaught. Had a well-prepared large force arrived, they surely could have subdued Linen. Thus, he endeavored to coax a surrender while simultaneously calling for reinforcements, preparing for both scenarios. Of course, if Linen did genuinely surrender, he would not refuse. After all, a skilled marksman such as this was a treasure in any military. No one would turn away such a formidable ally. The deputy's hushed commands reached Linen's ears, reinforcing his resolve to bring his comrades up the mountain. Even if they did nothing or merely focused on fleeing, they would still serve a purpose. For instance, in the current situation, while Linen was responsible for the slaughter, they merely needed to generate noise. The mountain bandits, being astute, understood the need to hide and await reinforcements. Linen thus detached himself from his group and stealthily advanced. The sound of gongs masked his footsteps as he crept up to a bandit hidden behind a rock, swiftly silencing him with a hand over his mouth and a swift cut to the throat. Zhang Yong and Wang Wu, witnessing Linen's valor, felt their confidence surge. They believed he was not the type to seek death, and as it turned out, they were correct. They thus intensified their rhythmic drumming. The continuous sound of drumming echoed through the mountains, reverberating in the woods, and in such an environment, tension mounted. The deputy continued to call out loudly, attempting to entice Linen, but suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The drumming was too loud, and he had become too engrossed in his ruse. Now, he remembered to check on his brother's positions. To his dismay, he saw a figure with a large blade materializing behind him. Brother, Linen did not grant him the opportunity to finish. With a single stroke, he ended his life. This batch of bandits yielded nearly 400 experience points, pushing Linen's accumulated experience beyond 1,000. With that, it was time to allocate some points. Chapter 37 Level Advancement and Evolution Path. Linen harbored no intentions of hoarding excessive experience. Accumulating 1 or 2 levels sufficed, akin to a complete restoration of vitality. However, the notion of experience capping during an upgrade was akin to healing rather than resurrection. Should he inadvertently amass too much and be swiftly eliminated, the situation would become rather awkward. Thus, retaining 2 instances was adequate, and once he estimated surpassing 2 levels of experience, he could proceed with the upgrade. This time, Linen ascended directly to level 10. He felt a substantial enhancement in his physical prowess, and simultaneously, a new choice materialized before him. Please select the evolution direction of the Battle Saint body. Indestructible body. Gain additional physical fortification upon leveling up, with an increased probability of comprehending combat skills. Celestial Spirit body. Gain additional affinity for spiritual energy during level advancement, enhancing the likelihood of grasping spells. Eternal Soul. Acquire extra soul reinforcement upon leveling up, boosting the probability of understanding divine techniques. Lo and behold, a class transfer card appeared, 3 distinct evolutionary paths, each with its own focus, all seemingly formidable. Yet Lin Nan felt a tinge of apprehension. He had dabbled in cultivation methods, currently following a holistic path of essence, chi, and spirit development. However, the Battle Saint body evidently inclined towards a more specialized route. If only he could select them all. Upon completion of his choice, the complete Battle Saint body would require triple the experience points for each upgrade. Lin Nan exclaimed, "Goodness, why didn't you mention earlier that this was a multiple choice question? What is there to deliberate?" Although the difficulty of upgrading had escalated, the potential ceiling had been raised tremendously. Levels were inconsequential, strength was what truly mattered. Upon reviewing the experience requirements, he noted that elevating from level 10 to 11 now necessitated 900 points, up from the previous 300. Lin Nan had initially planned to gain approximately 2 levels with his remaining 700 experience points, yet now he found himself unable to ascend even a single level. This increased the risks associated with combat. However, he reassured himself that it was manageable. If he could eliminate a few more foes, the experience would accumulate swiftly. With the bandits yet to descend the mountain, Lin Nan hastily outlined a new tactical arrangement. "From here on, we shall adjust our strategy. I will be the focal point. If I retreat, you follow. If I advance, you advance alongside me. Keep your shields raised to shield against their arrows. The rest shall be entrusted to me." The individuals he had summoned were now of use. He remained wary of the enemy's ranged capabilities. Should they commence an assault, with him firing a single arrow followed by a barrage from the adversaries, it could indeed result in disaster. However, with a cadre of expendables and support at his disposal, he felt emboldened. Centered around him as a mobile artillery unit, his output capacity would undoubtedly instill fear in the bandits. Not to mention, he had now reached level 10, further augmenting his prowess. Shortly after Lin Nan's directives, the bandits made their appearance. Fang Tianhu, upon receiving news relayed by the second-in-command, found the situation rather absurd. 50 against 30, and the opponents were merely local constables from a small county. Was this not an invitation for indiscriminate slaughter? Even if there was a formidable foe among them, it was unlikely they would be reduced to seeking aid. "Let us go, I shall ascertain the circumstances." Fang Tianhu was a man of substantial stature, appearing rugged yet possessing a keen intellect. He understood that the second-in-command valued his reputation. If he were seeking assistance, it must have been due to dire circumstances. Thus, following the second-in-command's instructions, he procured a dozen sets of armor from the storeroom for his men to don. With a sharp whistle, every bandit from the mountains followed Fang Tianhu, leaving only the third and fourth in command to continue entertaining guests at the banquet. It was inappropriate to disturb the guests for matters within the stronghold. The scholarly figures, including the jade-faced scholar, refrained from intervening, choosing instead to continue their revelry. A quarter of an hour elapsed before the sly, rat-like Xuan Fengshu could no longer contain himself, whispering in the ear of the jade-faced scholar, "It seems they have provoked a formidable enemy. Should we not lend assistance?" "That is unnecessary," replied the jade-faced scholar, lowering his voice. After all, this was the territory of Funyo Mountain, not his domain. Meddling would yield no benefits. The Red Fox chuckled lightly, suggesting, "Why not let me take a look?" The jade-faced scholar nodded in agreement. While they would not offer aid, it was permissible to discern the situation. The Red Fox stealthily departed from the gathering hall, soon leaping down the mountain. Before long, she heard the sound of gongs and drums. How intriguing, to be banging drums at such a late hour. The Red Fox found it exceedingly amusing. Bounding through the trees like a nimble raccoon, upon reaching the battlefield, she was taken aback by the sheer carnage. It was far more horrific than she had imagined, with bodies strewn about, evidence of the bandits' handiwork. To put it succinctly, when Lin Nan was at level 1, he could handle a bandit one-on-one. Now, at level 10, with additional skill enhancements, he was a force to be reckoned with. Though some of Fang Tianhu's men were clad in armor, Lin Nan adeptly utilized his passive abilities. He would first unleash 9 arrows upon the unarmored foes, then dispatch the armored bandit with a single shot to the head. His bow had already borne the strain of 2 shots, and the bandits of Funyo Mountain were suffering grievously. This individual was simply too valiant, so much so that Fang Tianhu contemplated seeking a truce, perhaps attempting to recruit him. Yet Lin Nan's response was merely a swift arrow. Fang Tianhu wished to conceal his men, but some could not evade Lin Nan's keen marksmanship. Fang Tianhu had never anticipated that, despite bringing numerous men and preparing thoroughly, he would be so easily overwhelmed. Lin Nan, single-handedly, crushed their hopes. Unable to defeat him or escape, they were left with no choice but to fight desperately. "Brothers, charge! Only by slaying that archer do we stand a chance of survival." With Fang Tianhu's rallying cry, a pack of desperate men found their courage ignited. Their predicament had become dire. Initially, they had dared to charge, yet Lin Nan had swiftly eliminated anyone who dared to advance, instilling fear that stifled their resolve. Such is the nature of humanity, the fear of death renders one reluctant to press on. Unlike the emotionless NPCs of a game. As the casualties mounted, dread seeped into their hearts, prompting thoughts of retreat. However, Fang Tianhu instilled in them the realization that without neutralizing Linen, they had nowhere to flee. Thus, they launched yet another assault on Linen. This time, their determination was resolute, and Linen could not simply repel them with ease. Even if it meant death, they were resolved to confront him. Yet Linen welcomed this development, even relishing it. After all, close combat was his forte. He desired nothing more than for his adversaries to engage him in melee. He began by utilizing his bow to kite the enemies, drawing them in. Once they were sufficiently entangled, he would bestow upon them a little surprise. As the foes believed they had finally breached through the layers of resistance to face Linen, they would soon encounter the unexpected, a swift draw of his great blade. The scene was too splendid. Linen reveled in the thought, yet the constables were gripped by terror, acutely aware of Linen's prowess in archery and close combat. With so many approaching, they feared he might not withstand the onslaught. Having witnessed Linen's slaughter of their comrades, they pondered whether they would fare any better should he meet his end. Chapter 38. Shattering his mouth to Linen's relief, the scene he dreaded, where the constables would flee, did not materialize. Instead, they resolutely raised their shields, forming a protective barrier in front of him. Perhaps it was Linen's valor that rekindled their fighting spirit. At this moment, not a single soldier wavered. However, Linen had already discerned the true nature of the bandits and no longer required them to serve as cannon fodder. He ceased issuing commands, adjusting his stance before leaping forth like a tiger descending from the mountain, charging directly into the fray. The bandits, who had initially approached with fierce intent, were taken aback at Linen's audacity to advance rather than retreat. Their momentum faltered, and in the blink of an eye, Linen plunged into their ranks, dispatching foes with lethal precision, each strike a testament to his might. His bravery stemmed from the full measure of his experience. Among these adversaries, none could vanquish him in a single blow. Thus, he commenced his assault, leaving the bandits in disarray. Fang Tianhu, though formidable, met his demise at Linen's hands with a single stroke. The chasm separating mortals from cultivators was as vast as the divide between heaven and earth. With Fang Tianhu's fall, the remaining bandits lost all will to fight, scattering in panic, only to be hunted down by Linen, each one meeting a swift end. Red Fox, perched upon a tree, watched in astonishment. Who was this fearsome warrior? He appeared neither as an ordinary fighter nor a cultivator, for he had not employed any spells. The battle concluded with alarming swiftness. While both sides had initially engaged in a prolonged test of wills, the true clash had rapidly determined the victor, with Linen's relentless pursuit consuming the most time. It was only then that Red Fox grasped the severity of the situation. With the bandits on the mountain all slain, who would assist in the excavation, their leader, the jade-faced scholar, had uncovered vital intelligence. This grand tomb was an exceptionally perilous sight, requiring a blood sacrifice for passage. Conveniently, the tomb lay within the territory of Funyo Mountain, leading them to collaborate with the local bandits, who possessed abundant vitality, far more useful than capturing ordinary folk. They considered themselves outsiders. Any disturbance in the mundane realm could lead to troublesome consequences. The death of the bandits was inconsequential. No one would seek vengeance for their demise. Yet now, all had perished. The mountain had housed merely 200 capable bandits, and Linen had dispatched over 150 in a single breath, leaving only a handful of survivors in their stronghold. Red Fox felt her composure shatter. As she pondered her next move, she suddenly sensed a pair of malevolent eyes fixated upon her. A wicked practitioner skilled in illusions posed little threat to Linen. At last, he saw a named but manageable adversary on his interface. Being a nefarious sorcerer, there was little justification for sparing her life. Without hesitation, Linen nocked an arrow and loosed it with a swift whoosh, sending Red Fox into a panic. Low-tier cultivators, in truth, had yet to distance themselves from mortals. A blade through flesh would bring death all the same. This was why, in Tales of the Bazaar, butchers could slay wicked practitioners with sheer malevolence. The nefarious ones treaded the crooked path, employing strange and sinister methods, yet remained susceptible to defeat. Unlike righteous cultivators who relied on brute strength, before Red Fox could employ her illusions against Linen, he struck first, forcing her to evade hastily. Yet Linen anticipated her movements, releasing several more arrows in quick succession, ultimately striking her calf. In circumstances demanding precise accuracy, he did not aim for a fatal shot, mere contact sufficed. As it stood, Red Fox found herself with no escape. Wounded, her agility would undoubtedly be compromised, and soon, only one arrow remained. Linen, having exhausted his quiver, swiftly retrieved an arrow from a nearby corpse and shot it forth. Just as Red Fox despaired, a massive figure barreled toward her, intercepting Linen's arrow with a powerful shield. The assailant was none other than the Rolling Pig, whose bulk exemplified his role as a true meat shield. Shortly after, the jade-faced scholar appeared, inquiring, "Fox, what transpired?" "That man is too fierce. I merely cast a glance his way, and he shot at me 7 or 8 times. Red Fox replied, her expression one of indignation. The injuries she sustained were not critical. She could heal given a moment's respite. The jade-faced scholar recognized the urgency of the situation. The four of them shared a profound bond, having traversed the perilous world together, making the loss of any member a significant detriment to their collective strength. Thus, Red Fox was to be safeguarded at all costs. Understanding the gravity of their predicament, the jade-faced scholar quickly addressed Linen. "Brother, please do not misunderstand. We are not allied with the brigands of Funyul Mountain. We are merely passing through. With the bandits in such dire straits, now was the time to disassociate." While bowing to Linen might seem humiliating, wise men recognize the value of pragmatism. Dignity matters little in the face of survival. Typically, if no clear factional conflict existed, and no enmity had been established, one party's capitulation would not invite annihilation. Yet Linen was evidently no ordinary individual. The annotations marked him as a practitioner of the dark arts, and it was entirely justifiable for him to eradicate malevolence. In the realm of gaming, he represented a minor elite spawn in the wild. Who could resist the urge to engage? Linen rejected the notion of negotiation. Plucking another arrow from a nearby body, the strike would be the 10th. Seeing Linan's refusal to relent, the jade-faced scholar's expression shifted, while the rolling pig reacted swiftly, attempting to shield his companion once more. Yet certain forces are beyond mere obstruction. Linan's 10th strike held far greater potency than his previous attacks. According to the rolling pig's understanding, he would deflect the arrow, and then the four brothers would join forces to subdue this arrogant warrior. However, reality dictated that the arrow pierced through his substantial girth, embedding itself within his kidney. This blow was grievous. A kidney injury was no trifling matter. While it would not result in immediate death, neglecting proper treatment could lead to dire consequences. The rolling pig collapsed on the spot, while Red Fox, disregarding her own wounds, rushed to tend to him. The jade-faced scholar's countenance dark and ominously. He wished to avoid further conflict, yet Linan's obstinacy left him no choice. With resolve, he swiftly produced a slender bamboo whistle from his bosom and blew into it. The whistle emitted no sound, yet Linen detected subtle sound waves emanating from it. This was likely a form of infrasonic instrument, potentially harboring hidden mysteries. In response, Linen resolved to shatter his mouth. Chapter 39 of The Lucky Fellow. Wealthy and unfazed, Linen drew his bow and aimed an arrow at the mouth of the jade-faced scholar. Once the arrow was released, and with no more arrows left in the nearby corpses, Linen seized the moment to charge forward. The melody played by the jade-faced scholar faltered momentarily as he dodged the arrow, but he quickly resumed his tune. However, with Linen rushing towards him, the scholar could only retreat while continuing to play. At this juncture, he could only trust that his allies would buy him some time. He could not afford to cease his performance. Currently, the rolling pig was severely injured and unreliable, yet the Red Fox still possessed formidable magic. "My dear young master, do I not possess beauty?" The Red Fox cast a charm on Linen in a crucial moment, attempting to disrupt his sprint. This enchantment could summon the image of the woman Linen cherished most deeply. Should Linen's focus waver, she could tug at his heartstrings even further. However, Linen possessed the eye of truth. This ability, primarily supportive, allowed him to see through illusions, ensuring that he would not be deceived by her enchantment. "How dare you!" A furious Linen chose to retaliate with a swift strike, decisively slaying her. Where did this average woman come from? Truly pathetic. Experience gained 150. The reward was satisfactory. Such a weakling could yield such high experience. Having dashed to this point, Linen also took the opportunity to dispatch the rolling pig, earning an additional 200 experience points. The jade-faced scholar was taken aback and enraged, witnessing Linen dispatch two foes in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, his melody had reached completion, and in that moment, a buzzing sound filled the jungle. Linen turned towards the source of the sound, and his scalp prickled in alarm. It was a swarm of venomous bees, forming a dark cloud overhead. Each individual bee was about the size of a child's fist, and a single one could frighten a timid soul to death. Linan's speed surpassed that of the bees. If he chose to flee, they would likely not catch him, yet, facing them head-on with mere swordsmanship was evidently insufficient. This was a moment that called for magic. Before departing, Master Qingsong had bestowed upon Linen a tome of 5 elements Taoism. After contemplating it for a while, Linen had failed to grasp its intricacies. However, now that he required magic, the once obscure theories of the 5 elements transformed into simplicity, akin to converting a calculus problem into basic arithmetic. Could this be the effect of the sacred body's evolution? Linen, without pausing to ponder, directly employed the most potent fire-based Taoist technique. Following the prescribed route, he circulated his vital energy within. The release of the technique required him to connect his own vital energy with the spirit energy of heaven and earth, necessitating the construction of a magical model within his body to resonate with the cosmos. With fire as the essence of the heart, Linen concentrated his vital energy there. As the swarm of bees drew near, he suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. The resulting inferno spanned a fan-shaped area of 2 to 3 meters wide, incinerating numerous bees that flew into the blaze, causing them to plummet to the ground, filling the air with a charred aroma. Experience gained a 111. The sight of Linen's fiery breath caused the jade-faced scholar's expression to shift dramatically. He had not anticipated that Linen, possessing such martial prowess, could also unleash magic of such magnitude. Although the scholar had other means at his disposal, he could not discern Lin Nan's strengths and weaknesses, nor could he ascertain whether a desperate struggle would yield victory. Thus, why fight to the death? The scholaress' resolve began to waver. Observing the wind-piercing mouse, who had yet to make a move, the scholar realized the plan had unraveled. Their original strategy was for him and the rolling pig to draw Lin Nan's attention while the wind-piercing mouse stealthily kidnapped the other officers to threaten Lin Nan. However, the wind-piercing mouse, being of a timid disposition, had indeed followed the agreement to flank them but was now preparing to abduct the officers to coerce Lin Nan. Yet, Lin Nan had swiftly injured the rolling pig with a single arrow, rendering him immobile, and then turned his wrath upon the jade-faced scholar, quickly dispatching both the red fox and the rolling pig. Everything transpired too rapidly. The wind-piercing mouse instantly understood that this ruthless individual was beyond their means to confront. Rather than risk incurring Lin Nan's wrath, it was wiser to flee before he made his entrance. Moreover, threatening such a powerful figure might prove futile. Weighing the pros and cons, the wind-piercing mouse retreated into the shadows, slipping quietly into the night. Seeing that the wind-piercing mouse had yet to appear, the jade-faced scholar could not be oblivious to his escape. The wind-piercing mouse was cautious and fearful, an excellent scout, yet ill-suited for cleanup. He did not always flee, but when faced with a dire situation, escape was a certainty. Given today's circumstances, it was entirely predictable that the wind-piercing mouse would run. Even their leader contemplated flight. As Lin Nan was occupied with the swarm of bees, the jade-faced scholar could no longer hesitate. He turned on his heel and fled, discreetly releasing two small green snakes from his sleeve onto the ground. If Lin Nan pursued him along his escape route, the snakes could spring into action, potentially turning the tide in his favor. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again. The jade-faced scholar ran, uttering threats in an effort to entice Lin Nan to chase after him. Could Lin Nan tolerate such insolence? He had already perceived the scholar's underhanded tactics, and such treacherous methods, once discovered, lost all efficacy. Surely, a figure of Lin Nan's caliber could not be outdone by two mere snakes. He followed the scholar's path, casually swinging his blade twice along the way, swiftly dispatching the two snakes and earning 4 experience points. The jade-faced scholar's eyes were filled with rage. This was his carefully laid plan. How could it be so easily unraveled by Lin Nan? And now, he could no longer afford to hold back. He unleashed various carefully nurtured insectal poisons in a desperate attempt to hinder Lin Nan, hoping for just a moment's reprieve. Alas, Lin Nan had now mastered magic. He unleashed fire upon the smaller creatures and cleaved the larger ones with his sword. These underhanded tactics, which thrived on deceit, stood no chance against Lin Nan's direct combat prowess. Before long, Lin Nan closed in on the jade-faced scholar. There would be no need to wait for another encounter. Today was his day of reckoning. Spare me! The jade-faced scholar, whom Lin Nan expected to maintain his bravado, instead fell to his knees in a slick display of supplication. Do you think I would? Within Funyul Mountain lies a treasure of great value. As a practitioner, you must understand the significance of resources to one's cultivation. How fortuitous, but I truly have no knowledge of such things. Lin Nan was solely focused on leveling up through defeating monsters. He had no need for resources. Perhaps others might find them essential, but what relevance did that hold for him? Without allowing the scholar to finish, Lin Nan swiftly struck him down with a blade. What if he were to divulge something enticing? Would he regret not killing him then? Promising to exchange information only to regret it later seemed a disingenuous act, yet Lin Nan feared the consequences. After all, this world was inhabited by cultivators and malevolent beings. Whether deities resided just above one's head remained uncertain, but at this stage, there was no need to risk everything for trifling gains. Moreover, what significant treasure could a group of such feeble evil practitioners possibly uncover? Considering all factors, Lin Nan decisively ended the scholar's life to avoid future complications. As for whether he possessed a treasure map or something of the sort, Lin Nan held no expectations. He ignited the body, ensuring no lingering insects or toxins remained. Carelessly collecting the corpse could lead to an embarrassing bite. It was best to incinerate it. I lack the need for such piddling spoils. Chapter 40 of The Reluctant Wind-Cutting Mouse. Lin Nan displayed remarkable prowess, leaving his companions utterly astounded. The moment he exhaled fire, they were rendered speechless. At this moment, Lin Nan had truly become a stranger to them. Yet, they found it hard to be surprised. As he had previously slain the wolf demon, they had merely thought him to possess exceptional martial skills. Now, it was evident that he was a master of concealed abilities. If there had been any jealousy among the constables regarding Lin Nan before, it had now transformed into genuine admiration. They finally recognized that Lin Nan existed on an entirely different plane. What was there left to envy? The disparity was so vast that all they could think of was to cling to his coattails. In times of prosperity, do not forget your friends. After Lin Nan had decisively dealt with the bandits, he called out to his teammates, "Cease the drums and gongs, approach quietly, and regroup with me." Having assessed both his own combat prowess and that of the bandits, Lin Nan did not linger any longer. He simply retrieved 2 quivers of arrows and made his way toward the mountain alone. For this was the more efficient course of action. The bandit stronghold on the mountain remained oblivious to the fact that their leader had led his men to total annihilation. The guards remained dutifully vigilant. Linen could hear their breaths and heartbeats, using these sounds to discern their locations. Dispatching them with a single arrow each, a little too was likely not dead. He advanced effortlessly into the stronghold, where the remaining combatants lacked any formidable strength. In a swift and decisive manner, Linen eliminated the rest, leaving no one alive. The mountain was not only occupied by bandits but also held their families, including the elderly, children, and women captured and brought there. Some had succumbed and attained a fleeting sense of freedom, while others had yet to yield, imprisoned in cages, their bodies marred with bruises, evidently having suffered considerable abuse. Witnessing the plight of these individuals, Linen felt justified in his decision to leave no survivors. Perhaps among the bandits were those coerced into joining, or perhaps there were still individuals with a sense of conscience. However, Linen had no time to discern good from evil. It was best to eradicate all threats. As for the victims, Linen offered them a choice. For those wishing to live, he would allocate a portion of the bandit spoils, enabling them to start anew. For those who did not wish to survive, Linen provided them with a dagger. This was an experience he would not meddle with, allowing them to make their own decisions. He then continued his pursuit of the remaining foes. When the constables of Baisha County ascended the mountain, they were greeted with a scene of bloodshed. Aside from a few surviving victims, all others lay dead, including the families of the bandits. While they may not have directly participated in the crimes, their presence in the stronghold likely aided the bandits. Thus, Linen adhered to a principle: better to kill wrongly than to let a threat slip away. The constables, upon witnessing such a grim tableau, felt a chill run down their spines. In their minds, Linen had always been a well-mannered and kind-hearted young man, and it was only upon witnessing such brutality that they realized the formidable nature he possessed. Fortunately, they had not offended him, or they might not have known how their end would come. And now that everyone is here, let us get to work. Point 2 of you will tally the spoils within the stronghold. The rest will gather the bodies for incineration to prevent the spread of disease. It may be arduous, but I shall share the spoils equally with you. Hearing of such a favorable arrangement, excitement surged among them. Discussing other matters felt trivial. Tangible benefits were what truly mattered. As they eagerly commenced their tasks, Linen chose to step back. The carnage had alleviated some of the pent-up frustration within him and accumulated valuable experience. Yet, after the bloodshed, he felt an unsettling emptiness. The separation from his beloved was not a sudden, heart-wrenching pain but rather a persistent dull ache. When busy, he did not notice it. Once his tasks were complete, it washed over him, plunging him into melancholy. He reclined against a large stone, contemplating his status panel. A new skill, Fire Breath, had appeared, which he had learned in the heat of battle. It now stood at level 1. Aside from this, there were no further changes. Linen's level remained at 11. Perhaps a level up would yield some transformation, but with a level and a half of experience points stored, he decided to hold off on upgrading for the sake of unforeseen circumstances. However, he could attempt to learn new spells. Recalling the incantations taught by Qing Song, Linen endeavored to expand his repertoire with spells of different attributes. Before long, his panel displayed new spells: Ice Formation, Quake Technique, Sharp Metal, and Wind Embrace. Among these, he felt that Sharp Metal was particularly suited to him, as it imbued his weapon with the essence of metal, enhancing the power of his arrows, a perfect fit for an archer like Linen. Wind Embrace, a wood-based spell, harnessed the essence of wind, yet he lamented that lightning spells were absent from Qing Song's teachings. This was due to the considerable power of lightning magic, which was classified as a secret art among various traditions, and its complexity made it a challenge to learn. As a novice, Linen was certainly not privy to such profound spells. Meanwhile, the wind-cutting mouse, who had escaped, was not idly lingering. He ventured deep into the Funyao Mountains, to a location previously scouted by the four brothers. They had discovered this grand tomb while exploring another site. Within the records of that other tomb lay hints about this one. The treasures contained therein were not the primary allure, rather, the vague references suggested that this burial site concealed the secret to immortality. No one could resist the temptation of eternal life. Nobles and commoners alike feared death. Why did practitioners endure hardships in their quest for cultivation? Was it not the pursuit of immortality? Did they truly enjoy suffering? It was merely a means to achieve the ultimate dream of everlasting life. Yet, the existence of a tomb that purportedly held clues to immortality was irresistible to anyone. The brothers had indeed questioned the authenticity of the records. However, regardless of their veracity, the location was revealed to them. Who could resist the urge to verify? Besides, the records also mentioned potential dangers within the tomb. The four brothers had adequately prepared, but as they were on the verge of beginning their expedition, their previously agreed-upon bandit allies had been exterminated, leaving only one of them behind. The wind-cutting mouse felt a profound sense of regret. The grand tomb lay before him, and relinquishing it was simply too regrettable. However, he knew he could not explore it alone. Prior to negotiating with the bandits, the four brothers had already conducted an investigation here. They had brought several expendable individuals along, an established tactic of theirs, using the living to scout ahead. Should any danger arise, they could react promptly. This strategy primarily relied on. Alas, the expendables they had brought this time had turned into corpses within mere moments of entering. This was only the first threshold, the peril of the living. Chapter 41. From today on, no more beef in the depths of the passage. Numerous vengeful spirits are trapped, having transformed into earthbound phantoms. Any living soul who dares to enter is instantaneously slain. The key to unraveling this predicament lies in luring more living beings into this realm, thereby satiating the spirits, rendering them harmless. This is precisely why the four brothers sought collaboration with the bandits. By sacrificing these outlaws, they could navigate through the most arduous challenges, while subsequent trials would prove considerably simpler. This marked their inaugural venture into tomb raiding equipped with a strategy. Although the tomb was fraught with peril, the presence of countermeasures diminished their fear. Regrettably, while the wind-crossing rat could muster a few more brothers or subordinates, the Funyo Mountain had already fallen under Lin An's control. Organizing a substantial force to venture into the mountains would likely prove an arduous task. Suddenly, the wind-crossing rat conceived a bold idea. What if I lured that ferocious individual here? He deemed this plan feasible. Producing a scroll discovered in a certain tomb, he struck through the perilous sections, retaining only the location of the tomb and descriptions related to the secret of longevity. Subsequently, he sliced the tip of his middle finger, inscribing runes while reciting an incantation. Seek the mountain, wind crossing, emerge from the shadows, O divine rat, heed my command. As the incantation manifested, rustling sounds echoed nearby, and before long, a large grey rat appeared before the wind-crossing rat. He stuffed the tattered scroll into the rat's mouth, which promptly selected a direction and darted away with remarkable speed. At the Funyo Mountain stronghold, Zhang Yong, who was in the midst of collecting the corpses, was suddenly taken aback. What was that? A large black rat. It was too dark to discern clearly, even with torches. Meanwhile, Wang Wu, while inspecting the spoils, stumbled upon the damaged scroll beneath Fang Tianhu's bed. Wang Wu expressed that he was illiterate, yet he believed that this peculiar item should be entrusted to Lin An for further examination. Wang Wu was typically calm and reserved. Most would not perceive his decisive nature, but he possessed a keen mind. Ceasing his inventory, he set off to find Lin An. Lin An had just concluded his meditation and sensed Wang Wu approaching, indicative of some matter at hand. He turned to face him. What is it? Little Lin, I found a scroll, but I cannot read. Could you see if it holds any significance? Lin An nodded, accepting the scroll for inspection. Upon examination, he discovered it bore inscriptions and illustrations of the imagery depicted: a mountain, accompanied by a verse, mountains connect with mountains, waters flow into waters, the Milky Way's waters hang upside down, a person with a dog at the cliff's edge. Mountains within mountains, waters within waters, at the waist entwined with a jade belt, gold falls for 800 miles. This resembled a treasure map's riddle. A person with a dog referred to the character for Fu, while 800 miles indicated Niu, Cow. Thus, it was posited that this referred to Funyo Mountain. Lin An's quick wit did not stem from mere intuition, but rather from an analytical approach to the clues at hand. The preceding content chronicled a tale from the Jin dynasty. The Jin dynasty was the first feudal dynasty in this world, akin to the Qin dynasty in its quest for unification. However, the Jin dynasty's reign lasted a mere 89 years and similarly succumbed after 2 generations. The emperor who unified the realm lived to the age of 109, ruling for 85 years. Yet, this emperor, though initially wise and formidable, became muddled and inept in his later years, leading to the dynasty's decline, with its demise occurring merely 3 years posthumously. Initially, Lin An perceived little significance in this, as long-lived emperors were not unprecedented in history. While 109 was indeed impressive, it was not extraordinary. However, the scroll claimed that the longevity of the Jin emperor was attributed to a treasure that granted immortality. Yet, upon losing this treasure, he soon met his demise. Lin An scoffed, what a blatant ruse. Although this world allowed for the pursuit of immortality, Lin An remained skeptical of the scroll's authenticity. It was merely a drawn map, accompanied by a fabricated tale that, while peculiar, seemed plausible. Ha, they expect me to send money to the first emperor of Qin? The scroll appeared to be a sham, devoid of any value. Without hesitation, Lin An exhaled a breath of fire, intending to incinerate the scroll. Throughout history, items claiming to grant eternal life have proven to be mere hoaxes. Individuals have consistently fallen victim to such deceptions, not due to the intricacy of the scams, but rather because of their inability to conquer their own desires. Yet for Lin An, the prospect of longevity was entirely feasible. By diligently enhancing his own abilities, he might one day attain immortality, rendering the pursuit of external artifacts unnecessary. To his surprise, as the scroll began to curl under the heat of his flames, it ultimately fused together, showing no signs of burning. This could very well be a valuable item. Lin An tugged at the object, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in length, its material indeterminate yet remarkably resilient. Even a knife could not mar its surface. Fireproof and impervious to cuts, its current form made it ideal for crafting his bowstring. Lin Nan's existing bow and arrows lacked the requisite power to unleash his full potential. His prior success in combat stemmed from facing only mortals, and his own experience. It was too lightweight, reminiscent of mere playthings, and shooting it provided no satisfaction. Lin Nan yearned for superior equipment, much like in online games, where level is paramount, equipment and skills are critical. Lin Nan's skills were commendable, yet his equipment was somewhat lacking. However, having only recently acquired the system, he had merely begun his journey into another world. As his cultivation progressed and his understanding of the cultivation realm deepened, the wind-crossing rat could never have imagined that Lin Nan was impervious to the allure of immortality. Completely disbelieving and even incinerating his scroll, the wind-crossing rat waited throughout the night in the mountains, yet Lin Nan failed to arrive for reconnaissance. That evening, he witnessed a towering inferno, and upon risking a return to the Funyo Mountain stronghold the following morning, he discovered that Lin Nan and his companions had already departed. They had arrived in ox-drawn carts, never suspecting they would successfully eradicate the bandits, all the while fearing for their lives. On their return, the carts brimmed with gold, silver, and provisions, and all followed joyfully, oblivious to any grievances regarding Lin Nan's insistence on ascending the mountain. Of course, some may have harbored silent resentments, but Lin Nan remained indifferent. Along the journey, others cast envious glances at their group, yet Lin Nan offered no deference to anyone. He harbored profound doubts regarding the intelligence of these onlookers. If he could vanquish the troublesome bandits, how could they possibly be mere triflers? Why did they presume they could confront him when they had failed against the bandits? The county magistrate from the neighboring area even brought a contingent of patrolmen and local militia to intercept Lin Nan, hoping to seize a share of the spoils. However, Lin Nan swiftly retaliated, shooting down the leading magistrate and several of the loudest instigators before departing the neighboring county's territory. Ultimately, Funyo Mountain did not lie within the jurisdiction of Baisha County, and Lin Nan's actions could indeed be considered cross-regional law enforcement. Yet, what of it? Through this skirmish, Lin Nan discerned the extent of his own power. He had not yet reached the pinnacle of invincibility, but he was far from being bullied by a mere county magistrate. From this day forward, I shall rise above, causing no trouble. In humility, I shall renounce beef. Chapter 42 Wise words and empty thoughts. Lin Nan returned to the county town, laden with a substantial bounty, disregarding the onlookers and making his way directly home with his ox cart. As he walked along the road, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. If Lu Qingning had resolved her issues, would she come back? Yet, Lin Nan was acutely aware that such a notion was more improbable than winning the lottery. Given that Lu Qingning had forcibly rendered him unconscious before her departure, it was evident that she would not return. However, upon arriving at his doorstep, he discovered that the gate to his small courtyard stood ajar. Could it be? Lin Nan hastily abandoned thoughts of his hard-won spoils and rushed into the yard. Yet, instead of finding Lu Qingning, he was met by two bald monks, both clad in yellow robes, their countenances stern and clearly well-versed in martial arts. Disappointment washed over Lin Nan as he regarded the monks with a frown. "Who are you, and what business do you have in my home?" Amidst the tranquil chants of Amitba, "I am Hui Yan," one of the monks replied. "And this is my companion, Hui Kong." The two monks remained composed, unfazed by Lin Nan's brusque demeanor. After their introductions, Hui Yan spoke, "Forgive us for the intrusion, but we must trouble you with a matter of great importance." "What matter?" Lin Nan inquired. "May I ask, what is Lu Qingning to you?" Lin Nan's heart sank. The presence of the monks confirmed his suspicions that something had transpired involving Lu Qingning. However, he felt a sense of relief knowing that she was likely unharmed. "She is my wife." "Are you aware of her true identity?" "Until a few days ago, I was unaware. I have come to grasp it more or less now." Lin Nan responded with a semblance of cooperation, having gleaned some foundational knowledge from Qing Song Dai in the current realm of cultivation, where the two dominant factions were the Buddhist and Taoist sects. Lin Nan's strength was insufficient to contend with them. Fortunately, having taken Qing Song as his master, he had gained some protection and need not fear any Buddhist reprisals, and nonetheless, he deemed it prudent to bide his time and grow stronger before engaging in any conflicts. Seeing Lin Nan's willingness to engage, Hui Yan's gaze sharpened. "A few days ago, what transpired?" Lin Nan nodded. "On that fateful night 3 days prior, she suddenly waved her hand before me, and then I lost consciousness. Now that you have come seeking me, I surmise I have my suspicions. Do you possess any knowledge of her usual activities?" "Not particularly. She is generally quite virtuous and kind-hearted, often providing medical assistance to others." Lin Nan recognized that with the monks visiting his home, the matters concerning Ning Tang could no longer remain concealed. There was no need for him to withhold the truth. "Has she exhibited any unusual behaviors?" "None that I noticed, nothing seemed out of the ordinary." Lin Nan's strategy was straightforward, polite, cordial, yet evasive. He would answer every query but provide only mundane responses, claiming ignorance regarding anything secretive. After all, there was no decree mandating that an ordinary person must uncover the secrets of a ghost king. Hui Yan continued to inquire about the couple's history, their acquaintanceship, and the duration of their relationship, to which Lin Nan answered truthfully, as these questions bore little significance and were not crucial leads. Ultimately, Hui Yan concluded his inquiries but added, "Your wife, Lu Qingning, is likely a ghost king. She has taken the lives of many notable individuals. Should you possess any information regarding her, do not hesitate to seek us out at the temple." Having encountered various supernatural entities during his tenure in the surveillance division, Lin Nan was aware of the implications of such revelations, and Hui Yan did not shy away from discussing them in his presence. Lin Nan nodded, his expression numb, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Please accept my condolences," Hui Yan said, attempting to offer comfort. "I understand the grief you must feel, but the paths of humans and spirits diverge. It would be wise not to show excessive compassion. Should you discover any further leads, please ensure you contact us." This statement hinted at a desire for Lin Nan to assist them in confronting Lu Qingning. Lin Nan nodded in response, though he refrained from clarifying the meaning of his gesture. "Amitba, we shall take our leave," the two monks intoned in unison, departing with a shared understanding. Lin Nan escorted them to the gate before returning to the yard, pulling in his ox cart. "One cannot accumulate wealth without a stroke of fortune. How many paintings would I need to sell to regain this sum?" he mused. However, after gaining a certain advantage, these spoils seemed less significant to Lin Nan nonetheless. Having something was better than having nothing. After a brief tidying up, Lin Nan ventured inside, only to discover that the monks had indeed searched the premises. Ever since Lu Qingning's departure, he had harbored concerns for her safety, and he had discreetly arranged various safeguards throughout the house. Any intruders would surely trigger some alterations. These monks were quite cunning, lurking in the yard and feigning ignorance of having entered the house, attempting to catch him off guard. Fortunately, Lin Nan had been clever enough to relocate the umbrella Lu Qingning had left behind the following day. He was uncertain of its nature, but he inferred it must hold some significance, given that she had deliberately entrusted it to him. He concealed it carefully, for if the monks were to seize it, it would undoubtedly leave him unsettled. Relieved that the immediate danger had passed, he resolved to maintain a low profile for a while longer. Meanwhile, Hui Yan and Hui Kong were engaged in their own discourse. "Brother, do you truly believe he knows nothing?" Hui Kong queried. "It is difficult to ascertain," Hui Yan replied, shaking his head. "The world is rife with foolish individuals, many of whom remain oblivious to the true nature of those closest to them. He is no exception, yet he appears remarkably composed. Given his past experiences, if he were to exhibit excessive panic, it would seem disingenuous." "Are you suggesting he is an innocent bystander caught in this web?" "No, he bears significant suspicion." Hui Yan's eyes glimmered with insight. "What do you mean?" Hui Kong asked, perplexed. "Did you not notice? He exudes pure yang energy. If you were a ghost, would you not be tempted to absorb some of that vitality? Moreover, they are married. To coexist with the ghost king and yet remain untainted by any malevolent aura, while maintaining his pure young form. Do you truly believe there is no anomaly here?" Hui Kong scratched his head, feeling somewhat inadequate compared to Hui Yan's astute reasoning. Hui Yan was articulate and methodical, while he felt limited to physical prowess alone. "So, is this what love looks like?" "I love you, my dear," Hui Yan exclaimed, before clasping his hands in prayer and murmuring, "Amitba, I have once again strayed from my vows today." Yet, after venting his frustrations, Hui Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Hui Kong, however, wore a look of confusion. "Then what does this imply?" "Engage your mind. Your master did not give you the name Kong to leave your head empty." Realizing the futility of Hui Kong's expression, Hui Yan could only shake his head in resignation, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Every phenomenon that defies logic must surely have a rationale grounded in behavioral logic." Chapter 43. Surveillance. Hui Yan's discerning gaze seemed to pierce through all mysteries. He calmly analyzed, Lin Nan possesses a robust physique and abundant yang energy. However, he only realized something was amiss when Lu Qingning departed a few days ago. Yet, they have been married for some time, indicating they must have consummated their union. Otherwise, he would have sensed the anomaly much earlier. "Senior brother, what does consummation mean?" Fortunately, the explanation was not overly explicit. Such details were trivial. In any case, a ghost king could hardly resist the temptation to indulge. The fact that he still maintained his abundant yang energy suggested he might indeed be a pure yang body. "Ah, Did you not notice that his breathing pattern aligns with the fundamental breathing techniques of the Taoist school? Although it was challenging to discern Lin An's cultivation level, his foundational roots were relatively easy to assess. However, the basic breathing technique of the Taoist school was not particularly unique, as its dissemination was quite widespread. Perhaps Lin An was merely a lay disciple? Hui Kong was once again bewildered. He had overlooked this detail and, filled with curiosity, posed, "What does this imply? I can see things that the Ghost King surely cannot overlook." The question arises, under what circumstances would she refrain from taking away a pure Yang body? Even if she chose not to take him, she would never permit Lin An to join the Taoist sect and become a formidable adversary in the future. It cannot be because you read too few novels. The world is not so saturated with love, it is predominantly a realm of interest exchanged in the name of affection. Hui Kong thought, despite his dim-wittedness, that there was an intriguing story behind his senior brother's words. "Senior brother, have you experienced something in the past? Let us speak of the matter at hand." Hui Yan cleared his throat and stated, "I cannot be bothered to analyze this further. Let me present the conclusion directly. The first possibility is that she knows she cannot take Lin An away, yet is reluctant to kill him outright. Thus, she feigns departure, planning to return once the situation has settled and indulge in secretive pursuits or lurk nearby. The second possibility is that Lin An has been thoroughly bewitched by her, and she is attempting to present him as a victim to draw the attention of both the Buddhist and Taoist sections. The former aligns with the intrinsic nature of ghostly beings, while the latter leans toward conspiracy theory. Regardless of the reason, Lin An is undoubtedly a pivotal figure. By keeping watch over him, there will surely be rewards. Perhaps by waiting here, we might even see Lu Qingning walk into the trap willingly. The world is vast, rather than searching the ocean for a needle, it is wiser to wait for the rabbit to come to the tree stump. Senior brother, you are most astute. After persuading Hui Kong, the two concealed themselves in Baisha County. Ostensibly, they had departed to investigate elsewhere, yet in reality, they remained in the vicinity. To avoid being discovered by Lin An, they even adopted certain disguises. The death of Hui Jing had caused a considerable stir within the Buddhist community. However, it did not create significant ripples in the cultivation world. The Buddhist sect intentionally concealed the truth, leading others to believe that their investigations were solely in response to Hui Hong's demise. In truth, Hui Jing's value surpassed that of 10 Hui Hongs. Alas, death is final. There is no resurrection. Lin An was oblivious to the fact that he was being tailed. He merely exercised caution, remaining vigilant at all times. Certain secrets are impossible to keep hidden. The sudden vacancy of a Ning Hall became a hot topic in Baisha County, leading the constables to discover that Lin An's wife had vanished. They then understood why the usually gentle Lin An exhibited such intense murderous intent. Now, their understanding deepened. Meanwhile, in the governor's residence, Zhang Yu received first-hand intelligence. "So, the mastermind behind my son's death has a husband? And that husband was sent by me to lure a vengeful spirit, subsequently gaining the position I promised?" Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yu's face flushed with rage. Though Hui Hong and Qing Song had failed to resolve the ghostly issues in Baisha County, Zhang Yu had not given up. He continued his investigation. He also learned about the Ghost King's attack on Master Hui Hong. The Ghost King's identity and the Ning Hall, the den of spirits, were soon uncovered. The Buddhist sect was evidently serious this time. They could not conceal their actions any longer upon discovering that those spirits had fled, yet Lin An remained in his role as the county magistrate. How could Zhang Yu not feel incensed? It was no wonder that Lin An had wandered the streets without incident. After all, they were all part of the same family. "My son is dead, why should her husband live? Lai Fu, I want him dead." Lai Fu was Zhang Yu's steward and his most trusted confidant, often carrying out the more unsavory tasks. With the governor as his backing, no one in the entire state dared to disrespect him. "My lord, this man seems rather formidable." The news of Lin An's defeat of the bandits on Funyao Mountain had spread, and Lai Fu, as a competent steward, kept himself informed of all pertinent rumors. When Zhang Yu spoke of Lin An, he was well aware of the difficulties involved. No matter how brave he might be, could he withstand an army? While Zhang Yu lacked military power, as a local official, he could certainly request assistance from the station troops. "My lord, we must have a justifiable reason for our actions. This matter cannot be rushed, it requires careful planning. We must first fabricate charges against him, frame him, and then imprison him. At that point, my lord can manipulate him as you wish. With my son's tragic end, we cannot allow Lin An to die easily." "You speak wisely." Zhang Yu finally acknowledged Lai Fu's reasoning. Simply killing Lin An would not suffice. He wanted Lin An to experience the same suffering his son had endured. "Since you have devised a plan, let us proceed as you suggest, but I have but one request. Expedite the process. Understood. Lai Fu left, brimming with enthusiasm. His rise as Zhang Yu's foremost confidant was due to his proactive nature, his ability to anticipate his lord's needs, and his willingness to present his own proposals when necessary, rather than merely obeying orders. Such qualities would prevent him from being easily replaced. Only by showcasing his uniqueness could he maintain his favored status. As for how to frame Linen, that was a simple enough task. They could simply arrest him first and gather evidence later. While they were busy plotting, the atmosphere on Funyo Mountain was eerily quiet. Linen had burned the scrolls, and the bandits atop the mountain had all met their demise. No one knew that Fong Tianhu and the four thieves were secretly preparing for a tomb raid. This was excellent news for the burrowing rat, for he was still alive. Without companions, his situation was not as dire as it seemed. He resolved that even alone, he could explore the tomb. After all, he could always find some expendable souls to scout ahead. He may not excel in other endeavors, but he was adept at deception and trickery. Time was of the essence. The burrowing rat swiftly assembled over 200 individuals from 3 remote villages to head towards Funyo Mountain. He sought out secluded villages that rarely witnessed outsiders. Eventually, someone would notice the missing villagers, but as long as he resolved the matter swiftly and avoided capture at the scene, he could live freely thereafter. Chapter 44 A dire omen. The combat prowess of the wind-diving mouse is rather lackluster, especially when juxtaposed against practitioners. However, to an ordinary individual, it represents an overwhelming force. Naturally, had these people banded together in defiance, the wind-diving mouse would have struggled to contend with such a multitude, yet regrettably, such a scenario did not materialize. The wind-diving mouse ushered over 100 young individuals into the tomb. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the first trial, the trial of the living. The tomb's passageway was filled with a chilling breeze, and the wind-diving mouse frantically spun tales of grandeur, reassuring them of their safety while promising a gold ingot as a reward for their emergence. Coupled with threats of violence, this compelled them to advance, albeit reluctantly. Eventually, all entered the expansive passageway, which stretched several hundred meters. The corridor was wide, at least 5 meters across, exuding a sense of grandeur. In such an environment, the throng of over 100 did not seem cramped. They shared a single torch among every 5 individuals, illuminating the passageway with a bright glow, which inadvertently bolstered their sense of security. Meanwhile, the wind-diving mouse silently calculated the passage of time, swiftly retreating to the rear of the group. Suddenly, all the torches within the passage extinguished in an instant, plunging them into darkness. The darkness did not linger long, as flames unexpectedly ignited upon the walls, revealing clusters of eerie green flames flickering from abandoned lanterns, an illumination that only heightened their terror. The sounds of screams and wails intertwined, creating a cacophony of despair. Unbeknownst to them, vengeful spirits descended upon their shoulders, siphoning their very essence. Before long, the over 100 souls within the passage met their demise, and the flames upon the walls returned to their normal hue, casting a bright light upon the corridor. Yet, upon witnessing the scattered corpses strewn across the floor, no one would dare to deem this a place of peace. The wind-diving mouse, having perused the scroll of guidance, recognized that this trial had been surmounted. Nevertheless, trepidation gripped him as he traversed the passage, and it was only upon reaching a bronze door at the end that he finally exhaled in relief. He had indeed passed the first trial. It was the first trial that posed the greatest peril, necessitating expendable lives. The subsequent path bore signs that rendered it comparatively simpler. The second trial was the trial of the dead. Upon opening the bronze door, the wind-diving mouse held his breath, for the realm beyond was even more expansive, teeming with soldiers as far as the eye could see. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these soldiers were distinct from ordinary humans. Their colors were vibrant, yet the hue of living flesh was a challenge to replicate. Their eyes, however, radiated a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. These were all mere puppets, and as he gazed into the throng, he could hardly discern their numbers. The wind-diving mouse recalled the warnings inscribed on the scroll and cautiously proceeded, holding his breath. In the trial of the dead, as long as no trace of the living was detected, these soldiers remained inert. However, the slightest hint of a living presence would awaken them, resulting in the swift extermination of the intruder. This trial proved somewhat arduous for an ordinary person due to the vast expanse of the area, necessitating a traversal through the throngs of soldiers, which would take at least a quarter of an hour. A normal individual could not hold their breath for such an extended period, but for a practitioner, it posed little challenge. The wind-diving mouse, small of stature and quick of foot, despite his timid nature, was undeterred now that he had embarked on this perilous journey. Unencumbered by any setbacks, he swiftly reached the next bronze door. What lay ahead was the third trial. The third trial was the trial of water and fire. Upon pushing open the bronze door, he beheld a river of lava winding serpentine before him, separated only by a single bronze door, through which not a hint of heat could be felt. Yet upon crossing the threshold, a torrent of scorching heat assailed him. Above the river of lava floated a massive bronze sarcophagus, drifting slowly with the flow. Atop the sarcophagus, a blue glowing jewel hovered, moving in tandem with it. This must be the treasure. This journey had nearly reached its conclusion, with only the final step remaining. How could the wind-diving mouse contain his excitement? His face flushed crimson, a reflection of both his elation and the fiery lava surrounding him. Perspiration poured from his body, and sensing that he could not linger, he anticipated the sarcophagus's drift and, with a powerful leap, propelled himself onto the bronze coffin. Alas, the wind-diving mouse uttered a cry of despair. He had not anticipated the searing heat of the bronze sarcophagus. His shoes melted instantaneously, and his feet, upon contact with the bronze surface, were instantly scorched. He reached out to grasp the jewel suspended above the sarcophagus, convinced that securing the treasure would guarantee his survival. Yet, as he neared the jewel, frost began to coalesce upon his hand, rendering his entire body rigid. The dual sensations of extreme cold and searing heat inflicted upon him excruciating torment. He could endure for no more than 3 seconds before his lower body disintegrated into ash, while his upper half crystallized in ice, losing its support and collapsing atop the bronze coffin, rebounding slightly before plunging into the river of lava. His body was instantly engulfed in flames, yet the half-scroll he carried shimmered under the intense fire, coalescing into a singular point and emanating a faint blue light, intertwining with the jewel. The bronze sarcophagus trembled violently, and the tomb illuminated with numerous arcane runes. The lava surged like waves, attempting to engulf the sarcophagus, yet the blue light from the jewel repelled it. The bronze coffin remained steadfast upon the crest of the tumultuous waves, quaking relentlessly. At last, the sarcophagus erupted, revealing an ice crystal coffin within. Inside the coffin lay a maiden clad in a pale blue gown, her eyes slowly fluttering open. As her gaze met the world, the coffin began to dissolve, transforming into a cascade of white, scale-like crystals that floated in the air. The maiden suspended momentarily before gently descending to her feet. A look of bewilderment flickered in her eyes, gradually giving way to a resurgence of memories, her initial confusion replaced by a simmering fury. An overwhelming chill instantly enveloped the entire tomb, freezing the meandering river of lava, converting the fiery realm into a wintry expanse. "Return to me, my dragon pearl, dragon scales, dragon tendons," the maiden intoned, and with each word, the corresponding item manifested in her hands. Upon beholding a fragment of dragon tendon, her anger intensified. "Who did this?" she bellowed, and with her furious cry, the heavens erupted with thunder. A bolt of lightning struck, causing the skies to tremble. The officials of the Astral Observation Bureau, responsible for monitoring celestial phenomena, were instantly beset with alarm. "A great calamity has emerged in the southwest. Urgently summon the esteemed monks and Taoist masters for assistance." The Astral Observation Bureau swiftly dispatched the most pressing orders, yet the high monks of the Buddhist sect and the Taoist masters exchanged perplexed glances. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a ghost king? They pondered. Could it be that this ghost king has attained prominence? They too possessed the ability to discern celestial signs, yet none could compare to the clarity with which the Astral Observation Bureau interpreted them, for the Bureau represented the authority of the court. The misunderstanding between the Buddhist and Taoist sects was not surprising. A reincarnated Arhat had been slain in the southwest, and now a warning of a great calamity in that very region had arisen, naturally leading them to connect it with the Ghost King. Though they harbored doubts, they chose to trust the Astral Observation Bureau, each dispatching 2 high monks of the Golden Body Realm and 2 true ones of the Golden Core Realm to the southwest. In the county office of Baisha, Lin Anxian, with not to occupy his time, idly toyed with a rubber band of an unknown material, secretly contemplating his next endeavor in monster hunting. Chapter 45 is broken, and now Linen resembles a gamer capable of battling monsters and leveling up, yet the creatures of this world do not respawn. You may argue that humans can reproduce, but if Linen were to continue his relentless pursuit, how many would perish at his hands? Furthermore, ordinary individuals yield minimal experience points, while the more formidable adversaries provide significantly greater rewards. One cannot consistently target humanity as their objective. The system has explicitly stated its purpose. To subdue demons and vanquish evil spirits. To persist in treating humans as mere monsters would surely betray its original intent. This predicament is solely due to the system's tempting allure. Were it not for the promise of experience points from slaying humans, he would certainly abstain. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap startled Linen, prompting him to promptly tuck the rubber band back into his pocket. It appears rain is imminent, and he ought to return home to gather his laundry. Speaking of home, ever since Lu Qingning departed, he has lost the inclination to return, yet he must do so nonetheless. Presently, he is still in the process of gathering information. The most notorious bandits near Baisha County hail from Funyo Mountain, though bandits are not exclusive to that region. After a couple of days of rest, he plans to organize his case files and take them all at once, avoiding the hassle of returning to the county seat. After all, he is currently a solitary figure, free to roam wherever he pleases. Remaining stationary would eventually deplete his options for combat. With the weather shifting, Linen hastily grabbed his case files and decided to head back. Upon exiting the door, he discovered a clear sky, devoid of clouds, seemingly not conducive to rain. Strange, Linen murmured to himself, but since he was already out, he might as well return home and relax. Before he could venture too far, he was suddenly called from behind by Wang Wu. Xiao Lingu. Wang Wu panted, running towards him. There's been a serious incident. Linen thought to himself that this fellow rarely brought good news. What has happened now? I just received an urgent report. The inhabitants of Jinchuan village and Jintian village have mysteriously vanished without a trace. Linen replied, Good heavens, this situation seems to escalate with each passing moment. Jinchuan village and Xiwan village are relatively remote, with a small population residing in the mountainous valleys. Combined, they likely do not number more than 200 souls. How long have they been missing? Approximately one night. A traveling merchant who entered the mountains this morning discovered it. He mentioned that the cooking stove was still warm, indicating they had not disappeared long ago. Linen, merely following protocol, had not anticipated such a straightforward answer. This merchant is indeed remarkable. Discovering the disappearance of an entire village and daring to investigate is no small feat. The wind mice must have had unfortunate timing. Ordinarily, those two villages would not see outsiders for 10 days to half a month. However, each month, a merchant would venture into the mountains to sell and collect goods. Today, as fate would have it, the merchant entered the mountains, and due to the gravity of the situation, the neighboring village hastily sent someone to deliver the news, nearly exhausting their horse to reach the county office. With such a significant event occurring in the jurisdiction, Feng Zhao was left utterly distraught, utterly devoid of tears. Indeed, misfortune tends to arrive in waves. It seems the higher-ups were searching for a reason to act against him when this incident unfolded. Just lie down and await your demise. However, upon hearing the news, Linen felt a stirring of interest. The ability to cause the inhabitants of two villages to vanish without a trace likely indicates something abnormal at play, be it malevolent spirits or nefarious practitioners. According to Linan's knowledge, intelligent malevolent spirits and practitioners would not engage in such overt defiance against the authorities. Such actions are typically the work of lesser demons or novice practitioners. Is this not akin to presenting him with an experience package? Linen instructed Wang Wu, Go notify the others and report to the provincial government. I shall investigate first. Reporting is inevitable, but there is no need for haste. He would take the lead, retrieving 3 horses from the office, complete with all necessary equipment. By rotating between the 3 steeds, he could reach the incident site more swiftly. Ordinary horses do not run particularly fast, averaging around 20 km per hour, with a sprinting speed of 40 to 50. However, horses are not machines. After a few hours, they require rest and sustenance, making the legendary steeds capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day exceedingly rare. Thus, with time of the essence, Linen deliberately brought 3 horses to maintain a constant pace, switching mounts as needed, and arrived at his destination within 2 hours. However, as he approached Jintian village, the sky suddenly darkened, clouds thickening ominously, and soon, rain began to fall. Linen quickly reined in his horse, hesitant to advance further. As evening approached, the heavy downpour cast an eerie gloom over the silent forest, evoking the atmosphere of a horror film's opening scene. Indeed, Linen was here to slay demons and vanquish evil, yet he seemed to have misjudged the situation. The ability to alter the weather was rather alarming. Retreat. Linen turned his horse around, only to find the path behind him shrouded in thick fog, rendering it invisible. This is absurd. It is common knowledge that light rain can produce fog, but torrential downpours do not. The simultaneous occurrence of these two unusual weather patterns suggests that malevolent forces are imminent. Linen tightened his grip on his knife, remaining vigilant. The fog swirled ominously, as if a colossal entity were approaching, causing Linan's 3 horses to become restless, trembling but not fleeing. Danger. Linen had little to say. He had exercised utmost caution, yet when misfortune strikes, what can one do, unless he were to possess a golden finger, completely impotent, and simply lie at home all day? All he could do now was give his all, striving for a slim chance of survival. As Linen maintained his wary demeanor, the fog parted, revealing a woman in a flowing blue gown emerging from the mist. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair, embodying the essence of unparalleled beauty. Linan's gaze was drawn irresistibly to her bare feet. She walked upon the muddy ground, and wherever she tread, the earth rapidly froze into crystalline ice, rendering her feet immaculate, resembling finely crafted works of art. Firstly, Linen was not particularly fond of feet, yet he found himself captivated for a few moments. Ancient Dragon's Demon Corpse. Warning, 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 danger, danger, danger. This latest alert was exceedingly straightforward, as if to ensure Linen comprehended the peril posed by the seemingly delicate girl before him. Linen was momentarily paralyzed. Ancient Dragon, Demon Corpse, what in the world is this? Is this the sort of monster I should encounter in the novice village? Linen silently retreated a step, contemplating whether kneeling and begging for mercy might secure his survival. A true man can bend and stretch, enduring temporary humiliation to rise again in the future, such is the essence of masculinity. In the downpour, the girl in blue also came to a halt. Around her, not a single raindrop fell. Her gaze upon Linen was devoid of warmth, akin to that one might reserve for a corpse. "I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, delivered to me." The voice of the girl, crisp and clear, left Linen utterly bewildered. He had assumed his misfortune stemmed from misjudging the danger behind the events in those two villages, yet her words indicated that she had specifically come for him. Chapter 46. Oh, it's my turn to speak. As soon as Lan Yen opened her mouth, Linen realized he was in deep trouble. The adversary approaching him had an unknown motive, yet it was evident that she would not easily let him go. "I have never met the young lady before. May I inquire why you seek my presence?" "You have taken my possession." "What possession?" "Please be direct, my lady." A wise individual recognizes the circumstances. Conceding is not a disgrace. Lan Yen nodded approvingly and stated, "You display some understanding. Surrender the dragon tendons, and I shall spare your life." In the realm of cultivation, preserving one's life holds significance. After death, the three souls each find their resting place. The celestial soul ascends to the heavens, the earthly soul binds to the earth, and the human soul dissipates. The earthly soul lingers beside the corpse, drawn to the seven spirits, and each day, one spirit separates from the body, merging with the earthly soul. After 7 days, this cycle reaches completion. This explains why individuals appear dazed immediately after death, regaining awareness only after a week. Die in the mortal realm. It is customary for the deceased to visit their family on the 7th day, not because the souls return, but because awareness only manifests after this period. Unless one is a cultivator who has mastered the Yin spirit, capable of instantaneously separating soul and body, the seven spirits remain bound to the physical form for the first 7 days. Without a complete body, the spirits are inevitably damaged. An incomplete soul cannot traverse to the underworld nor enter the cycle of reincarnation, thus denying rebirth. Therefore, Lan Yen was, in a sense, showing mercy to Linen. However, Linen held no hope for a favorable reincarnation. Would he still be himself in another life? Death signifies a new beginning, so what difference would it make if his soul were scattered? Could she not spare his life? Linen attempted to negotiate with Lan Yen, yet she coldly retorted, "Humans deserve to die." What a formidable foe, harboring such disdain for humanity. With her words, Linen relinquished any hope of negotiation. "Since that is the case, my lady, your words are not yet finished." Suddenly, Linen hurled the knife in his hand towards Lan Yen and turned to flee. Struggling may not yield results, but inaction would surely lead to death. You have grasped the combat technique, the universe's throw, but what use is it now? Linen did not even pause to witness the technique's effect, sprinting away with fervor. His large blade halted before Lan Yen, rapidly encasing itself in ice, which then shattered into crystalline fragments. Lan Yen observed Linen's retreat with indifference. She did not pursue him, merely flicking her hand to release a stream of cold air. This icy breath surged swiftly towards Linen, leaving a trail of frost and ice crystals in its wake. Linen's speed could not compare to that of the cold air. However, just as the chill was about to envelop him, the dragon tendons in his possession emitted a faint glow, instantaneously absorbing the icy force. Linen was blissfully unaware of the impending coldness. Lan Yan's gaze sharpened, her large eyes filled with confusion. Why did her dragon tendons resist her power? Instead, choosing to protect Linen, yet perplexed, she attempted once more, unleashing another gust of cold air, which was once again absorbed by the dragon tendons. Someone had tampered with her dragon tendons. No wonder she could not retrieve the half she had lost. She could only sense its location. Enraged, Lan Yan stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Linen. With her magic ineffective, she resolved to capture Linen alive, kill him, and reclaim the dragon tendons. She struck with her palm. Linen had no room to evade. Feeling an overwhelming force approaching from behind, Linen's mind was consumed by 4 words: "My life is forfeit." Reflecting on his journey to this world, he considered how, for the first 18 years, he had remained oblivious to its truths, believing it to be a mere fantasy of ancient times. He had secretly accrued wealth and hoarded provisions while clandestinely practicing martial arts, recalling military strategies from his past life. All of this was a preparation for rebellion. Given the nature of the current dynasty, it was only a matter of time before chaos erupted. With such preparations, he could either align himself with others or lead his own faction, ensuring a strong start. Should the world remain peaceful, he could live a life of comfort and prosperity. Little did he expect that marriage would unlock a new realm and awaken his latent abilities, yet, this newfound power was still in its infancy when he encountered such an unreasonable boss. Was this the heavens conspiring against him? Linen felt a surge of resentment, yet there was nothing he could do but await the arrival of death. Strangely, it did not hurt. After a brief internal monologue, Linen discovered that he had landed safely. Remarkably, even his clothing remained intact. Of course, his position had shifted significantly. He had been propelled quite a distance. Lan Yan was even more furious when her dragon claws met Linen. They were blocked by an invisible barrier, and the force she unleashed was absorbed, transforming into a protective power for Linen. Thus, he remained unscathed. Her dragon tendons had taken on an unexpected form? Cursed human, return my dragon tendons. Lan Yan could no longer maintain her icy demeanor, her composure shattered in an instant. At this point, Linen finally sensed something amiss. He glanced down and caught sight of the faint glow emanating from his body. Upon inspection, he discovered the mysterious elastic material. When Lan Yan mentioned dragon tendons, he recognized it as this enigmatic substance impervious to fire and water, resistant to blades and firearms. To his astonishment, it had now bestowed upon him an unexpected boon. It seems you cannot harm me? Linen could not fathom that her apparent vulnerability was an act. After all, she had clearly attacked him moments ago, yet he remained unharmed. This could only imply that a mysterious force was shielding him. Seeing the corners of Lin An's mouth curl upward, Lan Yan felt an overwhelming sense of mockery. Die! Enraged, Lan Yan unleashed a punch imbued with tremendous coldness. The sheer force of this attack startled Lin, and the world around him was engulfed in frost, these icy shards resembling blades that sent chills through him. Yet, this grandiose punch, upon striking Linen, felt akin to a gentle breeze. The dragon tendons swiftly absorbed all of her power, transforming it into an invisible shield that securely enveloped Linen. Unwilling to relent, Lan Yan considered myriad ways to slay a mere mortal. With magic ineffective and physical attacks futile, she resorted to her divine powers. She raised her head and let out a piercing roar, the shattering heart dragon song, capable of instilling fear and obliterating the physical form. Rather than assaulting Lin An's body, she aimed to annihilate his very soul. However, regrettably, her dragon tendons bore no weaknesses. The resonance of her dragon's roar reduced the nearby rocks to dust, yet Lin An remained utterly unharmed. At this moment, Lin An's smile could no longer be contained. Speak louder, exert yourself. This is the first time I've heard a dragon song. It sounds like a cow's moo, far from the melodious beauty I had imagined. With such overwhelming power, why not flaunt it? At that instant, Linen felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. Wait, that phrase belongs to women. Regardless, he felt immensely relieved. Joyful emotions are contagious, Linen chuckled, while Lan Yan did not share his mirth. Failing to extinguish Lin An's life, only to be mocked for her dragon song sounding like a cow's moo, such profound humiliation transformed her icy demeanor into one of fiery rage. Chapter 47 Causality. Cursed humanity, the azure smoke, heedless of all, continued its relentless assault on Linen, this time employing sheer physical force. She was venting her fury, but alas, despite her fierce onslaught, she inflicted no harm upon Linen. Linen, in turn, picked up a stone and hurled it at her, unexpectedly striking true. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profoundly felt by the azure smoke. She began to summon steam and frost, wildly ravaging the surroundings, leaving chaos in her wake, while Linen remained unscathed. At this moment, Linen felt an immense gratitude towards his parents for bestowing upon him such a name. Peace is a blessing. No doubt about it. After half an hour of mutual brawling, Linen had elevated his newly acquired skill, Shen Kuan Throw, by 2 levels. This combat technique, akin to archery but of a higher caliber, enabled him to project objects with utmost force, resulting in significant destructive power. Finally, the azure smoke had exhausted her fury. She was not fatigued, but her wild emotions had finally settled. It dawned on her that she was utterly powerless against Linen. Return the dragon tendons to me, and I shall spare your life. Ha, I told you as much long ago, yet you refused. Regret now is too late. Linen had previously been unaware of the dragon tendons' peculiar properties, but now that he understood, he had no intention of relinquishing them. Such a life-preserving artifact must remain firmly in one's own grasp to ensure security. Through their prolonged confrontation, the azure smoke also came to sense a unique connection between herself and the dragon tendons. Though they rightfully belonged to her, they had acknowledged Linen as their master, and due to this special bond, she was incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. This was not merely a superficial exchange of offense and defense, it delved into the realms of fate and causality. During this lengthy bout, she had not only been venting her anger but also probing the causal relationship between them, which only now began to crystallize in her mind. The dragon tendons had become the vessel for her grand wishes. After her demise, someone would utilize her dragon tendons to intertwine their fates and grant a great wish. Should the one who possessed the dragon tendons be swayed by the allure of immortality, she would be granted a new lease on life, escaping from her confinement. Conversely, if the possessor remained untempted by immortality, she would be subjugated to their will. This singular dragon tendon encapsulated the forces of fate, causality, and wishes. Even she could only glimpse its reasons but could not alter them, for they also involved the grand tapestry of humanity. A painful memory began to surface within the azure smoke. Once, she had merely been a small dragon in the western sea. One day, while out for a frolic, she stumbled upon a group of humans. The humans, upon sighting the dragon, bowed in reverence. To the dragonkin, humans were akin to small, endearing creatures, eliciting a sense of fondness. They beseeched her for favorable weather, a task of minimal effort for the azure smoke. In turn, the humans, overjoyed by the dragon's benevolence, frequently offered sacrifices in her presence. From the azure smoke's perspective, they were merely adorable beings bringing her treats and showering her with praise. With the heart of a child, she lingered by the great river, granting rain to those who sought it and dispersing clouds for those who wished for sunshine. She watched as these endearing beings flourished, erecting temples in her honor, extolling her kindness and compassion, which brought her great joy. This became her delight, a cherished pastime, understood by those who grasped such simple pleasures. As this nation gradually grew and prospered, she felt immense happiness, akin to a caretaker witnessing their child flourish day by day. Eventually, this nation, leveraging generations of advantages, unified the various states, quelling turmoil and establishing a new realm. It was during this time that their emperor presented her with a new wish. He desired longevity to better nurture the nation's growth. The azure smoke consented to his plea for her. It required but a single drop of blood to grant a mortal several additional years. Yet, unbeknownst to her, humanity was inherently greedy. As the emperor's lifespan dwindled, he once more implored her for an extension, but the azure smoke declined. She sensed that the cosmos had its ordained limits. Human emperors could not be granted excessive longevity. Moreover, as time passed, his actions increasingly mirrored those of a tyrant, which displeased her. Little did the azure smoke anticipate that a frail human would dare to scheme against her. Yet, he succeeded, poisoning the offerings during a sacrifice and suppressing her divine power with the human dragon vein, rallying numerous sorcerers to collectively slay the dragon. Bound by the dragon vein, she was but a formidable beast, and under the assault of human cultivators and hundreds of thousands of soldiers, she ultimately fell. The azure smoke had no memories of her afterlife, but in her assault on the dragon tendons, she glimpsed the echoes of her past. The dragon battled in the wild, its blood a dark hue. After her demise, blood-red rain poured for an extended period, transforming into a deluge that swept across the land, plunging the entire nation into disaster. Though she perished, her resentment endured. The furious dragon spirit coiled above her remains, preventing any from approaching, and the emperor's coveted elixir of life remained unattainable. Moreover, as long as the dragon spirit existed, the floods would not cease. To quell the dragon's wrath, all righteous practitioners of the mortal realm joined forces. The Taoist sect employed secret arts to ensure her physical form remained undying, while the Buddhist order safeguarded her soul from annihilation. By harnessing the fortunes of humanity, they made a grand vow, allowing the dragon spirit to slumber, awaiting a fated individual to awaken her. Since the origin of this situation lay in the greed for immortality, both parties established an agreement. Should the fated individual remain untempted by eternal life, she would concede, allowing them to restrain her with the dragon tendons. Conversely, if the fated individual were ensnared by the allure of immortality, she would emerge victorious, free from constraints to act as she wished. This treaty was indeed advantageous to her, for the world was rife with greedy souls, while the unready were scarce. Such a grand aspiration was recognized by the heavenly order, thus necessitating fairness. There had to be rumors circulating among the populace, along with corresponding guidance, and the tomb must be accessible. Otherwise, if humanity merely sealed the tomb airtight, the azure smoke would remain in eternal slumber. Yet, unexpectedly, the dragon tendons were eventually severed. Before their true form manifested, they were mere ordinary objects, which allowed for their division. The greedy individual went to deliver a package, while the cautious Linen obtained the dragon tendons. With both outcomes manifesting, this peculiar situation arose. Linen could no longer subjugate her, yet she was equally unable to harm him. Upon comprehending the causality at play, the azure smoke resolved not to squander her efforts further. Unless, of course, she could transcend the cycle of cause and effect, but alas, she could not. She had already perished, and even now, she was unable to transform into a dragon. The critical dragon tendons were absent, leaving her to traverse the world in human form. State your conditions, otherwise, should we continue this futile struggle, neither of us shall gain any advantage. Upon hearing this, Linen chuckled. Who says I stand to gain nothing? Have you ever heard of a hanging ratio? Chapter 48. A bountiful harvest. Having repelled the ancestor dragon's undead corpse, Linen gained 500 experience points. When Lan Yan ceased her assault, the system determined that Linen had achieved a stalemate. Through his recent explorations of the system, Linen had discerned the nuances of experience acquisition. Battles yield 4 distinct outcomes: a defeat, stalemate, victory, and kill. Each outcome awards a different amount of experience, and Lan Yan, being exceptionally formidable, still granted him 500 experience points even in a stalemate. Coupled with his previously accumulated experience, Linen had amassed enough to level up twice. He leveled up on the spot. At level 11, he instantly felt an immense surge in his strength and vitality, and he sensed the ethereal energy in the air permeating his being with each breath, refining his physical form. His vital energy gradually expanded. Although vital energy lacks a storage reservoir, it circulates within him, continually growing, a true essence of cultivation. If one's vital energy does not increase, what purpose does training serve? This is the remarkable power of the all-selected combat body. He felt an all-encompassing enhancement. Moreover, during his skirmish with Lan Yan, he had garnered further insights. You have comprehended the essence of profound ice, you have grasped the divine dragon combat technique, you have understood the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon including the Qian Kuan throw. Lin Nan had now attained understanding of 4 combat techniques from Lan Yan. Reflecting upon his previous encounters with a band of brigands, where he had gleaned no techniques at all, Lin Nan recognized a vital truth: the strength of one's adversary directly influences one's capacity to comprehend. Yet, he feared that he might not encounter such indestructible foes again. He ardently wished to continue his relentless struggle against Lan Yan. Lin Nan provocatively taunted, "Do you think I fear you? Let us engage in a fierce contest. Come at me. If you refrain from striking, then I shall strike you." He unleashed an ice arrow, a manifestation of the essence of profound ice he had just grasped, which significantly amplified the potency of his ice spells. While such an attack would hardly affect Lan Yan, it marked the commencement of their battle in the eyes of the system. After all, it was only reasonable to count this as a conflict, considering that Lin Nan and Lu Qingning had initiated their own PK. Lan Yan was taken aback. The Lin Nan who had previously sought a mere escape now exhibited such audacity. Did he presume he had her at a disadvantage? "I truly cannot slay you, but I can annihilate everyone else," she mused, not one to be easily outwitted. Fortunately, Lin Nan possessed only half a dragon's sinew, limiting his capacity for offense and leaving him only capable of self-defense. Otherwise, she would have had no qualms in dealing with him. Human cunning was boundless. Once she found them charming, but now she regarded them as deceitful and treacherous. While pacifying her vengeful spirit, they attempted to manipulate her fortuitously. She felt somewhat favored by fate, having avoided a dire predicament. If she were to awaken only to be controlled by others, she would prefer death. Confronted with Lan Yan's threats, Lin Nan acknowledged the inherent risks. However, he understood that revealing any sign of weakness during negotiations would invariably lead to defeat. His prior desperation in front of Lan Yan stemmed from his lack of cards to play. Had he not been humble, she could have easily dispatched him. Now, armed with his advantages, he was determined to maximize his gains. "Go ahead and kill. After all, I am but a solitary figure. Should you slay everyone else, I shan't feel the slightest grief." Throughout their verbal sparring, neither party engaged in physical conflict, and after a while, Lin Nan accrued another 500 experience points. Once he disengaged from the combat state, it was considered concluded. This time, it too counted as a stalemate. After gaining experience, Lin Nan shot forth another ice arrow. "This is a glitch. I have it locked down." Lan Yan, once again provoked by Lin Nan's taunting actions, realized that killing others posed no threat to him. A new scheme sprang to her mind. "I may not be able to kill you, but I can certainly summon others to do so." Enlightened by this thought, she recognized that commanding a horde of demons was well within her capabilities. While her attacks would be absorbed by the dragon sinew, what of the creatures she summoned? Moreover, she had no fear of her minions seizing the sinew for themselves. She could simply employ the same method again. After all, that half a sinew could only defend against her. "Then go ahead and find them," Lin Nan replied nonchalantly, awaiting the next 500 experience points before releasing another ice arrow. This maneuver was as dismissive as spitting. While the ice arrow posed no threat to Lan Yan, anyone would be provoked by such an affront. Thus, another bout ensued. Though turned to fight, neither side truly broke their defenses. After half an hour of combat, Lan Yan could no longer endure the situation. With negotiations futile and unwilling to endure Lin Nan's spitting, she could only retreat into the skies. "You have defeated the ancestor dragon's undead corpse. Experience gained 1000. "Oh, did I win this round?" Lin Nan exclaimed with joy, witnessing a sudden windfall of experience points. After leveling up twice, he still retained experience for another level. However, the thought of Lan Yan seeking others to kill him weighed heavily on his mind. He could not seek refuge with others, lest he attract Lan Yan's ire. He was a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance, not one to intentionally harm others. As for where to go next, Lin Nan found himself momentarily at a loss. The rain gradually ceased, and the fog began to lift. Upon returning to his starting point, he discovered 3 horses lying dead, their orifices oozing blood and their flesh in a state of decay. This was likely the result of Lan Yan's dragon roar, an area of effect attack that these ordinary horses could not withstand. "You dared to slay my horses, I shall remember this debt." Lin Nan retrieved a spare knife and bow from the horses' saddlebags, contemplating for a moment before slicing off several choice pieces of meat. He had no intention of returning to Baisha County, fearing it would attract trouble to that place. Henceforth, he would venture forth to hunt monsters and gain levels, ideally avoiding cities. As he had yet to practice fasting, he needed to prepare some provisions. Defeating Lan Yan in the short term seemed a daunting task, but she likely wouldn't find particularly powerful subordinates to assist her immediately. Who knows, perhaps the minions she brought along would merely serve as experience fodder. After hastily tending to the scene, Lin Nan resolved to visit the nearby village. Reflecting on Lan Yan's previous remarks, he began to suspect that the villager's disappearance was not her doing. Had she been responsible, she would not have lingered here, claiming she was searching for him. Thus, his judgment must be correct. It was merely a stroke of bad luck. Thinking of Lan Yan, Lin Nan felt a slight headache coming on. Forget it, I'll hunt for monsters. The heavy rain had washed away many traces, but Lin Nan's senses had sharpened considerably after leveling up. He detected the scent of mice. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to perceive such odors, especially with the rain washing them away, yet now, he could discern them clearly. The air bore the faint scent of blood, indicating that a violent incident had transpired here. Albeit the scene had been cleansed, however, the lightness of the scent suggested that the number of victims was not high. You have acquired a new skill. Tracking. Tracking LV1. Your keen sense of smell and intuition enable you to discover more details. When activated, it visualizes the scent trails. Oh, yet another skill? Lin Nan tested the activation of the skill, and instantly, his field of vision transformed into a riot of colors, with lines extending chaotically across his view. This was the visualization of scent trails. Lin Nan focused on the line representing the scent of mice, while the other lines faded from his sight. This auxiliary skill proved immensely useful. In that case, let us pursue. Lin Nan accelerated his pace, relying on his breathing technique and robust physique, running faster than a horse, like a gust of wind, traversing mountains and forests. Yet, the more he ran, the more familiar the path became. Chapter 49 of The Great Demon turns out to be a little crybaby. Deep within the Funyo Mountains, in the Dragon Cave Tomb, the ethereal blue smoke returned to the depths of the cavern, accompanied by a gust of wind. The once molten lava had long since solidified, now covered by a thick layer of ice. This place had once served as the tomb that confined and sealed blue smoke, yet upon her awakening, she had inexplicably returned here. As she reflected upon the grievances she had endured, her anger intensified. The thought of her good intentions, nurturing a nation only to be oppressed by it, filled her with indignation. After her demise, her resentment lingered, yet she had been deceived into signing a perilous treaty, which ultimately led to her being bullied by Lin Nan. Even after compromising and merely wishing to negotiate with Lin Nan to reclaim her dragon tendons, she was met with his spitting humiliation, leaving her powerless against him. The more she pondered, the more her anger swelled, and tears welled in her eyes. Why were they all so cruel? Why did they all bully me? Wailing, she could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face. As blue smoke wept, the cavern was enveloped in a sudden tempest, with rain and mist swirling violently. A true storm of tears. Lin Nan would never have imagined that the once frigid and arrogant ancestral dragon's demonic corpse was now hiding and weeping. He assumed blue smoke had gone to rally support, as he was solely focused on finding the evil cultivator to gain experience swiftly. Following the trail of her aura, he found himself deep within the Funyo Mountains. Though he had only been to Funyo Mountain once, his memory had sharpened significantly since his cultivation, allowing him to recall the path clearly. As he walked, information coalesced in his mind. He remembered the jade-faced scholar and others he had slain, who were clearly not aligned with the bandits, as well as the half-scroll he had discovered in Funyo Mountain, which ultimately melted into the dragon tendons he now possessed. Now, as these scents returned to Funyo Mountain, it was not difficult to draw a conclusion. The numerous disappearances were indeed related to blue smoke. Passing by the abandoned mountain stronghold, he noticed an increasing number of people. Lin Nan could ascertain that many had traversed this way. The scents were diverse, confirming that his pursuit was on the right track. However, these scents stretched deep into the heart of Funyo Mountain. Could this be the lair of the ancestral dragon's demonic corpse? Lin Nan's association stemmed from the information previously revealed on the scroll, which had transformed into dragon tendons, indicating a strong connection to the ancestral dragon's demonic corpse. It could be said that the depths of this forest bore a high probability of being the lair of the ancestral dragon's demonic corpse. No need to panic, after all, I am not afraid of her. If she is home, I can conveniently gain some experience. With this thought, Lin Nan summoned his courage. Of course, he believed that even if this place was indeed Blue Smoke's lair, she likely wasn't home. She must have gone to gather allies. Swift resolution was essential. Having roughly pinpointed his location, Lin Nan quickened his pace. The forest offered no paths, but with the guidance of the scent, he soon discovered a natural stone cave. The cave had not been eroded by rain, and the aura within was remarkably intact. As Lin Nan ventured deeper, he found a winding tunnel leading downward. After walking several hundred steps, he encountered an ancient bronze door. All the scents vanished at this point. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Nan as he pushed open the door, and his expression shifted dramatically. There was the stench of blood, yet no corpses could be found. It appeared as though the bodies had been disposed of, leaving behind no traces of blood. Proceeding further, Linen sensed a chilling presence. Were ghosts being nurtured here? Perfect. Such malevolent cultivators who raised spirits were rich in experience points. Linen hastened forward, traversing a lengthy corridor, until at last, he laid eyes on the individuals he sought. Over 100 people lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies contorted in fear and emaciated. It was evident that they had perished from having their essence drained by ghosts. Damn those evil cultivators. Linen felt a surge of anger upon witnessing such a scene, and at that moment, flickering green flames ignited upon the dim walls. Subsequently, a multitude of vengeful spirits surged forth from the ghostly flames, racing towards Linen now. He understood how these individuals had met their demise. This corridor was ensnared in a formation that concealed the spirits. As one ventured deeper, the spirits would envelop the intruder, ensuring that no mere mortal could escape. However, for someone of Linan's caliber, these ghosts were mere fodder. With his abundant young energy, the weaker spirits would be scorched merely by proximity. Of course, this passive damage was negligible. Linan swiftly drew his blade, channeling his pure young true energy, and with a sweeping motion, he dispatched a multitude of spirits. Experience gained. 20 experience gained. 25. The strength of the spirits here was relatively uniform, yielding experience points ranging from 15 to 25. With over 100 ghosts, Linen amassed more than 2,000 experience points, leveling up twice while retaining enough experience to avoid stagnation. This was indeed a fortuitous location. Weak monsters and generous experience. It was a pity that these spirits would not respawn upon death, otherwise, Linen would gladly have turned this place into a farming ground. In reality, this ease was only true for Linen. A martial artist specialized in vital energy would be entirely oblivious to the existence of ghosts. Meanwhile, practitioners of Taoist arts would require various spells to combat ghosts. They could not simply rely on their life force as Linen did. His ability to navigate this area with such ease was entirely due to his unique advantages. With the first formidable barrier, which had troubled 4 mountain movers, effortlessly cleared, Linen pressed onward to the second bronze door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an astonishing sight, a grand display of terracotta warriors. The number was staggering, perhaps as many as 100,000. Were these the fabled colored terracotta warriors? Linen was awestruck, feeling a surge of excitement akin to uncovering ancient relics. It was said that the terracotta warriors of Qin Shi Huang were once vibrant in color before fading to a muddy hue. Witnessing similar wonders in different worlds, Linan's emotions were complex. Just as he was lost in reminiscence, the terracotta warriors stirred to life. Unaware of the need to hold his breath in this space, he inadvertently breathed in, awakening the warriors. Kill. In a daze, Linen heard a synchronized roar, yet, he was certain that the terracotta warriors had not opened their mouths. How could mere clay figures speak? However, it was indeed peculiar for them to wield weapons against someone. Leading the charge were the cavalry, clay figures atop clay steeds, brandishing long spears as they charged towards Linen with a fierce aura. Inch for inch, they were stronger, and Linen's blade, though formidable, was somewhat shorter. Fortunately, he was not solely reliant on martial prowess, he was also adept in the arcane arts. Seeing the vast number of terracotta warriors come to life, Linen felt exhilarated. How many levels would he gain from such a plethora of minor foes? Chapter 50 of The Brave Dragon. Never weeping before villains. Faced with the cavalry's charge, Linen was not afraid. Instead, he felt exhilarated as he launched an assault against the enemy. Xian Bing Arrow. The ice he wielded was no ordinary frost, but rather profound ice. While common ice merely freezes upon contact, profound ice encapsulates its target instantaneously, devoid of any thermal conduction. Even if the adversary were made of clay, they would be swiftly pierced and shattered into. Clearly, these terracotta warriors were no formidable foes. Kill the warrior. Experience gained 0. 01. What? Such a meager reward. Linen's head buzzed with disbelief. In the next moment, the cavalry continued their relentless assault, forcing Linen to rely on his agility to evade while fighting back. Fortunately, he could outrun the horses, allowing him to maneuver effectively. However, each warrior yielded a mere 0. 01 experience, swiftly draining his motivation to fight. The cost-effectiveness was abysmally low. For Linen, slaying these warriors was more challenging than vanquishing ghosts. A single strike could eliminate all nearby specters without the fear of injury, whereas the warriors could retaliate, and his range of attack was inferior to theirs. At this juncture, Linen recognized his shortcomings. He lacked area of effect damage, whether through martial skills or magic. He was limited to single target strikes. No, he did possess an area attack, the Tianlong Bayan, the art of sound slaughter gleaned from the blue smoke. This method directly assaulted the soul and inflicted a degree of physical damage, making it difficult to defend against due to the frequency of the sound waves. Although the space around him was vast, it had confines that made it suitable for sound attacks, as echoes would reverberate. Deciding to give it a try, Linen summoned his true energy, channeling it from his dantian, through his heart and lungs, and releasing it through his nasal passages. Moo! The first note of the Tianlong Bayan echoed like a cow's moo. The sound boomed like thunder, causing the terracotta warriors to momentarily halt, their souls washed by Lin Nan's sonic resonance. The sound struck the walls and bounced back, creating fissures across many of the warriors' forms. Realizing its effectiveness, Lin Nan continued to harness his true energy. Moo. He could only produce the first note. Previously, he had mocked Blue Smoke for sounding like a cow. Now, he too was emulating that sound. If Blue Smoke were present, her voice would have shattered all the warriors in the vicinity, while Lin Nan had to repeat the sound 6 times, the waves overlapping and compressing, before ultimately reducing the warriors to dust. In an instant, Lin Nan's combat notifications surged. Each warrior granted him 0.01 experience, yet the sheer number and density of the terracotta warriors compensated for the meager gain. After a flurry of actions, he accrued over 1,000 experience points. Delight surged within him. He would soon level up. Estimating his experience points, he decided to allocate them for an upgrade, swiftly ascending to level 16, anticipating he could amass enough experience for another level. However, upon completion of this endeavor, he discovered that the accumulated experience only filled half of the progress bar. What was this? Before level 16, each level up required only a few hundred additional points, yet after reaching level 16, the experience needed had doubled. What a calamity! Just when I thought I was in the clear. Lin Nan felt utterly dazed. Leveling up had never been swift. To reach the next level, he would need to defeat numerous foes, and now the experience requirement had skyrocketed. What was even more daunting was the possibility that leveling up to 18 would entail even greater challenges. If this exponential growth continued, he would inevitably find himself unable to progress. Nevertheless, regardless of how experience points might inflate in the future, he could only persist with his current strategy. Complaining would bear no fruit. Earning experience was paramount. Moreover, without reaching a level cap, Lin Nan felt an unsettling sense of unease. Thus, he quickened his pace, cautiously opening the third bronze door. Previously, he had barreled through, confident in his ability to recover, and now, aware that healing was no longer an option, he approached with heightened caution. As the door creaked open, Lin Nan was greeted by a tempest of snow and wind, accompanied by a faint sound of weeping. He contemplated that it must be the wind's lament, a melancholic sound indicating a vast expanse ahead. The environment was harsh, an icy wasteland within the cavern, with the bronze door effectively isolating the interior from the outside world. It was indeed a remarkable locale. He knew he must be even more vigilant. Why is everyone bullying me? Ha! That wasn't the wind. Someone was genuinely crying. The pitiful sound tugged at Lin Nan's heartstrings, conjuring an image of a frail, helpless little girl, huddled in a corner, clutching her knees and sobbing softly. No, how could a place like this harbor an ordinary girl? What was wrong with my judgment? Lin Nan quickly sensed something amiss. He suspected that the cries might be a ruse, an attempt to provoke his sympathy before striking. However, one should not underestimate his resolve. Under the scrutiny of the true eye, all demons and monsters lay bare. Lin Nan decided to stealthily approach. If the adversary wished to perform, he could play along, launching a sudden counterattack. There were no rules against ambushing, after all. Amidst the howling wind and snow, Lin Nan stealthily drew near the source of the sound. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Wasn't this someone familiar? The scene he had conjured in his mind was accurate. Indeed, a young girl was there, cradling her knees and weeping, pearls of sorrow scattered about, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing utterly forlorn. Yet this girl was someone he had encountered not long ago. The dragon ancestor's demonic corpse, Blue Smoke, she cried earnestly, not feigning her sorrow. In that instant, the terrifying image she had held in Lin Nan's mind shattered. To be frank, before witnessing this scene, Lin Nan had felt considerable pressure. What kind of being could provoke 3 warnings and 3 alerts from the system? Even his ghostly queen had merely hinted at being unbeatable, suggesting he return later. This, however, was a direct warning. But now, the formidable demon had transformed into a weeping child. How could he not feel disillusioned? This shift in emotion caused Lin Nan to lose control of his breath, and Blue Smoke finally sensed his presence. She, too, was unguarded, absorbed in her tears, completely oblivious to his approach. Perhaps it was the dragon sinew in Lin Nan's possession that dulled her senses, allowing her to overlook his presence. Otherwise, even the most careless individual would not fail to notice someone closing in so closely. Who goes there? Blue Smoke exclaimed in alarm, hastily wiping her tears and swiftly regaining her icy, domineering demeanor, the blush on her cheeks vanishing in an instant, her tear-streaked visage dissipating like mist. Her formidable cultivation was indeed impressive, allowing her to dry her tears in a heartbeat. Yet, no matter how cold or fierce she appeared now, Lin Nan could only recall her image as a sobbing child. Oh, isn't this the great demon? After just a brief absence, how have you come to this state? Surely, you haven't been hiding and crying because you couldn't defeat me. Her resolve hardened, fists clenched tightly. Blue Smoke bit her lip, her eyes brimming with determination. I cannot cry. I absolutely must not weep before villains. Chapter 51 Ice Sculpture. Don't lower your head, tears will fall. Don't weep, the wicked will only mock. Lan Yan endeavored to maintain her facade of indifference, yet having just been in tears, she found it difficult to regain her composure. Her struggle to appear composed only amused Linen, who couldn't help but chuckle aloud. His laughter further fueled Lan Yan's ire, deepening her sense of humiliation. How dare he mock me? In a fit of rage, Lan Yan launched a fierce punch aimed squarely at Linen's face, but alas, her efforts were in vain. No matter how hard she tried, she could not breach the protective barrier of the dragon vein. This was, after all, her own dragon vein. Oh, unable to hold back any longer, Lan Yan burst into tears. How absurd it was to have cried while attempting to strike someone. Seeing the astonishment in Linen's eyes only intensified her embarrassment. As her dragon scales erupted forth, transforming into an ice coffin, she dove headfirst into it, the chilling frost sealing her within, obscuring Linen's view of her plight. Defeated the ancestor dragon's demon corpse. Experience 500. Linen lamented the missed opportunity. Lan Yan's onslaught had been too fierce, leaving him no chance to counter before she fled. The judgment dictated that the battle had concluded. As he had not struck her, she had retreated automatically, resulting in a stalemate. Despite having attacked, her retreat counted as a victory for him. The disparity in rewards between a defeat and a mere retreat was significant, yet as long as Lan Yan remained, Linen could continually reap the benefits. Regrettably, he had only just discovered such a strategy. Had he known earlier, he could have exploited this trait to amass substantial experience from Lu Qingning. Though not as formidable as Lan Yan, Lu Qingning was still a ghost king and, crucially, she would cooperate with Linen. However, they often engaged in earnest combat, leading to Linen's frequent defeats. Just as he had finally mastered advanced techniques to secure victories, Lu Qingning had departed from his side. Sighing, Linen had not anticipated such unexpected delights upon his arrival at Funyo Mountain. It was rather endearing that Lan Yan had not sought out assistance but instead retreated to her lair, weeping. Yet, Linen refused to be swayed by appearances. What if she had merely realized that she could not confront him directly and sought to manipulate his sympathy? In this world, to survive, one must approach others with the utmost suspicion. While one may harbor goodwill towards others, it is unwise to perceive them as benevolent. Thus, no matter the circumstance, Linen could never relinquish the dragon vein. From this day forth, it would remain with him, and he would guard it jealously against any attempts at theft. Having witnessed Lan Yan's tears, Linen devised a strategy to resolve their conflict. If possible, he wished to avoid a bitter confrontation. His previous reluctance to compromise stemmed from Lan Yan's initial demands, which left him feeling utterly insecure. Now, however, he had found a means to navigate her whims. As he observed Lan Yan retreating into her ice coffin, Linen, feeling quite idle, glanced at the surrounding ice and snow, suddenly struck by an intriguing idea. He gathered a substantial amount of snow and ice, shaping it into a cylindrical form. Utilizing his comprehension of the essence of Shenbing, he transformed it into transparent ice. Then, with deft hands, he fashioned a small ice knife and began to carve. In his past life, Linen had possessed no knowledge of sculpting, let alone ice sculpture. However, armed with his enhanced physical attributes and skills in this world, his strength, control, vision, and intellect were all vastly superior. Thus, even without formal training in ice sculpting, he quickly found his groove through trial and error. Under his meticulous craftsmanship, a true ice beauty emerged, one that depicted Lan Yan weeping, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest. In the process of sculpting her feet, he found himself investing the most effort, but regrettably, despite his best techniques, he could not capture the essence of Lan Yan's spirit. Oh no, I've developed a foot fetish. Realizing the predicament, he abandoned that section and turned his focus to her eyes. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Unfortunately, while Linen's enhancements allowed him to perfectly replicate Lan Yan's visage from memory, he still struggled to convey the emotional depth. Though he had successfully rendered her shape, it lacked the vital spirit. Nonetheless, it mattered little. As long as the form was recognizable, others would see that she was crying. Perfect. As Linen admired his crystalline creation, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. Meanwhile, as he completed the ice sculpture, Lan Yan finally gathered her emotions. She acknowledged that she had lost her dignity, yet the harshness of reality compelled her to confront her feelings with strength. The tears had run dry. I will never cry so easily again. Lan Yan clenched her fists, rallying herself before she opened the ice coffin. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of her own ice sculpture. In that moment, it felt as though the sky itself had collapsed around her. Unfamiliar with the term social death, she nonetheless felt its weight. What a malicious act! Lan Yan was now convinced that Linen was indeed a villain of the highest order, resorting to such tactics to humiliate her. How utterly cruel! The ice coffin opened briefly before swiftly closing once more. However, within the cave, the tempest raged, soon shattering the ice sculpture that Linen had painstakingly crafted. What a catastrophic turn of events! Realizing the destruction of her sculpture, Lan Yan emerged once more, only to find a smaller ice carving awaiting her. After creating the larger piece, Linen had used leftover scraps to carve a diminutive version, albeit only figurine-sized, yet intricately detailed. You wouldn't want me to scatter these ice sculptures everywhere, would you? Destroy one, and I can create another as soon. The whole world will know you as the little crybaby. Just as Lan Yan intended to retreat back into her coffin, Lin Nan's threatening words halted her, and the image he had painted in her mind sent a shiver down her spine. I am not a crybaby. The very notion of being labeled as such was intolerable to her. She had always prided herself on her formidable stature, and she could not allow that image to shatter. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I shall keep this secret safe. Lin Nan's wicked grin ignited a flicker of dread within Lan Yan. Could it be that he coveted her beauty? In her past life as a dragon, she had never manifested in human form, yet she was well acquainted with human culture. Now that she had fallen from grace, lost her dragon vein, and could no longer transform, she was aware of her own allure. Was Linen attempting to coerce her with this knowledge? With this thought, Lan Yan seethed, I will never yield to you. If it came to it, she would rather see them both perish. She would find someone to eliminate Linen and silence anyone who had witnessed the sculpture. The problem would resolve itself. I merely wish for your assistance in my cultivation. Is that so difficult to accept? Linen replied, his expression a mixture of bemusement. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lan Yan's flustered and furious demeanor was rather peculiar. What are you blushing for, a teapot? Chapter 52 The 2-year agreement. Upon Linen revealing his intentions, Lan Yan suddenly realized the misunderstanding that had transpired. However, she would never concede to having misinterpreted the situation. Instead, she forced her expression back to one of indifference, declaring, the noble dragon clan never succumbs to coercion. Even in the face of death, her resolve remained unyielding. I am not coercing you. I am negotiating, Linen asserted. There is no enmity between us, and there is no need for us to escalate matters to a point of no return, is there? Having gained the upper hand, Linen naturally softened his tone to placate her. After all, what harm was there in uttering a few flattering words if it meant securing a favorable outcome? Once Linen showed signs of capitulation, Lan Yan haughtily huffed, feeling victorious in this exchange. Seizing the moment, Linen pressed on, stating, your aim is to reclaim the dragon sinew, while my objective is to preserve my life. Therefore, we have no conflicting interests and could very well cooperate, wouldn't you agree? The topic of dragon sinew was unavoidable, thus Linen broached it at the outset, offering Lan Yan a glimmer of hope to facilitate the negotiation in the manner he desired. As anticipated, Lan Yan inquired, what must I do to have the dragon sinew returned to me? That is quite simple, you shall guard me for a century, and upon my natural demise, the dragon sinew shall be returned to you. How does that sound? Linen proposed, attempting to draw Lan Yan into a personal commitment. After all, having such a formidable ally, one even more fearsome than a ghost king, would allow him to declare himself averse to beef well in advance. Impossible. Lan Yan promptly rejected this demand, her voice icy. Humans are cunning and treacherous. I cannot trust you. Having been deceived on numerous occasions, Lan Yan no longer held any faith in humanity, suspecting ulterior motives behind every offer, and indeed, there were hidden pitfalls, for Linen was a cultivator, potentially rising to immortality, which would mean Lan Yan could end up as his personal guardian indefinitely. Linen, however, did not expect his initial proposition to gain her agreement. It was merely a high-stakes opening gambit. Since you reject my proposal, what do you believe you can offer in exchange for the dragon sinew? Surely, you cannot expect me to give it freely? Lan Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words. Clearly, receiving it without cost was out of the question. She had to offer something of value in return. I can exchange my dragon horn for your dragon sinew, and I vow never to harm you. Can oaths be trusted? Linen countered. We dragons are not like your deceitful kind. Even without the binding power of an oath, we honor our commitments. Lan Yan's disdain for Linen's attitude was palpable, her contempt for humans evident. How could I believe you? Let us consider this exchange. It must adhere to the principle of equivalence, Linen stated plainly. Your dragon horn may indeed be of similar value to the dragon sinew, but for me, the sinew represents not merely treasure but a guarantee of safety from your harm. In comparison, your oath does not sufficiently assure me. Therefore, you must offer more to convey your sincerity, do you not think? Upon hearing this, Lan Yan felt Linen had a point. I possess nothing more to offer, she replied decisively. Dragon scales, horns, sinew, and pearls are all essentials for transformation into a dragon. I can part with a horn, as I possess two. The most valuable thing you possess is yourself. I wish for you to assist me in my cultivation, Lin Nan reiterated his earlier request. At this juncture, the negotiation entered a tug-of-war phase, with both parties recognizing the other's willingness to trade. Now, it was merely a matter of identifying where the other's limits lay. Of course, Lan Yan had no such elaborate thoughts. Her sole desire was to reclaim her dragon scales. Reflecting on Lin Nan's request for assistance in his cultivation, she considered it might not be an unreasonable concession. However, this exchange should have a time limit, no? I can teach you for 3 years, she conceded, acknowledging that this period would allow her to impart the dragon clan's unique combat techniques. Dragons, being favored by the heavens, possessed innate strength, capable of summoning storms, unleashing thunder, and charging headlong into battle. Equipped with horns, claws, fangs, and tails, they were formidable warriors without discernible weaknesses. During her suppression by the dragon veins, she had vanquished countless powerful human cultivators and vast armies. Though she did not expect Lin Nan to master all her techniques, transforming him into a formidable opponent in 3 years was not beyond the realm of possibility. 3 years is too brief. It must be at least 50 years. Impossible. Lan Yan retorted, her voice filled with fury. 3 years is already my utmost limit. Without hesitation, she declared, those who once depended on my protection, the emperors of humanity, as well as the practitioners of the Taoan monks, they are all my adversaries. You need not elaborate so extensively. Simply state that you wish to take revenge on the entire world, Lin Nan suggested. What have they done to provoke you? At this, Lan Yan fell silent. As their conversation unfolded, the chasms between them began to gradually close. Although Lan Yan still harbored resentment over Lin Nan's earlier spitting incident, the prospect of reclaiming the dragon sinew made her willing to overlook such trivialities. Yet, the sudden silence brought an uncomfortable stillness to the atmosphere, reminiscent of their initial interactions. Lan Yan was reluctant to divulge the past, for those painful memories pierced her heart like daggers. She could not bring herself to recount her experiences calmly. You need not know, simply understand that 3 years may be the limit of my endurance. Only through vengeance can I liberate myself from this endless suffering, she asserted resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan remained silent for a considerable time before finally suggesting, 2 years. After you assist me in my cultivation for 2 years, I shall set you free. Lan Yan was taken aback, unable to suppress her curiosity. Why? She regarded Lin Nan as the very embodiment of cunning. He had previously deemed 3 years insufficient, yet now he proposed a reduction of 1 year? What reason could there be? Did you not say you were in pain? I am not a villain, after all. However, in exchange, should we meet again after 2 years and I request your assistance once more, do not refuse me. Lin Nan calculated shrewdly, 2 years would be ample time to elevate his rank. If he still fell short of Lan Yan's prowess after that period, extending it by another year would likely prove futile. Rather than drive Lan Yan to her limits, it would be wiser to release her early and use that time to enhance her goodwill. Moreover, he had cleverly added a contingency, essentially trading a year of stable experience for an indefinite future of fluctuating gains. Lan Yan might perceive a profit in this arrangement, but Lin Nan was certain he would not incur a loss. This was a delicate balance of securing benefits while ensuring she remained invested in him. As anticipated, while Lan Yan's expression remained aloof, her gaze softened considerably. Very well, I accept your terms. Indeed, with her level of intelligence, Lin Nan was able to manipulate her with ease. Chapter 53. The governor's intent to kill a man and a dragon reached a harmonious consensus. Both parties exchanged blood and solemnly swore to the heavens. 2 years hence, Lin Nan would return the dragon tendons to Lan Yan, who, in turn, would bestow upon him a dragon horn. Moreover, various intricate details were meticulously articulated within their vows. He refrained from engaging in any wordplay in such a critical matter. After all, while he could indulge in linguistic games, so could his counterpart. It was far better to embrace sincerity, cooperate mutually, and achieve a win-win outcome. Thus, Lin Nan acquired a reservoir of experience buffs, allowing him to amass experience rapidly, provided he employed the correct methods, while Lan Yan secured Lin Nan's assurance of returning the dragon tendons after 2 years. She, too, could endure the wait of 2 years. From this day forward, we shall reside in the mountains and emerge after 2 years, Lin Nan declared. However, before that, he needed her to accompany him to Baisha County. Lin Nan intended to settle in Funyao Mountain, as the prospect of rapidly enhancing his strength was now within reach, eliminating the need to scour for monsters. With Lu Qingning's departure, he found no compelling reason to return home. His only motivation to do so was the umbrella that Lu Qingning had gifted him, still tucked away in a hidden corner. If he delayed retrieving it for too long, what if someone else claimed it? Now, with Lan Yan as a formidable ally, he felt unencumbered in going back for his belongings. Very well, Lan Yan acquiesced to Lin An's plan. She was indifferent to his desire to stay in the mountains. After all, it was merely 2 years. I shall take a brief rest, I am somewhat fatigued, Lin An stated, not hesitating to lay down and sleep. In truth, his condition was impeccable. After leveling up, his vitality was fully restored, and even fatigue dissipated. Nevertheless, after a prolonged journey, Lin An believed it prudent to rest a while, especially since there was no urgency in returning, allowing Lan Yan some time to acclimate to their new reality. Seeing Lin An fall asleep instantly, Lan Yan was momentarily speechless. "This is my tomb," she muttered, before lying back down in her crystalline coffin formed from dragon scales. He didn't seem so bad after all. With nothing else to occupy her, Lan Yan closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Lin An had hastily departed Baisha County to investigate the mysterious disappearances of villagers. In his absence, officials from the governor's office arrived in the county town, fabricating a pretext to apprehend individuals. Upon reaching Lin An's residence, they discovered it deserted, and in frustration, they proceeded to the constabulary for inquiries. Zhang Yong, leading a team preparing to support Lin An, was taken aback when a group of robust, resolute men stormed in, exuding a military demeanor that instantly revealed their martial prowess. After ensuring a dramatic entrance, Lai Fu inquired, "Who is in charge here?" Zhang Yong recognized the ominous intent of their arrival but, having been promoted to head of the constabulary, stepped forward, saying, "I am Zhang Yong, the captain here. May I inquire what business brings you?" "Zhang Yong, is it? I have but one question, where is County Lieutenant Lin An?" Panic set in, they were after Lin An. "County Lieutenant Lin has left to investigate a case," Zhang Yong replied vaguely, withholding further details. "Where has he gone to investigate?" Lai Fu tilted his head at a sharp angle, his demeanor exuding authority. "According to protocol, we cannot disclose case details to outsiders." "Ah, so the people of this small county are quite audacious? Let me inform you that I am no outsider." Lai Fu's voice grew stern. "We have received a report that County Lieutenant Lin An, while passing through the capital, brazenly assaulted a respectable woman, resulting in her demise. The victim has come forth, and the governor has ordered us to apprehend Lin An immediately. Should you continue to conceal his whereabouts, you shall be charged with harboring a fugitive." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could surmise that Lin An had been perpetually occupied and had never set foot in the capital. How could he commit such a grave offense? Yet, there are always those who accept hearsay without question. Zhang Yong recognized the gravity of the situation but could not fathom why the governor, who had recently elevated Lin An to the position of county lieutenant, would turn against him. When had Lin An offended him? "Alas, this is a grave misunderstanding. We certainly do not intend to harbor anyone. County Lieutenant Lin is currently investigating the mysterious disappearances of several villagers and has yet to return," Zhang Yong explained, his expression earnest. The crowd regarded him with strange expressions. Previously, Zhang Yong had been quite domineering in front of Chen Dekong, never yielding to him, yet, since Lin An's rise, he had adopted a friendly demeanor. Now, with the governor's men present, he quickly shifted allegiance, much to the disdain of those around him. Most surprising of all was Wang Wu, who had thought he and Zhang Yong were Lin An's closest allies, only to find that Zhang Yong had betrayed him. Observing their expressions, Lai Fu found the situation amusing. He patted Zhang Yong's shoulder approvingly. "You are quite astute. Once Lin An is apprehended, the position of county lieutenant will be yours." "Thank you for your kind words," Zhang Yong replied, though most in the constabulary looked down upon his sycophantic demeanor. After all, Lin An had recently shared benefits with them, earning considerable goodwill. Noticing their disdainful gazes, Zhang Yong remained unfazed, dutifully submitting the case files. Seeing his compliance, Lai Fu swaggered away with the documents, leaving Zhang Yong to endure the scornful looks of his peers. "Zhang Yong, young Lin has treated you well." "Enough of that, follow me," Zhang Yong interrupted Wang Wu's incantation, pulling him away from the others. "We cannot confront them. Those 10 men are seasoned fighters, likely elite troops. We stand no chance against them." Zhang Yong patiently explained his reasoning to Wang Wu, who remained irate. "So you betray young Lin just because you cannot win?" "I have not betrayed him. I merely refuse to make unnecessary sacrifices. Let us cease our quarrel. We must quickly inform young Lin of the situation. You know his capabilities. If he is forewarned, no matter how strong they are, they shall not stand against him." Lin An's solo efforts against bandits had already instilled awe among all the constables. They all believed in Lin An's extraordinary valor. Those martial practitioners from the military could handle ordinary people, but against Lin An, they would merely serve as fodder. Of course, this was contingent upon Lin An not being ambushed. This also explained Zhang Yong's swift capitulation. Only by allowing Lai Fu to lower his guard could they seize the chance to discreetly alert Lin An. "Brother Yong, I never expected you to be so astute." This feigned surrender had me convinced, Wang Wu remarked. Zhang Yong shook his head. Let us not dwell on that, keep watch over our brothers in the county, I must make haste. His skills were the finest within the county office, and only one swift steed remained in the constabulary. With his riding prowess, he might reach Linen before Lai Fu. After issuing his instructions, Zhang Yong mounted his horse and galloped off, well versed in the county's layout and knowing the shortcuts to expedite his exit. However, he had scarcely left the county office when he encountered the smirking Lai Fu. Chapter 54 Sudden Wealth. Descending the mountain. Captain Zhang, where are we headed? Of course, we are off to apprehend Linen and vindicate our brothers. Upon seeing Lai Fu, Zhang Yong felt a chill run down his spine. Quick-witted as he was, he immediately devised a set of excuses. Captain Zhang was indeed astute, yet regrettably, he was not astute enough. Engaging in a battle of wits with him was merely a fool's errand. You are so loyal. It seems you share a good rapport with Lin, and killing you would surely provoke his wrath, wouldn't it? Zhang Yong realized he was in peril, but he thought he might still escape. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to mount his horse, but with a mere glance from Lai Fu, one of his subordinates approached Zhang Yong with lightning speed and struck him in the back, delivering a fatal blow. Zhang Yong coughed up blood and succumbed instantly. Leave the head, dispose of the rest as you see fit, Lai Fu commanded with a chilling tone, before mounting his horse and leading the way to the location detailed in the dossier. In the patrol office, Wang Wu observed a solitary horse returning, bloodied and bearing an ominous air, instantly sensing that something was amiss. Unfortunately, venturing out again, he would find Zhang Yong nowhere. Amatba, Huyen could only shake his head in resignation. The greatest rule dictates that cultivators and mortals must not interfere with one another. We are forbidden from acting against ordinary people. The only course of action available to us is to safeguard the benefactor's spirit, ensuring a smooth reincarnation. Huyen presented the solitary solution. Alas, they were cultivators, bound by the tenets of both Buddhism and Taoism, as well as the agreements established with the imperial court. They could not act indiscriminately. The two brothers had initially set out to monitor Linen and had been doing so diligently, yet they suddenly sensed the awakening of an extremely formidable presence, with the pressure weighing heavier upon them due to their elevated cultivation. Immersed in a nightmarish landscape of corpses and blood, it took them a considerable time to emerge. Upon exiting, they discovered Linen had fled. Indeed, Linen had gone to investigate the case, leaving the two brothers no choice but to stealthily approach the magistrate's office to eavesdrop and discern the situation. To their astonishment, they encountered Lai Fu's arrival and his subsequent ruthless actions. Hui Kong initially intended to intervene and assist, but Huyen restrained him. It is taboo for cultivators to act against ordinary individuals, let alone those affiliated with the government. Should Hui Kong intervene, he would undoubtedly face relentless troubles thereafter. During the moment Huyen diverted attention, Lai Fu had decisively ordered Zhang Yong's disposal. The opportunity to save him was fleeting. Seeing the events unfold, Hui Kong could only helplessly twirl the Buddhist beads, his heart simmering with a desire to vent. Let us follow them, Huyen said, understanding his younger brother's kind-hearted nature, unable to bear witness to such occurrences. Yet, this was precisely his path of cultivation, a journey still far from completion. Deep within the Funyo Mountains tomb, Linen slumbered peacefully, entirely oblivious to the upheaval outside. The next morning, he awoke refreshed, rising from the icy surface without feeling the slightest chill, a testament to his formidable physical resilience. Surveying his surroundings, he confirmed he was still within the tomb. Blue smoke had not cast him out, which was a positive sign. It indicated that she was becoming less averse to sharing the space with him, and he resolved to continue making progress. Linen approached Blue Smoke's icy coffin and rapped on it to rouse her. Blue Smoke, visibly displeased, slid the coffin lid open. Traces of red lingered at the corners of her eyes, suggesting she had wept through the night. Did you cry while you were sleeping? Absolutely not. Blue Smoke retorted stubbornly. Yet, in truth, she had indeed shed tears. As she had expressed the day prior, her heart was burdened with anguish. Of the grievances of yesterday burned like fire in her soul. To calm herself, she had forced herself to sleep, not anticipating that she would weep in her dreams, leaving her eyes red and swollen by morning, a most embarrassing predicament. Naturally, she could not admit to this, so she concocted a flimsy excuse, claiming, "It must have been the pillow that got something dirty on it, irritating my eyes." It's nothing. I shall recover swiftly. She crafted a plausible rationale for herself, yet Linen remained unconvinced. However, he chose to grant Blue Smoke a semblance of dignity. If she insisted, then so be it. One ought not to dismantle another's facade of hardship. Let us begin our morning exercises. After warming up, we shall return to Baisha County. Linen succinctly outlined their itinerary. The morning was not to be squandered. A session of physical training was in order. Linen established the rules for their combat. It would be turn-based, with each round limited to 3 minutes. This arrangement was designed to expedite the acquisition of rewards, as he would gain benefits regardless of victory or defeat. Of course, he could have pre-arranged with Blue Smoke to let him win, conceding each time, yet, he refrained from doing so. Such a course of action would have been a blatant exploitation of the system's mechanics, and he feared that overindulgence might lead to a collapse of the very system he relied upon. In truth, enlisting Blue Smoke as a sparring partner was already treading a fine line. Should he further manipulate her into throwing matches, it would be a complete breach of the system's integrity. While such tactics might yield swift growth, they could also precipitate a catastrophic failure. One must not be overly greedy. It is wise to know when to withdraw. Upon hearing Lin Nan outline the rules of engagement, Blue Smoke's interest peaked. Having lain idle for too long, she was eager to unleash her frustrations upon Lin Nan. Thus, the battle commenced swiftly. The onset was rapid, and the conclusion followed suit, constrained as it was by the 3-minute limit. After the time elapsed, the victor was clear. With the dragon tendon in hand, Lin Nan fought fiercely, yet the system adjudicated the outcome as a draw. He had neither sustained injuries that would incapacitate him nor conceded defeat, thus it was deemed a tie. With 3 minutes yielding 500 experience points, Lin Nan became addicted to the process, dragging Blue Smoke into round after round. Initially, she relished the challenge, but as the encounters multiplied, fatigue began to set in. How could Lin Nan possess such boundless energy? What happened to your promise of a brief morning exercise? Shouldn't we be departing now? Lin Nan, seemingly lost in his pursuit of experience, appeared to have forgotten the passage of time. Very well, we shall conclude our session for this morning. After retrieving Lu Qingning's umbrella, we can resume our training. In the span of just a few hours, his gains had been monumental. Each battle, lasting 3 minutes, along with the time for initiation and review, averaged 6 minutes for a 500 experience point reward. In an hour, he could engage in 10 encounters, netting 5,000 experience points. After 3 hours of training, he had not secured a single victory yet had never tasted defeat. This yielded an astonishing total of 15,000 experience points. Such was the essence of sudden wealth. Chapter 55. The Faithful Ghost Artifact. Having accumulated sufficient experience, Lin Nan resolved to elevate his level. Ascending from level 16 to 17 required 3,000 experience points. This marked the first instance of a significant leap in experience requirements. Prior to level 10, each upgrade merely necessitated an additional 20 points of experience. Lin Nan's choice to pursue all 3 evolutionary paths resulted in a tripling of experience consumption. However, before this, each level up had only demanded a little over 1,000 points. Thus, Lin Nan had believed that reserving around 1,700 or 800 points would suffice for the next upgrade. It was only after reaching level 16 that he recognized the disparity in experience costs for subsequent levels. Fortunately, with the assistance of Lan Yan, the experience he gained was abundant and swift. Upon reaching level 17, Lin Nan sensed a profound transformation within himself. A warm current surged through his body, invigorating his vitality. With each breath, the influx of spiritual energy increased, and he felt a refreshing coolness at the center of his mind. There was nothing particularly extraordinary, he merely noticed a marked acceleration in his cognitive processes and a clearer recollection of past memories. He even recalled the last instance of bedwetting in his previous life. That occasion had involved a dream where he was searching for a place to relieve himself. Stop, such matters need not be so vividly remembered. Moreover, his auditory, olfactory, and visual senses seemed to have heightened. Selecting all 3 paths had indeed proven to be the right choice, as he received comprehensive enhancements. Was this the exhilarating sensation of leveling up? Seizing the moment with experience points at his disposal, Lin Nan planned to continue his ascent. Advancing to level 18 required an expenditure of 4,500 points, which was manageable, as it was merely a fixed increase of 1,500. Level 19 would demand 6,000 points. Lin Nan suddenly realized that this cumulative experience of 15,000 points could deplete quite rapidly. With the experience he had previously amassed, he still had over 9,000 points remaining, sufficient for reaching level 19, but surely not enough for level 20. Well, he thought, it was best to hold off for now. Maintaining a full reserve for emergencies was essential. After all, he had an experience pouch at home to grind through later in the afternoon. Lin Nan turned to Lan Yan and said, "Let us hasten back. We shall continue our training upon our return this afternoon." Lan Yan replied, visibly overwhelmed. She had been puzzled by the apparent futility of their morning battles, having seen little change despite the effort. Yet, upon Lin Nan sitting cross-legged, his aura surged dramatically. What sorcery was this? Such a method truly bore fruit. Lan Yan began to doubt her understanding of dragonkind. Although well-read and seasoned by life, she had never witnessed such a phenomenon. What was the underlying principle? Did one grow stronger merely by enduring blows? Yet, he had not even been struck. Lan Yan found herself at a loss. Her curiosity piqued, but she was reluctant to inquire directly of Lin Nan, fearing it would reveal her ignorance, and such intimate secrets were too presumptuous to ask about. "With my wisdom, I shall observe closely and surely uncover the truth." Steadying her mind, she replied, "Let us go." Together, they swiftly descended the mountain. Lin Nan's running speed had noticeably increased, though to Lan Yan, he still appeared slow. She patiently adjusted her pace to accommodate him. Trailing behind. As Linen sprinted, he suddenly invoked wind magic, surrounding himself with a gentle breeze that not only allowed him to glide effortlessly but also dispelled the oncoming winds, effectively doubling his speed. This lad's aptitude was impressive. Lan Yen could not help but admire Linan's talent. Mastery of wind manipulation was an innate ability of dragons, yet for a human to achieve such a feat was no small task. Maintaining a constant breeze required considerable magical control. What she did not realize was that Linan's battle saint physique conferred magical enhancements, and once the skill was comprehended, it required no further concentration. Once activated, it simply consumed energy. The energy cost for gliding through the wind was less than the amount Linan regenerated each second. Within just an hour, Linan and Lan Yen returned to Baisha County. Fortune smiled upon them, as they had pursued along the main road while Linan, wishing to remain inconspicuous, had traversed the desolate paths with Lan Yen, allowing them to avoid any encounters. Had they crossed paths, Linan would have gained even more experience. Upon returning to the county town, Linan remained exceedingly discreet. After a brief disguise, he advised Lan Yen, exercise caution. Cover your face. Why the secrecy? You are too striking. A mere glance from others would leave a lasting impression, which is not conducive to our concealment. Linan understood all too well that a beautiful woman equated to trouble. Thus, after entering a relationship with Lu Qingning, he had redoubled his training efforts to guard against the perils of enchanting beauty. Little did he anticipate that she would turn out to be a ghost king. Such is the nature of plans, ever subject to change. Nevertheless, it was indeed necessary for Lan Yen to adopt some guise. He wished to avoid drawing undue attention. Ah, I see. Lan Yen took Linan's remarks about her beauty in stride. She was aware of her allure. She simply did not believe her beauty could lead to complications. Since Linan had suggested it, she complied. Of course, she would not resort to covering her face with a rag. Instead, Lan Yen conjured a mist around herself, effectively concealing her presence. Let us proceed. Now, no one can see me. Naturally, others could not perceive the mist enveloping her. Linan could see it only because of his unique abilities. Lan Yen had initially hoped that her sudden disappearance would startle Linan, but his expression remained unchanged as he simply stored away his mask. With clear intent, Linan first made his way to the riverbank, where he located the hiding place of his umbrella. The riverbank was strewn with a jumble of rocks, and nestled among them was the perfect spot to conceal an umbrella. These stones, worn by water and heavily weathered, were unlikely to be repurposed as building materials, and their substantial weight deterred most from attempting to move them. Linan casually cleared away the surface stones and successfully retrieved the umbrella he had wrapped. Fortunately, no unexpected occurrences transpired. Yet, upon seeing the umbrella, Lan Yen could not help but express her surprise for a moment. A fateful ghost artifact? Whose gift is this to you? A fateful ghost artifact, what is that? Linan inquired, intrigued. Deliberately ignoring questions he preferred not to answer, Lan Yen, unfazed, replied casually, a fateful ghost artifact is simply the personal artifact of a ghost. Such artifacts serve as the dwelling place for a ghost's soul and are of utmost importance to them, akin to their lifeline. Lan Yen discerned that the owner of the umbrella had yet to perish. The distinction between an unclaimed faithful ghost artifact and one belonging to a specific individual was evident. However, it was unusual for a named artifact not to be with its owner, a phenomenon she had never witnessed before. How could a normal ghost entrust its lifeline to another? So, how did you come into possession of this umbrella? Would holding it in my hands pose any danger to its owner? If you were to damage it, you would harm the owner. It might not claim her life, but it could severely deplete her vitality. The effects were somewhat akin to dragon tendons, which protected Linan from harm, while the umbrella's purpose would enable Linan to directly inflict injury upon Lu Qingning. She had left the umbrella in his care, presumably out of concern for his safety, fearing he might encounter danger without anyone to protect him. What is your relationship with the umbrella's owner? Lan Yen inquired, her curiosity unabated. When Linan remained silent, she pressed further. Linan thought to himself, this dragon possesses little emotional intelligence, cannot she discern my reluctance to answer? Chapter 56 The Monk's Interference. Lan Yen posed the same question thrice, leaving Linan no choice but to respond, she is a very important person to me. What kind of person? The relentless inquiry left Linan somewhat impressed. Well, it seemed he had no option but to divulge. She is my wife. What, a spouse? Lan Yen was taken aback, her gaze towards Linan transforming into something quite peculiar. She had presumed that Linan was oblivious to her expressions, hence her lack of restraint. Is there a problem? Not really, I was merely curious. Did she become a ghost after marrying you, or was she your wife before turning into a ghost? If it were the former, Linan would indeed be somewhat apprehensive. Ghosts often arise from deep-seated obsessions. Those who lived in happiness and contentment rarely become specters. Typically, it is those who have endured immense suffering who relinquish their right to rest and descend into ghosthood. If his wife had suffered so deeply as to transform into a vengeful spirit, while Lennon remained unscathed and seemingly optimistic, it certainly painted a concerning picture of him. If it were the latter, then ghosts born of obsession tend to become even more extreme after their transformation. Yet, Lennon had managed to marry someone who harbored such sentiments for him, to the extent that she entrusted her very soul to him. Wasn't that even more alarming? I can't shake the feeling you are contemplating something sinister. Such personal matters are not for me to disclose. Indeed, Lennon himself was uncertain. Was Lu Qingning originally a ghost? Or had she met with a tragic fate one day, lingering as a spirit because she couldn't bear to leave him? Regardless of the scenario, her feelings for him were genuine. The umbrella in his hand was ample proof of her affection. As Lennon caressed the oiled paper umbrella, his resolve intensified. It mattered not whether Lu Qingning was human or ghost. She was, unequivocally, his wife. Humph, if you choose not to respond, then so be it. I shan't be bothered. Lan Yen pouted, but Lennon chose to ignore her. He carefully rewrapped the umbrella, gradually regaining his composure. A temporary separation was inconsequential. He would become stronger. One day, he would be formidable enough to stand before Lu Qingning, shielding her from all the tempests of life. With Lan Yen by his side, that day would not be far off. Let us procure some supplies before we return to the mountain. Lennon strode purposefully towards the county town. As he passed the announcement board, he halted. The board served as a crucial landmark in the county, a hub for various public notices, missing persons, rental opportunities, and other civic announcements, though official matters held precedence. Prominently displayed was a fresh wanted poster, featuring his likeness. Good heavens, I step out for a moment and return as a fugitive? Although he had resolved to retreat to the mountains for quietude, he hadn't anticipated such a reciprocal outcome. He had initially intended to leave a letter for Zhang Yong and Wang Wu, to explain his absence. After all, they were his carefully chosen subordinates, and he didn't wish to leave them in a state of worry. Yet, unexpectedly, he had become a wanted man upon reading the description, which accused him of harassing virtuous women in the state capital and subsequently killing his close ally Zhang Yong during the escape. He was incensed. The charges were vile and unjust. He had a respectable camaraderie with Zhang Yong, who was both loyal and spirited, yet possessed a nuanced character. Lennon held him in high regard. Moreover, while Zhang Yong had a bold demeanor, he was not one to court trouble. Seeing the wanted notice, Lennon realized he had inadvertently put Zhang Yong in peril. As for his enemies, Lennon had not made many foes, but his suspicions fell squarely upon Zhang Yu. He had only dealt with Zhang Yu, so who else could be responsible? To confirm his suspicions, Lennon stealthily visited Wang Wu's residence. Upon seeing Lennon, Wang Wu was overwhelmed with emotion. Thank goodness, little Lin, you are unharmed. I've heard about Yongge, please recount the details. Noticing Lin Nan's serious expression, Wang Wu understood his anger and hurriedly recounted the events without embellishment. Learning that Zhang Yong had been killed while trying to deliver a warning on his behalf made Lin Nan exhale deeply. Zhang Yong had no need to take such a risk, especially given the chaos Lin Nan had caused in Funyo Mountain. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Yong had died because of him, and that debt of vengeance must be repaid. Remember, I have not returned today. Lin Nan kept his words brief and turned to leave. Where to next? Lan Yen inquired eagerly as she followed Lin Nan out of the city. She sensed his murderous intent. He was on the path to exact revenge, and she too yearned for a taste of bloodshed. She realized she hadn't properly acquainted herself with the current state of the world, pondering whether she might seize the opportunity to eliminate an emperor in the interim. However, considering the chaos her actions would surely incite, she ultimately restrained her impulses. Watching Lin Nan seek vengeance would suffice for now. Lin Nan did not conceal his intentions from Lan Yen, stating plainly, "We are headed to the magistrate's residence to annihilate his entire family. If he were to act, it would be with absolute finality." Excellent. Let us hasten, I shall lend you my strength. Lan Yen, ever the thrill-seeker, trailed behind Lin Nan, eager for the impending confrontation. Unexpectedly, their path was obstructed by two monks. Benefactor, we meet again. The interlopers were none other than Hui Yen and Hui Kong. Eliminate them. Before Lin Nan could react, Lan Yen urged him fervently. She had her own vendetta against the monks. Lin Nan feigned ignorance, addressing the two monks, "Are you here to apprehend me for the bounty?" Benefactor jests, Hui Yen replied, his palms pressed together in a gesture of reverence. "I merely seek to prevent you from making a grave mistake." "Oh? And what mistake might that be?" "Your intended course will surely lead to bloodshed. To kill in the name of stopping killing only draws one closer to the path of darkness." Hui Yen's intentions were indeed noble. Linen, perceiving the monk's forthrightness, decided to lay his cards on the table. Are you suggesting that if I am wronged, I must suffer in silence, wound tea that disrupt my moral compass and make me more susceptible to darkness?
Amitabha, good and evil ultimately receive their due recompense. Their retribution shall come in due time. Why must you rush? Perhaps their retribution is I myself? Linen retorted coldly, if I do nothing but wait, how long must I bide my time? Shall I wait until they are old and grey before deeming it retribution? Amitabha, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not obstruct you any further. However, I must request you relinquish the ghost umbrella.
As Hui Yan's words fell, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Linen sighed inwardly. He had concealed the umbrella precisely to guard against this eventuality, yet the monk's patience was remarkable. Having awaited this moment, Linen suspected it was no mere coincidence. These monks had likely been tracking him all along, yet, had he not possessed sufficient trump cards, would he have exposed himself? Chapter 57. This fellow is exceedingly ruthless. The atmosphere in the official domain is tense, as if swords are drawn. Linen coldly remarked, is it true that even monks now resort to highway robbery? What do you intend to do if I refuse to comply? Amitabha, this matter indeed cannot be resolved amicably. Hui Yan had long foreseen such an outcome. Linen had not spoken the truth from the beginning, so how could he possibly surrender the ghost umbrella now? He initially believed that the so-called deep affection between husband and wife was merely one-sided on his part. How could a ghost possibly harbor feelings for a human? Most likely, she was merely coveting Linen's physical form, yet, the umbrella silently conveyed everything. However, given Linen's current obstinate demeanor, Hui Yan was left uncertain. What if this ghost king was cunning, employing emotional manipulation to ensnare him? The world is rife with foolish lovers, and Linen, being of pure Yang constitution, holds considerable value. Nevertheless, regardless of the ghost king's intentions, they must acquire the umbrella. Humans and ghosts are destined to tread different paths. If the benefactor insists on refusal, we must guide him back to the righteous way. How do you plan to guide him? If words fail to bear fruit, this poor monk possesses some skill in martial arts as well, then let us proceed. Linen did not immediately allow Lan Yan to intervene. He wished to gauge his own capabilities. With the first-tier experience as a safety net and Lan Yan watching over him, it would be rather cowardly to shy away from battle. Hui Kong, you shall exchange a few moves with the benefactor. Hui Yan had no intention of engaging directly. The two seasoned Golden Body realm experts, pitted against the formidable Ghost King, were not required to team up against a mere novice in the ways of cultivation. Hui Kong nodded, first bowing to Linen as if they were merely sparring in a ring. Then, he made his move. He was unarmed, yet his punch came with the force of 1,000 pounds, fierce and unmatched. However, Linen had encountered even more ferocious fists. Facing Hui Kong, he exhibited no fear. This was perhaps the advantage gained from his previous encounter with Lan Yan. No matter how potent the special effects or intimidating the aura, he remained undaunted. Of course, Linen was no fool. He could disregard the attacks from Lan Yan due to the protection of the dragon sinews, but that would not apply against others. Having discerned the trajectory of Hui Kong's punch, he naturally avoided a direct confrontation. With strengths and weaknesses indistinct, he chose to evade the solid for the illusory. Hui Kong likely underestimated him, thus this punch, while powerful, was rife with openings. In a normal duel, he would surely be far more cautious, not leaving such a glaring vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Linen sidestepped the punch and swiftly kicked towards Hui Kong's groin. His long legs provided an advantage. His combat style was rather unrefined, aiming for the eyes, pulling hair, striking the kidneys, and targeting the groin. Mastering these few techniques often yielded surprising results. The kick landed precisely where intended, and Hui Kong's composed expression instantly contorted. Being a man, Hui Kong's eyes now held a glimmer of murderous intent. What impressed Linen was that Hui Kong, gritting his teeth, pressed his palms together, enduring the excruciating pain, and even attempted to trap Linen's leg. Fortunately, Linen was swift and evaded capture, taking advantage of Hui Kong's moment of agony to deliver another kick to his side. The sound of impact echoed as if striking an iron plate. Linen's foot throbbed, yet Hui Kong remained unscathed. Hui Yan stood by, astonished. Never did he expect that after just one exchange, Hui Kong would be forced to reveal his golden body. The golden body's applications are manifold. It does not necessitate a physical manifestation as Hui Jing did. The higher the cultivation, the less the divine powers are displayed. Hui Kong, for instance, could seamlessly integrate his golden body, leaving no trace of its presence. This is known as the infallible golden body. Not a glimmer of golden light escapes, nor does the body show any weaknesses. To be frank, employing the golden body against Linen is quite unfair. Yet Linen was not daunted by the predicament before him. He activated his moment of explosion. This skill was not one he would easily employ unless faced with life and death, but this time he resolved to test it. Should he falter, Lan Yan would come to his aid. If Lan Yan did not intervene, he would simply surrender, offering the dragon sinews to the Buddhist sect, which would undoubtedly welcome such immense wealth. With no concerns to tether him, he would fight with abandon. Lin Nan's speed surged dramatically, his strength skyrocketing, and at that moment, he disregarded any sensation of pain, delivering punch after punch. Under the effects of varied assaults, his strikes grew increasingly rapid. Wei Kong did not intend to go easy on Lin Nan, rather, he genuinely struggled to keep pace with Lin Nan's velocity. He was more adept at using sheer force to break through defenses. Observing Lin Nan's flurry of punches, what effect did they have besides injuring his own fists? Wei Kong possessed formidable defense and overwhelming strength, yet speed was indeed his Achilles heel. However, he could afford to let Lin Nan strike. Once he laid a hand on Lin Nan, the latter would surely fall. Confident in his defense, Wei Kong hardly moved, allowing Lin Nan to leap around, biding his time for an opportunity to subdue him. Lin Nan, aware that his earlier attempts had borne little fruit, was stacking his passive abilities. Finally, the 10th strike was upon him, yet merely landing a critical hit would not necessarily breach the opponent's defenses. He needed a skill. Dragon's Lunge. This was a technique from the Dragon Combat Art, which comprises 4 moves: a Dragon's Lunge, Azure Dragon's Claw, Dragon's Tail Sweep, and Dragon's Entanglement. Each represents a different lethal method utilizing the dragon's physical attributes. The lunge delivers the most potent single-target damage, akin to a dragon's horn. It's swift and fierce, most capable of breaching defenses. The Azure Dragon's Claw boasts unparalleled speed, while the dragon's tail sweep is tremendously powerful. Though the dragon's entanglement bears an unfavorable reputation, it is the ultimate technique of the Dragon Combat Art, using the entirety of one's strength to crush the target. The dragon's body is robust, armed with scales and claws, possessing immense power. Moreover, the divine dragon's physique can sever external spiritual energies. No matter how lofty one's cultivation, once ensnared by the divine dragon, death is the only outcome. Regrettably, Lin Nan was unable to execute this final move. However, the preceding 3 techniques sufficed. Here, he employed the most effective technique to breach defenses: a dragon's lunge. Lacking a dragon's horn, he clasped his hands together, extending his middle and index fingers, targeting the gap in Wei Kong's defenses, and thrusting forward with tremendous force. Impenetrable defense. I wonder if you can withstand this. This was Lin Nan's most powerful strike. Having activated his explosive moment, stacked his passives, and utilized his skill, if he still could not prevail, then there would be no recourse. As Lin Nan executed this thrust, Wei Kong's eyes widened, and his complexion flushed. Then, he collapsed to the ground, contorting into a grotesque form. Defeating Wei Kong yielded 100 experience points. In times past, such a meager sum would have brought Lin Nan great joy, but now he remained rather unperturbed. Hui Yan stood dumbfounded, witnessing his disciple grit his teeth without a cry of anguish. He hurried over to tend to Wei Kong's injuries. His gaze towards Lin Nan grew increasingly peculiar. You scoundrel, how utterly vicious! Even as a high-minded monk, he could not help but tighten his rear defenses. Benefactor, you have gone too far. Hui Yan's voice had lost its warmth. He had originally sought to acquire the ghost umbrella from Lin Nan, yet now he found himself compelled to teach Lin Nan a lesson. Chapter 58. The complexity of humanity. Hui Yan was genuinely enraged now. Initially, he had perceived Lin Nan as a mere trivial adversary, yet his junior disciple had been unexpectedly bested, leaving Hui Yan to wince at the sight. Your methods are exceedingly ruthless and despicable. It appears I have misjudged you. Considering you might have been deceived by the Ghost King, I had shown you leniency on several occasions, but that can no longer be the case. Monk, do you intend to kill me? Lin Nan gazed at Hui Yan with a hint of anticipation. He hoped Hui Yan truly wished to take his life, for that would grant him the justification to retaliate. The 2 monks harbored no murderous intent towards him. During their initial duel, they even held back somewhat. To slay them would feel somewhat unjust. However, their target was Lu Qingning, and Lin Nan could not allow them to escape. Moreover, he had already revealed his hand. Killing was indeed necessary, yet a moral conflict lingered in his heart. This was a clash between ethical principles and personal gain. One could either strive to alter one's worldview or find a way to align oneself with it. For instance, marking them first, thereby indicating they had chosen their path to death. I bear no ill intent, I merely wish to impart a lesson upon the benefactor. Very well, you have not chosen your path to death. Then, I regret to inform you, I desire to kill you. Lin Nan silently chanted to himself, amplify my strength. Just as fatigue began to assail him, he instantly rejuvenated after leveling up. This was yet another significant advantage of leveling up, allowing him an additional opportunity for an explosive display of power. Furthermore, Lin Nan's elevation in rank brought about comprehensive enhancements. Lan Yan observed from the sidelines, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Indeed, this lad seems capable of growing stronger in the midst of battle. No wonder he constantly engaged her in combat, but what peculiar trait allows one to grow stronger through fighting? Although Lan Yan had discerned a pattern, the underlying principles eluded her grasp. Hui Yan sensed the sudden surge in Lin Nan's momentum, yet he remained confident that Lin Nan was no match for him. You have merely begun to glimpse the path and already possess such strength. Your clever defeat of Wei Kong indeed marks you as a prodigy, yet you are overly arrogant. Hui Yan found Lin Nan's bold declaration of intent to kill him utterly astonishing. How dare he exhibit such hubris? Although Linen had triumphed over Huikong, it was evident that Huikong had either shown leniency or simply underestimated him. Had he regarded Linen as an equal opponent, victory would have been impossible for Linen. In light of Huiyan's disdain, Linen refrained from bantering, instead drawing forth a large blade. During the first round, he had been unable to reveal his murderous intent, but now, it was time to brandish his weapon. Huiyan, too, ceased his words. With a flash of golden light, a demon-slaying staff materialized in his hands. Huiyan's aura transformed instantaneously. Moments ago, he had appeared benevolent, yet now he exuded the fierce demeanor of a wrathful deity. The moment he grasped the demon-slaying staff, Linen instinctively felt the pressure of this encounter, it seemed, might be beyond his capabilities, such as the nature of high-stakes confrontations. One can sense their own limits. In light of this, he had no choice but to call for assistance. Sister, I am counting on you. Upon hearing Linan's sudden utterance, Huiyan's heart jolted with alarm. Was he attempting to summon the Ghost King? He surmised that a link existed between Linen and the Ghost King. If they joined forces with Huikong, there would be no need to fear the Ghost King. They were in the Golden Body realm, and with 2 against 1, one adept in defense and the other in control, victory lay with them. However, the one skilled in defense had already been incapacitated by Linen and would likely remain so for the foreseeable future. A single individual against 2 should prove insufficient. Moreover, he sensed a chilling aura creeping in. This was troubling. Danger loomed. Huiyan swiftly reacted, casting a string of prayer beads before Lan Yan could intervene. These prayer beads were their lifeline, a precaution taken for the mission to capture the Ghost King. Although this task seemed relatively safe, the recent murder of Hui Jing weighed heavily on their minds, prompting them to carry these beads, crafted by their master and consecrated day and night before the Buddha statue. These beads could not only withstand the Ghost King but could also hold off the Ghost Emperor for a time. However, Lan Yan's strength surpassed that of the Ghost Emperor. With a single strike, the prayer beads shattered, the golden body dissipated, leaving Huiyan with but a breath. Upon witnessing Lan Yan's sudden appearance, Huiyan was struck with terror. The Ghost King was indeed so formidable. He was unaware that Lan Yan was not the Ghost King, and Lan Yan and Linen had no intention of providing explanations. Allow me. Linen interjected, preventing Lan Yan from striking, opting to take action himself. Killing Huiyan would yield 10,000 experience points, while slaying Huikong would grant 9,900. Linen swung his blade decisively, yet spared both their corpses. It was evident that you did not wish to kill them. Lan Yan sensed Linan's emotions. He appeared disheartened despite having vanquished his foes, lacking any sense of fulfillment. Clearly, if he did not wish to take their lives, she could have done so in his stead. There was no necessity for him to act personally, was there? Lan Yan was perplexed, and Linen sighed, stating they are good people. Linen could feel that they initially bore him no ill will. Their endeavors to vanquish demons and capture ghosts were merely expressions of their duty to protect their realm. It was Linen who had deviated from this path, assisting those he favored rather than adhering to righteousness. Nonetheless, he would not allow his own reluctance to jeopardize Lu Qingning's safety. Humanity is indeed complex. Lan Yan could not help but lament. To kill a person had left him in a state of depression. If one is incapable of playing the game, then perhaps it is best to refrain from participation. Linen swiftly arranged the 2 monks' remains, ensuring they would not be left as carrion for scavengers, as this was a main thoroughfare and passers-by would soon arrive. Let us proceed. Having slain 2 who ought not to be killed, it is now time to eliminate those who must be eradicated. Linen hefted his blade and quickened his pace towards the city. After Linen departed, a shadow in the trees also swiftly took flight into the distance. Linan's true eye was potent, yet first, he needed to discern his adversary. All forms of disguise were rendered ineffective before him, yet the ghostly figure was acutely aware of this fact and remained cautiously hidden. She was a shadow ghost, skilled in concealment, betraying not a hint of her presence. Even someone as formidable as Lan Yan had failed to detect her surveillance. She was, of course, the guardian that Lu Qingning had left behind to watch over Linen. After Lu Qingning had slain Hui Jing, she was acutely aware that trouble was imminent. In this world, the realm still belonged to humanity. The Buddhist and Taoist sects, relying on humans, were undeniably powerful. She could slay a monk or a Taoist, yet she could not single-handedly contend against them all. Thus, she chose to distance herself from Linen. At the very least, Linen was of upright lineage and had been training alongside the Taoists, promising a bright future ahead. If she were to attract trouble while remaining by his side, it would force Linen into a difficult position. To assist her would mean standing against the world, leaving Linen with no refuge. To refuse her would sever their marital bond. Lu Qingning did not wish to coerce Linen into making a choice, hence, she departed. However, though her body had left, her heart remained tethered. The other spirits noted her melancholic demeanor and shared her sorrow. Consequently, the shadow ghost took the initiative to quietly keep watch over Linen. She had just arrived yesterday but had failed to locate Linen. Today, she stumbled upon a fierce battle and witnessed Linen slay 2 grand monks. Now, the shadow ghost dared not follow Linen any longer and felt compelled to return and report. Chapter 59 The Eye of Secrets. In the misty mountains of Haifeng Ridge, located to the south of Baishan Prefecture, lies the true stronghold of the Ghost King sect. Ghosts prefer to dwell hidden among mortals, for they are born from the souls of the deceased, adapted masquerading as humans, and often prefer cohabitation with them. In these woods, spirits predominantly take the form of fairies. However, as the headquarters of the Ghost King sect, this secluded location presents certain inconveniences within the city. The Yanning Hall, previously considered a minor headquarters, required a hasty retreat in times of crisis. Not all spirits possess the skill to conceal themselves, which is why Lu Qingning resolved to establish the headquarters deep within the mountains, a contact point where vengeful spirits would not linger. This time, Lu Qingning had indeed accomplished a significant feat. She could no longer afford to hide in Baisha County, playing in the shadows, and instead had to withdraw into the mountains for concealment. Hiding in the mountains has its advantages. The presence of birds and beasts leaves traces in sense, while these spirits, upon becoming ethereal, leave no trace whatsoever. The world is vast, and for the Buddhist and Taoist practitioners to find them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, despite the safety, Lu Qingning experienced a pang of separation anxiety. She was perpetually concerned for Lin An's well-being. She feared that after her departure, Lin An might fall into despair, encounter danger, or neglect to care for himself. The worry weighed heavily upon her. All these anxieties were products of her own imagination, and the more she pondered, the more troubled she became. In just a few short days, her cultivation had surged dramatically. Indeed, it was a meteoric rise. The enhancement of a ghost's power differs fundamentally from other entities. Ghosts are born of obsessions, centered around their essence, and are incomplete in their souls, embodying a balance of yin and yang. Thus, the more erratic and unhinged a ghost becomes, the more formidable they grow. However, this comes with its own risks. Losing one's sanity is tantamount to approaching annihilation. Just as humans can fall ill from longing, ghosts are even more susceptible to such afflictions. This dilemma had become a source of distress for several vengeful spirits, who even contemplated retrieving Lin An to construct a dwelling for him in the depths of the forest. They could provide for his needs, as long as Lin An remained by his sister's side. Alas, Lu Qingning forbade it. As Lu Qingning grew increasingly agitated, her ghostly companions shared in her concern. Just then, the shadow ghost returned, exclaiming, "Sisters, we have a grave situation. Brother-in-law has killed 2 monks." Lu Qingning, who had been gazing skyward among the branches, longing for her husband, swiftly appeared before the shadow ghost. The shadow ghost, a petite girl who retained the appearance of a child due to her young age at death, began recounting her observations after trailing Lin An. She had tracked him using Lu Qingning's ghostly umbrella, waiting until Lin An appeared. At that moment, he seemed to be conversing with someone unseen. It turned out he intended to go to the city to procure supplies but soon discovered he was being hunted. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingning's expression darkened. The very scenario a woman fears had unfolded. She had barely departed, and already Lin An was in the company of another. She refrained from interrupting the shadow ghost's account, only to hear that 2 monks had accosted Lin An in an attempt to seize the ghostly umbrella. "It seems brother-in-law has a strikingly beautiful woman protecting him," the shadow ghost continued. "Is she truly beautiful?" "Exceedingly so." Panic surged within Lu Qingning. Could it be that her husband had found another love? As the chatter of her companions became overwhelming, she felt a throbbing headache. Enough of this for now. If someone can indeed look after Lin An, it could be a blessing. The pressing matter is that he has killed monks. A pang of jealousy struck Lu Qingning, though she could not discern the nature of the relationship between Lin An and the mysterious woman. Nevertheless, the fact that she was close to him implied a deep bond. Yet, jealousy aside, her rationality remained intact. Her first thought was of the trouble Lin An might face. The monks sought to seize his umbrella. He had refused to yield and had retaliated, which spoke volumes of his feelings for her. Thus, the emergence of a new woman in Lin An's life was inconsequential. Indeed, it was of little importance. The situation was likely to escalate. She resolved to seek him out. Lu Qingning made her decision, prompting her fellow spirits to urgently dissuade her. "Sister, while you can certainly disguise yourself, brother-in-law will undoubtedly be under scrutiny. If you appear near him, it will raise suspicions." Lu Qingning was unique, a ghost with a corporeal form. As long as she did not reveal herself, others would not perceive her abnormality. If she were to alter her appearance and re-enter the mortal realm, it was feasible. However, if she approached Lin An, it was highly likely that human practitioners would discover her. No matter how human-like she might appear, she would never truly be one of them. Under constant observation, she would inevitably reveal a flaw. Yet Lu Qingning resolutely declared, "I want them to discover me. Only then will they believe that it was I who killed those monks." The elder sisters attempted to persuade her, but upon reconsideration, they deemed it preferable for Lu Qingning to observe Lin An from the shadows rather than remain here fretting over him. Only the shadow ghost timidly inquired, "Sister, are you contemplating an act of infidelity?" Lu Qingning responded with a piercing gaze, "Death stares JPG." "Well said, but refrained from speaking further.
Disguise, prepare for me.
Meanwhile, Linen remained unaware that his wife intended to don a new guise and return to the world. He was en route to the city, where he took the opportunity to level up. The experience provided by the two monks was substantial, allowing him to ascend to level 20 with a total expenditure of 7,500 experience points, leaving him with over 10,000 in reserve. Leveling to 21 required a staggering 10,000 experience points, so he chose to save up instead. Reaching level 20 marked a significant threshold. Upon attaining this level, Linen received a system prompt to the Eye of Truth has been unlocked. Please choose an evolution direction. 1. Eye of Knowledge. Acquire knowledge related to what you see, detail influenced by level. 2. Eye of Insight. Discern the weaknesses and flaws of targets, influenced by level. 3. Eye of Secrets. Upon seeing a person, chance to unveil their secrets, influenced by level. Note, only one evolution direction may be chosen. Linen mused. If possible, he would prefer to select all three. Even if it required thrice the experience, he would not mind, for all three options were enticing. The Eye of Knowledge, while purely auxiliary, was of immense importance to Linen, as knowledge is invaluable. Having navigated this world for years, his exposure to knowledge remained limited to it. It was evident that this world was shrouded in ignorance. Prior to activating the system, he was unaware of the existence of ghosts. What he lacked most was diverse knowledge. However, this was not his most urgent need, as he had already apprenticed under Qingsong, and future opportunities to acquire relevant knowledge would arise. Though he found it appealing, he ultimately decided to pass on it. The second option, discerning weaknesses, was clearly combat-oriented, and Linen desired it greatly. Yet, after careful consideration, he opted for the Eye of Secrets. While insight into weaknesses could assist in combat, Linen felt it was of limited necessity, as he typically dominated his opponents. Ultimately, he chose the Eye of Secrets, convinced that this ability might possess great potential. His primary subject of experimentation would undoubtedly be Lanyan. A dragon betrayed and fallen into darkness. Was that truly all the information available? Chapter 60. Spare the blade. Linen came to the realization that perhaps the disparity in strength between him and Lanyan was so substantial that the secrets he could uncover were rather limited. He decided to seek out others for further insights. However, pressing matters took precedence at the moment. The two made their way directly to the capital, with Lanyan once again concealing their tracks, trailing closely beside Linen. With determination, Linen headed straight for the government office, confident that the governor would be in his office during the afternoon hours. Should he be absent, it would be easier to find someone within the office who might know of the governor's whereabouts. Fortune smiled upon Linen, for upon his arrival, he found Zhang Yu presiding over a court case, concealed within the crowd. Linen took the opportunity to observe the commotion. The plaintiff and defendant were embroiled in a heated argument, seemingly over a murder case, the plaintiff being the husband of the deceased, and the defendant, her lover. With nothing else to occupy his time, Linen decided to test his ability to peer into secrets. Li Arrow, a gambling addict, a domestic abuser. Yang Wei, a man of ill repute with a penchant for green-haired companions. What a revelation! Is this the extent of the secrets unveiled through superiority? He could even see through the defendant's undergarments. A plethora of additional information followed, revealing matters that few were privy to or had knowledge of. Among these was a particularly damning detail. Coercing his lawful wife into becoming a clandestine prostitute, subjecting her to extreme abuse leading to her death, and fabricating the crime scene to frame her lover. Linen mused, very well, the truth lies here. Yet the defendant was no paragon of virtue either. He was a habitual offender, a lecherous man who employed drugs to seduce married women. These married women often refrained from exposing the truth, fearing the repercussions, and had little to lose since they were no longer maidens. If any became particularly troublesome, he would simply eliminate them to safeguard his own secrets. Indeed, both were villains in their own right. Zhang Yu's expression was one of impatience. His mood was already foul, and the sight of two lowly individuals squabbling only served to aggravate him further. He decided to forego the trial, striking the gavel to silence the courtroom, and pronounced, since neither of you can produce valid evidence to prove the other as the murderer, it follows that both of you are suspects. Take them away, each to receive 50 lashes, and let us see who confesses first. To be fair, Zhang Yu's methods were somewhat crude, yet he had not erred in his judgment of the two. However, Linen was struck with a sudden inspiration. He covered his face with cloth and shouted furiously, "Corrupt official, you trample upon human life, unable to discern right from wrong, you deserve to die." With that, he charged toward Zhang Yu. Caught off guard by the brazen outburst, Zhang Yu quickly called for guards to intervene. Yet, Linen moved with the swiftness of a specter, deftly evading the officers and seizing Zhang Yu by the collar, lifting him off the ground. In his haste to escape, he did not forget to eliminate the defendant as well. Even the smallest of flies are still meat, each holds experience. Linen also discovered that committing murder afforded him greater experience. A formidable beast might yield only 10 points, while an ordinary human, provided they were in good health, could grant 5 points. A bit of martial practice could net anywhere from 10 to 20 points. In the realm of online gaming, that would equate to humanoid monsters offering greater experience. He spared Lee Arrow, intending to create confusion, leading others to believe he was there to rescue him. Perhaps by pulling at this thread, the true culprit of the case might surface. The abduction of the governor in broad daylight sent the entire government office into chaos. It's over, the governor has been captured. We are doomed. Such speed could not possibly belong to an ordinary person. Quickly, seek assistance from the Inspection Bureau. The officers in the capital were evidently more aware of the situation, with some quick-witted individuals realizing the necessity of seeking help. The White Mountain capital had an inspection bureau stationed there. Unlike the counties below where one person managed an entire area, the capital boasted a dedicated office with 2 divisions. Upon hearing of the governor's attack, the personnel of the inspection bureau were thrown into disarray. The governor held a high rank, registered with the court, and they had never anticipated such an event. To kidnap the governor in broad daylight was a direct affront to the authority of the court. Such audacity was beyond the capabilities of common martial artists. In any case, they needed to mobilize. In a flurry, the inspection bureau dispatched all personnel. Meanwhile, Linen held Zhang Yu captive, demanding, "Old Zhang, just tell me where your home is. Speak, and I shall spare you further torment." With one hand gripping Zhang Yu's neck and the other clutching his wrist, Linan's tone was deceptively gentle, though his grip was anything but light. A slight squeeze could shatter Zhang Yu's finger bones. "You're seeking death, dare to lay hands on me, and the court will not let you off lightly," Zhang Yu retorted, the bravado quickly fading as he recognized the gravity of his predicament. Outlaws often found themselves isolated and alone. Those with connections were typically more cautious in their actions. A ruthless individual like Linen, unencumbered by attachments yet brimming with power, was the most formidable foe. "My home is on Nan Luo Street, the largest residence. Brave sir, could you spare my life? I have realized my mistakes." "Oh, were you not quite defiant just a moment ago?" Linen was taken aback by Zhang Yu's rapid capitulation, which saved him some effort. He had initially intended to use tracking methods. With a clear direction, he hastened his pace. "Brave sir, I concede that I was somewhat ungrateful earlier, please forgive me." The once haughty official, faced with the specter of death, had become a quivering coward. Forgiveness was out of the question. "I am headed to your home with the intent to slay your entire family." The calmness with which Linen conveyed this sentence caused Zhang Yu's legs to weaken. He could only hope to buy time until the inspection bureau arrived for rescue. "Please, I beg you, spare me, I truly understand my wrongs." Linen ignored his pleas, continuing on his path while perusing the secrets he had gleaned from Zhang Yu. What a ruthless individual Zhang Yu proved to be. Once a destitute scholar, he relied on his wife's support to pass the imperial examination, aided by the Yu family to reach the capital. With his striking looks, he caught the eye of a high official's daughter, and upon achieving success, he hastily returned home to murder his wife and her entire family, claiming he had brought them to the capital to enjoy a better life. In these times, the death of a few along the road was hardly remarkable. He married the daughter of a high official but soon grew disenchanted with her appearance, frequently engaging in clandestine trysts with the wives of officials in the capital. It appeared that his son's proclivities mirrored his own. He had been caught in adultery before and had even killed a victim, but sensing danger in the capital, he sought to distance himself by taking up an official post elsewhere, all the while accumulating credentials. Upon his return to the capital, he hoped to ascend the ranks. Having uncovered his secrets, Linen could only lament the chaos of such circles. The first half of Zhang Yu's life resembled a tale of deceit, yet tragically, his ruthlessness had left his wife's family without a complete burial, preventing them from becoming vengeful spirits. Many men abandoned their wives for greener pastures, yet few would go as far as to annihilate their entire family. Zhang Yu had many instances of embezzlement and bribery, all laid bare before Linen's discerning gaze. Thus, Linen dragged Zhang Yu to his home, aided by the secrets he had uncovered. He could easily distinguish between the innocent workers and those loyal to Zhang Yu, rendering the task simple. The governor's household was practically inhabited by villains, with even the servants exploiting their positions to oppress the neighbors. Those he could spare, he did, primarily targeting Zhang Yu's family and close associates. Had it not been for his ability to unveil secrets, Linen might have resorted to indiscriminate slaughter. He deliberately allowed Zhang Yu to witness the demise of his family and subordinates, turning the governor's residence into a veritable river of blood. At this point, Zhang Yu had lost all composure, having soiled himself in fear. "Enough, I had intended to save you for last, but your stench has become unbearable, let us expedite your departure." Just as Linen was about to deliver the fatal blow, he heard a frantic voice call out, "Spare him." "Very well." With that, Linen swiftly crushed Zhang Yu's throat. "This time, I did not use a blade."
Chapter 61. The silence of the sage on the strange and the supernatural. The support from the provincial government arrived remarkably swiftly. Had this been a small county, it is likely that Linen would have completed his deed and departed before news could spread. After eliminating Zhang Yucai, Linen turned to behold a spirited woman clad in a purple official robe, accompanied by 3 monks and 3 Taoist priests. 3 cultivators of the Golden Core realm, 3 practitioners of the Golden Body realm, and a Confucian scholar of the Haoran realm. "Run, quickly!" Lan Yan urged, her heightened senses informing her that Linen was decidedly no match for these 7 individuals. Moreover, only her intervention could provide him with a chance to escape. Upon witnessing such a formidable assembly, Linen felt a wave of dread wash over him. Is the Golden Core realm as common as cabbages? He pondered. Qing Song had previously told him that practitioners who attain the Golden Core are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even he and Master Huihong, both renowned figures, were still a layer away from this realm. Yet within just a few days, how many Golden Core cultivators had he encountered? It was as if they were as plentiful as weeds, and Golden Body practitioners were abundant like stray dogs. Qing Song has misled me. Without further ado, Linen flung Zhang Yucai aside and took off at full speed. Was this the price one must pay for slaying a governor? The enemy had dispatched an entire division of troops to pursue him. Fortunately, he had already dealt with those closely tied to Zhang Yucai. The remaining individuals were of lesser concern. In truth, Linen was mistaken. Ordinarily, a provincial capital would not harbor such a multitude of formidable beings, yet, by sheer coincidence, the Qingtian supervisor had sensed a great calamity arising in the southwest, prompting both the Buddhist and Taoist sects to dispatch experts overnight to that very region. Coincidentally, Lu Qingning's slaying of Huijing attracted considerable attention, leading them to instinctively focus their gaze upon Baishan Prefecture. The moment Linen was abducting Zhang Yucai, the practitioners from both sects were engaged in discussions with the inspectorate and the chief inspector. The chief inspector, the highest authority of the inspectorate in various provinces, was named Su Xinyun, a Confucian scholar, and notably, a woman. While it was not uncommon for women to practice Buddhism or Taoism, those who pursued Confucianism were exceedingly rare, and their paths in government were often limited. Su Xinyun was indeed a remarkable figure. Despite her exceptional talents, she found herself constrained to the small locale of Baishan Prefecture as a chief inspector. Nevertheless, she had proven herself formidable, as during her tenure, incidents of malevolent spirits harming people were infrequent. Yet, it seemed fortune had not favored Su Xinyun. As her term neared its conclusion and a promotion appeared imminent, Baishan Prefecture was beset by a series of calamities. First, Zhang Yucai's child was killed by a ghost. Then the activities of the Ghost King sect were revealed, followed by the annihilation of Guangwei Temple by the Night of 100 Ghosts, and now the governor had been publicly abducted and ultimately met with death. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Xinyun's body trembled involuntarily. In that instant of Zhang Yucai's demise, a part of her heart had perished as well. "Stop the madman!" Su Xinyun roared, her eyes aflame with fury. Forgetting her lack of skill in close combat, she drew her sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy. Having served in this secluded corner of the world for many years, she had diligently eradicated the majority of malevolent incidents in their infancy. Under her protection, Baishan Prefecture had enjoyed a semblance of peace and harmony, yet, when calamity struck, it struck hard. The years of her labor seemed to crumble before her. If she were to perish now, the resentment she harbored could very well elevate her to the status of a ghost king. As she beheld the approaching corpses, she severed one in two with a single stroke of her sword. At this moment, she had relinquished all restraint and cared not for the greater picture. While she harbored animosity towards the assassin before her, her ire was primarily directed at Zhang Yucai and his progeny. Had they not behaved in such a manner, could Baishan Prefecture have encountered so many troubles? Regrettably, Zhang Yucai was beyond her reach, and she was likewise powerless against him. Even if she were to write to the court detailing the transgressions of Zhang Yucai and his son, it would be as if her words had fallen upon deaf ears, met with silence. The reality was that Zhang Yucai had supporters within the court. While she was but a drifting leaf, over the years, she had gradually matured and learned the art of forbearance. Yet, after enduring for so long, to see her hard-won efforts obliterated by Zhang Yucai's demise made her wish to dismantle him piece by piece. "Su Yushi, remain calm," a monk interjected hastily, fearing that Su Xinyun might lose her sanity and turn on her allies. Su Xinyun merely replied coolly, "I fear that the madman may tamper with Governor Zhang's body. It would be prudent for everyone to avoid rash contact. Rest assured, I shall have him stitched back together later." With that, she swiftly pursued Linen. Though Linen's speed was impressive, Su Xinyun was not to be underestimated. The distance between them remained tight, yet should Linen falter even slightly, she would close the gap. Frustrated by her persistent pursuit, Su Xinyun unleashed a long-range strike with her sword. They had ventured into a desolate area devoid of bystanders, and she harbored no concerns of collateral damage. Haoran Sword Chi.
Sensing the imminent danger, Linen did not press forward but instead turned back, executing the Azure Dragon Claw technique, narrowly evading the oncoming sword energy. Behold, this is what one might call a displacement evasion skill. Su Xinyun met Linen's palm with her own, her strength paled in comparison, and she was forced back several steps. Meanwhile, Linen leveraged the recoil and the force of the wind to widen the distance between them once more. You have comprehended the wind-walking fish method in battle. Linen mused, this skill's name lacks any gravitas. Why can't it be called the celestial wind cloud body? If not, perhaps the wind-walking dragon would suffice. Am I to be likened to a fish? Silently deriding himself, Linen continued his rapid retreat. This exchange of blows had brought Su Xinyun some measure of composure. She finally sensed an invisible breeze aiding Linen, realizing he had been employing a spell all along, unbeknownst to her. This young man indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. However, as a Confucian scholar, the very nature of her practice was inherently counter to such spells. The sage speaks not of strange forces and the supernatural. Once a word is uttered, all methods become void. Chapter 62. Share your story. Linen's wind magic abruptly faltered, as the righteous aura surged forth, dispelling all forms of sorcery in its wake. This method is a common tactic employed by the Confucian cultivators representing the court, who excel at suppressing their foes to an equal realm before leveraging their numerical advantage in battle. Unexpectedly, Su Xinyun, in her attempt to nullify Linen's wind magic, inadvertently shattered Lanyan's mirage. This unforeseen consequence drained nearly all of her righteous energy. What immense strength must this woman possess? Lanyan's sudden appearance startled the monks and Taoists trailing behind, as they had completely overlooked her presence. A thought crossed their minds, recalling the ominous warning from the Bureau of Astronomy regarding a great calamity in the southwest. Was it possible they had encountered it here? The three monks and three Taoists felt a chill creep down their spines. Lanyan herself was taken aback. She had not intended to intervene, preferring to wait until Linen truly required her assistance. Yet, she found herself compelled to act when Su Xinyun unleashed her spell. Linen immediately sensed the shift. The wind had vanished. Su Xinyun halted her pursuit, both of them bracing for an imminent threat, and Linen deduced that Lanyan had likely revealed herself. Now was not the time to allow Lanyan to unleash her fury. Hearing the rhythmic sound of footsteps approaching, accompanied by the presence of horses, Linen surmised that a military force was mobilizing. His acute hearing detected that these individuals were still at a considerable distance, yet they could not afford to remain entangled in combat. Unless Lanyan intended to annihilate everyone present from this moment forth, they risked becoming embroiled in an endless struggle. While Lanyan might possess the strength to continue fighting, Linen was uncertain of his own capabilities. For the sake of prudence, a retreat was advisable. Quickly, do not engage with them! Linen exclaimed, and his call somewhat tempered Lanyan's murderous intent. She gazed at the seven poised individuals and lightly stamped her foot on the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled, the cobblestones disintegrated into dust, and a tempest roared, obscuring the vision of all present. When the wind and sand abated, Linen and Lanyan had vanished without a trace. Under the suppression of my righteous aura, one could still cast spells. Su Xinyun was astonished. Since when did the White Mountain Prefecture boast such formidable beings? The monks and Taoists, however, wore expressions of delight, though they were perplexed by how Lanyan had achieved this. The ability to disregard the suppression of righteous energy and cast spells normally was of immense significance to their sections. Hui Fei was particularly intrigued by the identity of the man who could command such a powerful follower, his gaze fixated on Qin Yan, his eyes wild with implication. You Taoists are truly impressive. Qin Yan thought to himself, contemplating how to inquire about any individuals who matched the description he had in mind. However, he composed himself and stated, our mission is to locate and suppress the great calamity. We shall not involve ourselves in other matters. Su Xinyun replied coldly, do not worry, I shall bear this matter alone, and it shall not be laid at your feet. With a frosty demeanor, Su Xinyun returned to the supervisory office, confronting a multitude of messes and drafting numerous reports to submit. Her heart remained tumultuous with anger, recalling the scheming antics of the monks and Taoists only fueled her ire further. Someone, investigate. Have any exceptionally gifted disciples recently emerged from the Taoist sect? This matter is far from over. She was a woman who harbored grudges. After parting ways, Hui Fei and his companions intended to meet with Hui Yan and Wei Kong. Initially, they had dismissed the so-called Great Calamity, yet after witnessing Lanyan, an unsettling feeling lingered in their hearts. Every additional ally was invaluable. However, before they could seek out others, their sect suddenly relayed a message. Hui Kong and Hui Yan were both dead. Not long after, they learned that 2 monk corpses had been discovered along the official road. Hui Fei promptly led his team to confirm the identities of the deceased. Upon witnessing their demise, Hui Fei could only chant sutras in despair. The Buddhist sect had suffered tremendous losses during this period, with 3 golden body masters having perished so quietly. These two had been investigating the Ghost King. Was the Ghost King the culprit? Hui Fa had initially intended to summon their souls, but both Hui Yin and Hui Kong were golden body cultivators, and prior to their deaths, their golden bodies had been shattered, leaving their souls scattered and irretrievable. Like Hui Jing, though their bodies remained, their souls had fled. Consequently, both the cultivation world and the secular realm erupted into chaos. The Buddhist sect had suffered the loss of 3 high-ranking monks, a devastating blow, while the court faced direct confrontations in the public forum, resulting in resounding slaps to their faces. Outrage spread across all fronts. Meanwhile, Linen returned leisurely to Funyo Mountain. During his journey, he utilized the butler's clothing he had found at the magistrate's residence, relying on his extraordinary sense of smell to locate his butler, Lai Fu, who was searching for him in Jintian village. Linen had specifically visited the magistrate's residence for this insufferable creature. Coincidentally, Lai Fu was also looking for him, leading to a mutual convergence. Regrettably, Lai Fu underestimated Lin An's strength and was swiftly dispatched with a single strike, reduced to ashes. There was no other option. Had they not been incinerated, the court would inevitably discover that he was responsible for the death of Zhang Yu. Though Linen was a solitary figure unafraid of the court, minimizing complications was always prudent. At present, the only surviving individual privy to the events might be Wang Wu, the sole one aware of Lin An's return. However, Linen had no intention of resorting to murder to silence him. Even if Wang Wu betrayed him, it would pose little issue.
What would you say my current strength amounts to?
Linen pondered after concluding his confrontation with Lan Yan, curiosity gnawing at him regarding his own power level. Approaching the golden body realm, though in terms of physical prowess, you seem to surpass it, was the reply. This was something Lan Yan found perplexing. Linen was unmistakably human, yet his physical form rivaled that of ferocious beasts. Ordinary golden core and golden body cultivators did not possess such formidable physiques. Of course, Lin Yan's essence, energy, and spirit were all developed in a balanced manner. Unlike many human cultivators, who often exhibited a lopsided development, either their chi or spirit was prominent, while their physical form remained relatively weak.
So, does this imply I can prepare to refine a golden core? Linen secretly anticipated this progression.
Yet, given his short duration of cultivation, it seemed rather premature to condense a golden core. Preparation is advisable, but there is no need to rush. Allowing it to unfold naturally is best.
Lan Yan, though somewhat baffled by Lin An's cultivation method, recognized that humility and patience were virtues on the path of cultivation. Thank you.
For what?
Thank you for your guidance.
Furthermore, you saved me twice, and I shall remember that. I will repay you when the opportunity arises. Linen willingly acknowledged this debt of gratitude, to which Lan Yan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I do not expect your gratitude.
I only ask that you do not repay kindness with enmity.
Her words prompted Linen to reflect on the secrets he had gleaned from her, and he could not help but inquire, is there a story behind your mistrust of me?
Chapter 63.
The goal, consolidating the golden core. Linen had glimpsed through the eye of secrets that Blue Smoke was a dragon betrayed. Having fallen into the demonic path, his curiosity was piqued by this tale, prompting him to tentatively inquire further. Blue Smoke, however, offered no response, instead turning away and retreating to her icy tomb, shutting the bronze door behind her. Linen understood well that probing into someone's scars could evoke pain. Nevertheless, he mused that an initial strong sensation might pave the way for subsequent encounters. With Blue Smoke now in her contemplative silence, he opted not to disturb her and chose to remain active within his own territory. The tomb within Mount Funyo had undergone a simple transformation at Lin An's hands. The outermost corridor retained its original form, while Blue Smoke continued to inhabit her frozen lair. It seemed that dragons were indeed creatures of burrows. The expansive central chamber was entrusted to Lin An. To be frank, this space was vast enough to accommodate 100,000 terracotta warriors in motion, measuring over 1,000 meters in both length and width, with a height exceeding 10 meters. Such a grand void, astonishingly unsupported by a single pillar, remained intact, a testament to the marvels of ancient architectural artistry. Perhaps the walls concealed some extraordinary materials, yet Lin An was disinclined to excavate further. The most significant treasure within this tomb was Blue Smoke herself. Having secured her, there was no need to scavenge for trifling gains. He planned to level up for 2 years, and when he became invincible, what need would he have for additional treasures? However, 3 days later, when Lin An once more battled Blue Smoke using his usual tactics, he found himself bereft of any experience notifications. Where's my experience? He inspected the battle log. Defeated Blue Smoke, experience 0. What was going on? Unwilling to accept this, he attempted again, pondering whether being defeated might yield results. You have been defeated, experience 0. What nonsense is this? Why am I not receiving any experience? Lin An felt a shiver run down his spine as his astute mind recalled a detail he had previously overlooked. When he had slain Hui Kong and Hui Yen, one had granted him 9,900 experience, while the other yielded 1,000. At that time, Linen had found it perplexing. Given their comparable strength, why was there a 100-point discrepancy in experience? Now, the realization dawned upon Linen. It was because he had previously vanquished Huikong, earning 100 experience points. This implied that the experience gain from defeating individual characters had an upper limit. During these days, Linen had accumulated a staggering 100,000 experience points from Blue Smoke, yet he had yet to level up, as he was strategically hoarding it, intending to cultivate his level alongside his skills. Level 20 was already nearing the Golden Core realm. If he could attain that stage through self-cultivation, thereby enhancing his attributes, and subsequently upgrade his level for further attribute boosts, the potential for maximized gains was immense. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to complacency merely because he possessed Blue Smoke as an experience reservoir. He had consistently pursued maximization of benefits. Otherwise, discovering the depletion of his experience reservoir now would have left him despondent. The concept of an experience cap conjured an unsettling thought in Lin An's mind. According to the system novels he had perused in his previous life, system-generated experiences were typically boundless, conjured from nothingness. However, a limit implied that this was not truly the case. If he acquired experience from others, could it be considered a form of plunder? In other words, was his system genuinely a system? What troubles you? Blue Smoke inquired with concern, noticing Lin An's distraction. In the past, he had always appeared invigorated after their battles, while she was left utterly fatigued, often contemplating how arduous it would be to endure such days for 2 years. Nothing much, I just feel that fighting you no longer grants me any improvement. Oof. Blue Smoke, initially intending to offer comfort upon seeing Lin An's altered demeanor, was taken aback by his words. Humans, truly unworthy of my kindness, I have been diligent in adhering to your requests, never cutting corners. If you lack ability, do not place the blame upon me. Blue Smoke was a dragon of her word. Despite her aversion to this combat style, she had consistently complied with Lin An's wishes, demonstrating various dragon techniques and the utilization of her ice powers. As a training partner, she had been nothing short of dedicated, yet, Lin An's assertion that she was no longer useful incensed her. Why was her goodwill never reciprocated with equal kindness from others? This thought made her nose tingle, as if tears were brewing in her eyes. She turned her head away, striving to blink away the moisture. Lin An, meanwhile, found himself internally critiquing her sensitivity. Was her emotional reaction truly warranted? I merely spoke in passing. The impact was rather significant, wasn't it? This little crying bundle is far too prone to tears. He hastily offered an apology, clarifying, what I meant was that I should first break through to the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue advancing. It's primarily because you are so formidable. Unless my strength increases even slightly, I cannot keep pace with your instruction. Upon hearing Lin An's praise, Blue Smoke's spirits lifted immediately. Ah, so that's the case. It is indeed reasonable. I see you are quite sensible. Then you should focus on your breakthrough. I shall take this opportunity to rest for a few days. Blue Smoke pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile. She was determined not to display overly expressive emotions in front of Lin An. She must maintain her aloof demeanor. However, her pout, coupled with her lively eyes, rendered her irresistibly adorable. Even Lin An, a married man, felt his heart race. The combination of a beautiful girl and an endearing demeanor was indeed potent. Nevertheless, Lin An remained level-headed. While it was natural for a man to feel stirred, restraint indicated he still possessed his wits. Blue Smoke, standing before him, was beyond his grasp, and the karmic ties surrounding her were far too profound. In contrast, Blue Smoke was in high spirits and took the opportunity to offer Lin An a few pointers. Though I lack your human experience in cultivation, the path of cultivation ultimately leads to the same destination. It is fundamentally about enhancing oneself in all aspects. The Golden Core represents a manifestation of consolidation and integration. Consolidation, integration, and sublimation, these are the eternal principles of cultivation. This is how your kind forges the Golden Core, as well as the 3 flowers and 5 chi. Ah. Is the subsequent realm the 3 flowers gathering at the summit and the 5 chi returning to the origin? The knowledge imparted to Lin An by Qingsong had only extended to the Golden Core. This was no fault of Qingsong, as he himself had yet to reach that stage and was understandably unaware of what lay beyond. In Qingsong's world, the Golden Core might very well be his pinnacle, while the path beyond it remained untraveled. Although Lin An was not well versed in the cultivation knowledge of this world, he had read extensively in the past. The mention of the 3 flowers and 5 chi evoked familiarity. It was indeed the 3 flowers gathering at the summit and the 5 chi returning to the origin. 3 flowers gathering at the summit? 5 chi returning to the origin? Blue Smoke pondered quietly. She had not encountered these terms before, but as a proud dragon, she was reluctant to reveal her ignorance compared to Lin An. Yet, she dared not offer misguided teachings. The path of cultivation required utmost caution. Erroneous knowledge could lead one into an abyss. Thus, Blue Smoke deftly redirected the conversation. In any case, focus on your consolidation and sublimation. Do not be overly ambitious. Understood, Linen replied, having gleaned a general understanding. It appeared that this world indeed had its own hierarchy of cultivation. The first stage was the true Qi realm, wherein Linen currently resided, with true Qi flowing incessantly, yet it was like a leaf without roots. Should he find himself in a place devoid of spiritual energy, he would be unable to replenish it, and once his energy was expended, it would be game over. The second stage, the Golden Core realm, signified that one possessed a reserve of energy, thus granting autonomy over one's fate. The subsequent stages of the 3 flowers and 5 Qi remained uncharted territory for Linen. He was uncertain what sort of wonders awaited him, yet Blue Smoke had provided a pathway for advancement. The way of cultivation, while varied, ultimately converged towards the same goal, consolidation and sublimation. However, Linen understood this concept yet remained uncertain about the process of sublimation. While gathering true Qi was not particularly challenging, how was one to achieve sublimation? Qing Song had imparted some knowledge regarding the Golden Core, but it was far from comprehensive, merely a brief overview. After all, Qing Song could hardly have anticipated that Linen, having only recently embarked on his journey, would aim to breach a realm he himself had never attained. Chapter 64 of the Imperial Envoy. Linen now faced 2 choices. One was to descend the mountain in search of Qing Song, to demand the subsequent teachings of the cultivation techniques. Qing Song could surely provide him with an overview of the Golden Core condensation, which naturally implied the existence of Golden Core methods. The other option was to train diligently on his own. After weighing the pros and cons, Linen concluded that a trip down the mountain was fraught with peril. Having killed Zhang Yu, he had attracted significant trouble, and he was uncertain whether those involved could trace it back to him. His relationship with Qing Song was rather superficial, lacking the depth of a bond forged since childhood, so how much emotional connection could there truly be? After much contemplation, Linen resolved to grant himself 3 days to focus on breaking through to the Golden Core. Should he fail, he would then descend the mountain to seek out Qing Song. If the practitioners of the Taoist sect were to learn of Lin An's intentions, they would likely be incensed. Countless cultivators, like Qing Song, remained stuck at the threshold of the Golden Core. Cultivating true Qi required years of dedication, while attaining the Golden Core necessitated a moment of profound enlightenment. The traditions of the Taoist and Buddhist sects spanned many years, endowing them with ample experience in seeking such fleeting moments of insight. Nevertheless, Qing Song had been trapped at this juncture for many years. Even in a lifetime, he might not attain that epiphany. Lin An's desire to break through after merely hearing a brief summary, and to impose a 3-day limit on himself, was nothing short of exasperating. However, his decision to refrain from descending the mountain was indeed a prudent one. At this moment, Fei Yinguan was undergoing scrutiny from the Imperial Envoy dispatched by the court. The envoy, named Xia Dongshan, was a 4th-rank inspector from the Supervisory Department, an official of the capital, and with the authority of an envoy, he wielded considerable power in the localities. At just over 40 years of age, he held such a position, and his future prospects were indeed limitless. When Xia Dongshan arrived at Fei Yinguan for inspection, Su Xinyun, serving as the local inspector, could only accompany him as a subordinate, despite her own superior abilities. Qing Yan and Huifa also accompanied as representatives, but their higher status prevented Xia Dongshan from asserting dominance before them, leaving Su Xinyun in a rather unfortunate position. Xia Dongshan first instructed Su Xinyun to investigate the disciples of Fei Yinguan for any suspects. Naturally, after a thorough search, none were found to report to Inspector Xia. I have examined all registered disciples of Fei Yinguan and found no matches with the characteristics of the murderer. Xia Dongshan sneered. What characteristics does the murderer possess? He was already preparing to nitpick. Su Xinyun felt the pressure but replied nonetheless, the murderer has perfected their breathing technique and must have practiced for over 10 years. Their voice is crisp, and they are likely quite young. I have noted other features regarding height and physique, all retained in my memory. It was no wonder such a major incident could occur under Su Inspector's jurisdiction. Ultimately, it was a reflection of her own negligence and inadequacy. With a single remark, Xia Dongshan sent Su Xinyun's blood pressure soaring. Negligent, you say? If it weren't for the troublesome Zhang Yu and his father, would I have attracted such a significant issue? Are you still unconvinced, Su Inspector? You ought to reflect deeply. The reason you remain a 6th-rank inspector after all these years is apparent, Xia Dongshan arrogantly stated. You only scratched the surface in your investigations. How can you expect to achieve results? Just consider, does a murderer dare to commit such a grand act without prior preparation? Can you be certain that the form you observed and the voice you heard were not mere disguises? Even one's cultivation can be feigned. Relying solely on superficial observations to capture the murderer is far from straightforward. Su Xinyun found herself at a loss for words, torn between the urge to retort and the reality that Xia Dongshan was an imperial envoy, a 4th-rank official from the capital. Unable to provoke him, she begrudgingly held her tongue upon hearing Xia Dongshan's words. Although they seemed reasonable at first glance, they were ultimately nonsensical. If the cultivation level were fabricated, and both voice and appearance. Inspector, what insight might you have? Su Xinyan opted for a tactical retreat. Come now, if you are capable, you should take the lead. However, Xia Dongshan dismissed this maneuver, coldly stating, Su Inspector, having been stationed here for so long, how can you expect to rely on me to resolve your issues without familiarity with your own jurisdiction? If this continues, how will you ever grow? Su Xinyan thought to herself. How infuriating. She felt an urge to draw her sword in anger. Fortunately, Huifa and Qingsong were nearby and recognized the rising agitation within Su Xinyan. Huifa quickly interjected, Esteemed sirs, let us not be hasty. I suspect the murderer may be an unregistered cultivator. As I understand it, disciples of the Tao often wander far and wide. Occasionally, they encounter promising talents but, for various reasons, cannot bring them back into the fold. Such wild practitioners, lacking proper training, are more susceptible to impulsive mistakes. Perhaps we should investigate such cases further? Huifa indeed provided a novel perspective, yet it subtly insinuated a critique of the Taoist sect for recklessly disseminating their teachings, thereby creating potential threats. Qing Yan cast a sidelong glance at Huifa, recognizing his cunning nature. Qing Yan then summoned Qingsong, stating, Junior brother Qingsong, how much do you know about these unregistered disciples, particularly those with exceptional talent? Coincidentally, I recently took in one such disciple, Qingsong replied. However, it has only been a month since and naturally, Qingsong would not divulge this information. He felt no guilt, as it could not possibly be Lin and S doing. After all, it had been stated that the murderer had perfected their breathing technique, indicating at least a decade of practice. Clearly, it could not be his newly adopted prodigy. However, if he were to reveal this, Linen could find himself in considerable trouble. After all, his mother was the Ghost King, and this fact was no longer a secret. Should this detail come to light, Linen, who was previously without suspicion, would suddenly become a suspect. Thus, this information must remain undisclosed. The inspector, Qingsong, decisively turned over the remaining individuals. A list of names was required for submission. Failure to comply would be deemed uncooperative, and nevertheless, he was aware that these disciples were unlikely to be the culprits. When the Taoist sect encountered truly gifted disciples, how could they possibly neglect to recruit them? Only individuals like Linen, possessing extraordinary talent and wishing to remain inconspicuous, would be secretly nurtured. The remaining unregistered individuals were mostly of limited aptitude. It was likely mere fate that had led to their acquisition of rudimentary teachings. Submitting this list was merely a matter of fulfilling a duty. However, Xia Dongshan took this matter quite seriously. After receiving the list from Qingsong, he promptly handed it over to Su Xinyan. Su Inspector, please ensure that each individual on this list is thoroughly investigated, preferably with great attention to detail. Su Xinyan bristled at the implication that her work was lacking in thoroughness. Very well, I shall be meticulous. She resolved to take on this task without returning. As her motivation for advancement had waned, she might as well take a laid-back approach. After sending Su Xinyan away, Xia Dongshan parted ways with Qing Yan and Huifa, as both had their own matters to attend to regarding the ominous Ghost King. The only reason they had accompanied Xia Dongshan was due to his investigation into the Taoist sect. Now that the task was complete, they would each pursue their own paths. Now, only Xia Dongshan remained, along with his trusted subordinates. My lord, where shall we head next? To Baisha County, to apprehend the true culprit. The true culprit is in Baisha County, my lord. Have you already discerned the murderer's true identity? Truly impressive. The subordinates, though puzzled, began to praise him. Xia Dongshan smiled modestly, though his eyes betrayed his smugness. He had indeed identified the true culprit. The murderer was none other than the husband of the Ghost King. The answer was simple. The Zhang family sought revenge, and Xia Dongshan required achievements to bolster his career. As for the truth, no one truly cared. Xia Dongshan, however, did not anticipate that this fortunate guess would lead him to the right conclusion. Chapter 65. This dish is called fire-roasted celery. Xia Dongshan's plan was quite straightforward: to keep Su Xinyan preoccupied, while he and his trusted aide took independent action to eliminate Linen, subsequently framing him as the murderer. Once the deed was done, there would be no witnesses left to dispute the matter, the court's reputation would be preserved, the grievances of the Zhang family avenged, and his own official position could even be elevated upon his return. Everyone would enjoy a bright future. If he were to stubbornly engage with that enigmatic disciple of the Taoist sect like the foolish Su Xinyan, who knows how long it would drag on. When others commit crimes, do they not hide away? To find someone would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, relying on Qing Yan for assistance, utterly laughable. It would be a miracle if they did not hinder him. Who among the influential would not wish to cover up their family scandals? As long as the Taoist sect insisted that this person was not one of theirs, the court could hardly pin the blame on them. With this thought, Xia Dongshan couldn't help but mock Su Xinyan's naivety once more. This woman still believed that her lack of promotion was due to her gender, unaware that if she utilized her identity wisely, it could actually expedite her ascent. Alas, she simply did not comprehend this. The group wasted little time and soon arrived at Baisha County, which had once again fallen under Feng Zhao's control. To be frank, Feng Zhao's mood had been fluctuating dramatically in recent days. He had initially thought that he merely needed to bide his time in the county seat, knowing that Zhang Yu would not let him off easily. Unexpectedly, he received news of Zhang Yu's demise. It was as if, were it not for the fear that Zhang Yu might have accomplices, he would have considered putting on a few days of performances for his own amusement. What does it mean to escape from a dire situation? This was it, however. Feng Zhao had hardly relished his newfound freedom when he suddenly heard that a royal envoy had arrived in the county to conduct an investigation. Alarmed, he scrambled to prepare, arranging banquets and inviting courtesans. His attentiveness pleased Xia Dongshan immensely. After several rounds of wine, Xia Dongshan finally inquired, "Is there a man named Linen in your county? I hear he is quite valiant, is that true?" Feng Zhao, unsure of Xia Dongshan's intentions, replied candidly, "Indeed, he was formidable. It was said that he single-handedly eradicated the bandits of Funyao Mountain. If that were the case, he certainly had the capability to commit a crime. But where was he now?" Upon hearing the words, "commit a crime," Feng Zhao suddenly realized that Linen might be in trouble. He hastily replied, "I do not know. Ever since the steward of the governor issued a wanted notice stating that he had committed a crime in the capital, he has vanished." Coincidentally, the day after, the governor was attacked by bandits. "Oh? Then this lends motive." Xia Dongshan's eyes gleamed. Excellent, everything was unfolding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. He had initially planned to concoct a story, but it appeared that ready-made circumstances had presented themselves. Capability for murder and motive, did this not make him the perfect culprit? "My lord, may I inquire what crime Linen has committed?" "Ha, the offense he has committed is grave indeed. I suspect he is the very bandit who attacked the governor." Feng Zhao was baffled, yet upon hearing Xia Dongshan's assertion, he knew to go along with it. "Truly, your keen insight is remarkable, my lord, to have identified the suspect so swiftly. You are indeed wise and formidable. Very well, no need for further words. Have your men compile a thorough dossier on him and submit it to me promptly. I must capture him at once." "Yes, yes." Feng Zhao, ingratiating himself, hurried to arrange for information to be gathered, then continued to entertain his guests, even sacrificing his treasured wine for the occasion. Indeed, to revel in such pleasures, one must be a local official. In Baisha County, far removed from the imperial court, the county magistrate reigned as a local sovereign. In the capital, officials would not dare indulge in such feasting. Although there were festivities, the courtesans arranged were not so brazen, clad only in scant veils. Their dancing was far too vulgar. In the capital, attire tended to be more conservative. Such displays were unheard of in larger cities. Xia Dongshan mused that small places possessed their own charm. After drinking, the courtesans were particularly vivacious, and the officials, filled with exhilaration, all retired with the courtesans for the night, with Feng Zhao ensuring their accommodations were impeccable. Especially after hearing Xia Dongshan's continuous praises, Feng Zhao's brow grew lower, and his smile became ever more obsequious. Having secured such a powerful ally, he felt a sense of relief. With a sigh of contentment, he finally returned home. This inn was the finest in the county, with guards stationed nearby, ensuring safety. However, not far away, the transformed Lu Qingning and Yan Yan were seething with resentment as they observed the scene. When Xia Dongshan came to investigate the case, she had dispatched her shadowy minions to keep watch. Lu Qingning had not anticipated that Xia Dongshan would so swiftly pinpoint Linen as the suspect. After all, among those who knew of Linan's quest for vengeance, Wang Wu had remained silent, and the two monks were deceased. Ultimately, the root of the matter lay with her. Had it not been for the trouble she brought to Linen, he would not have attracted such attention, and now that Xia Dongshan had already cast suspicion upon Linen, he could not be allowed to live. Big sister, they are all royal envoys, protected by their official fortunes and righteous spirit. Our ghostly arts may struggle to be effective. Yan Yan also felt that the task ahead was daunting. Of course, she did not intend to abandon the endeavor, merely suggesting that they might need to deploy additional personnel. Yet, Lu Qingning shook her head and calmly replied, "You are accustomed to employing ghostly techniques for murder, yet you overlook that human methods can also be lethal." Yan Yan's face was filled with confusion, but Lu Qingning simply uttered two words, "Fire attack." With a plan forming in her mind, instantly, several guards left behind to stand watch fell into a daze. This was the power of the supernatural, deceptive and unpredictable. Lu Qingning did not need to confront the royal envoy directly. These mortals would suffice. Under her manipulation, the guard soon moved in a trance to procure oil, dousing the exterior of the inn before igniting it with a torch. The flames erupted in an instant, awakening Xia Dongshan from his slumber. Upon realizing the inferno that had engulfed the establishment, panic seized him. He was no warrior attempting to flee, he was forced back by the encroaching flames. If he were a practitioner of the Tao or Buddhism, he could have harnessed his inner energy for protection and charged through.
Unfortunately, Xia Dongshan was a Confucian scholar, and his abilities were far inferior to those of Su Xinyan. Certainly, he could dispel evil magic, but against a man-made fire, this pampered official could not withstand such intensity. In a moment of desperation, he could only cry out for help. Had Su Xinyan been present, she would have already escaped. Beyond possessing a heart full of righteous spirit, Su Xinyan also possessed remarkable martial skills. In truth, martial prowess was something ancient Confucian scholars were meant to cultivate. The 6 arts of the gentleman emphasized a balance of both literary and martial abilities, yet, contemporary Confucians had become more engrossed in other pursuits, casting aside the rigorous practice required for cultivation. Xia Dongshan struggled to summon his righteous spirit, hoping to break through the flames and reach the courtyard. However, just as he was about to dash outside, a chilling wind swept in, scattering his feeble righteous energy, and the flames surged once more. Lu Qingning's complexion paled slightly. To kill an official bore a significant burden for her. Fortunately, this individual was only high in rank, lacking in true ability, otherwise, the price she would have to pay might have been considerably steeper. With the weakening of his fragile defenses and the nullification of his fortune, it appeared that he was left with no recourse. Lu Qingning remained vigilant outside. As long as Xia Dongshan lived, she could not rest easy. The fire raged through the night. Although the fire brigade attempted to extinguish the flames, the inferno was too fierce. Ultimately, only a few women were rescued from the ruins, while the officials perished in the blaze. Chapter 66. The vinegar jar. Feng Zhao indulged in a delightful slumber, buoyed by the joyous events that had transpired. He had secured his official position and even ingratiated himself with the court officials from the capital. His sleep was nothing short of blissful. However, in the depths of his dream, he encountered the demise of an imperial envoy, leading to the court's vengeful inquiry, threatening to annihilate his entire lineage. Startled, Feng Zhao awoke abruptly, only to find himself in the comfort of his home, releasing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. "My lord, calamity has struck." His loyal subordinate burst through the door, interrupting his thoughts. "What is amiss?" Feng Zhao replied, still slightly dazed from his slumber. "The relay station is ablaze. All the imperial envoys have perished in the flames." Feng Zhao's expression remained remarkably composed. He flinched momentarily before turning over to resume his rest. "Ah, this dream has yet to dissipate. How intriguing to dream within a dream." "My lord, why do you still slumber?" "My lord?" Feng Zhao mused, could this dream possess an element of truth? It was only when he was shaken awake that he fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Upon arriving at the relay station, witnessing the ruins scattered about, his legs weakened beneath him. The good news, the death of an envoy in his dream, was a fabrication. The bad news, all envoys had met their demise. What lay ahead for him? Would he face the annihilation of his entire clan? The more he pondered, the more dread enveloped him, cold sweat pouring down his brow. His confidant supported him, but he could see his pupils dilating in terror. He was genuinely frightened to death. In the shadows, Lu Qingning breathed a sigh of relief. The final hidden danger had been eradicated. Thankfully, the act of killing Feng Zhao bore minimal repercussions. Firstly, his position was not significant enough to invoke considerable backlash, and secondly, Feng Zhao's mental turmoil had dispersed his vitality, granting Lu Qingning an opportunity to act. With just a gentle nudge, Feng Zhao had frightened himself to death. Finally, all was resolved. Lu Qingning exhaled deeply and departed alongside Yin Yan, who was still somewhat concerned. "Sister, is it truly safe this way?" As a spirit herself, she understood the inherent taboos. If their targets were the relatives of officials, matters could be navigated easily. However, if the officials themselves were involved, the price to be paid would be steep. To slay a court official using ghostly means often required a life for a life, exchanging one soul scattering for another's. Of course, most of the time, the spirits taught by the Ghost King were willing participants die in the throes of vengeance, who would fear such a trade. Yet, for someone like Lu Qingning, a Ghost King of profound cultivation, it was unnecessary to provoke the wrath of the court's fortune. "Fear not, I have cultivated ample good deeds." The trivial backlash from officialdom is of little consequence. The Yanning Hall had been established in Baisha County for several years. Though it was a haven for spirits, it had never harmed a soul. Many impoverished citizens had found a glimmer of hope due to the presence of Yanning Hall. Illnesses affecting children and women were tended to by these ghostly doctors. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. Spirits performing good deeds also accrue merit. However, after slaying Hui Jing, Lu Qingning's accumulated merit from 3 years had been entirely exhausted. Consequently, when she next sought to eliminate these officials, the backlash she would face would be considerable. Nevertheless, it mattered not, she had endured. "I am fine, it is merely that your brother-in-law has vanished without a trace." Lin Yin had concealed the umbrella deep within the Funyo mountain, in the cavern of Lanyan.
The bronze door here was extraordinary, rendering Lu Qingning unable to locate Lin, and the absence of Lin stirred a sense of urgency within Lu Qingning, yet, she also understood that her ghostly apparatus remained intact. Perhaps Lin was merely hiding in a secure location, and there was no need for her to fret. Rest assured, sister, brother-in-law is, just as Yan Yan was about to offer comfort. She grasped Yan Yan firmly and commanded, "Come forth." At the end of the dim alley, a figure cloaked in black slowly emerged. The malevolence of the Ghost King was indeed astonishing. First, the monk was slain, then the official, and now the entire western region would be stirred by their family's actions, truly formidable. The visitor's voice remained chilling, and Lu Qingning harbored no fondness for such clandestine individuals. Her decision to flee initially stemmed from a desire to evade him. Yama, the Black Wu Chang, had returned. Had he not been involved, Lu Qingning would not have distanced herself from Lin, and now, upon seeing the Black Wu Chang again, she felt a surge of murderous intent. Do not be so fierce. You must trust that our Yama Palace harbors no ill will towards you, or rather, you have already garnered our recognition. Should you wish, you may join us at any time.
I am not interested in your secretive organization. Lu Qingning firmly rejected, perceiving Yama Palace as a den of treachery.
She had no desire to affiliate herself with such a faction.
Surely you must be concerned about your husband's whereabouts?
Instantly, Lu Qingning's eyes widened, her gaze sharpening with intensity.
What have you done to him?
Instinctively, she suspected Lin had been seized by Yama Palace's agents, and a tide of murderous rage surged within her. She had not become a Ghost King through benevolence.
Look, you are anxious again.
The Black Wu Chang remained unfazed by Lu Qingning's ire, calmly stating, I know where your husband is, but that does not imply we have harmed him. He is currently residing in seclusion with a woman. He should be quite safe. Funyo Mountain was perilous. The Black Wu Chang did not dare to approach, yet Lin and Lanyan had taken refuge there, which was not a secret to him. At this revelation, Lu Qingning refrained from attacking, though her murderous aura still simmered. Previously, upon hearing from the Shadow Ghost, she had merely felt a twinge of jealousy. Now, learning that Lin was hiding with another woman, her heart felt as though an entire vat of vinegar had been overturned. Though she felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy, she kept telling herself that it was for the best. Lin being with another woman was quite acceptable. Perhaps sensing Lu Qingning's thoughts, the Black Wu Chang casually remarked, that woman is quite formidable. Even I do not dare approach her within 100 paces. Instantly, Lu Qingning's heart raced with concern. Would Lin be safe with such a dangerous woman? The Black Wu Chang noted the anxiety in Lu Qingning's eyes, letting out a chilling laugh before dissolving into black mist, leaving only his final words reverberating in the air. This information is a gift from me. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me at Yama Palace. Rest assured, we harbor no malice towards you. Lu Qingning was acutely aware of the Black Wu Chang's ploys. It was merely a tactic to entice her, deliberately instilling worry. However, she truly could not quell her concern. Sister! Yan Yan observed keenly, recognizing that the Black Wu Chang was clearly plotting against Lu Qingning. Yet, regarding Lin, she was uncertain whether Lu Qingning would regain her clarity. Lu Qingning ignored Yan Yan's call. After a prolonged silence, she clenched her fists and declared, we are going to Funyo Mountain. Sister! This is evidently a trap. Fear not, I shall merely take a glance at him. As long as he is unharmed, I will leave immediately. With no other choice, Yan Yan resignedly followed her. At Funyo Mountain, Lin, deep in his cultivation, suddenly shivered. Chapter 67. Why do I suddenly feel cold? Lin had been in seclusion for several days, yet he still had not discovered the path to condensing and refining his essence. Previously, Ching Song had mentioned that what was lacking was that fleeting moment of inspiration. Wait a moment, inspiration, cold. Lin suddenly recalled that he possessed the true essence of Shen Bing, which he had comprehended from Lanyan. Could this be applied to himself? When true qi encounters cold, does it not condense? Lin decided to give it a try. Within his body, he began to condense the true essence of Shen Bing. While others might hesitate to experiment within their own bodies, Lin was different. Should anything go awry, a simple upgrade would suffice. He had a wealth of experience, over 110,000 points, providing ample opportunities for trial and error. Lin had certainly developed the initiative and drive. Had anyone else witnessed his method of forming a Dan, their eyes would likely bulge in disbelief. Who would dare to use the ultimate power of the 5 elements to form a Dan, fearing they might perish in the process? Yet, Lin succeeded. At his Dantian, true qi encountered cold and began to coalesce into frost. Although the Dantian could not store qi, it was the necessary passage for qi to flow, and indeed, as the term Dantian suggests, the Golden Dan was destined to manifest here. Lin pondered this reasoning. Thus, he nurtured the ice crystal, watching it grow larger, concentrating his senses as it transformed from the size of a fingernail to that of a pigeon egg, then a ping-pong ball, and soon threatening to become the size of a volleyball, risking the rupture of his dantian. He hurriedly compressed it, lest he rupture his abdomen. Thus far, he felt no discomfort, yet the ice dan occupied too much space in his dantian, hampering the smooth flow of true chi akin to a traffic jam, where nothing could enter or exit. With such a large ice dan, Linen was left with no choice but to compress its density. Wasn't the essence of condensing and refining? He was uncertain how to refine it, but surely, a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative one? Linen began to extract the spiritual energy from the ice dan, retaining the essence while expelling the waste. This cycle repeated as Linen immersed himself in the process, losing track of time, while a layer of frost gradually formed on his exterior. As the spiritual energy condensed further, the ice dan he had formed finally solidified, with true chi washing over it without dispersing, and the spiritual energy emanating naturally. I have finally succeeded. Linen gazed at the blue, crystalline ice dan within his dantian, elated. Now, he should be considered to have entered the Golden Dan realm, right? But wait, others have Golden Dawn. Why is mine blue? Linen, feeling perplexed, decided to knock on Lan Yan's door. They had agreed that Linen would be in seclusion for several days, so Lan Yan had refrained from disturbing him. Only upon his call did she emerge. These past few days had been torturous for Lan Yan, as she feared interrupting Lin Yan's cultivation. Finally, the moment had arrived, but before opening the door, she maintained a proud demeanor. What is it? She inquired, as though she too had been deeply engrossed in her own cultivation, disturbed by Lin Yan's presence. I indeed managed to condense a dan, but it is not golden. Is that a problem? Of course not. Who says a golden dan must be golden? Gold signifies its steadfast and solid nature, not its color, Lan Yan confidently replied. However, as she sensed Lin Yan's aura, she felt something was amiss. He seems to have grown stronger, yet his essence and spirit have not been refined? Try casting a spell. All right. Linen casually shot forth an ice arrow, which upon landing, created a vast expanse of ice. The power exhibited surpassed that of many Golden Dan cultivators. This meant Linen indeed possessed the strength of the Golden Dan realm. However, the essence and spirit were each independent, which was peculiar. Lan Yan found herself at a loss. Now that I see those two monks again, I should be able to defeat them, right? You should be able to, Lan Yan replied objectively. Given the intensity of that spell, those monks should be unable to withstand it. That simplifies matters. Linen was already preparing to descend the mountain. The experience he gained from Lan Yan had a cap, and he intended to hunt other monsters. Monks like those could yield 10,000 experience each, which was quite feasible. Slaying 10 would equate to 1 Lan Yan. It appeared that leveling up through monster hunting required a quantitative approach, rather than exhausting oneself over a single target. I'll seclude myself for another 2 days to consolidate my cultivation. When I emerge, I shall surprise you. Linen coaxed Lan Yan back to her cave. Though she was somewhat reluctant, she refrained from expressing her desire to linger outside a little longer, lest it reveal her longing to be with Linen. However, the prospect of a surprise piqued her curiosity. As she entered the bronze door, Linen began to allocate points for upgrades. Level 21 cost 10,000 experience, while level 22 required 12,500. Linen swiftly ascended to level 25, leaving him with 50,000 experience, yet, to level up once more now required 25,000 experience, and the next level might demand 30,000. After contemplation, Linen opted not to proceed with the upgrade just yet. Furthermore, as he experienced consecutive level advancements, he felt an unusual reaction within his body. His blood surged. Had a Golden Dan begun to form within his heart? As Linen pondered, he felt a tingling sensation at his brow, sensing the gathering of mental energy. How irritating. It felt as though something was about to sprout. He also observed his own transformation. Within this realm, the mental energy continued to coalesce, ultimately forming an oval-shaped object reminiscent of a pineal gland. From his inner vision, it appeared to be golden as well. I understand now. Linen experienced a moment of enlightenment, followed by a pang of regret. He had previously veered off course. Both Lan Yan and Ching Song had stated that the Golden Dan was the culmination of essence, chi, and spirit. He had solely focused on condensing the core of chi, mistakenly believing he had achieved the Golden Dan realm, all the while neglecting the cores of essence and spirit. As he had anticipated, leveling up would automatically grant him entry into the Golden Dan realm. However, without cultivating it himself, he undoubtedly lacked many attributes. It was akin to the Ice Dan within his chi. After leveling up 5 times, he distinctly felt that the Ice Dan had become more resilient. It was no longer just hard but possessed an additional quality of toughness, allowing Linen to accommodate more spiritual energy. Essentially, it had become an expandable Golden Dan. When abundant in spiritual energy, it could expand, and when scarce, it would contract. This translated to a significant increase in his endurance. Reflecting upon it now, he felt as though he had missed an opportunity worth a fortune.
Ah, well, it was best not to be too hasty in the future. Linen reflected for a moment, not allowing himself to dwell too deeply on his loss. He would be more attentive moving forward. The past was behind him. It worst. He could practice his mental energy more diligently in the future. It was also somewhat their fault for not articulating clearly. The distinction between condensing 1 dan or 3 was not elaborated upon, which explained why misunderstandings often arose in teachings. Linen took this lesson to heart. Feeling his newfound strength, Linen finally felt a sense of reassurance. While he was still no match for Lan Yan, he should have no problem dealing with the majority of foes. With a sense of relief, Linen quietly exited the cave, intent on preparing a surprise for Lan Yan. Since he could not directly attain invincibility, he would leave a favorable impression on Lan Yan, who seemed rather innocent and should be quite easy to please. Chapter 68, A Surprise. After spending an entire day in the icy cavern, Lan Yan suddenly came to a realization. Why was it that although it was Linen who was in seclusion, she was the one confined? Why not let Linen find a place of his own to stay? Why impose restrictions on her activities? Upon grasping this point, she felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and demand Linen relocate. However, considering that Linen might be solidifying his cultivation, she forcibly restrained herself and never mind, she decided, I shan't stoop to the level of a fool. Knock, knock, knock. The bronze door was rapped upon, and Lan Yan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly opened the door. Had the seclusion ended, her expression turned slightly cold. I've become a tad stronger. Lan Yan took a moment to sense her own power. What, just a tad, in merely a day, he had ascended to new heights, hadn't he? She could distinctly feel that Linen was brimming with spiritual energy, his essence vibrant like a raging inferno. How on earth did you manage that? Lan Yan couldn't help but inquire aloud. Linen, with a foolishly innocent expression, replied, I just practiced, and there you have it. Lan Yan was rendered speechless. Perhaps this individual was simply gifted. She chose not to dwell on it, though a hint of anxiety crept into her heart. At this rate of growth, would he truly match her strength in 2 years? What if he refused to return the dragon's sinew then? Currently, her greatest fear was another betrayal. She contemplated in silence how to impose some limitations on Linen so that he wouldn't default on their agreement in 2 years. Yet Linen interjected, I've prepared a surprise for you, let us go. Lan Yan's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and her curiosity piqued. She asked, what is it? Follow me, and you'll find out, Linen responded, leading her out of the cave and deeper into the Funyul Mountains. The night was dark, yet the stars shone brilliantly. Their steps quickened, and soon they arrived at a lofty peak where an abandoned pavilion stood. The roof had long since crumbled, leaving only a few pillars standing. Linen had tidied it up, so it didn't appear too dirty. Your surprise isn't just this dilapidated pavilion, is it? She remarked. This is not merely a broken pavilion, it is an observatory for stargazing. Look, seated here, can't you gaze directly at the stars? Lan Yan retorted, I could just rip the roof off my house to see the stars. Although she silently scoffed, she still took a seat opposite Linen. Linen had evidently prepared for this moment. On the stone table within the pavilion lay a copper pot, with charcoal simmering beneath it, releasing a delightful aroma. Linen lifted the lid, revealing a bubbling broth inside. What is this? She asked, having never encountered such a dish before. This is hot pot. You cook and eat simultaneously, give it a try, he encouraged, having already concealed the ingredients nearby. He presented an array of meats and vegetables, a cornucopia of options. Is this truly the surprise Linen had in store? Though its value was modest, Lan Yan felt he had put in some effort. She took a tentative sip, her expression shifting as the fragrant spiciness ignited her senses, an experience she had never encountered before. Her eyes sparkled, and Linen knew his plan had succeeded halfway. Food is paramount to the people, there is nothing that a good meal cannot resolve. If there is, then we simply have to order more, he quipped. With a pot in hand, it was only fitting to have some wine to accompany their feast. Linen produced fine wine he had specially procured from the town, filling Lan Yan's cup and his own. The flavors of the border town's liquor were average, yet Linen utilized his water magic to purify it, infusing it with floral essences, resulting in a fragrant and potent drink. However, he had added ice to the wine. Once chilled, it retained a refreshing aroma, going down smoothly without irritating the throat, yet with a potent kick. If a mere mortal were to consume it this way, they might easily succumb to alcohol poisoning. The combination of hot pot and chilled wine proved increasingly delightful. Lan Yan was utterly captivated by the culinary delights of humanity. With each bite of food and sip of wine, her spirits lifted, but upon noticing Linan's gaze upon her, she quickly composed herself. What are you staring at? Nothing much, just that you aren't as fearsome as I imagined, he replied. Oh? Are you looking down on me? She huffed. Don't underestimate me, I'm exceedingly formidable. If only she could transform into a dragon, she mused, she could easily shift into a fearsome beast and see if he would be frightened. After spending so many days together, we should consider ourselves friends, shouldn't we? Lin Nen said, pouring her more wine to foster camaraderie. Lan Yan, ever the proud one, countered, becoming friends with me is no easy feat. Oh, what are your stipulations? He probed. Truthfully, she had no specific demands as she possessed few friends. However, she could fabricate a condition. First, I must find you visually appealing. Do you find me appealing? He teased. You're passable, she replied nonchalantly. What else? Well, that will depend on my mood, she added, unable to conjure many standards on the spot, thus dismissing his inquiry with a haughty air. Lin Nen, undeterred, casually declared, no matter how you perceive it, in my heart, you are my friend, let us toast. Humph, a unilateral declaration is invalid, she retorted, yet she raised her cup to clink with his. Since we are friends, I shall give you the dragon sinew. As she spoke, Lin Nen produced the dragon sinew from his bosom and handed it over casually. Lan Yan, having just taken a sip of wine, was caught off guard by his words and immediately choked, coughing in distress. Are you serious? Upon seeing the dragon sinew extended toward her, she hesitated to accept it, fearing it was a prank. Noticing her apprehension, Lin Nen tossed it gently her way, prompting her to fumble and catch it. The dragon sinew was now in her possession. This was real. Lin Nen had actually returned it to her ahead of time. They had agreed on 2 years, and yet it had barely been a month. This holds little value for me, but for you, it is of utmost importance. Now that we are friends, it's better to return it sooner rather than later, lest I worry about losing it, Lin Nen stated, exhibiting remarkable integrity. Realizing that she had been scheming to ensure Lin Nen would have to return it in 2 years, Lan Yan felt a wave of shame wash over her. Little did she know, Lin Nen had already calculated countless scenarios in his mind regarding the early return of the sinew. First, he could no longer gain experience from her, rendering their 2-year agreement less valuable. Rather than waste 2 years, it was better to settle things early and have her owe him a favor. Secondly, he had glimpsed a secret through the eye of insight. Lan Yan's awakening seemed to conceal some mystery that he lacked the sufficient level to discern it fully, but it appeared to involve some complications. Therefore, it was prudent to maintain some distance from her. As for whether Lan Yan would turn against him upon receiving the dragon sinew, Lin Nen was not overly concerned. She did not strike him as particularly cunning. Even if she were, it mattered little. He had laced the wine with a potent sedative, a concoction he had refined and tested. Just a pinch was enough to incapacitate a bull. He had infused an entire jar with the substance. Should she become dazed, he would simply attribute it to the wine. Of course, it would be ideal if Lan Yan did not turn against him. Is this the surprise you spoke of? Lan Yan felt genuinely moved, blinking away tears that threatened to spill. She was unsure why, but despite her joy, her nose tingled with emotion. This is merely the return of what is rightfully yours. It hardly qualifies as a surprise. Nevertheless, since you've mentioned it, I suppose I shall reveal it ahead of time. Chapter 69. Are you testing the cadres with this? What Lin Nen presented was not a rare treasure, but rather a pair of cloth shoes, exquisitely crafted in blue satin adorned with golden embroidery. Observing that you had been barefoot for quite some time, I decided to purchase these shoes for you, hoping they would be to your liking. Lan Yan replied. She does not enjoy wearing shoes. The feeling of being confined is quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she accepted Lin Nen's heartfelt gesture. I shall descend the mountain tomorrow. What? Lan Yan was taken aback, caught off guard, and suddenly felt a surge of reluctance. Why must you leave? Did you not promise to accompany me for 2 years? I am going to find my wife, Lin Nen revealed with genuine emotion. I refrained from seeking her out earlier, fearing that my insufficient cultivation would only burden her, but now I believe I possess the strength to do so. Upon hearing Lin Nen's words, Lan Yan inexplicably felt a surge of unnameable anger, not knowing why, but she was simply displeased. You mistakenly believed yourself to be sufficiently powerful. To speak frankly, your level of strength is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. Currently, I possess merely 1/10 of the power I had in life, and despite my former might, I was still slain. The depths of this world are profound, and you are far from comprehending them. Although Lan Yan spoke the truth, she also intended to intimidate Lin Nen. Since her awakening, she had sensed a significant depletion of spiritual energy in the air. It was evident that present-day chi refiners were not as formidable as they once were. Furthermore, during her prime, she had been among the strongest in the mortal realm, capable of contending against an entire nation and countless cultivators. Had it not been for treachery, she would not have faced defeat. Lin Nen, however, was genuinely frightened. It is wise to be cautious in such a treacherous world, and thus, I must strive harder. I shall diligently cultivate and confront challenges, embodying the spirit of self-improvement. Moreover, I must maintain a low profile. Engaging in acts such as slaying officials should be avoided. Indeed, during my stroll down the mountain today, I witnessed numerous soldiers conducting searches. Speaking of the death of a certain official,
Linen dared not linger, primarily out of guilt, and departed after attending to his own matters. The recently deceased official was none other than the governor. I had underestimated the court's temperament. Nevertheless, caution aside, I must still descend the mountain. Thank you for the warning. I shall be more vigilant in the future. Linen raised his cup, and Lanyan begrudgingly clinked it before downing the contents in one gulp. Perhaps the effects of intoxication were beginning to take hold, as she no longer concealed her emotions. The paths of humans and spirits diverge. Your wife's choice to leave you is a boon for both of you. You are undeniably talented, with limitless potential ahead. Do not mislead yourself. This is my advice as a friend. Linan's talent is indeed remarkable. Had he lived in ancient times, he would have been considered an unparalleled genius, achieving golden core cultivation at such a young age, with the possibility of ascending to immortality in the future. However, the paths of spirits and humans are oppositional. Forcing a union will only lead to mutual harm. It is likely that your wife's departure stemmed from such concerns. Upon seeing the umbrella, Lanyan understood that it was precisely for this reason that she chose to leave. I comprehend the reasoning behind it all, Linen replied calmly. My desire to find her is driven by the wish to convey that I care not for future prospects, fortune, or misfortune. Having pledged our hearts together and established our vows, we must remain devoted to one another, honoring our promise until the end of our days. Linan's gaze was unwavering, his words resonating with conviction, causing Lanyan to momentarily lose her focus. Having been betrayed by her kin, she had assumed all humans were ungrateful, yet here was Linen, a man of profound loyalty and affection. She suddenly grasped why Linan's wife would leave behind her soulbound artifact. If she were in Linan's wife's position, treated with such profound affection, she too would likely make the same choice. Why do I feel so disoriented? Lanyan shook her head, feeling somewhat dazed. Linen recognized that the effects of the drug were taking hold. You have imbibed too much. Feeling lightheaded is to be expected. Allow me to escort you back. Lanyan nodded, her head swaying dangerously as she nearly stumbled. Linen swiftly moved to support her, expressing concern. Are you all right? But Lanyan had already succumbed to sleep, leaning against Linen, her breaths deep, and even this concentrated sedative was indeed potent. He had worried the drug might prove ineffective. Evidently, as long as the dosage is sufficient, there is little that cannot be subdued by it. Perhaps the alcohol played a part as well. Linen was unaware that the most crucial factor was that Lanyan had never encountered a sedative before. She remained oblivious to its nature and would have expelled it had she realized it was poison. She also had never consumed alcohol, believing this to be a normal occurrence. Seeing that Lanyan had succumbed to drowsiness, Linen lifted her into his arms. To his surprise, she was quite heavy. Despite her slender frame, she felt like a mountain. It was hard to fathom the density of her physique. Fortunately, Linen possessed considerable strength. He could easily lift a boulder taller than himself, so carrying Lanyan was no trouble at all. It seemed Lanyan retained some awareness, finding a comfortable position in Linan's embrace, resting her head against his chest and casually wrapping her arm around his neck. Linen mused. Is this a test of my resolve, a challenge to my vulnerabilities? Let it be known that vulnerability has transformed into a strength. One must consider that Lanyan's beauty is truly striking, her demeanor ethereal, her skin as white as snow. With such a stunning woman pressing so closely against him, exuding a delicate fragrance, it was impossible not to be affected. It is evident that a man who remains indifferent in such a situation is certainly not human. Alas, Linen was a man filled with vitality, and at this moment, he could only endure. After all, he had verified that Lanyan would not pose a threat to him. Henceforth, they could be considered friends, and he preferred to maintain control of his desires. My husband, hold me close. Linen felt a sudden wave of melancholy. So, she has a husband? Was this merely a fleeting dream? Yet, after the initial disappointment, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Am I holding someone else's wife? Cough, cough. A pure-hearted warrior rejects the allure of the bull-headed man. Linen began to rein in his thoughts, unwilling to entertain any fanciful notions. Unbeknownst to Linen, Lanyan was merely dreaming, envisioning herself as Linan's wife, cherishing their moments together in sweet intimacy. My husband. Lanyan nuzzled her head against his cheek, her voice sweet and innocent, stirring emotions within him. Oh, so you wish to provoke me? I shall endure. Yet, who would have thought that Lanyan possessed such a charming side? Indeed, the aloof goddess you perceive is not as frigid as you suppose. Linen felt no envy toward the man who claimed her. His own wife was equally delightful. Reflecting on Lu Qingning, Linen found his inner turmoil settling. He no longer allowed Lanyan's beauty to mesmerize him, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. After descending the mountain, how shall I search for Lu Qingning? The most effective approach would be to join the investigation team, but regrettably, his current identity might not be deemed respectable. Thus, he must seek alternative means to connect with the team and gather intelligence. Engrossed in his plans, Linen failed to notice that the person he sought was watching him from not far away. Chapter 70 of The Broad Path of Ghost Cultivation is Love's sister. Please remain calm, there must be a misunderstanding. Yan Yan quickly reassured Lu Qingning, who was radiating an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy. In truth, she harbored doubts about the scene before her being a mere misunderstanding, but she refrained from voicing this concern, fearing Lu Qingning might spiral into a frenzy.
Misunderstanding, look at them. How can you still say that?
Lu Qingning fumed, pointing angrily at Lin Yin and Lan Yan, who were disappearing into the distance, stamping her foot in frustration. Yan Yan couldn't help but mentally berate the situation. Who was it that initially suggested Lin Yin could find someone better after she left? Fine, she had indeed left, and Lin Yin had found someone quite admirable. So why was she so upset? Nevertheless, Yan Yan knew she had to offer comfort. She couldn't just stand by and watch her sister lose her composure. Although Lu Qingning's cultivation had increased, prolonged distress could lead to dire consequences. What we see may not reflect the truth.
We are unaware of the backstory. Perhaps this is indeed a misunderstanding. I believe brother-in-law wouldn't change his heart so quickly.
Yan Yan asserted with conviction. Seeing her unwavering faith in Lin Yin, Lu Qingning began to waver.
You make a fair point. Should we follow them to ascertain the truth?
Lu Qingning suggested. Yan Yan hastily interjected, No, sister, we mustn't get too close. We agreed to maintain our distance, remember? Previously, Lu Qingning had been hesitant about whether to ascend the mountain in search of someone. Who could have predicted she would stumble upon such a scene upon her arrival? Yan Yan dared not let her follow, fearing that the next sight might be even more shocking. There would be no way to cleanse the stain on their reputations.
Everyone is an adult.
We all understand the implications, Lu Qingning conceded. As she appeared to be calmed by Yan Yan's reasoning, the latter sighed in relief. Thankfully, when Lu Qingning's anger surged, her intelligence seemed to diminish, making her easier to placate. However, that relief evaporated within 3 seconds as Lu Qingning suddenly realized, wait, even if they had no prior relations, a man and a woman alone together is still perilous. We must investigate. Yan Yan countered, Sister, you know that being alone with a member of the opposite sex is dangerous. Why would you still want to go look? Wouldn't it be better to wait outside?
Sometimes, one must learn to feign ignorance. Yan Yan quickly intervened. Have you forgotten that brother-in-law possesses yin-yang eyes? If we approach, he will undoubtedly see us. Will you then have to flee again? Lu Qingning reminisced about that fateful night when she decided to part ways with Lin Yin. The heart-wrenching pain still lingered within her. Since their separation, she had regretted her decision every moment, yet she was aware that it had been the right choice. The paths of humans and ghosts diverged. Had Lin Yin been an ordinary man, her medical skills, without the intent to siphon his yang energy, could have ensured. However, with Lin Yin pursuing the path of cultivation, her presence would only hinder him. Coupled with the demands of the Ghost King sect, threats from the Yama Palace, and troubles brought by Zhang Yu, she had deliberated extensively before choosing to leave. Though her departure was justified, the emotional ties remained unbreakable, and now, if she were to reunite with Lin Yin, she wouldn't know how to face him. You are correct, that woman is indeed quite beautiful. If they were to be together, it might not be so bad, Lu Qingning conceded, hugging her knees and squatting down in a dejected manner. Enveloped in her own melancholy, the ghostly aura surrounding her intensified. Yan Yan remarked, ghosts are not solely fueled by anger. Any intense emotion can amplify their cultivation, yet, once a ghost becomes mired in emotion, they risk losing their sense of self.
Yan Yan felt a shiver run down her spine. The situation was increasingly challenging. Please, don't be angry, just try to cheer up. How could she possibly comfort her now? Just as Yan Yan was grappling with her own frustrations, she spotted Lin Yin emerging from a cave. Sister, look.
Brother-in-law is coming out.
Where?
Lu Qingning inquired eagerly.
Over there. Following Yan Yan's gaze, Lu Qingning saw Lin Yin emerge from the cave, carrying a knapsack, before returning to the stargazing pavilion and incinerating all its contents with fire magic. Without a backward glance, he proceeded down the mountain. Brother-in-law is leaving, he must not have any ties to that woman, Yan Yan quickly added, seizing the opportunity to bolster Lu Qingning's spirits. Even if there was a connection, she would insist there wasn't. Lu Qingning indeed perked up, her spirits rekindled. Why is he descending the mountain when it's so dangerous? Though his cultivation has significantly improved, the trouble we've stirred up is too great, Lu Qingning pondered, feeling a twinge of worry. She recalled the chaos caused by the assassination of an imperial envoy, prompting the court's swift retaliation, dispatching the Western army. Many lives had been lost, including the entire family of the county magistrate, as well as local gangs and various underworld factions. Reports indicated that the court, unable to identify the culprits, had executed all suspicious individuals, showcasing their brutality. Nearby bandits and robbers were not spared either. Survivors hinted at the possibility of supernatural involvement, leading the army to scour the surrounding mountains and forests. Countless creatures residing in the mountains suffered from this onslaught, falling victim to the bloodshed. The Ghost King sect, however, managed to escape unscathed. Thanks to their expertise in concealment, they were adept at assassination, as direct confrontation with the myriad forces capable of countering ghostly entities, martial artists, Taoist spells, Buddhist sutras, military ferocity, and bureaucratic fortune was far too perilous. Sister, did you not say the court's fortune has diminished significantly? We need not fear them any longer. We can afford to wait patiently, Yan Yan asserted, echoing Lu Qingning's observations. The court's grip was indeed weakening, and the constraints they posed were diminishing. Furthermore, news from the southern ghostly factions indicated that a White Lotus sorceress was conspiring to overthrow the court, severing its connection to the Dragon of Fortune. Turmoil was on the horizon. At that juncture, the Ghost King sect shall truly rise to prominence, Lu Qingning mused, shaking her head. When war breaks out, countless lost souls and vengeful spirits will roam the earth. In times of peace, I would prefer the Ghost King sect to remain in the shadows. Having spent 3 years alongside Linen, she understood well the desires of ordinary folk. Not the pursuit of great wealth or nobility, but the simple wish to live peacefully. Let us see where your brother-in-law intends to go. If danger looms, we shall alert him in advance. Lu Qingning's demeanor had evidently returned to normal, and her rapidly increasing cultivation remained unscathed. This swift transformation prompted Yan Yan to exclaim, "What a shortcut I've discovered! Perhaps I should find someone to fall in love with." Those in love experience such emotional highs and lows. One moment they may be on the brink of tears, and the next, laughter erupts from a mere misunderstanding. Is this not the very essence of the broad path of ghost cultivation? First, a surge of emotion leads to an explosive increase in cultivation, then, once calmed, their feelings stabilize, and their reasoning remains unwavering. The more she contemplated, the more convinced Yan Yan became that all she needed now was someone to love. Chapter 71 The Awakening. As Linen descended the mountain, he was acutely aware of an unsettling sensation, as though someone were observing him from behind. His cultivation had advanced, sharpening his senses considerably. Previously lost in his own world, he now tread carefully on the path down, his perception heightened. He felt the unmistakable weight of scrutiny upon him, yet, despite scanning his surroundings, he could not discern the source of this gaze. The dense forest, with its towering trees and jagged rocks, obscured his view, making it plausible that his watcher was concealed from sight, not necessarily invisible. However, if someone could see him, he should be able to spot them and return. His inability to locate the observer suggested they might be cleverly hiding from him. Continuing to survey the area, he noticed Yan Yan and Lu Qingning, who were crouched behind a tree, frozen in place. Ghosts could indeed become invisible, yet they resorted to mundane means to conceal their presence, wary of being discovered by Linen. Meanwhile, Lu Qingning extended her mental energy, keenly attuned to Linen's every movement. Observing his peculiar behavior, she surmised that he might have sensed something amiss. Thus, they remained even more vigilant. Suddenly, Linen bolted, his speed akin to that of a flash of lightning. By the time Lu Qingning registered his departure, he had vanished from the mountain path. "This brother-in-law is remarkably perceptive," Yan Yan remarked with an awkward smile. Lu Qingning, however, remained unfazed. She could still sense Linen's location, as he had brought an umbrella with him. "You follow him. I wish to investigate over there." She indicated towards a cave in Funyo Mountain. Upon hearing this, Yan Yan felt a chill run down her spine, her mind conjuring images of 2 women engaged in a hair-pulling brawl. "Sister, didn't we agree to keep a low profile? It seems unwise to approach brother-in-law's companion so recklessly, especially considering she appears inebriated and likely unfit for visitors." "There's no need for concern. I harbor no intention of conflict. I merely wish to observe her and understand the life they led before." Yan Yan responded, "Understood. It seems your desire for mischief persists." Deep down, Yan Yan felt uneasy about letting Lu Qingning venture alone. What if she stumbled upon something unsettling in Linen's vicinity? While being startled was one thing, having someone nearby to watch over her was paramount. Yan Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Without my sister, this family would surely fall apart. Your desire to go is understandable, but if you are discovered, she will undoubtedly mock us mercilessly. Who knows, she might even inform brother-in-law." Yan Yan delicately implored Lu Qingning to reconsider. After some contemplation, Lu Qingning acknowledged the validity of Yan Yan's concerns. Although Lan Yan was intoxicated, who could say whether she was feigning it? If Lu Qingning were to sneak in undetected, it might be acceptable, but encountering Lan Yan would indeed be inappropriate. "Forget it, let us depart. If fate allows, we may meet again." Lu Qingning dismissed the idea, as she, too, was reluctant to confront Lan Yan alone. Upon hearing this, Yan Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and they resumed their journey, trailing Linen's energy with greater caution. They dared not enter Linen's line of sight, nor allow him to glimpse theirs. They only needed to ascertain his general direction, ready to provide support should any unforeseen circumstances arise. At that moment, Lin Nen was like a startled bird, his natural disposition being one of caution rather than cowardice. Prior to his departure, Lan Yan had warned him about the perils of the cultivation world, and he took her words to heart. Not long after descending, he sensed an ominous presence looming, prompting him to flee in terror. Finally reaching a human settlement, he felt a measure of safety return, believing humans to be far less formidable than demons or spirits. Before entering the town, Lin Nen took a moment to alter his appearance, aging himself considerably. The once 18-year-old youth now appeared as a 38-year-old man with his life experiences. He maintained an unblemished demeanor, needing only a touch of makeup to complete the transformation. His preparations proved fruitful, as he soon spotted his own wanted poster on the town's notice board. Strangely, the likeness was quite accurate. He recognized himself at first glance. His list of crimes had expanded from merely humiliating a respectable family and murder to include the killing of a governor and robbery of the wealthy. Is it truly so easy for my disguise to be uncovered? Lin Nen mused, acknowledging the competence of the authorities. This was a revelation neither Lin Nen nor Lu Qingning had anticipated. He believed he had successfully concealed himself, while she thought eliminating the informed was sufficient. Without witnesses or physical evidence, Lin Nen was still deemed guilty. Ironically, these were indeed his transgressions, leading him to overlook the fact that he had been wronged. Wait, Lu Qingning killed an imperial envoy, how audacious of her. Lin Nen pondered. It was only at this juncture that he realized the court had stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. Unable to find the true culprit, they sought a scapegoat. The newly appointed investigator immediately identified Lin Nen as the perfect candidate for the role. With his martial prowess and a ghostly spouse, he was an ideal choice. For the court, the truth was irrelevant, only a plausible narrative mattered. Lin Nen found the earlier assertions believable, yet the latter struck him as particularly credible. So, she's been secretly watching over me? Aware of the envoy's intentions towards me, she preemptively eliminated him? This thought stirred a mix of gratitude and concern within him. Now that he had embarked on his path, he understood the precarious existence of spirits. To kill an official, especially an envoy, carried significant repercussions. Initially, he believed his actions against the governor had summoned the officials, only to discover it was the envoy who had perished. One could only conclude that the couple was indeed a match made in heaven, each braver than the last. Baishan Prefecture had become a place fraught with danger, unsuitable for prolonged stay. If she were also watching over him from the shadows, it was likely she would soon depart. With this realization, Lin Nen reached a decision: he must leave Baishan Prefecture. During this period of heightened scrutiny, he deemed it prudent to seek refuge elsewhere. Moreover, the presence of Lan Yan, a figure with potentially unknown connections, rendered this location decidedly hazardous. Thus, he resolved to depart Baishan Prefecture. Lin Nen procured some travel supplies and set forth along the official road. Traveling to distant lands necessitated permits, but Lin Nen was unconcerned. He could easily scale a wall if needed. However, traversing the ancient world was no simple feat, relying heavily on vague maps, often covering dozens of miles without a soul in sight. While Lin Nen could accelerate his flight, he refrained from revealing his extraordinary abilities, mindful of the attention Baishan Prefecture was currently attracting. Having learned to contain his aura, thanks to the 3 elixirs he possessed, he could minimize his energy output significantly. Furthermore, his breathing technique had reached a harmonious state, resembling that of an ordinary person. To the casual observer, he appeared merely as a rugged warrior. After 2 days of travel, Lan Yan finally awoke in the cave. Chapter 72: The Lethal Self-Strategy. It seemed as though she had slept for an eternity. The dosage of the tranquilizer administered by Lin Nen had been rather potent, catching the unsuspecting Lan Yan completely off guard. However, upon awakening, Lan Yan felt an unexpected sense of comfort. In her inebriated state, she had managed to forget the agonies of her past, and even indulged in a delightful dream. Yet, as the memories began to resurface, embarrassment washed over her. In her dream, she and Lin Nen were a blissfully married couple, basking in each other's affection day after day. Of course, the dream took a darker turn, where she encountered a figure who sought to tear them apart, declaring that Lin Nen was a prodigy destined to ascend to immortality, while she was a demon, 2 beings of fundamentally different paths who must be separated. Lin Nen, however, fought valiantly for her, ultimately suffering imprisonment, while she, in a desperate bid to rescue him, unleashed a torrent of violence, incurring divine retribution. Lin Nen redeemed her sins with his lifetime of merit, yet he too was bound to descend into the abyss. Within the dream, there existed both sweetness and agony. The more torment she experienced, the deeper she sank into its allure, unable to extricate herself, such as the enchantment of suffering. And then, she awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately recognized that it had all been but a dream. Recalling the tender moments, a flush of shyness enveloped her, tempered by a flicker of joy. Yet, the subsequent reflections brought little more than indifference, as the chaotic logic of her dream rendered certain events implausible.
Firstly, her power, once she fused with the dragon tendons, would render her unstoppable unless a celestial being intervened. Furthermore, the notion that she could incur divine wrath for slaying countless foes was laughable. Her acts of vengeance were merely a reckoning for the debts humanity owed her. What captivated her was the unwavering love she felt in the face of despair, a feeling that left her entranced. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Lan Yan found herself in disbelief. It was merely a reflection of her inexperience with human emotions, having lived for so long without ever truly understanding love. Previously, she had regarded humanity with the same detached fondness one might reserve for a pet cat or dog, finding them adorably small but never truly yearning for a deeper connection. Now, having briefly assumed a human form and interacted with others, hearing Lin Nan's tale of devotion and sacrifice, she had immersed herself too deeply in her dream. Yet, often, love is born from misunderstanding. As she began to believe she held a special affection for Lin Nan, her focus on him intensified, deepening her feelings in turn. Thus, the so-called love was ultimately a self-deception. Lan Yan remained oblivious to this truth. All she felt was a flutter of anxiety mingled with a tinge of shame. Abruptly, her gaze fell upon the dragon tendons beside her, accompanied by a letter. Dear Miss Lan, as I embark on my journey, I wish to convey a few heartfelt words that are more suited to ink than to face-to-face discourse. I implore you to ponder them carefully. I recall your recounting of past adversaries, your visage marked by rage and sorrow. I am unaware of the reasons behind your sentiments, nor do I urge you to lay down your weapons, for your earnest heart reveals you are no villain. The cycle of vengeance and retribution is but human nature. However, should the lines between friend and foe remain blurred, I beseech you to prioritize your own well-being and to proceed with caution. Additionally, I have a rather delicate request. Among humanity, there exist both malefactors and virtuous souls. I hope you will refrain from harming the innocent. Though my words are few, I trust you can sense my sincerity. Yours sincerely, Lin Nan. The brevity of the note did little to diminish the weight of Lin Nan's earnestness. Was he truly concerned for her? Having just awakened, the emotions from her dream lingered. The sorrow stemmed from his departure, while the joy blossomed from his concern for her. Indeed, Lin Nan had interceded on her behalf, but not for the sake of the celestial or the imperial, rather for the greater good of humanity. It was true that among humanity, there existed both good and evil. Those who had initially turned against her were but a faction, not the entirety. More remarkable still was Lin Nan's ability to see beyond her fearsome exterior, recognizing her as no malevolent being despite her reputation for destruction. Ultimately, he understood her, and rather than urging her to renounce her vengeance, he acknowledged it as a natural human response. Lan Yan felt a warmth blossom in her heart. Glancing at the dragon tendons and the shoes Lin Nan had gifted her, a sweet smile graced her lips. Alas, such a beautiful moment would remain unseen by him. Since you have earnestly requested my favor, I shall grant it. I will indeed take lives, but as Lin Nan advised, I shall spare those who are virtuous. Having made her decision, Lan Yan began the process of merging with the dragon tendons. The severed tendons fused swiftly, melding into one and entering her body. With this, she had acquired all the essential components: the dragon pearl, the dragon horn, the dragon scales, and the dragon tendons. In an instant, she transformed into a colossal ice blue dragon, stretching 100 feet in length, with twin horns adorning her fearsome visage. She coiled within her cavern. Letting out a thunderous roar, she shook the very heavens, and in an instant, torrential rain began to fall across the entire White Mountain prefecture. Soaring into the sky, she reveled in the exhilaration of flight. After a considerable time, weariness began to set in, prompting her return to the cave. However, upon catching sight of her reflection in the crystalline ice, she suddenly perceived that her draconic form appeared somewhat fearsome, not quite aligning with human aesthetic sensibilities. In truth, her human form was far more beautiful. In the past, she would have never entertained such thoughts. With a radiant flash, the blue dragon vanished, and she re-emerged as a stunning maiden clad in a flowing blue gown. Ah, how could I have forgotten? I promised to gift the dragon horn to Lin Nan. I must seek him out. Joy surged within Lan Yan as she realized she now had a legitimate reason to find Lin Nan. She was not one to break promises. Having vowed to present him with the horn, she would never covet his treasures. Before departing, however, she made a few adjustments to her attire. If she was to wear shoes, her gown must be longer, complemented by stockings. After her meticulous preparations, she summoned an ice mirror and beheld her reflection, serene and elegant, yet exuding an air of cool nobility. Finally satisfied, she stepped out. Meanwhile, Lin Nan had reached the outskirts of White Mountain Prefecture. Just as he was about to leave its borders, a sudden torrential downpour ensued. The rain fell so heavily that his horse refused to move. With no other option, Lin Nan spotted an abandoned mountain shrine nearby and led his horse inside. He harbored no fear of ghosts within the shrine, rather, he feared the absence of any otherworldly entities. Remarkably, he had encountered not a single bandit along his journey. Can you believe it? The advancing army had obliterated the outlaws along the route. Though the shrine was dilapidated and leaked in places, it offered enough dry space to provide some relief from the storm.
"Pardon my intrusion," Linen said, bowing slightly to the clay effigy of the mountain deity, a gesture of courtesy befitting a guest. Seizing the opportunity while alone, he hastily gathered some dry twigs and kindled a fire. He was not particularly susceptible to the cold, but his horse was, and he couldn't bear the thought of the creature's suffering after having accompanied him thus far. In weather like this, a soaking would be unbearable. Just as Linen's fire began to crackle, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Chapter 73, The Stormy Mountain God Temple. After a cacophony of noise, a group of individuals burst into the mountain god temple. Among them were an elderly man, an elderly woman, two middle-aged men, one cradling a bundle while leading a little girl, and the other holding an infant. They appeared to be a family, though no young women were in sight, and they looked somewhat disheveled. Upon entering the temple, they cast a glance at Linen, who bore a fearsome expression that suggested he was not to be trifled with, prompting them to instinctively steer clear of him. The elderly man, stooped and weary, offered a polite apology for the intrusion, to which Linen merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. "You go gather some firewood, and take this for me," one of the men instructed, while addressing the little girl. "Come here and rest." The man with the burden set it down and ventured into the downpour in search of firewood, though he was bound to return empty-handed. The rain was so heavy that finding dry kindling was nearly impossible. To their dismay, after a considerable time, he had yet to return, and meanwhile, the infant in the other man's arms began to wail incessantly, filling the temple with an uproar. "This is troubling. Dabao may catch a chill. Where is the second son?" the elderly woman fretted, holding the baby anxiously. The child was frail, having been soaked by the rain, and she feared that if he caught a cold, he might not survive. Despite Linen's intimidating demeanor, they cautiously approached him. The elderly man beseeched, "Brave warrior, my grandchild has been drenched in the rain, he may fall ill. Might I trouble you to allow us to warm ourselves by the fire?" Linen was not devoid of compassion. Upon witnessing others in distress, he was inclined to extend a helping hand. "Make yourselves at home," he replied. The elderly man was elated and quickly urged his youngest son to bring the grandchild over, as the family huddled on the opposite side of the fire, wary of encroaching closer to Linen. At that moment, another set of footsteps echoed from outside. They assumed it was their son returning, only to be met by a woman clad in black. Linen raised an eyebrow. He recognized her. It was the same woman who had pursued him after he had slain Jianyu. However, she appeared to be in a rather disheveled state, her countenance marred by misfortune. Su Xinyun stepped into the mountain god temple, casting a cursory glance before her gaze fixated on Linen's face. She had never held a fondness for such roguish figures, who often embodied the source of turmoil. Yet, as she was no longer in official capacity, she could not afford to maintain an aloof demeanor, and thus she clasped her hands and asked, "May I borrow a flame?" Maintaining her cold demeanor, Linen, wishing to avoid any trouble, replied indifferently, "Help yourself." Su Xinyun then found a vacant spot and settled by the fire. The temple once again fell silent, but Su Xinyun was not one to remain idle. Undeterred by Linen's imposing presence, she turned her attention to the family beside her and inquired, "Old sir, are you traveling as a family?" In these times, it was uncommon to bring children along on journeys, and to do so implied abandoning one's home. Although Su Xinyun was no longer in service, her instincts compelled her to inquire when faced with unusual circumstances. The elderly man seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, merely muttering, "Yes, yes." "Why would one leave home under good circumstances?" Su Xinyun continued, curiosity piqued. To her surprise, her simple question elicited tears from the elderly woman, while the little girl slowly began to weep as well. The man covered his face, and the elderly man sighed in resignation. Su Xinyun had not anticipated that her casual inquiry would provoke such sorrow. Leaving her momentarily flustered, Linen shot a glance at the foolish woman. "Surely you understand that ordinary folk do not embark on journeys without cause. Thus, it is reasonable to deduce that they have encountered some calamity. Moreover, with only male members and children present, yet no women, it was evident that something dire had transpired. Do not cry. If you have grievances to share, please confide in me, perhaps I may be of assistance," Linen offered. Recognizing Su Xinyun's genuine disposition, they discerned her goodwill. The elderly man sighed again, saying, "This matter is quite lengthy to recount." Within the sanctum of the mountain god temple, the elderly man began to narrate his family's tale. Once, this elderly family had 3 sons and a daughter, all diligent and frugal, leading to a prosperous life. The daughter had married off a few years prior, while the eldest and second sons had also taken wives. In such an era, this family was considered fortunate. However, in recent times, a great army swept through, ravaging the lands. When the soldiers passed through their village, a band of troops seized upon his second daughter-in-law, who was young and beautiful. At that moment, only a few children and a pregnant daughter-in-law remained at home, as the rest were out working. Neither of the daughters-in-law could escape their fate, and the eldest grandson was slain amidst the chaos, leaving only the granddaughter and the infant in swaddling clothes unscathed. When the eldest son returned home to find his wife and child lost, he was consumed by rage and chased after the assailants with a kitchen knife, ultimately returning only with his lifeless body. They could not accept this injustice and sought to report the matter to the authorities, but were met with repeated warnings. Unable to remain in their village, they were forced to seek refuge with their eldest daughter. The elderly man, wishing to settle his children before embarking on a petition to the capital, claimed they were merely visiting relatives, perhaps seeing Su Xinyan as an upstanding individual. They even divulged this detail. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyan was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "These damned soldiers and bandits deserve to be punished." She struck the ground with her fist, leaving an imprint upon the earth. While this woman may have been somewhat foolish, she indeed possessed a righteous spirit. Linen felt a surge of anger as well. He had long heard that bandits were ruthless and soldiers merciless, yet he had not anticipated such brazen cruelty.
It's all Linen's fault. If he hadn't attracted the soldiers and bandits, our family would not have been shattered. Linen protested, "Wait, I was just feeling sympathy for you. Why am I being berated now? What does this have to do with me?"
He felt wronged.
Su Xinyan furrowed her brow. As an official, she possessed a broader understanding of the situation. She knew well that Linen was merely an innocent victim of circumstances. He had committed no wrongdoing. He simply had a ghostly queen as a spouse. Was it not the ghostly queen that wrought havoc, and why did she do so? Was it not due to the misdeeds of the privileged? At times, she even believed the ghostly queen's retribution was justified, yet, as a former inspector of Baishan Prefecture, she could not openly endorse such actions, although emotionally, she found herself in agreement. The accusations levied against Linen were purely fabricated. There were no witnesses, no evidence, and thus the blame fell squarely upon him. Therefore, Su Xinyan found herself defending Linen, stating, "The true culprits are those soldiers and bandits. You cannot hold Linen accountable. Furthermore, how do you know that Linen is not the victim of false accusations? Justice has its rightful place. Do not misplace your ire." Linen mused, "So this foolish woman is actually a good person? What a pity. Criminals are often more aware than anyone else that they are not wronged." The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Initially, the elderly family sought solace in Su Xinyan's sympathy, yet her inability to condone their animosity towards Linen created a palpable tension. Fortunately, at that moment, another set of footsteps broke the stifling silence. It was the second son returning from his quest for firewood. However, upon seeing him, both Linen and Su Xinyan's expressions subtly shifted. Chapter 74. A misfortune seeks the afflicted second son. Where is the firewood you collected? The old man inquired, noticing his son returning empty-handed after a prolonged absence. However, the man wore a countenance of joy as he replied, "Father, I did go to gather firewood, but all the nearby kindling was damp, so I ventured a bit farther. To my astonishment, I discovered a magnificent Lingji mushroom on the cliffside." The second son gestured animatedly, brimming with delight, "Father, if we harvest it and sell it, our children's future will be secure." Judging by his gestures, if genuine, the mushroom could indeed be quite valuable. Yet, Linen discerned that the second son was no longer human. He was a malevolent spirit. A ghost, easily vanquished with but a breath. According to legend, those slain by tigers transform into their vengeful spirits, luring humans to feed the beasts. This gave rise to the idiom, "to be a ghost for the tiger." This time, Linen witnessed the truth of it. However, this particular spirit was of a lowly rank, capable only of deceiving mere mortals, as evidenced by Linen and Su Xinyan's immediate recognition of its true nature. Su Xinyan regarded the family with an added glimmer of sympathy. Misfortune tends to target the unfortunate. Had this family not been driven to desperation, they would not have ventured into the wilderness, nor would they have fallen prey to wild beasts. It was indeed tragic that the elderly man had already lost one son and now faced the death of another. Su Xinyan felt deep pity, yet the family cast worried glances at her and Linen, their expressions tinged with suspicion. The old man regarded his second son with reproach, as if to say, "Are you a fool? Why declare such matters aloud? When one is away from home, it is wise to conceal one's wealth, let alone a treasure like this unclaimed herb." If Linen were to forcibly seize it, what could they do? As for the ghost, it mattered little to it whom it ensnared, be it a martial artist or a mere mortal. A fierce tiger would easily overpower them. There was no tale of a Wusong slaying a tiger here. Any ordinary warrior would falter before such a beast, much less one that could control a vengeful spirit. At that moment, Linen remained motionless, while Su Xinyan unsheathed her sword, pointing it directly at the second son. The onlookers gasped in shock, instinctively shielding him, and the old man hastily implored, "Miss, please do not resort to violence. We do not want the Lingji. You may take it for yourselves." The old man was astute, not swayed by greed, understanding that it was natural to be wary of others, yet in the face of swords, he grasped the need for prudence. Su Xinyan shook her head, her tone grave, "There is no Lingji. What I see is a malicious ghost disguised as your son. He is no longer human." "What?" Her words struck like lightning, leaving the family pale with fear.
The second son, revealed as a spirit, promptly fled to Lin and casually picked up a burning twig and hurled it, resulting in a blood-curdling scream, leaving only a human skin behind on the ground, and Linen gained a modicum of experience. Very well, the spirit's rank was too low, yielding only a paltry amount of experience, but it was better than nothing. With the grotesque remnant of skin left at the entrance, the old man's family could no longer doubt Su Xinyun's claims. This skin belonged to the second son. Given his ragged appearance, one could easily surmise the manner of his demise. A grief enveloped the family, casting a somber shadow over the shrine. Su Xinyun, unable to bear the sight, stepped outside for fresh air, allowing the rain to wash over her and extinguish the fire of her indignation. Meanwhile, Linen took up his blade and ventured out. There were malevolent creatures afoot, and it was an opportune moment to gain some experience.
What are you planning to do? Slay the tiger. You truly are a valiant hero.
Su Xinyun despised the lawless individuals of the martial world but held respect for those with genuine skill. Linan's declaration sparked in her a desire to join the hunt. You may find it difficult to handle the tiger alone, I shall accompany you. Her straightforwardness was refreshing. Linan dismissed her with indifference, focusing instead on the scent of blood he had detected earlier, beginning his search for the beast. This auxiliary skill was truly remarkable. As long as the demon left behind a scent or trace within his perceivable range, his eyes and nose could track its movements. Unfortunately, this was ineffective against ghosts, which left no scent or tracks. The heavy rain diluted the scents, yet Linan still managed to pinpoint the fragmented trail. He stepped into the downpour, confidently locking onto the direction.
Do you know where the tiger is? We shall follow the path the spirit indicated toward the Lingji. We are bound to encounter it.
Su Xinyun finally grasped the logic, feeling somewhat foolish for not having thought of it sooner, and thus offered Linen a compliment. You are truly clever.
Is that to imply I am less than ordinary? Bah! Do you understand the significance of a woman excelling in the civil examinations?
This examination was not the imperial one, but an internal test among Confucian scholars, yet there were many scholars in the world, and those well-versed in the classics could access knowledge of a different realm. Only the common folk are made fools. The learned are exempt. Su Xinyun gritted her teeth in frustration, unable to refute his words. She had not thought of it, but she did not consider herself foolish. She simply had not given it proper thought. Had she been more contemplative, she too would have arrived at the conclusion. Thus, the two ventured into the mountains through the rain, their pace swift, and soon arrived at the cliff the second son had mentioned. The nearby hills were not high. The so-called cliff had a mere drop of 7 to 8 meters, posing no real danger. Below, a magnificent striped tiger lay with its mouth agape, waiting for someone to leap down and feed it. What an extraordinarily lazy tiger! Without hesitation, Linen leaped down, causing Su Xinyun to gasp in astonishment. Lacking Linan's prowess, she initially saw only the large Lingji, yet she quickly realized that it was likely an illusion. Then, summoning her righteous spirit, she pierced through the mirage. Her reaction was quick. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Linen had already jumped. She initially thought he had been bewitched by the Lingji and was about to intervene, only to witness Linan's blade plunge straight into the tiger's maw, piercing deep into its throat. The tiger coughed blood and succumbed in mere moments. Such a method of slaying tigers preserves the pelt intact. Su Xinyun exclaimed, "Wait, I was unaware of your prowess before I arrived." Linen had not employed any true energy or spirit, relying solely on his martial skill. His strikes were precise, and his strength tremendous. What followed was even more astonishing. He hoisted the tiger's carcass and tossed it upwards, a height of 7 to 8 meters. How immense must his strength be to achieve such a feat? I could certainly use someone like you in my supervisory office. Wait, I believe I've resigned from my position. Chapter 75. A contest with the long serpent. Su Xinyun was no longer an official. Given the significant upheaval in Baishan Prefecture, her fate was undoubtedly grim. Her position had been stripped entirely. She was initially to be dismissed from the supervision department, yet she insisted on remaining, thus securing a role as a mere inspector. Transitioning from an official to a subordinate, she now occupied the lowest rank within the supervision department, her treatment akin to that of an extrajudicial personnel, no longer recognized as a government official. Consequently, she lacked the authority to recruit subordinates. Reflecting on this, Su Xinyun's expression swiftly morphed from one of amusement to one of dismay. As Linen ascended from the small cliff below, he observed her glum demeanor. What's wrong? Is she on her period? Never mind, I can't be bothered with her. Linen continued to play the part of the aloof, rugged man, preparing to depart with the large tiger he had captured. This tiger was a treasure trove of resources, and Linen's actions were in keeping with his persona. Moreover, the tiger bone wine was known to enhance vitality. Though he could rely on leveling up to bolster his status, accruing experience at the subsequent levels would prove exceedingly arduous, thus he needed to supplement himself in other ways. This valiant warrior, Su Xinyun pondered, ultimately resolved to recruit Lin. In these tumultuous times, there existed many malevolent beings, and the common folk in various regions often fell victim to their malevolence, with sinister forces scheming for wealth and lives. Relying solely on the supervision department was insufficient to manage the chaos. She was acutely aware of her colleagues' tendencies. They excelled at glossing over the truth, ensuring that as long as no major incidents occurred in the public eye, everything could be swept under the rug. She merely wished to exert her efforts for the betterment of the populace. She had formulated a plan. Although she lacked the authority to recruit subordinates, she could hire Lin, even if it meant allocating her own salary to him. "What say you? I perceive your extraordinary valor. Would you be willing to serve the nation? I would not your rejection so unequivocal," Su Xinyun hastily interjected. "Have you heard of the supervision department? I can offer you a position as an inspector. This, Linan's interest was piqued. Was this the universe aligning with his desires? He, too, wished to integrate into this bureaucratic structure, not only to gather intelligence on the supernatural but also to utilize the government's framework to conceal himself and pursue Lu Qingning's whereabouts. However, since she was so eager, he felt compelled to negotiate a bit. Inspector, what does that entail? What are the benefits? Inspectors are tasked with vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits. Take this tiger you have slain. It is evidently no ordinary creature. A typical wild tiger cannot grow to such a size, nor can it wield illusionary arts. Your ability to effortlessly dispatch this demon tiger indicates your aptitude for exterminating evil. By joining the supervision department, you can learn the arts of demon slaying, enhancing your prowess further. Moreover, members of the supervision department do not bow to officials, and authorities lack the power to investigate us. For each completed mission, there are substantial rewards. This proposition sounded rather enticing, and Lin considered giving it a try. Su Xinyun's face brightened with joy. Although she fretted over how to support Lin in the future, at least she had successfully secured a talented individual. "By the way, I am Su Xinyun. May I ask your name?" "Valiant sir, I am Zhang San." Lin fabricated a name, fitting for someone in hiding. "Where does brother Zhang reside?" "I dwell wherever the winds take me." Individuals of such ambiguous origins were typically not welcomed by the supervision department. However, Su Xinyun was intent on cultivating Lin as an extrajudicial member, so she paid little mind to these details. "I am set to take office in Hong County. Since you have no fixed abode, would you accompany me?" Just as Lin was about to agree, a foul wind suddenly swept through the area. Carnivorous beasts were prowling nearby. Unbeknownst to them, the heavy rain had ceased, a thin mist enveloped the mountains, and amidst the fog, rustling noises could be heard. Su Xinyun quickly drew her treasured sword, realizing that other demons lurked in the mountains. The presence of two demons in one mountain was improbable. The stench of blood, the wispy fog, the ominous forest, and the eerie sounds were altogether terrifying. "You may not get the chance to serve in Hong County." A chilling, ethereal voice resonated from all directions, the echoes obscuring its origin. Yet, this posed little challenge for Lin, whose hearing had reached near mystical levels. He could immediately trace the sound's trajectory. Even as the sound waves twisted and turned, he quickly pinpointed the source of the spectral mischief. Drawing the bow from his back, he nocked an arrow and released it with a swift whoosh. A distant scream pierced the air, and Su Xinyun realized that Lin had indeed hit his mark. This wild warrior was truly formidable. Lin could hardly believe it. The individual he initially perceived as flamboyant was unexpectedly competent. "Killed him." Red scale, a roar emerged from the mist, and Lin witnessed the fog shift ominously. The air stirred, causing the mist to swirl. Soon, a massive red serpent slithered forth from the haze. Its girth was akin to that of a pillar, its upper body reared high, and rather than launching a surprise attack, it loomed menacingly 10 paces away. What in the world? Lin's hand trembled as he prepared to strike. Was he facing a brother of the Traversers? This creature, known as the Measuring Man Serpent, possessed extraordinary abilities, born of dark sorcery by the elder Su Shou of the White Lotus sect, having consumed hundreds of young boys and girls to grow robust. The Measuring Man Serpent, towering over humans, thrived on competition. If victorious, it would devour its foe, but if defeated, it would languish in despair. Su Xinyun quickly grasped the situation. This was indeed a Measuring Man Serpent nurtured by the sin. Should they fail to respond or be bested, they would face its wrath. Raising her sword high, she shouted, "I am superior." "By the heavens," Lin exclaimed, "this serpent has a heavy accent. It leaves me speechless." While Lin made his quips, Su Xinyun was in a panic. She raised her sword, but it paled in comparison to the serpent before her. Was this not a certain death? Casting a sideways glance at Lin, her eyes suddenly lit up. She circled behind him, attempting to climb onto his shoulder. Coincidentally, Lin moved as well, executing a swift and decisive strike, a single blow that fused spirit and energy, precisely as the prompt indicated, breaking through the serpent's defenses. The Measuring Man Serpent, having risen too high, was cleaved in two by Lin's sword energy, thrashing violently on the ground. It's still boasting. Upon defeating the serpent, Lin turned to Su Xinyun. He had no intention of allowing her to take advantage of him. This intervention felt akin to her wanting him to bear her burdens. What do you intend to do? Su Xinyan, flustered, explained. She merely wished to survive, yet now she faces social disgrace. Blushing fiercely, she dismounted from Lin En's back and shouted at the measuring man serpent, I am superior. This time, the serpent was truly outmatched, succumbing to its own fury and collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Lin En couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was she truly taking advantage of a disabled old serpent? Chapter 76. Someone volunteered to help me set up a trap. In truth, the serpent had already succumbed by the time the measuring serpent offered its counsel, as Lin En had severed its lifeline. However, serpents possess a peculiar resilience. Even in death, their bodies may still writhe, and the head retains a semblance of awareness. To Lin En's surprise, the serpent's corporeal demise was not the end, for its spirit was to endure further torment at the hands of Su Xinyan. Such cruelty, to take a life and then to torment the soul, infuriating. How dare you slay my beloved pet? An enraged roar echoed through the mist, presumably from the flustered Xueshou. Lin En did not indulge him, drawing his bow but refraining from loosing an arrow. He listened intently, assessing Xueshou's movements. Having been previously deceived, Xueshou hesitated to make a sound, resulting in a tense stalemate. Xueshou was an evil practitioner of the White Lotus sect, infamous for its rebellious nature. Although they rebelled, their motives were far from altruistic. They sought to amass followers and propagate their nefarious doctrines, earning a notorious reputation across the land. Xueshou sought trouble with Su Xinyan because he had been relentlessly pursued by her while propagating his teachings in Baishan Prefecture, where she had dismantled all of the White Lotus sect's temples. He harbored a deep-seated grudge but recognized that he was no match for Su Xinyan, who still held an official position now. Having cultivated a divine beast and with Su Xinyan stripped of her title, he believed it was a fortuitous opportunity to ensnare her in his web of deception using a monstrous tiger. He had anticipated a near-certain victory today, only to be interrupted by an unexpected fool who relentlessly attacked him. As a practitioner of the left-hand path, all his skills lay within the realm of evil, and in a true confrontation, he was uncertain he could withstand both adversaries. All he desired was to flee, yet Lin En's unwavering gaze paralyzed him with fear. Unbeknownst to Xueshou, two female specters had been observing him intently from the shadows. Liu Qingning ground her teeth in frustration. Had it not been for this evil practitioner, Su Xinyan would never have climbed onto Lin En's back. Su Xinyan, too shameless for her own good, would have received a lesson had it not been for her desperate desire to survive. For now, she would focus on dealing with Xueshou. With a snap of her fingers, a branch near Xueshou splintered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xueshou prepared himself as Lin En's arrow was already hurtling toward him. He narrowly evaded the projectile, but before he could revel in his luck, a fierce gust of wind announced Lin En's approach. Typically, Lin En would initiate with a long-range test attack, but after marking his enemy as weak, he was ready to engage in close combat. Upon confronting Xueshou, Lin En noted his diminutive stature, only a meter tall. He hardly appeared formidable. "Spare me, great hero," were Xueshou's final words. Before he could unleash the poison concealed in his sleeve, Lin En's blade cleaved through him. Lin En had never been one to dally with adversaries. His strike was swift, leaving Xueshou no opportunity to retaliate. This exemplified the adage of overwhelming strength, wherein, as long as he remained vigilant, his opponent would never land a blow. True combat rarely extended beyond a few exchanges. More often than not, one decisive strike concluded the encounter. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a one-sided slaughter. Lin En chose not to linger over the fallen body but instead scanned his surroundings. His keen hearing confirmed that Xueshou had not moved, yet a nearby branch had snapped. It was evident someone had aided him from the shadows. Who else could it be but his wife? However, he could not discern where she was hiding, so he arbitrarily selected a direction and shot an arrow with a note attached. This was a precaution he had prepared upon realizing he was being followed. In that moment of clarity, he had surmised who might be tailing him. Though not certain, he had readied himself for such an eventuality. Just then, Su Xinyan caught up to him. Previously, they had been evenly matched, but now he could effortlessly defeat her, an impressive improvement within the span of less than half a month. Such was the benefit of leveling up. "Have you slain him so swiftly?" Su Xinyan's attention was soon drawn to Xueshou's corpse, and upon recognizing him, she exclaimed, "The ground monkey Xueshou. We have indeed eliminated a significant figure. Is he truly formidable? His title seems rather unimpressive. Why not call him the ground chicken instead? At least that sounds more appetizing." While he may not have been exceptionally powerful, his brother-in-law was the deputy leader of the White Lotus sect. For years, Xueshou had relied on his brother-in-law's protection to run amok, with only Su Xinyan daring to confront him in Baishan Prefecture. Regrettably, he had managed to escape due to a protective talisman he possessed. Does this mean that by slaying Xueshou, those from the White Lotus sect will come seeking revenge? Su Xinyan pondered, her expression growing grave. Indeed, I had not considered that.
However, do not fear, you may place the blame on me, let them come after me, I shall not be intimidated, after all, righteousness will always prevail over evil. This woman, though lacking in strength, bore an audacious spirit. Since you have expressed such sentiments, let it be so. Linen too desired a steady. Linen understood then that she was rather juvenile in her fervor, perhaps even a youthful romantic, yet, she seemed more a maiden than a mature woman, thus, she could be regarded as a deluded old virgin, Su Bufu. Let us take our leave after leaving your mark. Wait, allow me to erase your footprints. Ah, you possess no footprints? Su Xinyun was genuinely astonished, beginning to comprehend the prowess of a master in martial arts. She had heard tales of the mightiest practitioners, capable of rivaling celestial beings through their supreme martial arts. She had once thought her master was merely boasting, yet she recognized the advantages of martial prowess at lower realms and had endeavored to learn a few techniques herself. Especially for someone like her, a scholar who cultivated an aura of righteousness to dispel all forms of evil, and then employed profound martial skills to vanquish her foes. Now, she stood before a martial artist whose prowess surpassed her own, and her admiration was genuine. Linen moved with such swiftness, leaving no trace. This was undoubtedly the hallmark of a master who balanced softness and strength. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Thus, on their return journey, she cheerfully assisted Linen with the aftermath. Once they had departed, Lu Qingning picked up Linen's arrow and discovered the note he had sent, which contained but 4 simple words: take care of yourself. Cradling the 4 characters, Lu Qingning couldn't help but smile, her tears flowing freely. This bittersweet moment caused her cultivation to surge once more. Yan Yan, elder sister, I too yearn for romance. Chapter 77. Unwavering resolve to annihilate the bandit army. Lu Qingning was both weeping and laughing, leaving Yan Yan utterly astonished. However, she could sense that her elder sister's cultivation was steadily advancing. Although she still resided at the realm of the Ghost King, her strength had already improved significantly. The higher the realm, the greater the disparity in power. If one were to quantify combat prowess, the range for an ordinary ghost would be approximately 1 to 100, while that of a fierce ghost would extend from 100 to 1000. Upon reaching the Ghost King realm, the range would be roughly from 1000 to 100,000. This difference is indeed staggering. This explains why a practitioner of the Buddha's golden body can contend with the power of a Ghost King. With Lu Qingning's cultivation continuing to ascend, the Ghost King sect has become significantly more secure. Yet, Yan Yan still offered words of comfort. Sister, do not become overly excited. Extreme joy and sorrow can be detrimental to one's health, and this holds true for ghosts as well. Lu Qingning shook her head, saying, I am not overly excited. I am simply delighted. Why am I delighted? He knows my identity, and he is aware that I am following him, yet he merely urges me to take care. In truth, the name Linen is universally understood. If it pertains to someone from Lu Qingning's side, it is a message meant for her. If it concerns someone else, then it serves as a warning. Although her elder sister is a ghost, she possesses deep affection for her brother-in-law, who, in turn, is a man of profound feelings, indifferent to the constraints of the mundane world. They are indeed a match made in heaven. Behold, this is what one might call emotional intelligence. A single phrase from Yan Yan brought a radiant smile to Lu Qingning's face, and indeed, Yan Yan's words were heartfelt. She had read tales of love between humans and ghosts, yet the world is not devoid of those who feign affection. Many proclaim their loyalty, but when confronted with a vengeful spirit as a partner, they would be fortunate to escape with their lives. How many can remain steadfast like Linen? Perhaps this is what true love embodies. Lu Qingning cherished the paper note Linen had sent her, holding the simple 4-character message as if it were a treasure. Though she felt a twinge of jealousy and annoyance at Linen for attracting another woman's attention, she concluded that those external women were to blame and had no connection to Linen. Your brother-in-law has already guessed that we are following him. Therefore, we need not be secretive any longer. He intends to head to Hong County, and we shall accompany him. After all, the White Mountain Prefecture is not a place for prolonged stays. With the officials passing through, I prefer to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Lu Qingning was not intimidated by these individuals. After all, she could withstand any backlash. However, she saw no reason to endure it. After 3 years of living as a human, she had made significant strides. Primarily, she had learned a secret military strategy from Linen's collection. Before acquiring the system, Linen had prepared a rebellion kit, stockpiling food, money, and constructing a secret base. Otherwise, given his income, there would be no need for him to clandestinely write novels for profit. The reason he penned tales was that the income was relatively discreet. By concealing his identity, who could ascertain how much he earned? At that time, he was unaware of the existence of demons and ghosts in this world, yet he perceived the emperor's obsession with immortality and the rampant corruption within the bureaucracy as signs of impending national ruin. He prepared in advance, ensuring that when the time came, whether to be a king or a subordinate, he would have a better starting point. To this end, he meticulously recorded various military strategies and philosophical doctrines from his past life,
relying solely on his memory to organize them. Once he had thoroughly committed them to memory, he destroyed the records. Anything that could be found in Lin An's recollections was of the highest quality. Who would have thought that during this time, Lu Qingning had stolen a glance? Lu Qingning was thus greatly inspired. She realized that the former Ghost King sect had been far too reckless, akin to a band of ruffians engaging in chaotic street brawls, lacking any semblance of strategy or organization. It was due to the guidance of military strategy that she orchestrated the resounding victory at Guangwei Temple. When the Ghost King embraced military tactics, both the Buddhist and Taoist factions were genuinely caught off guard. At this moment, facing the imperial army, Lu Qingning opted for a strategy of evasion and subterfuge. Just then, the Shadow Ghost hurriedly reported, "Elder sister, a significant event has arisen. A new ghost, filled with resentment, seeks vengeance against the Li family army."
Are they difficult to contend with?
Yan Yan inquired, puzzled. She recalled that most prominent figures in the White Mountain Prefecture did not include anyone by that name. Lu Qingning replied with irritation, "The Li family army refers to the forces deployed to eradicate bandits. This army of 100,000 is known as the Shilling Army, but General Li Ji has long held power, leading to the nickname Li Family Army. This 100,000 strong force is merely a fraction of the Shilling Army, which boasts a total of 400,000 troops tasked with guarding against foreign tribes beyond the northwest."
Yan Yan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly shifted the topic, asking, "What grievance does she hold?"
The Shadow Ghost recounted the new ghost's grievances, leaving both Yan Yan and Lu Qingning with peculiar expressions. Not long ago, they had heard an alternate version of the same story. Indeed, this new ghost was none other than the eldest daughter-in-law of the Mountain God Temple family. Her sister-in-law had met a tragic end. She herself had suffered humiliation, leading to a tragic cycle of death. Her eldest son perished while protecting her, and her husband died seeking vengeance. The entire family was forced to flee in pursuit of justice, giving rise to her overwhelming resentment, which transformed her into a fierce ghost, specifically, a vengeful bloodthirsty ghost of mother and child. It is well known that ghosts burdened by family annihilation are the most fearsome, and female ghosts are even more formidable. A pregnant woman, especially one whose child has yet to be born, embodies an even greater ferocity. A woman is inherently weak, but in motherhood, she finds strength. Combined with the innate resentment of her unborn child, the fusion of these two vengeful spirits surpasses mere numerical strength. According to the Shadow Ghost's description, the Ghost King sect had to mobilize 3 fierce ghosts to subdue her, preventing her from wreaking havoc in the region. Such a vengeful bloodthirsty ghost would kill indiscriminately. Had the Ghost King sect not acted swiftly, that village would have turned into a desolate wasteland. A quest for vengeance against her would prove quite challenging. 100,000 troops are no trivial matter. Yan Yan sighed softly. She too wished to avenge the mother and child, having felt pity for the family upon hearing the tale. However, an army of 100,000 is not easily dealt with. The larger the crowd, the stronger they become. The more individuals gathered, the greater the momentum that multiplies. Sister Shui had already ascertained that the reported army of 100,000 was merely a fade. The actual number of troops was less than 10,000. Shui Xianer, a water spirit with the ability to manipulate and conceal water, could hide within wells and navigate underground rivers, making her an adept information gatherer. She served as the intelligence officer for the Ghost King sect. Having uncovered the enemy's numbers, their intentions became clear. They wished to act but were awaiting Lu Qingning's decision. After all, the current situation in the White Mountain Prefecture was akin to a blazing inferno.
The forces of Buddhism, Taoism, the imperial court, and the army were converging here. Any major actions taken by the Ghost King sect could easily lead to disaster. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingning made her decision. She believed in destiny and faith. Since she had learned of this and encountered it, with the capability to act, she must do so. The Ghost King sect was founded to resist the injustices of the world, was it not? If today she feared the enemy's power and hesitated to advance, then tomorrow she would undoubtedly harbor the same fears. Go and inform everyone to prepare for battle, and afterward, once this conflict concludes, we shall all withdraw from the White Mountain Prefecture. Chapter 78. I believe you are innocent. As Lu Qingning resolved to seek vengeance for the newly arrived malevolent spirit, Lin An and Su Xinyan returned to the Mountain God Temple, bearing their spoils of war. The great tiger and the substantial serpent were indeed valuable trophies. The family they had encountered had already departed, but not before leaving behind some firewood they had gathered. Su Xinyan remained silent for an extended period. Ultimately, she did not even know the names of those people, yet she was acutely aware of the profound karmic connection between their tragic fates and her. It was her failure to protect the governor that had summoned the imperial envoy, and her inability to restrain the envoy had led to his untimely demise, which in turn brought the soldiers, culminating in the disastrous turn of fate for that family. Furthermore, her entanglement with the fiendish cult of the White Lotus, and Shueisho's machinations to ensnare her, had resulted in the loss of the family's son to the demon tiger. How could she not feel a deep sense of guilt? Indeed, she was never the direct cause,
but had she acted more capably, perhaps none of these tragedies would have come to pass. Linen silently worked on the 2,000-pound tiger, sensing Su Xinyun's emotional turmoil and discerning her thoughts. Those who bear a heavy sense of responsibility are often more susceptible to psychological burdens, and Linen genuinely worried that she might succumb to despair. After all, this was a resource he had intended to use for bait, and he hoped she could muster the strength to attract more monsters. "If you find yourself with idle hands, do assist me in processing this meat and bones," he suggested.
Su Xinyun shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Can you not tell I am in a foul mood?" "I can tell, and, do you require my consolation?" "I do not." Had he adopted a different tone, she might have actually needed it. "However, I do need your assistance. Otherwise, how long will it take to deal with such a large tiger?" This was Lin En's first time hunting such a colossal beast, and he was reluctant to let it go to waste. As for the serpent, he had initially intended to leave it behind, but it was Su Xinyun who suggested they take it. Su Xinyun was momentarily at a loss for words. She felt she had already displayed a lack of worldly wisdom, only to find Lin En even less perceptive. "Can you not see I wish to be left alone? Very well, let us get to work." The blood of the demon could be refined into cinnabar for talismans. The meat could be dried to feed spiritual hounds, and the bones and skin could be fashioned into magical implements. "By the way, I noticed your archery skills are commendable. The tiger's spine would make an excellent bow, and the serpent's tendons could serve as the string." Su Xinyun, being an inspector in Baishan Prefecture, specialized in combating demons and monsters, thus she had greater expertise in the handling of various materials. The corpses of demonic beings were valuable, capable of augmenting one's arsenal. Her foremost consideration was naturally to enhance Lin En's equipment, for she observed that what he wielded was rather meager. Yet, despite such a humble weapon, it did not hinder his prowess in battle, revealing Lin En's formidable strength. Should he be equipped with superior armaments, his lethality would undoubtedly increase. Given the current circumstances, however, there were limited resources, and some materials would inevitably go to waste. After all, transporting such large items through the streets would be imprudent. While explaining, Su Xinyun began to work. The first step was to drain the blood, but lacking a container, they had to dig a nearby pit, utilizing a portion of the serpent's skin as a waterproof mat. The serpent was severely wounded and already bore injuries, so it was indifferent to suffering more, and the integrity of its skin did not significantly affect its value. All this was conducted outside the mountain god temple. They refrained from bringing the corpses of the demons inside. Ultimately, the blood of the two monsters yielded only a small vial of blood powder. Additional materials were required to produce cinnabar, and this blood powder was merely one of the ingredients. Following the extraction of blood came the processing of skin, meat, and bones. Lin En assisted Su Xinyun, and they labored for the better part of a day, managing to finish only by the following dawn. The meat had been dried into jerky, which humans would not consume. Firstly, it was unpalatable. The flesh of a creature that had consumed human flesh bore an especially strong odor that instinctively repelled individuals. Secondly, humans struggled to digest demonic energy, rendering it harmful to them. Lin En could eat it, but he found it distasteful. The dried meat was set aside to feed dogs. According to Su Xinyun, she knew how to raise spiritual hounds, and feeding them demon meat was ideal, as it would make the hounds more ferocious. In the daily operations of the inspectorate, the spiritual hounds contributed the most. They were particularly effective against certain demons, although they were not as effective against humans. For Lin En, the most significant gain was the bow made from the bones and tendons. The spine, originally over 4 meters long, was refined by Su Xinyun's true energy to just over 1 meter, pure and white like jade, a truly exquisite sight. This was where Su Xinyun had invested the most time. However, she needed several more days to nurture it before inscribing runes onto the bow, hence she did not assemble it for Lin En. When the two departed the mountain god temple the next day, their horse bore only a tiger skin and 2 bags of dried demon meat. The other materials were deemed waste. As fate would have it, not long after they set out, the sky opened up, and rain began to pour. The rain was heavy, and they found themselves in the wilderness, the downpour swift and fierce. Lin En had initially thought to brave the rain, unconcerned about catching a cold, but suddenly realized he had makeup on his face. By the time he acknowledged this, it was too late. "Why do you have spots on your face?" I was busy last night and got dust on me." Lin En quickly covered his face. "What happened to your beard?" "I shaved it off last night." "You didn't notice this morning?" Su Xinyun, busy throughout the night, had indeed overlooked it. "But why do you look increasingly familiar?" Lin En sighed. "All right then, I can't hide it anymore." With a resigned expression, he wiped the grime from his face, revealing his true identity. "You are Lin En!" Su Xinyun exclaimed in shock. Lin En did not deny it any further. I had no intention of killing you, but since you recognized me, then, I understand. Do not worry, I will not disclose your whereabouts, Su Xinyan said earnestly, completely unaware of Lin An's murderous intent. I believe you are wronged, so you can trust me. One day, I will clear your name. But I am not wronged.
Lin An's hand, which had been poised to draw his blade, fell back silently.
Why are you willing to believe me? Because I know the truth.
Su Xinyan, growing agitated, continued, all of them are indifferent to fairness and justice. They merely seek a scapegoat to quell the disturbance, which is why they chose you.
Damn, so that's how I was exposed. Who would have thought such absurdity could occur?
Seeing Lin An's face contorted with anger, Su Xinyan expressed her understanding.
Being wronged is indeed infuriating.
Do not act impulsively. Now that you have escaped, preserve your life for the time being. There will come a moment of reckoning. Those who merely occupy positions without merit cannot last much longer. Su Xinyan earnestly sought to calm Lin An's emotions, entirely oblivious to the peril she had narrowly escaped.
Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, a massive blue dragon gleamed with anticipation. I have found you.
Chapter 79. Why has she stopped being Tsundere? Luan Yan, moving like clouds in rain, pursued Lin An with great zeal. Upon finding him, she joyfully descended. However, just before her landing, she caught sight of Su Xinyan. Luan Yan recalled that Su Xinyan had once seen through her illusionary spell, thus recognizing her, and consequently, Lin An as well. With this realization, she halted mid-air. At that moment, she was elegantly adorned, and witnessing Su Xinyan beside Lin An irked her immensely. The icy energy in her hand coalesced, and with a mere flick, she could extinguish Su Xinyan's life. Yet, she reconsidered, having just promised Lin An not to indiscriminately harm the innocent. She decided against it for now. Once she determined that Su Xinyan deserved punishment, she would act then. For now, it would be more amusing to linger near Lin An and give him a fright. With a playful spirit, Luan Yan cast an illusion upon herself, stealthily tailing the two.
Lin An thought, why is this father figure sneaking up on me? What is her intention?
He surmised that the other party was not there to cause him trouble. Perhaps it was due to the heartfelt farewell letter he had written, which stirred a reluctance within her to part ways. A shiver ran down his spine, but he dared not reveal that he had seen Luan Yan, opting instead to feign ignorance. However, Luan Yan had no intention of remaining silent. She suddenly transmitted a thought to Lin An, calling out to him. Lin An, unsure of her motives, feigned surprise and responded, "Ah, what is the matter?" Su Xinyan looked on with some confusion while Lin An quickly added, "It's nothing, just noticed the rain has stopped." As he spoke, he concealed the tiger skin, glancing around as if searching for someone. His performance was meticulous, as if a man was born to act, especially when life and death were at stake.
I am here.
Luan Yan shot a beam of spiritual light towards Lin An, revealing herself to him, and successfully played a trick on him, which delighted her. She felt that the last time she had failed to surprise Lin An was simply because he had been prepared. This time, catching him off guard proved effective. I have a stomach ache. I need to relieve myself, Lin An stated, casting a knowing glance at Luan Yan before slipping into the nearby thicket. Once he noticed Luan Yan had followed, he lowered his voice, asking, "What brings you here?"
Bored at home, I suppose.
Besides, I promised to give you a dragon horn. I do not go back on my word. As she spoke, a shimmering blue light enveloped her, and a dragon horn, over 2 meters long, appeared in her hand. You just need to drop a drop of blood, and the horn will belong to you.
Is that really necessary? Wouldn't losing a dragon horn diminish your strength?
Lin An feigned concern, to which Luan Yan replied haughtily, "With my prowess, a mere dragon horn holds little significance for me. I have refined it into a versatile weapon.
At my current level, the presence or absence of a weapon makes little difference."
While possessing a complete dragon horn would indeed be preferable, as she stated, its loss would not severely impact her. Try dropping a drop of your essence blood, she encouraged. Following her instructions, Lin An's blood was swiftly absorbed by the dragon horn, and he felt a subtle connection form between himself and the horn. Give it a try. Whatever weapon you desire, it can transform into, resonating with your intent. Lin An experimented and, indeed, when he wished for a spear, the horn morphed into one. When he wished for a sword, it transformed accordingly. The only weapon it could not change into was a bow, possibly due to an oversight during its crafting.
Thank you for bringing me this treasure from afar.
Humph, this is all your fault for leaving without a word, forcing me to travel so far.
Yes, it's all my fault.
Lin An readily admitted his wrongdoing, hoping that this lady would return home and not continue to follow him. Just moments ago, he had been curious whether he could uncover more secrets after leveling up, and indeed, he noticed that Luan Yan's information had been updated. Luan Yan, the last true dragon of the Dragon Clan, burdened with immense karmic ties, her death and resurrection seemed to harbor a certain enigma. The description felt reminiscent of a riddle, obscuring the truth yet hinting at profound implications. Lin Nan dared not provoke her, yet, he also hesitated to directly send Luan Yan away, fearing her wrath. Though she appeared easily deceived, her power was far too formidable for him to contend with at present. He had to feign eagerness to travel with her while subtly encouraging her to resist joining him.
After some thought, Lin Nan proposed, since you are all alone on Funyo Mountain, why not accompany me on a journey? Based on his understanding of Luan Yan, she would surely refuse. Would she admit to feeling lonely? After denying it, she would likely pridefully declare her strength, asserting her independence from travel. It seemed a foolproof plan. However, to Lin Nan's astonishment, Luan Yan appeared slightly pleased. With her head held high, she declared, I believe you wish for me to be your protector during this journey. In light of our friendship, I shall agree. Please, I beg you to refuse me. Lin Nan's scalp tingled. What is fortune may not be, and what is misfortune cannot be avoided. He suddenly realized that perhaps the moment he acquired Luan Yan's dragon horn, he had already entangled himself in this karmic web. In light of this, he decided to proceed cautiously. We are headed to Hong County, a journey that may take several days. She seems to have seen you, so do not let her catch sight of you. You want me to avoid her, do you? In my view, it would be far more convenient to simply eliminate her rather than disguise myself. She could help me join the inspection department. With that position, I might glean more information regarding my wife. I shall refrain from acting recklessly. With that, she leaped gracefully onto a horse's back. The horse, unaware of the additional weight it carried, walked with evident caution, as if fearing to disturb a noble presence. Su Xinyun remained oblivious to this subtle detail, and when Lin Nan returned, they continued on their journey. Shortly thereafter, 4 men from the rivers and lakes arrived at the mountain god temple where they had lingered. Their bizarre attire made it clear they were not of reputable standing. One had his face painted in garish colors, another revealing his arms adorned with a red snake tattoo, one wielded a club with a skull hanging from his chest, and the last was a monk, his benign face marred by a scar that ran straight from his forehead to his chin, dividing his visage perfectly. Clad in a white monk's robe, it was stained with dirt. The painted man knelt to sniff the ground and remarked, "This filthy monk. It must be here, they haven't cleaned up properly. The person shouldn't have ventured too far. Shall we pursue?" Chapter 80. The disturbance caused by the White Lotus cult. A group of 4 was indeed composed of members of the White Lotus cult. Su Xinyun was aware that Shueisho had a brother-in-law who was a deputy leader, yet she remained oblivious to the profound influence such familial connections could wield. At the headquarters of the White Lotus cult, there existed a soul-revealing lamp, its purpose being to guide the souls of the deceased back to their origins after death. The production cost of such soul lamps was exorbitantly high, typically reserved for individuals of significant importance. Once the lamp was lit, the members of the White Lotus cult would ascertain who had encountered misfortune and gain a rough sense of their location. Similar artifacts were naturally possessed by both Buddhist and Taoist sections. Consequently, after Lu Qingning had slain Hui Jing, the Buddhist sect dispatched individuals to investigate promptly. Likewise, after Huikong and Huiyan's demise, Huifa received news from the Buddhist headquarters without delay. Upon learning of Shueisho's death, his sister wasted no time, employing the infamous tactic of weeping, wailing, and threatening suicide. In response, the deputy leader issued an order late at night, dispatching the 4 most formidable disciples in the vicinity to investigate and seek retribution. The efficiency of these 4 was indeed commendable, yet as they traversed the night, resentment brewed within their hearts. Old Flower Face, how desperately do you wish to curry favor with the deputy leader? Why should we risk our lives for such a worthless figure as Shueisho? One grumbled. And what of that elder? What qualifies him to bear such a title? Merely his age. The one known as Skullhead, known for his fiery temper, erupted in curses. Red Serpent Arm, a portly man who appeared benevolent, chimed in with a smile, I concur with Old Bone, we should merely make a token effort. I've heard of Su Xinyun, she is indeed a disciple of Wu Sanfeng. Should we pursue her and take her life? Just imagine the consequences when her master comes seeking vengeance. Do you think the deputy leader would protect you then? Amatba, Old Serpent speaks wisely. Witnessing his companion's lack of support, Flower Face's face flushed with embarrassment. Then let us do nothing. If reprimanded from above, we shall gain nothing. Let us relay the news back, allowing our brothers from the other branches to bear the brunt. It seems I've noticed that we are always the ones tasked with these matters, while the monks can't even manage to qualify as elders. This time, let us not exert ourselves too much, allowing them to flounder a bit. The dirty monk's expression darkened at the realization that he was still a branch leader, and he felt Red Serpent Arm's words rang true. Let it be so. Since the elders have perished at that person's hands, we surely find ourselves powerless. Even if this reaches the leader's ears, we will have our justifications. Flower Face nodded, remaining silent henceforth. Thus, the four set up an altar, burning incense, articulating the cause of Xueshou's death, naming the perpetrator, and expressing their pursuit of the culprit, hoping for assistance from fellow disciples. At the White Lotus cult's main headquarters, Xuefeng also received the news. Like her brother, Xuefeng was diminutive in stature, yet unlike the old and unattractive Xueshou, she possessed a youthful and delicate appearance, her figure curvaceous, precisely to the liking of the deputy leader, Sun Chong. Although Xuefeng was but a concubine, she enjoyed his favor, wielding more power than his legitimate wife. Upon learning that her brother had been slain by a swordswoman named Su Xinyun, she harbored no qualms about Wu Sanfeng and summoned a group eager to ingratiate themselves with her to curry favor with Sun Chong, including a protector and 3 elders. The White Lotus cult was structured with 1 leader, 2 deputy leaders, 4 protectors, and 8 formidable warriors, beneath whom were 108 branch leaders. Elders held a status equivalent to protectors. Although they possessed rank without official duties, their elevation to elder conferred a degree of prestige within the cult. Xuefeng was astute and treated such figures with utmost respect. Esteemed gentlemen, I have summoned you here for a matter of great importance. Madam, please proceed. We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to your cause. The Xuanwu protector hastily interjected, addressing the concubine as madam, a clear sign of flattery. Xuefeng was most pleased and replied, "Thank you, esteemed gentleman. My brother has perished while fighting for our sacred cause, tragically cut down by vile scoundrels. My heart aches with sorrow, and I long to avenge him myself. Though the brothers from our branch are in pursuit of the enemy, I fear they may lack the strength to succeed. I can only place my hopes upon your esteemed selves." Outrageous! How dare they harm the madam's brother? They show utter disrespect towards our sacred cult. Indeed, this grudge must be avenged. How can we uphold the name of our holy order otherwise? The Xuanwu protector glanced at the indignant elders, silently marveling at their fervor. He had believed himself to be quite sycophantic, only to discover that others outshone him. With such sentiments expressed, I can now rest assured. Fear not, once the task is accomplished, I shall ensure that none among you are neglected. Xuefeng's reputation was commendable. Those who worked for her were indeed rewarded. This was largely due to her utilization of Sun Chang's resources, which were not her own, thus she felt no remorse in employing them. With these individuals secured, Xuefeng felt a sense of unassailable confidence. 4 or 5 elders, each a genuine powerhouse, would suffice to deal with Su Xinyun, surely a trivial task. Little did she realize that Su Xinyun was accompanied by the unassuming Linen, who in turn was shadowed by a peerless fiend that instilled fear in both the Buddhist and Taoist sects, all while backed by a formidable force that troubled the imperial court, the Ghost King cult. Returning to Lin An's side, the effectiveness of Su Xinyun's preparations had already manifested recently. Wherever the two ventured, they encountered assassination attempts. Though those sent to assassinate Su Xinyun were not particularly strong, they were relentless in their numbers. As long as they entered Lin An's line of sight, there was no chance of survival. Lin An's eye of secrecy functioned steadily, discerning at a glance whether a passerby was an ordinary civilian or a member of the White Lotus cult. Due to the influence of their levels, the lower the rank of an individual, the fewer secrets they could conceal from him. It must be noted that Su Xinyun was indeed a person of sincere heart. Her inner honesty meant that Lin An observed few secrets concerning her until one day, Lin An and Su Xinyun finally reached Lushan City. Beyond this city lay Hong County to the north. This marked the 7th day since Xueshou's demise. Upon entering Lushan City, Lin An instantly sensed a different atmosphere. A casual glance at any passerby revealed a disquieting truth. Li Lin, killing him will not grant you a sense of accomplishment. Secret. White Lotus cult member. The subsequent content may be omitted. This was a habit Lin An had developed. Many individuals harbored numerous secrets, and he would often glance over them, bypassing those that held no significant information. Otherwise, the sheer volume of secrets would taint his mental landscape, as most that could be deemed secrets were of a negative nature. Only Su Xinyun might possess a secret about wetting the bed at 8 years old. A sweep revealed another White Lotus cult member, and yet another passerby was similarly affiliated. They observed Lin An and Su Xinyun covertly, yet Lin An's keen perception allowed him to detect their movements, leading him to realize that something was amiss. To his surprise, it appeared as though Lushan City had been overrun by members of the White Lotus cult. Chapter 81 is nothing but a conspiracy between the inside and the outside. Our movements must have been exposed, with White Lotus cultists lurking everywhere. Upon seeing so many foes, Lin An swiftly assessed the situation in his mind. Previously, they had encountered assassins only after settling at a location, but now the assassins were already in position, clearly indicating that their destination had been revealed. After passing through Lushan City and crossing the Heishui River by boat,
they would arrive in Hong County. Lushan City was an essential waypoint for their journey, for otherwise, they would have to traverse nearly 1,000 miles of desolate mountains to reach Hong County. In these times, venturing into undeveloped forests was fraught with danger, as many such areas were steeped in terrifying tales, harboring untold entities. Although Lin Nan had his companion, Lan Yan, to protect him, it was evident that he could not take the longer route. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for the White Lotus cult to set an ambush in Lushan City. Upon realizing their movements had been compromised, Su Xinyun was not particularly surprised, having amassed enough disappointment towards the court. Anything that transpired seemed hardly remarkable. The White Lotus cult wielded considerable influence, making it easy for them to discern his destination, and he had accumulated quite a few enemies implicitly. It meant that some individuals might deliberately leak her whereabouts. No matter, let them come in droves, he would slay them all. It remained uncertain, however, whether this batch contained any formidable adversaries. Lin Nan expressed his discontent regarding the lackluster foes, whose defeat yielded little experience, yet he still needed to wield his blade at least once. After all, slaying a master or a novice required the same effort. It would be preferable to face a few more skilled opponents, though they should not surpass his own prowess. As the two exchanged hushed words, they arrived at the city gates of Lushan City, where soldiers guarded the entrance, collecting taxes per head, and they too were aligned with the White Lotus cult. As Lin Nan and Su Xinyun approached the gates, the positioning of the other cultists shifted. Were they planning to launch a surprise attack under the guise of questioning them upon entering the city? Lin Nan instantly discerned their intent and resolved to strike first. Before the gate soldiers could utter a word, Lin Nan acted swiftly, his blade slicing through the air, severing a head from its body, and then he quickened his assault, swiftly dispatching another sentinel. The sudden turn of events left the White Lotus cultists in shock. Their meticulously planned ambush had been turned against them by Lin Nan. Su Xinyun was quick to respond as well. After Lin Nan's initial strike, she drew her sword to engage the enemy. Lan Yan, bored, stifled a yawn. The conflicts among mortals were far too tedious, and thus far, she had yet to encounter anyone worthy of her intervention. However, she acknowledged Lin Nan's cleverness in immediately identifying their adversaries. Had she possessed such perceptiveness in her earlier years, she might have avoided being outmaneuvered. Lan Yan was a classic case of being convinced in her heart yet begrudgingly acknowledging it with her words. She held Lin Nan's intellect in high regard. Thus, she believed these lowly minions would be unable to impede Lin Nan's progress. Indeed, with Lin Nan and Su Xinyun's coordination, their blades danced as one, leaving no one capable of standing against them. However, witnessing Lin Nan diverting his attention to protect Su Xinyun during battle, Lan Yan felt a twinge of annoyance. In truth, Lin Nan was not concerned with her safety. He merely sought to claim as many kills as possible, for only the targets he felt would provide him with experience points. Most of these White Lotus cultists possessed martial skills, and even a little experience could accumulate significantly. Thus, Lin Nan had no intention of letting them escape. Having been impoverished for too long, he could not afford to squander even the meager experience points akin to the size of a fly's flesh. Under their combined efforts, dozens of White Lotus cultists at the city gate were swiftly eliminated, and the commotion soon drew attention from within the city. Ordinary civilians had already hidden away, while the local city guards hastened to the scene. Lushan City, although a county-level city, occupied a unique geographical position, making its county magistrate equivalent to a deputy governor. Furthermore, to counter the water bandits of the Heishui River, Lushan City boasted a substantial number of city guards, possessing considerable military strength. The leader of the city guards, Wang Qiuwen, upon witnessing the carnage, instantly paled, signaling his soldiers to ready their bows atop the city walls, and bellowed at Lin Nan and Su Xinyun. "You vile scoundrels, how dare you commit such brutality? Surrender your weapons at once." Seeing the officials had arrived, Su Xinyun had no intention of engaging further. She merely explained, "These are all minions of the White Lotus cult. I am an inspector from the supervisory office, en route to Hong County to assume my post. I implore you, Commander, do not misunderstand." However, Lin Nan, through his eye of secrets, discerned Wang Qiuwen's hidden agenda. Ignoring everything else, Lin Nan focused on matters related to the White Lotus cult. Indeed, the audacity of the cult to set an ambush at the city gate was indicative of collusion with the authorities. Under the eye of secrets, all schemes and machinations were laid bare. Lin Nan was puzzled as to why no genuine masters had appeared despite the ambush. It seemed this was merely part of their plan. The cultists' attempt to eliminate Lin Nan and Su Xinyun was but the first layer of their stratagem. If they could kill Su Xinyun, they would not need to worry about subsequent consequences. Clearly, the White Lotus cult was not so naively optimistic. Thus, the second phase was at hand. Upon hearing Su Xinyun's explanation, Wang Qiuwen's voice rose in fury. "Do not attempt to wriggle out. They are clearly ordinary folk, and you, under the guise of an inspector, are committing murder to claim false merit. Such malevolence deserves execution." The purpose behind this was, of course, to discredit Su Xinyun's identity. Thus, any actions taken by the White Lotus cult against her would be perceived differently. Killing an official and killing an ordinary person were not equivalent, were they? Wang Qiuwen was the crucial link in this second layer of the scheme. What lay beyond was uncertain, but it was easy to surmise that a more insidious attack would soon follow. Linen wasted no words. Often, reason could not penetrate such situations. He retrieved the tiger bone bow from his back, which Su Xinyun had infused with her true energy for several days, and he had the perfect opportunity to test its feel. Upon witnessing Linen brandishing his weapon, Wang Qiuwen's eyes lit up. He had worried about appearing overly obvious and giving others leverage against him, yet Linan's actions were unexpectedly cooperative.
Linen took the initiative. He had his rationale.
Quickly, draw your arrows. Linen scoffed. He was not one to engage in discourse like Su Xinyun. He distinguished friend from foe, not right from wrong. Owing to his uniqueness, he would dare to shoot even an emperor. Should the occasion arise, of course, he would only shoot once and then make a hasty retreat. Linan's arrow was immediately aimed at Wang Qiuwen, who felt a cold sweat break out across his body and urgently shouted, "Shields! Shields!" The soldiers quickly raised their shields just as Linen released his arrow. He had deliberately waited for them to raise their shields, otherwise, how could he verify the power of the tiger bone bow? The arrow pierced through the steel shield of an inch's thickness, striking Wang Qiuwen in the throat. Experience gained of 15. Ha, what trash! Chapter 82, Which way will you run? As Linen shot an arrow that struck down Wang Qiuwen, Su Xinyun's heart crumbled. This young man possessed formidable strength, yet his lack of discernment was alarming. It was one thing to slay demons and malevolent beings, but one must not indiscriminately take the lives of officials. Despite her inner turmoil, she had to shield Linen from harm. Her swordsmanship was executed with such precision that not a single arrow penetrated the space within 10 paces of Linen. Very well, she considered herself a competent assistant. She knew when to create diversions and when to provide support. A madman, daring to slay an official, although he remained unseen, his voice heralded his arrival. Linen heard a thunderous shout and beheld a robust figure charging towards him, towering over 2 meters. This man resembled a giant, his skin dark and his hair thick, brandishing a spear that instantly reminded Linen of the fierce Zhang Fei. Be cautious. This man is known as the Thunderous Tiger, a formidable warrior. Do not act recklessly, lest you suffer the consequences, cautioned Su Xinyun. In her eyes, Linen only had an advantage due to his profound martial arts skills. However, should he encounter another adept in combat, his advantages might vanish, potentially leading to his downfall because of his own strengths.
Do you know him? Linen inquired casually. I encountered him years ago and sought to recruit him as my deputy.
Yet, this proud man dismissed my offer, claiming he would not serve beneath a woman unless it was above me, Su Xinyun replied, her voice laced with indignation. At that time, I was merely a junior inspector, without the authority to recommend talent. Moreover, his abilities were not that extraordinary. Being a patrol officer was commendable, but he lacked the caliber for an inspector, let alone a high-ranking one. Recalling this, Su Xinyun felt a surge of frustration. She believed she had made a considerable effort to value talent, offering a generous reward, only for him to display such a lack of self-awareness.
Is it possible that he was not aspiring to be a high-ranking inspector, but was merely toying with you? Linen mused.
He shrugged off the matter, feeling no inclination to enlighten her. As for the Thunderous Tiger, he was but a trivial foe, hardly worthy of concern. Ignoring Su Xinyun's warning, Linen loosed an arrow. The Thunderous Tiger, already allied with the White Lotus sect, had unleashed a third-tier deadly attack. He bore murderous intent. Further discourse was futile. Linen boldly struck, inciting the Thunderous Tiger's wrath. How bold, he bellowed, unperturbed by Linan's arrow. With a fierce swing of his spear, he deflected the projectile and roared, "Brothers, come forth and assist me in subduing this rogue." Accompanying his cry, figures bearing banners emerged from all directions. 8 men from each of the 4 cardinal points, 32 in total. Su Xinyun's expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Thunderous Tiger, how dare you conspire with the demons of the White Lotus sect?"
"What demons?"
"They are my friends," he retorted.
"They have already formed the 4-symbol star array. What more is there to discuss?"
The 4-symbol star array was a formation used by the White Lotus sect, comprising 32 individuals who occupied the 4 cardinal positions, each with a primary and secondary star position. The 4 primary positions, though not within the stars themselves, could harness their powers, thereby sealing the 4 directions and prohibiting escape: the eastern azure dragon, northern black tortoise, southern vermilion bird, and western white tiger. Once this formation was activated, their chances of survival appeared grim. The Thunderous Tiger, brimming with confidence, declared, "You accuse me unjustly. Can we not learn from the formations used by the White Lotus sect? Or do you believe that what they can achieve, we in the Inspectorate cannot?" Indeed, the Inspectorate could not replicate the unique formations of the White Lotus sect. Their flags and placements bore no distinctive traits, rendering them indistinguishable. Su Xinyan felt a surge of rage, realizing the blatant collusion, yet she was powerless to ACT. As the adversaries gathered, Lin and too felt the weight of the situation. This was the true deadly strike. The White Lotus sect had rendered their assault against Su Xinyan seemingly justifiable. Now, they merely needed to eliminate her. The 4 primary positions were occupied by formidable warriors, and Linen recognized the Northern Black Tortoise position. It was indeed the guardian of the White Lotus sect. The other 3 primary positions were also held by elder-level powerhouses. Even the 28 individuals filling the secondary positions were leaders of their respective circles. The Eye of Insight revealed that among them were 4 individuals who had previously pursued Linen and Su Xinyan. However, those 4 had refrained from actively engaging, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Little did they know, they were now summoned by the guardians and elders to form a formation. Su Xinyan felt a profound sense of despair. She regretted her earlier arrogance in leaving her name. She had thought that as an inspector, her enemies would hesitate to act against her. Yet, she found herself ensnared in this predicament. It is my fault that you are entangled in this mess. I shall fight with all my might to secure a glimmer of hope for you. There is a chance in the north. If we can leap into the Blackwater River, we may yet escape. Determined, she gripped her sword tightly, prepared to fight with all her strength. The guardian of the Northern Black Tortoise could not help but chuckle, saying, "Little girl, how amusing, you wish to break through from the direction I guard. It seems I have not traversed the world in a while. The younger generation no longer recognizes me." Su Xinyan's expression shifted slightly as she inquired, "Who might you be? Have you heard of the name Black Tortoise?" Su Xinyan's heart trembled, her expression turning bitter. The guardian of the Black Tortoise was indeed the famed protector, known for his unwavering strength. Even without the formation, his defensive and control abilities were formidable. Now, bolstered by the array, he was as powerful as a fish in water, a tiger with wings. This was hopeless. The only opportunity to escape lay in breaking through the north, but with the guardian present, they could only attempt to breach from other directions. Su Xinyan's voice was barely audible, yet they all heard her. Perhaps out of wicked amusement, the others did not rush to attack. Instead, they revealed their identities one by one. "Little girl, I am the true man Songhe. I am the great thunderclap hand, Hongjin. I am the fiery lord." With each name proclaimed, Su Xinyan's face grew increasingly pallid. Her extensive knowledge of the martial world meant she recognized these renowned experts. Each of them was a powerhouse of elder status within the White Lotus sect. If they did not form a formation, Su Xinyan might have had a slim chance to escape with her righteous spirit. Now that the array was complete, flight was impossible. "Little girl, why not choose a direction to attempt a breakthrough? We from the other positions will merely observe and not interfere." This was a killing blow aimed not only at the body but also at the heart. Su Xinyan clenched her fists, her fury boiling with no outlet. At that moment, Linen, who had been overlooked by everyone, stepped forward with a shy smile and said, "Am I truly free to choose?" Inexplicably, a spear had appeared in Lin An's hand, and he pointed it towards the Black Tortoise, declaring, "Then I shall choose that great turtle." Chapter 83. This blade, you cannot withstand. As the crowd jested and teased Linen and Su Xinyan, they were taken aback when Linen boldly chose to challenge the guardian of the Xuanwu position. The laughter abruptly ceased, for the expression on the face of the Xuanwu guardian had turned somewhat grim. It is indeed amusing. Though they initiated the playful banter, the chosen one now bore the brunt of their mockery, feeling a profound humiliation as if belittled. "Well done, you exhibit great courage." The Xuanwu guardian was enveloped in the Xuanwu Dharma manifestation, a boon granted by the formation, yet it also embodied his most harmonious capabilities. He had diligently cultivated the Xuanwu True method, which resonated perfectly with the 4-symbol star formation. This core practice was essential for all guardians of the White Lotus sect, and the other 3 guardians shared the same requirement. Together, they formed the mightiest 4-symbol star formation, with the Xuanwu position being the strongest among them. However, cultivating the corresponding spells also induced physical changes. For instance, the Xuanwu guardian had developed a hunched back, which made him particularly resentful of any references to turtles. Linen was audaciously bold. How could the Xuanwu not be enraged? Before Linen could make a move, the guardian stepped forward, simultaneously stomping down with immense force, unleashing a powerful ripple from the Xuanwu manifestation, treading the waves and overturning the seas. A formidable wave emanated from the Xuanwu Dharma, and should Linen be struck by this ripple, he would certainly be sent reeling and gravely injured. Even if he avoided the impact, merely entering the ripple's vicinity would slow his movements and impede his qi circulation. Xuanwu was renowned for its formidable defense, yet in reality, it excels not only in defense but also in control. Within the 4 symbols formation, the Xuanwu position serves a dual role as both a defender and an auxiliary attacker. Boasting the greatest strength, the Xuanwu Dharma occupies the star position, naturally inheriting the characteristics of the Xuanwu itself. Observing the guardian's offensive, Linen nonchalantly advanced, brandishing his spear. Salted fish thrust. What a peculiar name, for it was akin to a dragon strike. Lan Yan, hearing Lin Nan call out his technique, felt an urge to reprimand him, yet Lin Nan's application of the true dragon combat technique was undeniably precise. The Xuanwu employed a ripple attack, and Lin Nan was poised to counter with a pinpoint strike. As he dashed towards Xuanwu, the guardian remained unperturbed, surrounded by a protective force field. The Great Pang spreads its wings, slaughtering all directions. Outer circle sweep. Lin Nan's spear lifted, catching the astonished Xuanwu guardian off guard. Before sweeping horizontally, adjusting his position with a small step back, he allowed the spear's tip to graze the Xuanwu's heart, resulting in a spray of crimson. The Xuanwu was taken aback that Lin Nan's thrust had breached his defenses, piercing his abdomen. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, grasping the spear's shaft. Though his strength was considerable, Lin Nan's was equally formidable, lifting him off the ground. Seizing the moment when the guardian could not maintain his grip on the spear's tip, Lin Nan delivered a sweeping blow, inflicting severe injury. This individual's martial prowess is indeed remarkable, but what an absurd name for the technique. Before the Xuanwu could voice his thoughts, he heard Lin Nan's thunderous shout, "Xian!" To his astonishment, Lin Nan leaped high, and his spear had transformed into a great blade, descending upon the Xuanwu with lethal intent. True martial guardian. The Xuanwu's dharma above took a defensive stance, raising its shell to meet Lin Nan's strike. Yet, Lin Nan cleaved through it effortlessly, as if slicing through fruit, severing the Xuanwu's head cleanly from its body. Experience 11,000. This Xuanwu was even more formidable than brother Huiyan. Alas, he placed too much faith in his own defenses. Having been penetrated in the first wave, he still dared to rely on defense to counter Lin Nan's assault. His blade was simply unassailable. The Xuanwu Guardian's defenses were reliant on the Xuanwu illusion, merely a manifestation of the formation's power, while Lin Nan's weapon was a genuine dragon's horn. Forged through the rituals of the divine dragon, it was unparalleled in sharpness. Provided sufficient vitality was channeled, the dragon's horn would unleash its full brilliance, rendering defenses of the same tier as mere paper. This illustrates the significance of armor-piercing equipment. Lin Nan cherished this treasure dearly. His strength was substantial, and his vitality unwavering. He charged forth without hesitation. Did he truly think he deserved to wield the name of Xuanwu? With Lin Nan's victory, he relished in the moment. Not only had he gained an advantage in equipment, but that advantage was earned through his own merit. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers dumbfounded. The four-symbol star formation did not collapse despite the demise of the main star position, thanks to the role of the auxiliary star position. When the main star fell, the power of the Dharma could be controlled by the auxiliary position, ensuring self-preservation even in the face of adversity. Lin Nan had dispatched the Xuanwu with a series of swift maneuvers. The act of killing him was but a matter of moments. With a thrust, lift, sweep, and a decisive strike, these actions could be executed rapidly during combat. The auxiliary position of the Xuanwu was still spectating, but the next instant, it inherited the power of the Dharma. When Lin Nan's gaze turned towards it, the guardian instantly trembled. True martial guardian. He promptly opted for defense. In truth, at that moment, only an offensive maneuver could offer a glimmer of hope. The Xuanwu's control was formidable. Lin Nan needed to employ a corresponding strategy to break through the Xuanwu's restrictions, allowing the other three symbols to come to his aid. The strength of the four-symbol star formation lies not solely in its individual prowess but in its ability to integrate offense, defense, and control, swiftly coordinating their efforts. The four sacred beasts embody complete attributes, capable of water, land, and air combat, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. With Juchua's magical output, Baihu's physical might, Qinglong's control and healing, and Xuanwu's control and defense, the combined forces of the four saints create an indomitable alliance. However, these individuals had underestimated Lin Nan. He found their arrogance rather amusing. Despite their grandiose preparations to counter Su Xinyan, they had meticulously laid out a complete strategy, only to falter at the decisive moment. Please, must one be steadfast to the end? Unlike them, Lin Nan, after defeating the Xuanwu, merely feigned a show, then seized the opportunity to charge towards the 7 constellations guarded by the Xuanwu. Only then did the other positions realize the need for support, with some rushing to attack Lin Nan while others targeted Su Xinyan, attempting to encircle him. Do not mind me. I can fend for myself. Su Xinyan urged Lin Nan to continue his assault, as his achievements surpassed her expectations. If Lin Nan were to breach the four symbols formation, they would stand a chance of survival. She certainly did not want to distract him now. Lin Nan, are you being overly sentimental? Lin Nan paid no heed to the ensuing chaos, dispatching his immediate foes with swift precision. Confucius said, "Honor the spirits and keep your distance." Su Xinyan radiated a brilliant white light, illuminating her surroundings, as the dharmas of Baihu and Qinglong dissipated in an instant. Wait, am I really this powerful? Su Xinyan marveled at her newfound strength. Though the Confucian school had waned, legends tell of ancient times when a Confucian's utterance commanded the laws of nature, and his writings could stir the winds and rain, moving even the spirits. Her righteous aura had grown immensely powerful. Was she truly capable of such feats? How delightful! I have shattered the formation. Chapter 84 Teammate Sacrifice. Boundless power. Lin An ruthlessly shattered Su Xinyun's illusions. It was he who had vanquished the 7 stars of Xuanwu, leading to the subsequent collapse of the other 3 symbols. This exemplified a flaw in their formation. They functioned as a unified entity, and thus, when a part was compromised, the whole disintegrated. After slaying the 7 stars of Xuanwu, Lin An pivoted, turning his weapon against his foes, transforming the dragon horn in his grasp into a long spear. Though Lin An's spear technique could not be deemed exquisite, it primarily relied on brute strength. He possessed the fundamental skills of thrusting, sweeping, and flicking. Beyond that, he needed only to strike with vigor, leaving the rest to fate. In that moment, Lin An realized that the spear was indeed the weapon most suited to him. Previously, he had believed the bow to be his true calling, owing to the passive buff of 9 light and 1 heavy, which granted him rapid attack speed for ranged strikes. However, the spear unveiled a new strategy. With one hand firmly gripping the spear's shaft, a simple pull and thrust sufficed to execute an attack. Such strikes were as swift as a serpent's flicking tongue, enabling Lin An to unleash a flurry of 9 rapid thrusts, culminating in a critical hit. Indeed, the combat techniques gleaned from spear mastery returned to the essence of spear play. This method of engagement resonated with him profoundly. No time remained for idle thoughts. Lin An swiftly returned to assist. Although Su Xinyun was fortified by righteous energy, she was besieged and in dire straits. It was only upon Lin An's arrival, with his spear sweeping through the assailants, that he managed to disperse those who were aiding in the formation, confronting the 3 most formidable elder-level adversaries. These 3, devoid of the formation's support, were nonetheless top-tier combatants. Of the great Thunderclap Elder unleashed a palm strike that crackled with the sound of thunder. Lin An refrained from employing magic, opting instead for a straightforward thrust. The opponents, sensing the peculiarity of Lin An's weapon, hesitated to confront it directly, swiftly retreating while unleashing a surge of lightning that left Lin An's hair standing on end. Lo and behold, he truly wielded the power of lightning. The master of pine and crane sprouted wings, spinning like a whirlwind, a spear-like figure racing towards Lin An's face. Under such relentless assault, Lin An resorted to the dragon's tail sweep, delivering a powerful kick that collided with the master of pine and crane. Though his leg ached, the elder was sent flying, and the blazing fire elder seized the moment to hurl a fireball at Lin An. All 3 elders had targeted Lin An, having recognized that he posed the genuine threat. Su Xinyun was of little concern, easily managed by their subordinates. Lin An's survival signified potential future troubles. As individuals who had ascended to the rank of elder within the White Lotus sect, they were not without their own formidable skills. Their coordinated efforts were commendable. Despite Lin An's possession of a divine weapon and immense strength, he struggled to close the distance. This predicament exemplified the unfortunate limitations of a tank. If he could land a strike, victory would be his. Yet these 3 were remarkably agile, having witnessed how the Xuanwu. During the duel, they exercised utmost caution, denying Lin An any opportunity to land a blow. This confrontation had revealed Lin An's vulnerabilities. His offensive strategies were overly simplistic. In relying solely on his physical prowess, he found it challenging to strike his opponents. Should this sentiment be voiced, the 3 elders of the White Lotus sect would undoubtedly be incensed. They were seasoned veterans, 3 against a young man, yet they had failed to extract his true capabilities, and he dared to feel aggrieved? While Lin An's speed was commendable, it was not his maximum potential. He would require the enhancement of light wind technique to contend with these adversaries. Of course, he could also tap into the essence of true ice. Implying that technique would guarantee his victory, the true ice not only inflicted substantial damage but also suppressed the circulation of energy within a certain radius, thereby slowing his opponents. This technique resonated with Lin An, yet he hesitated. Should he resort to magic, Su Xinyun would realize that his previous assertions had been fabrications. Yet, did it truly matter? Lin An had allied with Su Xinyun to gain access to the intelligence division, and she could serve as bait for a catch. However, now that she was embroiled in conflict in Lushan City, her position as a patrol officer was precarious. With 4 powerful adversaries from the White Lotus sect present, should they perish, the sect would surely think twice before returning. In summary, Su Xinyun had lost her value as an asset. He seemed to have no further reason to maintain the Fade. However, recalling the several times she had risked her life to save him, Lin An felt a pang of reluctance. In his moment of indecision regarding how to proceed, Su Xinyun had already fought her way through the encirclement, her sword dancing in her hand, resonating with the sound of phoenix song, piercing through the circle, and charging directly towards Lin An. The 3 elders hastily retreated, with the master of pine and crane secretly panicking. The phoenix song sword dance, an ultimate technique bestowed upon her by Wu Sanfeng, could spell disaster if she were to be harmed. Witnessing this, everyone felt an urge to withdraw. Could the worth of ordinary disciples be compared to that of the heir apparent? Lin An, however, had no intention of allowing them to escape so easily.
After all, it was a rare catch. How could he let it slip away? Each elder represented a bounty of 10,000 experience points, equivalent to 1.5 levels gained. Those positioned as star constellations offered experience ranging from 500 to 1,000, they were all prime targets, therefore, all must perish. I shall assist you. Su Xinyun, breathless, joined Lin An's side to fight. The Phoenix Song sword dance was still unfamiliar to her, having already consumed nearly all her true energy. Prior to this, she had needled several acupoints to accelerate her recovery, albeit at the cost of some internal injury. This was a desperate measure she had intended to employ, though not previously utilized, it was now available. Your timing is impeccable. Lin An appeared genuinely delighted at Su Xinyun's arrival, and she felt a sense of importance in being needed. Yet, in an instant, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, followed by Lin An's furious voice. You old thief, how dare you launch a sneak attack? The three elders of the White Lotus sect stood dumbfounded, utterly perplexed by this turn of events. They had witnessed Lin An and Su Xinyun unite, and now sought to retreat. The crux of the matter was that Lin An was a troublesome adversary, while Su Xinyun carried a certain weight behind her. There was no need for them to engage in a desperate struggle, and it was common practice in the cultivation realm to retreat mid-battle. Few practitioners would insist on a life-or-death confrontation upon meeting. Come now, we all have bright futures ahead. Why risk our lives? However, Lin An, with a swift elbow, rendered Su Xinyun unconscious. The youth was indeed carefree, collapsing into slumber. What was the meaning of this action? The three elders were bewildered. Had he just struck his own ally? Initially, he had intended to engage them with merely a third of his strength, yet it now appeared he had overestimated his abilities. A third was indeed insufficient. Of course, during an explosive moment, he might have the upper hand. However, once the 30 seconds of enhanced vigor passed, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, it was prudent to incapacitate Su Xinyun first, simplifying matters. After all, she had practically delivered herself to him. Initially encircled, Lin An had been unable to reach her. Sacrificing a teammate at the outset to unlock his full potential was a reasonable strategy. Are you serious? The master of Pine and Crane had unfurled his wings, clearly preparing to flee. The others were similarly unnerved when the enemy's power remained uncertain. Retreat was the prudent course. Lin An, feigning grandeur is a vice. I shall refrain from such pretense henceforth. Without further ado, Lin An ceased speaking, instantly condensing hundreds of droplets of water in his grasp, which rapidly crystallized into ice and were subsequently unleashed in a chaotic barrage. Chapter 85 of the Vinegar Dragon emerges. Arrows fly in unison. The small ice arrows conjured by Lin An were swiftly launched, prioritizing area coverage over precision. The three elders of the White Lotus sect deftly evaded the onslaught. This scattershot barrage resulted in only a few minor abrasions to those positioned among the stars. Young man, you certainly make quite the commotion, yet it appears the thunder is merely a prelude to a light drizzle. The Flame Sovereign scoffed, recognizing the futility of Lin An's water-based techniques. There is little future in mastering the water arts. Why not take me as your mentor? I can impart to you the profound principles of the Way of Fire. As Lin An's spells fell short of expectations, the Flame Sovereign could not help but mock him, for he, a master of fire, held a particular disdain for the manipulation of ice. Blue Smoke, who had been quietly observing from the shadows, could not suppress a soft huff upon hearing the derision directed at the water arts.